Inside the cold interrogation room of Anjong City Public Security Bureau, an old ceiling light cast a dim glow covering everything in a layer of dust from time. The air was heavy, carrying an indescribable chill. As if darkness lurked in the corners, the man huddled in the stiff chair, his hands clasped tightly over his pale face, sweat trickling down his forehead, his bloodshot eyes haunted by some nameless fear. Suddenly the door burst open and a woman entered, holding a thick stack of documents. It was Xu Jing, a first-grade female officer from the Anjong City Public Security Bureau. Her cold gaze swept over Zhou Yi and her steady voice rang out, "Mr. Zhou Yi." Her reflection shimmered in his bloodshot eyes. Zhou Yi suddenly panicked, covering his face with his hands and trembling as he cried out, "Quick, close the door, close it." Xu Jing frowned slightly and immediately soothed him in a calm tone. "All right, I'll close the door, but first, don't get too agitated." She closed the door, walked to the interrogation table and sat opposite Zhou Yi. A hint of patience and seriousness lingered on her face. She asked, "Can you tell me what happened now?" Zhou Yi gasped, a heavy hoarse sound escaping his chest. He raised his eyes and said in despair, "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you." Hearing this reply, Xu Jing couldn't help but get angry. She slammed her hand on the table and reprimanded loudly, "Stop playing games and trying to evade criminal responsibility." As she spoke, she threw her phone in front of him. The screen was lit clearly, showing a woman tightly holding an unmoving girl lying on the cold ground. Next to it was a drawing of a family of 3 holding hands, now torn to shreds beside a belt broken in 2 and a shattered liquor bottle. It was the scene of domestic violence. The sound of the phone hitting the table mingled with Xu Jing's voice, sharp as a knife. "Think carefully about what you did to your family." Suddenly, Zhou Yi froze, his gaze fixed on an invisible point in the air. Then, as if startled by something horrifying, he began to tremble uncontrollably. He pointed behind Xu Jing and stammered in terror, "Why, it's behind." His utterly genuine expression startled Xu Jing. She gripped her handgun, turned in the direction he was pointing, and her gaze swept across the empty room. There was nothing but darkness. Zhou Yi trembled even more violently, his voice tearing through the space as he shrieked, "There's nothing." Hearing Zhou Yi's shriek, Xu Jing immediately turned around only to see him cowering under the table, his hands clasped tightly over his head, his whole body shaking like a sieve in a cold wind. He screamed, his voice hoarse with terror. "No!" Xu Jing clenched her fists, feeling that she was being played with. She stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Zhou Yi, I advise you not to play tricks." But in Zhou Yi's twisted perception, the ground began to crack and crimson pupils, gleaming with an eerie light, emerged from the fissures. The entire room seemed engulfed by countless hellish eyes staring intently at him, refusing to let go. As Xu Jing approached, Zhou Yi became even more agitated, his eyes filled with terror. Her voice calling Mr. Zhou Yi rang out, but in his eyes her face was twisted and distorted as if pieced together from countless crimson pupils, bending down under the table and staring intensely at him. At that moment Zhou Yi seemed to freeze, his sanity crumbling. He suddenly sprang up, pushing the table away with all his might, screaming frantically, "Don't come near me." After that shriek of "Don't come near me," Zhou Yi completely lost control as if manipulated by an unseen force. He shoved his hand into his mouth, his teeth clamping down on his fist, his eyes wide and bloodshot in his hallucination. Xu Jing's alarmed voice cried out, "Stop, what are you doing? Someone come quickly." The scene shifted to an outdoor residential area where a billboard displaying an alluring image of a young woman swayed precariously. A voice chimed in asking curiously, "What happened after that?" The room was filled with items featuring anime characters. 3 computer screens glowed and a group of young people were animatedly discussing the incident that had caused a stir online. This was the activity room of the Zhangcheng Academy Occult Club. Xia Binbin clutched a pillow tightly, trembling all over as he recounted the story so realistically that tears streamed down his face. In a chilling voice he slowly narrated, "He committed suicide. It's said that he nearly pulled out his entire tongue." Li Zhongxing next to him turned pale with fright at Xia Binbin's story. Xia Binbin shivered as if his soul had left his body, trying to continue his ghost story, his voice hoarse, "I think I seem too girly today." Li Zhongxing's face was pale, and he glanced worriedly at his friend, blinking. He retorted, his voice trembling, "What ghost story? This came out of the police station. It's being hotly debated online." Xia Binbin, unwilling to be outdone, a hint of slyness flashed in his eyes. Leaning closer to Li Zhongxing's ear, he whispered in a spooky tone, "From what I hear, the origin of this case is a photo circulating online. Everyone who saw it died." Upon hearing this, Li Zhongxing froze, his voice stammering with fear. "A photo? What photo?" Xia Binbin showed no mercy, a sly smile playing on his lips. He slid his phone, his tone calm yet provocative. "Relax, I'll find it for you." At that, Li Zhongxing suddenly stiffened, as if an ominous premonition flashed through the fog in his mind. He didn't hesitate, rushing forward to snatch the phone from Xia Binbin's hand, shouting, "Wait, if what you just said is true, then how can we possibly look at that photo?" Just then another voice came from the corner of the room, "Are you talking about this?" Xia Binbin and Li Zhongxing, who had been arguing fiercely, immediately stopped. Both turned their heads at the same time, only to see a horrifying sight. The rumored photo with the crimson pupils was conspicuously displayed before them. Before they could mentally prepare themselves, the two shrieked in panic, their hearts pounding as if they would leap from their chests. The person who had just opened the photo for them was Yuan Jhenui. He calmly reassured his 2 terrified friends, "Don't worry, what's the big deal?" Li Zhongxing and Xia Binbin, who had just been bickering fiercely, were now clutching each other, pale and trembling. Li Zhongxing stammered, "Why are you so sure?" Yuan Jhenui shrugged, his tone calm yet certain. If merely looking at this photo caused death, it would have been the end of the world long ago. As for those who died, I fear they simply had something to hide. With that, Yuan Jhenui stood up and said casually, "Alright, you guys have fun. I have something to do and need to head off." Xia Binbin and Li Zhongxing, still reeling from their fright, hurriedly tried to stop him, calling out in unison, "Jhenui, you're such a buzzkill. What time is it? Why are you acting like an old man? You need some energy. Why go back so early? Aren't you going to class?" Yuan Jhenui merely shrugged and waved dismissively. No time. Moments later, the scene shifted to the exterior of an old apartment building. This was Yuan Zhenui's residence. He silently inserted the key into the lock and gently turned it. The door creaked open, revealing a dark and cold apartment devoid of any warmth or sign of life. Stepping inside, Yuan Jhenui closed the door, his gaze thoughtful, and murmured to himself, "I am Yuan Jhenui. I was just an ordinary university student living an ordinary life." Memories suddenly surfaced. He recalled the moment in the old university library when a peculiar book emitting a crimson aura caught his eye. A month ago, as if lured by an eerie whisper, he slowly picked up that book from the shelf. Without a doubt, Yuan Jhenui opened it, completely unaware of the approaching danger. In his eyes, it was just an ordinary book, but in reality, the ghostly aura emanating from the book grew stronger, spreading out and enveloping him. A mysterious mechanism seemed to activate, drawing Yuan Jhenui and the eerie spiritual energy into an invisible vortex. He continued, his voice low. "Out of curiosity, I opened a notebook titled Records of Urban Legends. As the ghostly aura gradually dissipated, everything returned to calm. But Yuan Zhenui's life had changed forever." He murmured, his gaze distant. "Then I came to this world and became a student at Zhangcheng University, beneath the gloomy sky." The heavy rain poured down, mingling with tears that streamed down Yuan Zhenui's cheeks. He knelt before the tombstone of the original owner, the body he now inhabited. Fragments of that person's memories flooded his mind, sharp as knives. The original owner's parents had died in a tragic plane crash, leaving behind a huge inheritance and generous insurance compensation. He whispered softly, his voice low and sorrowful, "This allows me to rest easy for now without worrying about making a living." As the memories faded, Yuan Zhenui's gaze suddenly landed on the mysterious book beside him. The pages turned automatically, as if manipulated by an invisible force. He murmured, his gaze sharp, "But my life is sustained by this notebook." Suddenly, a line of crimson text spread across the white paper like blood. 30-day countdown initiated. Yuan Jhenui flinched, his hand touching the necklace around his neck, which seemed to carry an eerie summons. Before him, an eerie aura gradually coalesced, forming into the familiar shape of the notebook. He clutched it tightly, his fingers trembling slightly as he opened it. The paper clearly displayed a notification. Urban Legends legend points 328 points, karma points 200, spiritual power NA, lifespan 92 days. Note 1. An urban legend you write will become reality. Note 2. The impact generated by your written urban legend will benefit you and earn a certain amount of legend points. Note 3. People who died due to your written urban legend will benefit you and earn a certain amount of karma points. Yuan Jhenui frowned, explaining in a low voice, "According to the notebook's rules, I must create urban legends and collect karma points to extend my lifespan." Turned to the next page, his gaze sweeping over the text. During his observation, he discovered a chilling truth. As long as urban legends were recorded in this notebook, they were bound to become reality. The inspiration for his first story came from the tragedy of a mother and daughter next door who suffered domestic violence. The page before him displayed the title of the legend he created, Urban Legend, The Eye in the Gap. On May 4, 2020, a photo began circulating in every corner of Zhangcheng's social networks. The photo was eerily unsettling, dominated by a giant single eyeball, blood red. With careful and thorough consideration, Yuan Jhenui chose Zhangcheng as the setting for his legend. According to the killing rules recorded in the notebook, anyone who saw this photo, if they were a domestic abuser, would be pursued by a mysterious eye. From every gap, door crack, keyhole, and even cracks in the walls, that eye would relentlessly stare, locking onto the victim's mind and twisting their sanity. Gradually, the person would break down, lose their mind, and eventually perish by their own hand. The story on the page continued. June 4, 2020. Zhou Yi, reeking of alcohol, stumbled home after a party. Simply because the bathwater wasn't hot enough, he pulled out his belt and savagely unleashed his anger on his wife and child. But from the darkness, a crimson eye appeared, watching his every cruel act. It infiltrated Zhou Yi's mind, present everywhere from door cracks to shattered glass. The notebook also concealed a terrible marvel. Anyone who had seen that photo would be ceaselessly tormented by that eye. Zhou Yi's mind was tormented to its limits, gradually losing control and ultimately committing suicide in a fit of madness. Just then, the notebook trembled slightly and text appeared. Karma points 2, legend points 370. Each story, each punished wrongdoer was recorded on the pages of Records of Urban Legends. One person per page, each page yielding 2 karma points. Depending on the story's impact, legend points fluctuated between 300 and 400. After reading the last line, Yuan Jhenui closed the notebook, his gaze heavy. He sighed, muttering to himself, "This story didn't earn many points. It took a month to increase my lifespan from 30 days to 92 days. I need a new story, one that's better and punishes evildoers more effectively." Worry flooded his mind and he rubbed his forehead, his voice filled with unease. "Otherwise, once the days hit 0, he stopped. a vision flashing in his mind of the book devouring his spiritual energy to nourish its ghostly aura. He stammered, then said with a tremor, "I'm afraid I'll truly die." The scene shifted to Zhangcheng University. Afternoon classes had just ended and students were gradually leaving with only a few lingering to chat. A kind classmate gently nudged Yuan Jhenui, who was sprawled on his desk, sleeping like a log. She softly said, "Jhenui, class is over, wake up." A few rows away another female student had just packed her textbooks and turned around, giggling. "He sleeps so soundly, he's been sleeping all day." Another classmate enthusiastically interjected, let's go to the club." Yuan Jhenui slowly opened his eyes, stretched with a big yawn, and the sound of his yawn echoed in the corner of the room. Outside the window, the sky was already painted with the colors of sunset, and a soft orange glow bathed the campus. Just outside the classroom, he murmured in a hoarse voice, "My throat hurts so much." He couldn't help but complain to himself. "I'm so sleepy." He had stayed up until 3 or 4 in the morning yesterday, searching for inspiration for a new story. Walking down the classroom corridor, Yuan Jhenui rubbed his forehead, his head feeling heavy. He grumbled, his tone full of helplessness. "It seems finding urban legend inspiration through the Occult Club won't work. That club just wastes time all day watching videos and playing games." Walking across campus, he held his phone, his thoughts still a jumble. Unsure what to do, he muttered to himself, "Maybe I should send them a message, saying he wouldn't go today." As soon as the thought struck him, Yuan Jhenui immediately drafted a message in the Occult Club's chat group. Sorry, I pulled an all-nighter last night, so I'm heading back to catch up on sleep." No sooner had the message been sent than his phone vibrated continuously, receiving a string of replies. Li Zhongxing immediately jumped in, his tone full of displeasure. "Wait, you're not trying to bail on the club activities, are you?" Sha Binbin quickly interjected, asking suspiciously, "Hold on, you're not secretly playing some game hoping to wow everyone, are you?" Immediately after, a flurry of disgruntled emojis flooded the screen. Yuan Jhenui laughed aloud as he read, shaking his head and thinking, "What a joke, this is a matter of life and death for me." Just as he was engrossed in his phone, a strange noise suddenly caught his attention. From a nearby alley, a group of delinquents had gathered. Wang Jianren, the ringleader, grabbed Qin Zhaoshan by the collar and repeatedly punched him in the face. He punched and roared, "Die, you brat! I only took 50 yuan from you, and you dared to tell the teacher? Don't you want to live?" Qin Zhaoshan, his face bruised and swollen, tears and snot mixed together, raised his hands to shield himself, pleading in a trembling voice, "Renji, I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please don't hit me anymore." Just then Yuan Jhenui walked over, his eyes sharp, his voice low and filled with righteousness. "5 against 1, do you have no shame?" His words were like a sharp blade. Startling Wang Jianren, he abruptly turned around, threw Qin Zhaoshan to the ground, gripped a wooden stick tightly and aggressively approached Yuan Jhenui, roaring, "Who are you, kid? Are you looking for death?" But one of the delinquents suddenly stopped. Recognizing him, stammered, his voice trembling, Yuan Jhenui." Hearing his name called, Yuan Jhenui frowned, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. "What, you know me?" The delinquent quickly leaned in and whispered into Wang Jianren's ear, his voice full of worry. "Renji, let it go, this guy's a lunatic." Wang Jianren, not fully understanding, scoffed and brushed him off. "There are so many of us, why would we be afraid of just him?" The delinquent quickly pulled him back, lowering his voice even further, hissing through clenched teeth. "Last semester, 5 of us cornered him and 3 ended up hospitalized. 1 person is still on academic leave." Hearing this, Wang Jianren's face froze and a look of apprehension appeared in his eyes. All the delinquents immediately turned pale, no longer as arrogant as before. Yuan Jhenui remained standing there, his stern gaze fixed on them. After a moment of silence, Wang Jianren threw the wooden stick to the ground, cleared his throat and said, "I'm hungry, let's go eat." He pulled his accomplices and hurried away. Qin Zhaoshan trembled as he adjusted his shattered glasses, looked up at Yuan Jhenui and stammered, "Thank you." Even after Yuan Zhensui's figure had disappeared, Qin Zhaoshan remained rooted to the spot, bowing deeply and shouting loudly, "Thank you, Yuan Jhenui." But in reality, the person who benefited was Yuan Jhenui. He thought to himself, "I should be thanking you for the inspiration." Back home, he immediately sat down at his desk, opened his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he began to conceive a new theme for his urban legend. Yuan Zhensui's fingers flew across the keyboard, his gaze focused on the screen. A moment later, an article appeared on Zhangcheng University's website. The article was meticulously formatted, complete with clear data, sharp analytical charts, rigorous arguments, and a powerful title, "Campus Bullying, Society's Malignant Tumor. Say No to Campus Bullies." The article cited a recent report from the Zhangcheng Teaching Evaluation Office. The report pointed out that even the most prestigious schools could not avoid the problem of campus bullying. Most surveyed students admitted that the anti-campus bullying measures they learned lacked effectiveness. A survey conducted early last year among 3,854 students from 46 primary and secondary schools showed that 46 of primary school students and 73 of secondary school students had experienced bullying at school. According to data from the Municipal Youth Growth Research Center, over 80 of middle school students have experienced campus violence. Incomplete statistics show that, as of now, over 2,000 incidents of campus violence have been publicly reported by the media this year. Another set of data from the Youth Research Center last year indicated that 58.9% of surveyed students were occasionally or frequently bullied by classmates. Yuan Jhenui pondered, his gaze fixed on the article. He murmured to himself, his voice full of worry, "It seems that no matter which world, bullying exists everywhere." His hand unconsciously touched the stone on his necklace. Qin Zhaoshan's suffering from being bullied instantly vivid in his mind. His pained eyes and bruised face seemed deeply etched into his heart, he thought, his tone icy. Bullies usually prey on those who can't fight back and have no one to support them. The notebook appeared before him, as if summoned by his will. Yuan Jhenui turned to the next blank page, put down his pen, his hand trembling slightly. He began to write each sharp stroke. Only by giving weapons to the bullied to fight back can the seeds of violence deeply buried in peaceful reality be fundamentally eliminated. The more he wrote, the stronger the eerie aura emanating from the notebook became, like an unnatural breath engulfing him. The surrounding space seemed to tremble, and the notebook flickered with a red light, as if coming alive with Yuan Zhenui's words. In the endless darkness, Yuan Zhenui's legend points suddenly decreased by 30,000. A mysterious notification appeared on the notebook, flickering with an eerie red light. Every day at precisely midnight on a website called Letters from Hell, enter the name of the person you resent. At that time, a spider lily will appear, and you will see a girl from the underworld. A girl's image gradually materialized, and she slowly turned her head. Her somber beauty and knife-sharp gaze seemed to freeze the space. She was Yuming Ai, a phantom from the netherworld. A video appeared on the screen depicting a cruel scene. A female student was slapped hard, accompanied by a harsh reprimand. I already told you not to come to school and you still dared to show up. The bullied girl, Yulia, had her hair grabbed by a blonde female student named Ishiguro Megumi, who relentlessly beat her. Ishiguro Megumi grinned, her tone full of contempt. You're so ugly and you're still out here polluting everyone's eyes. If I were you, I'd have died long ago. Then the surrounding female students merely indifferently recorded the video on their phones with no intention of stopping it. One person even chimed in mockingly. Exactly, and she's even wearing makeup, don't you find it disgusting? In the video, Yulia was crying uncontrollably, but the crowd remained indifferent. Ishiguro Megumi tightly gripped her hair, laughing triumphantly. Oh my god, come and film this disgusting face. If I met her on the street, I'd think I'd seen a ghost. Look at her birthmark. Amidst those bitter and malicious taunts, Ishiguro Megumi continued to roar. Are you angry? Do you still want to fight back? But at this point, Yulia could no longer endure it. The fire of revenge ignited in her eyes, and with trembling hands she pulled a blood-red spider lily like fresh blood from her backpack. In a trembling yet determined voice, she stared directly at Ishiguro Megumi. Ishiguro Megumi, you forced my hand. Yulia repeated, her voice like a curse. Die, die. Ishiguro Megumi still arrogantly held her hair, sneering, what the hell? Then as her gaze swept over the spider lily branch, she burst into a mocking laugh. Die, do you think you can kill me with this flower? What an idiot. But Ishiguro Megumi didn't know that while she was still laughing, Yulia had already plucked the last petal of the spider lily. Suddenly, Ishiguro Megumi's body convulsed violently, as if strangled by an invisible force. Yulia, still clutching the spider lily branch, watched the scene before her in shock. Those holding their phones and recording also froze. One person stammered, Megumi, you. In the video recording, Ishiguro Megumi's skin shriveled, her eye sockets sunken, dark as abysses. Her friends around her panicked, screaming, there's a ghost. They scattered and fled, leaving only Ishiguro Megumi's hysterical roars. Within just 2 minutes, she collapsed to the ground motionless, as everyone watched in horror. The video ended there, with a total duration of 4 minutes and 40 seconds. The scene shifted to a room in the Zhongcheng University president's office. Someone spoke, their voice low. Is the person in the video you? Yulia clutched her backpack tightly, trembling all over, and replied in terror, yes, it's me. The person who had just shown her the video continued, their eyes sharp. As of 8 a.m. this morning, over 100 people in the city have died abnormally. This person was Kai Xiaoyan, an assistant to the special task force. She slid her phone screen, her tone icy. They all, like Ishiguro Megumi, were found to be brain dead with no signs of murder. Kai Xiaoyan stared directly at the panicking Yulia, questioning, and you are the sole suspect. Suddenly another woman in the room spoke, her tone sharp and direct. Have you had contact with the underworld girl? Please describe the situation in detail. Kai Xiaoyan stood behind the lady and introduced, this is Qing Ji, the leader of the special task force. She is currently the only one who can save you, so I hope you don't perfunctorily answer or harbor any illusions. Yulia took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and nodded. Yes, she began to recount, her voice trembling but clear. A few days ago at midnight, a strange post appeared on the school forum. It couldn't be deleted or modified. As soon as it was posted, it was sticky to the top. The content was about an urban legend of the underworld girl. She paused, her eyes distant, as if returning to her memory. The post read, the underworld girl truly exists. Only at midnight can you visit Letters from Hell. If you write down the name of the person you cannot forgive, the underworld girl will appear and drag them into the abyss of hell. At first, everyone just thought it was a promotional gimmick for a new game or manga. No one believed it. On the school forum, the post about the underworld girl quickly went viral, attracting a large number of clicks and interactions. The comment section was bustling. The account Gossipmonger wrote, what new marketing ploy is this underworld girl? The account Monkey Brews Wine interjected, is this some new promotional tactic from a manga company? Why now of all times? The account Drama Lover excitedly commented, I just tried it. The Letters from Hell website really exists, but it seems you can't get in right now. The account Rich Woman I don't want to work anymore commented, of course you can't get in yet. You have to wait until midnight anyway, the account Kill is Death added excitedly. I'm going to try it tonight. My colleague annoyed me recently, so I just want to mess with him. 12:12 a.m. Zhangcheng Jiulia sat in front of her computer screen, her eyes tired yet resolute. She waited until exactly midnight, clicked the link in the post and a web page popped up, its screen black with blood-red characters written on it. I will avenge you. Below it was an empty box for entering a name. With her scarred hand, Jiulia tremblingly typed in the 3 characters Ishiguro Megumi. Her eyes gleamed with hatred as she unhesitatingly pressed enter. She continued to recount, her voice trembling yet firm. I knew I shouldn't believe these things, and I knew that if this legend truly existed, it could kill people, but when I was bullied I tried to tell my teacher. My teacher, however, replied, "There's no smoke without fire. Why would they pick on you and not others? You should reflect on yourself." Jiulia paused, her eyes blurred with pain. Even my family wasn't a place where I could find care. When my mother heard what I said, she slapped me hard. She yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about? You want to transfer schools? Do you have any idea how much effort I put in to get you into this school?" She clenched her hands tightly, her voice choked. "At school, Ishiguro Megumi and her friends constantly bullied me. They always said, 'Ugly freak, get lost.' All of this planted seeds of hatred in my heart, making me willing to do anything. I've had enough of this life. If the underworld girl could help me, I wouldn't care if she took my life." Jiulia unhesitatingly pressed enter. A chilling notification appeared on the screen. Sent. Jiulia nervously counted the seconds as they passed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Everything remained silent as if nothing had happened. Tears slid down her cheeks. She covered her face, despairingly muttering, "I actually placed my hopes in these urban legends. I must be insane." Her tears flowed ceaselessly, her heart filled with self-loathing, but suddenly her mind began to spin and a wave of dizziness washed over her. In the blink of an eye she was pulled into a fantastical space where blood-red spider lilies like a surging tide governed an boundless sea of blood. A cold voice rang out. "You sought me?" Jiulia was stunned and stopped crying. She looked up and Yuming-ai appeared before her, her eyes sharp, her somber beauty like a ghost. She was panic-stricken, her voice trembling. You're the underworld girl." Yuming-ai, holding a spider lily branch, softly replied, "It is I." The surrounding space was beneath a colossal fire-red spider lily tree. Jiulia collapsed to the ground, her heart pounding like a drum. Yuming-ai walked forward, her voice soft yet chilling. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you end your nightmare." Yuming-ai approached barefoot, handing the spider lily branch to Jiulia, guiding her. "Take this, and plucking all its petals means that you and I have formally made a pact." Jiulia trembled as she took the flower branch, her hands icy cold. Yuming-ai continued in a low voice, "In an instant the one you hate will be dragged into hell." Jiulia listened intently, her gaze fixed on the blood-red flower branch, but Yuming-ai added, her tone solemn, "However, after your vengeance is complete, your soul will also fall into hell." Jiulia's eyes widened in horror and she blurted out, "What?" Yuming-ai looked directly at her, her gaze unwavering. "Cursing others also increases karma. After you die, your soul will not be able to ascend to heaven. It can only wander and suffer eternally in hell." Jiulia's mind echoed with those words, like a cold warning. Yuming-ai finished, "Whether to pluck the petals or not is up to you." The memory ended, returning to reality. Jiulia tremblingly wiped away her tears, sobbing as she continued, "When I came to my senses, I was already back in my room." Everyone in the room fell silent, their gazes fixed on Jiulia. Suddenly the principal's eyes widened as if he had seen something terrifying. Utterly horrified, on Jiulia's chest a curse mark shimmered faintly, like an eerie smoldering flame. Qing-ji, her gaze sharp, immediately recognized it. "A curse, is this the price of killing?" She approached the girl, her voice calm but full of pressure. "Have you had contact with anyone else these past 2 days? Did they show any abnormalities?" Jiulia shook her head, her voice weak. "No." Having a clue, Qing-ji thoughtfully put on her gloves, guessing to herself that this curse was not contagious and only effective on those who made the pact. Her arm suddenly flashed with a faint light. Qing-ji thought, Kai Xiaoyin's spiritual power level is too low to see this curse. I must act personally. Seeing Qing-ji's actions, Kai Xiaoyin frowned slightly, filled with questions. Did Captain Qing-ji discover something? Is she going to use Hand of Deconstruction? She knew clearly that this move could strip away anything, whether object or thought, but the cost was not small. Qing-ji was still exerting herself, her body emitting a strange blue aura, powerful and cold. She injected this spiritual energy into Jiulia, not forgetting to instruct, "Don't move, I'm helping you remove the curse." Kai Xiaoyin stood by, nervously observing, thinking that the cost of Hand of Deconstruction was that each use, it would reversely take something from the user. Not clothes or items, but organs like the liver, spleen, or heart. As Qing-ji concentrated her spiritual power to suppress the curse, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, a sign of her exhaustion. Inside Jiulia's body, it was a battle between two spiritual energies. She gritted her teeth and endured in extreme pain. Reaching her limit, she could no longer hold back and screamed as if mad. A terrifying force erupted from Jiulia's body, sending everything around flying. Everything happened too fast and the room descended into chaos. Qing-ji didn't have time to react. The terrifying force erupting from Jiulia's body sent her flying, crashing into the glass door. The shattering glass rang out harshly, and her body was blown into the corridor. Kai Xiaoyin cried out in alarm. Captain Qingji. At the same time, Yuan Jhenui seemed to sense an unusual aura and stopped. His gaze was sharp, as if he could penetrate walls and observe everything in his sight. Although the corridor was empty, he clearly heard whispers from afar. One voice said, "It seems the principal's office window broke." Another person continued, "Did you hear that vicious girl Ishiguro Megumi died? Someone saw classmate Giulia being called to the principal's office." Another voice interjected with suspicion, "If I'm not mistaken, didn't Ishiguro Megumi bully Giulia every day? Could that underworld girl on the forum be real?" Yuan Jhenui closed his eyes, focusing his mind to listen. The name Giulia clearly appeared in his mind. She was the first person to come into contact with the underworld girl. The notebook in front of him vibrated gently. A page automatically turned, revealing new content. Zhangcheng University student Giulia, in her anger, logged onto the Letters from Hell website and wrote down the name of her classmate Ishiguro Megumi. After that, she met the underworld girl. Ishiguro Megumi suddenly passed away. Yuan Jhenui pondered. Turning to the next page, there was only one line of text, blood red and repeating. "Ishiguro Megumi has been sent to hell," he thought to himself, his tone filled with worry. But in the few days Giulia hesitated about plucking the petals, the number of people contacting the underworld girl dramatically increased. He murmured, "In fact, this isn't exactly what I wanted. To avoid harming innocent people, I set up a psychological barrier, so only those with sufficient resentment could write the letters from hell." But in just a few days, nearly 100 students in Zhangcheng still died. "Phew, this is really too much." The notebook vibrated slightly, displaying a prompt. Karma points 1, legend points 150. Yuan Jhenui frowned, comparing them in his mind. Zhou Yi's domestic violence incident still earned more points than Giulia's campus bullying incident. Although the legend of the underworld girl spread much wider than the eye in the gap, it earned fewer points. He muttered, his tone full of thought. It can be said that according to the notebook's rules, domestic violence should be punished more severely, which is why it earned so many karma points and legend points. He lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the notebook, flipping page after page, his heart heavy, anticipating what was to come. The notebook vibrated gently, displaying a new prompt. Legend points 23,000, karma points 300, spiritual power NA, lifespan 99 days. Yuan Zhenui's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking to himself, "It seems that at this rate I don't have to worry about my lifespan for now." His hand touched the word spiritual power NA, and a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. He murmured, "Last night I tried to use those few mysterious spiritual points," he tried to sense. But his body still showed no change. He muttered to himself, "It doesn't seem to make a difference. Let's try adding a bit more." His fingers continuously touched the word spiritual power. Suddenly a prompt appeared. Spiritual power 1, karma points -1. These words repeated several times, and Yuan Jhenui found that he had increased his spiritual power by 9 points. But at that moment his body seemed to reach its limit. A wave of dizziness washed over him, making him collapse and faint. The scene shifted. From the window, Yuan Jhenui was seen leaping down the highest steps, moving with lightning speed. He rode the wind, his feet not touching the ground, light as a phantom. He murmured softly, his tone filled with wonder, "But after waking up today I found that my hearing, vision and senses were greatly enhanced, and my body was much stronger." After a while he landed on the last step, his hand touching his necklace, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. He thought to himself, "It seems that as long as I keep writing, perhaps I will become someone with infinite lifespan." In the distance he saw Qingji instructing Giulia, her voice serious yet gentle. "The power of this curse is very strong, and it's already linked to your soul. Fortunately it won't affect others for now. Next the police will come to take you away." Yuan Jhenui used his acute hearing to clearly catch every word. Giulia's voice trembled as she asked worriedly, "What will happen to me?" Qingji calmly reassured her, "Isolation and observation, but she will write in the report that it was self-defense." Hearing this, Kai Xiaoyan looked at Qingji, her eyes filled with admiration, blurting out, "Captain Qingji and Giulia." Giulia was in tears. Choking with emotion, "Thank you." Qingji turned around, signaling Kai Xiaoyan to leave. But she suddenly stopped, feeling a sharp gaze observing her from somewhere. She spun around abruptly, staring intently at Giulia. The girl looked bewildered, not understanding why Qingji was looking at her like that. Kai Xiaoyan also quietly asked, confused, "Captain Qingji, what's wrong?" Qingji's intuition was sharp as a knife. She thought, "I feel like someone is secretly watching." At this moment Yuan Jhenui had quickly hidden behind the wall. He was surprised to himself that he had been discovered. Worriedly he muttered, "That person can actually see the curse." Seeing Qingji's figure gradually approaching, he panicked, thinking, "Does she also possess supernatural abilities?" Kai Xiaoyan called out from behind, "Captain Qingji." But Qingji was only focused on that mysterious gaze, muttering, "She's hidden." Yuan Jhenui felt even more uneasy, his hand touching his necklace, his mind in a jumble. Who is she? People from the police station. Listening to their conversation, they seemed to be here to investigate the underworld girl incident. Qingji's high heels sounded closer and clearer, he thought. "I can't let her discover this notebook. Although it's in the form of a necklace now, if it's exposed." Just then an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. "Found you." Yuan Jhenui was startled, his neck caught by two friends. He recognized them, blurting out in surprise, "How are you guys here?" Sha Binbin and Li Zhongxing, their faces full of anger, clung to him. Sha Binbin tightly locked his wrist with one hand, roaring, "Finally caught you." Li Zhongxing echoed, his tone full of dissatisfaction, "This kid vanished right after class." They didn't give him any breathing room, making him cough continuously. Yuan Jhenui tried to ease the tension. "You guys let me go first, I'll go with you." but both spoke at once without an ounce of trust. No way. They maintained their grip, dragging him towards the club. Yuan Jhenui sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, Qingji stopped, her eyes still full of doubt. She murmured, "Was I overthinking it?" Qingji suddenly received a call and an urgent voice came from the other end. "It's me." A moment later she quickly returned. She nodded, replying concisely, "Okay, I'll be right back." At the same time, in the Occult Club activity room, Yuan Jhenui looked at his two friends who were still tightly holding him and sighed. "Can you let go now? Are you really that afraid I'll run off?" Li Zhongxing HMPH'd, not denying it at all. "Exactly," Xiao Binbin added, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "There have to be at least 3 people for club activities. If the teacher finds out it's just the 2 of us every day, what if the club gets disbanded?" Yuan Jhenui could only give a wry smile. "Excuses, sorry. I really was busy these past few days." Li Zhongxing immediately retorted, glancing sideways. "Stop lying." The group flipped the switch and entered the activity room. The room was filled with all sorts of anime merchandise, from posters to figurines. Li Zhongxing scoffed. "Besides sleeping, what else do you do?" Yuan Jhenui stammered, scratching his head. "You write novels?" Li Zhongxing's eyes widened in surprise. "You write novels? What genre?" he replied hesitantly. "For now it's supernatural." Hearing this, Xiao Binbin and Li Zhongxing's eyes immediately lit up. They instantly put down what they were doing and gathered around. They both said in unison, "Let us see." Yuan Jhenui gave a wry smile and shook his head. "Still brainstorming, just a draft." Li Zhongxing immediately changed his attitude, pouting. "Jhenui, you're so boring, you don't treat us like brothers." Xiao Binbin chimed in, even lifting his shirt, his tone full of complaint. "Exactly, we even showed you our in-game wives and manga." Yuan Jhenui again scratched his head with a wry smile, thinking, "Can I really show you that?" He replied evasively, "I'll let you see it when I'm done writing." Xiao Binbin and Li Zhongxing seemed to understand, excitedly guessing. "Looking at you, are you stuck? Everyone in class has been discussing this lately. Maybe it'll give you some inspiration." Yuan Jhenui wondered curiously, "Are you talking about—" Xiao Binbin interrupted him, excitedly saying, "It's that urban legend that spread from the forum not long ago." Li Zhongxing simultaneously pointed at the computer screen. "The underworld girl." Yuan Jhenui froze and answered blankly. "Ah?" He couldn't help but inwardly give a wry smile. "Taking the story I wrote to give me inspiration." "How speechless!" Xiao Binbin suddenly murmured in surprise. "What's going on? Where's the website? The forum can't be found either." Yuan Jhenui frowned, asking in confusion, "Is the internet down?" Xiao Binbin focused on observing the screen, then discovered an abnormality, his tone full of suspicion. "No, there are still pop-ups here playing trashy games." Li Zhongxing quickly took out his phone to check, muttering, "My phone still has Wi-Fi, full signal, and I can still browse videos." But then he froze, his tone surprised. "Wait, I can't access that forum on my phone either." Yuan Jhenui pondered, thinking to himself, "It's not a network problem, it seems the forum has been blocked." He suddenly startled, murmuring, "Wait, has Letters from Hell been blocked too?" A thought flashed through his mind. He guessed, could it be those 2 people I met at school today? Without hesitation he rushed out, leaving his 2 friends dumbfounded. Li Zhongxing called out, "Jhenui, what's wrong?" He replied hastily, without looking back, "I have something to do, I'm going out for a bit." Xiao Binbin angrily yelled, "Jhenui, you're abandoning us again?" Yuan Jhenui sprinted to the corridor where Qin Zhaoshan was. Suddenly, Qin Zhaoshan was hit hard and fell to the ground. Wang Jianren furiously roared, "Do you want to die? How dare you tell the teacher?" Seeing Yuan Jhenui appear, Wang Jianren glanced at him, his tone full of provocation. "It's you again?" Qin Zhaoshan trembled, his voice broken as he called out, Yuan Jhenui, classmate." He knelt, crying, "Please, please help me." But Yuan Jhenui just shook his head coldly. "Sorry, I don't have time right now." He quickly ran off, leaving Qin Zhaoshan in despair. Wang Jianren grinned triumphantly and sneered, "What's wrong?" He continued to brutally beat Qin Zhaoshan, hitting and roaring, "Did you think Yuan Jhenui would protect you forever?" He savagely stepped on Qin Zhaoshan, his tone full of sarcasm. "Everyone knows that guy only cares about things depending on his mood. Idiot, maybe someday you'll annoy him, and he might even beat you." Qin Zhaoshan clenched his fists, his gaze through his broken glasses following Yuan Zhenui's figure, which gradually disappeared into the crowd. He rushed out, gasping for breath, thinking, they shouldn't have gone far, right? He opened his eyes wide, scanning the noisy crowd. One person said, "So much homework, it's so annoying." Another replied, "How did you do on the test this time? I missed the passing score by 2 points. Another voice interjected, "It's okay." Yuan Jhenui felt irritable, muttering, "Damn it, I can't find them again." He clutched his necklace, his thoughts a mess. If even Letters from Hell was blocked, it means their abilities might pose a huge threat to my creations. I must find a way to identify them. Otherwise, the creation of urban legends will be severely restricted. At that point, lifespan cannot be increased, leaving only a dead end. The scene shifts. At the Anjong City Public Security Bureau, a girl reports to Qingji respectfully, "Captain Qingji, as per your instructions, we have closed the forum to prevent more victims." Qingji glances at her gaze cold. "Well done. What about the Letters from Hell website?" The girl turns her head, somewhat evasively. "Researchers have tried, but they can't shut it down." Qingji frowns, her voice low. "It seems a strange power is protecting this website." She immediately issues an order, her tone decisive, "Evacuate immediately. Have everyone leave this building. At midnight tonight we must try to shut down this website." Everyone in the police station discusses animatedly, curious about where this captain came from. Xu Jing, who appeared in the Zhou Yi case, speaks up. "After receiving a series of suicide cases last time, the case was taken over by a special task force." A police officer asks in surprise. "A special task force?" Xu Jing explains. The Special Task Force is a direct unit under the highest advisory body of the Ministry of Public Security, specializing in strange cases that the Public Security Bureau cannot handle. In short, this is an order from above and we only need to cooperate. At 11:55 p.m., Kai Xiaoyan looks at Qingji, her tone full of worry. Captain Qingji is simply blocking a website that dangerous? Qingji responds, her gaze sharp. How many days have you been in training? Kai Xiaoyan stammers, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. She hesitates, her gaze evasively fixed on the serious Qingji. Qingji's face is cold as if she has just criticized a serious mistake. How could the higher-ups send a rookie like you? Kai Xiaoyan panics, her cheeks flush red and she quickly bows her head. I'm sorry, Captain Qingji. I didn't deliberately hide the fact that I'm new. I thought you already knew. Qingji frowns slightly and waves her hand, seemingly not wanting to dwell on it. Forget it, she says with a hint of weariness in her tone. It seems experienced assistants in the Special Task Force are really becoming extinct. She pauses, her gaze sharply fixed on Kai Xiaoyan. Have you taken courses on ghosts, vengeful spirits, and anomalies? Kai Xiaoyan's eyes immediately light up, her tone becoming excited. I know all about those. She confidently begins to explain, her tone as if reciting from a textbook. Ghosts are formed from those who died unfortunately or of old age. They are basically harmless, even kind. We usually help them pass on. Vengeful spirits are formed when lingering resentment combines with a soul that hasn't dissipated. If you encounter one, you can directly dissipate it if you have the ability. If not, try your best to escape and then find someone to eliminate it. She pauses, raising her head proudly. But I believe all overseers can eliminate anomalies. Qingji's lips curve slightly, a faint smile with a hint of mockery. Then let me tell you a cruel truth, she says, her tone flat yet cold as a night wind. For humans, anomalies are not only incomprehensible entities, but they are also impossible to kill. A terrifying scene emerges. Only anomalies can deal with or kill anomalies. What about us humans? She tilts her head, her gaze seemingly piercing Kai Xiaoyan. She can only find the anomalies' killing patterns, try to avoid being killed, and simultaneously figure out how to confine them to an area. She pauses, her voice sinking, with a hint of solemnity. Do you know why you've only been in training for 3 days and the Special Task Force sent you to be my assistant? Without waiting for Kai Xiaoyan to answer, she continues coldly. Because when investigating anomalous incidents, we encounter countless bizarre things, and even a slight mistake can cost us our lives. And so-called assistants are used for trial and error. Kai Xiaoyan trembles, her eyes wide with terror. Trial and error, her voice becomes hoarse as if she has just heard something unimaginable. Qingji ignores her panic and calmly continues to explain. This afternoon at school you were supposed to try and lift the curse, but what is a first-level rookie who can't even see curses doing here? She shakes her head, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Then she quickly completes the final operation, her fingers flying across the keyboard preparing to shut down the website. After she's done, she turns to Kai Xiaoyan, her tone decisive. All right, next, seal your spiritual power and press enter. Kai Xiaoyan freezes, a clear look of confusion in her eyes as if she doesn't understand what's happening. She hesitates, her finger hovering over the keyboard. Not daring to press it, Qingji smiles faintly, her gaze gentle, as if trying to soothe the young girl's fear. Don't worry, she reassures with a hint of playfulness in her tone. According to the contract, if you die, your sister will receive 5 million in compensation. Kai Xiaoyan stands before the keyboard, her hands trembling, her face pale as if she has just heard a fated prophecy. Seeing the girl still hesitating, Qingji raises an eyebrow, her tone calm yet cold. Of course, you can also choose to give up, leave this room and withdraw from the Special Task Force. Kai Xiaoyan bites her lip. Her trembling legs slowly move towards the keyboard. Taking a deep breath, she gathers her courage, her trembling hands press the enter key with force, and she shouts, "Ah!" In that instant, the keyboard emits a dazzling blue flash as if an energy burst. A terrifying force is released, knocking both of them to the ground. Objects in the room clatter, and Kai Xiaoyan is thrown to the corner by the force, asking tearfully and sobbing, "Captain Qingji, is it over?" The light on the computer screen flickers. Qingji narrows her eyes, observing carefully and muses, "It seems this anomaly isn't as terrifying as I imagined." But just then, Kai Xiaoyan suddenly cries out, her voice trembling and full of terror. "Ah!" The computer screen suddenly turns blood red and the face of a hideous girl emerges from it, accompanied by a chilling message. Letters from hell. Kai Xiaoyan panics, tightly hugging Qingji's arm, screaming loudly, "What is this?" On the screen, the girl's terrifying face still hovers and a notification appears below. "Are you sure you want to close this program?" Qingji doesn't hesitate, immediately pressing the close command. But things don't go as planned. Another notification pops up, failed to close letters from hell. Perhaps this is a warning from the anomaly. The computer screen is now only blood red like fresh blood. Kai Xiaoyan stammers, her voice trembling, "Captain Qingji?" Before she can finish her question, Qingji interrupts her, looking at her sharply. "You did well. Grow up quickly." She ponders for a long time, her brows furrowed. If it's truly a warning from an anomaly, then we're in trouble. This has never been discovered since the Special Task Force was established. Are anomalies starting to develop sentience? She shakes her head, muttering to herself, "I hope I'm overthinking it." Without further hesitation, Qingji takes out her phone and quickly dials a number. "Hello, Hong Yin," her tone is decisive. "I need you to investigate the underworld girl incident." On the other end of the line, Hong Yin is sitting in a dim room holding a game controller, responding lazily. Ching-ji continues, I also want to ask you to take a look at that eyeball painting. Hong Yin pauses, her tone becoming serious. You've probably heard, right? That painting has killed nearly 200 people. According to information from the Public Security Bureau, anyone who has seen that painting dies from mental breakdown. She pauses, her tone full of doubt. Then you still want me to look at it? Hong Yin laughs loudly, her tone playful and mischievous. Ching-ji, it's not like you can die anyway. But then she feigns anger, her tone full of dissatisfaction. Who asks for help so coldly? Are we still good colleagues? She pauses, a glint in her eyes as if she's had an idea. How about this? Let's cooperate. There are exactly 2 anomalous cases. Let's investigate them together. After all, it's better to be together than scared alone. And even if things go south, at least we'll have company. Ching-ji nods slightly, her tone calm yet decisive. All right, but you investigate the underworld girl case first. This matter is a bit serious, I'm not joking with you. Police station, gather, I'm hanging up. Without waiting for Hong Yin to say more, she immediately hangs up. Hong Yin freezes, muttering to herself with a hint of surprise she agreed too quickly. Meanwhile, at 11:58 p.m., Yuan Jhenui sits in front of his computer screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard, his eyes thoughtful. He recalls that in the afternoon, as soon as those 2 people left the school, the forum was immediately blocked, certainly to prevent the legend of the underworld girl from spreading. He frowns and murmurs, can they shut down letters from hell? I'll know if I check the logs. He opens his notebook, carefully turning each page. It seems they belong to an organization specializing in mysterious events. That's troublesome. I didn't expect such an organization. Suddenly, computer screen flickers, indicating that it's midnight. Yuan Jhenui is startled, his eyes wide with surprise. The website hasn't been shut down. He looks down at his notebook, only to see blood-red writing prominently displayed. Zhangcheng Special Task Force. Kai Xiaoyan logged into Letters from Hell, failed to close Letters from Hell. He breathes a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Great, it seems I still have hope, he mutters to himself, his tone firm. If they can't shut down Letters from Hell, it proves that with their abilities they can't yet find a way to control the underworld girl. But then he frowns, a look of doubt in his eyes. What's the relationship between the Special Task Force and those 2 people? He tries to search for information online, but there are no results. He thinks to himself, his tone sinking. There's no information about the Special Task Force on major forums or social media either. In any case, I can't let my guard down. Yuan Jhenui stands up, his figure quietly merging into the darkness. He murmurs to himself, his voice full of determination. If I want to live, I can't let them hinder the anomalous stories I create. I must continue to enhance my spiritual power. Yuan Jhenui sits thoughtfully by his bed, his gaze focused as if trying to penetrate the night. He silently reflects, recalling that his body had reached its limit the last time he increased his spiritual power. What changes will his body undergo this time? He murmurs to himself, his voice low and wary. Without further hesitation, he opens the book, and a black energy immediately envelops his body. Never mind, I won't think so much. I can't worry about everything, let's begin strengthening. He raises his hand, his finger pointing directly at the page where the text is clearly displayed. Urban Legends. Strength 23,000 legend points. Karma 291, Spiritual Power 291, Spiritual Power level 9+. His lips curl into a slight smile, a hint of determination in his eyes. Power is the only thing that can guarantee my survival. Instantly, a dazzling red light erupts, enveloping the entire room. Everything around seems to be drawn into an invisible vortex, objects floating and clanking. Yuan Jhenui roars, his voice echoing. Ah! A scorching red flame ignites in his palm, emitting intense heat. His body trembles as if expanding from within, the surging power almost beyond his control. This feeling is like my body is expanding, but I can clearly feel the power surging within me. He narrows his eyes, carefully staring at the page which displays the text. Spiritual Power +1 point, Karma points -100. Spiritual Power level 1 upgraded to Spiritual Power level 2. Upgrade successful. He puts his hand on his chest, a hint of surprise in his eyes. No, it's my soul. My soul is expanding, getting bigger. The process ends. He stands up, lightly pats his neck, feeling his body abnormally light, not only without any side effects, but his whole body feels nimble. All 5 senses are sharper than ever before. He murmurs to himself, his tone full of excitement, but suddenly he stiffens, glancing sharply towards the door. How do I feel like someone is watching me? A chill creeping up my spine. Actually, I used to occasionally feel a gaze, but now that my spiritual power has increased, I only just realized where that gaze came from. He slowly walks towards the door, grips the doorknob and pushes it open forcefully. Inside is a cardboard box. He freezes, a hint of doubt in his eyes. I almost forgot. Are you still there? A red light flashes in the cardboard box. Yuan Jhenui leans in for a closer look, but then his body trembles slightly as he sees what's inside. He sits down, gently pats the cardboard box and murmurs to himself as if comforting himself. Why am I the one who's nervous? He picks up the cardboard box, takes it out of the cabinet and murmurs. That's right, you're my creation. I shouldn't be the one who's nervous. He places the cardboard box on the floor and gently coaxes, good boy, but when he opens the lid, a strange creature with bulging eyes crawls out of the box, scaring him back a step. It's too terrifying. In the dark living room, a strange creature named Little Eye sways to invisible music, looking eerie and happy. Suddenly, a strange smell wafts from somewhere, making the air even more suffocating than usual. Yuan Jhenui walks over, holding some food, his tone gentle yet with a hint of teasing. Little Eye, stop watching cartoons, want some late-night snack? Little Eye trembles all over, its bulging eyes filled with panic, and it quickly hides in the cardboard box. He smiles, shakes his head, his tone with a touch of helplessness. Seeing you stay in the box all day, I'm afraid you'll get bored. Do you want to go out for a walk? Little Eye tightly grips the edge of the box, shaking its body in resistance, making a trembling sound. Mama, Yuan Jhenui sighs, sits on the chair beside it, a hint of gentleness in his eyes. This little guy looks scary, but he's actually just a shy kid. He puts the instant noodles aside and murmurs, never mind, let's eat first. Little Eye lifts the box lid, secretly sticking out its eyes to observe him. Just then, Yuan Jhenui's phone lights up, an incoming call. Picked up the phone. Hello. Before he could react, a shout came from the other end of the line. It's really fast. Quickly click the link I sent you. Someone was live streaming the Underworld girls' killing rules and interacting with online spectators. Yuan Jhenui froze, his chopsticks suspended in midair, forgetting to eat. What? He frowned, his voice full of surprise. The caller continued to shout, it's the forum post's original poster about the Underworld girl. His nickname is Magical Boy Shinji. Today he's going to live stream his meeting with the Underworld girl. Yuan Jhenui didn't hesitate, immediately opened his computer and clicked the link. On the screen, a boy with a distorted, terrifying face appeared, grinning, revealing a bizarre smile. He leaned close to the camera, his voice sharp. Can't wait a minute or two. I really wish the Underworld girl would take away you ungrateful people. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Wait, it's about to begin. Yuan Jhenui sat in front of the screen, staring intently, curious to see what this guy would do next. The boy on the live stream continued to babble. Many people say they've already logged into Letters from Hell and entered a name, but the Underworld girl still hasn't appeared, so the Underworld girl doesn't exist at all. Yuan Jhenui narrowed his eyes, concentrating on the guy, then suddenly burst into a wild laugh. Because you don't meet her conditions. He abruptly stood up, spread his arms as if summoning something, and shouted, to see the Underworld girl, you must have immense anger in your heart, you must be at your wit's end. Then he laughed foolishly, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes like a person who had lost his sanity. The boy's face on the screen was distorted, exuding a chilling aura. This is the rule of the Underworld girl, he declared, his voice sharp and excited. Yuan Jhenui sat in front of the computer, a subtle smile playing on his lips, a hint of curiosity sparkling in his eyes. He actually figured out the Underworld girl's killing rules. Not simple at all, he thought to himself. I also want to see if you can really summon the Underworld girl. At 12:03 a.m. in Xingfu Community, Qingji and Hong Yin stood under a dim street lamp watching the boys live stream together. Qingji narrowed her eyes, coldly ordering, Xingfu Community, Unit B apartment building. Be ready to interrupt the live stream and immediately make the arrest. Hong Yin took a sip of water, her gaze sweeping over her phone screen, then turned to ask her, do you think what he's saying is true? Qingji pondered, her finger gently tapping the rim of her cup. Very likely. 2 days ago, the Special Task Force had eagerly sought out several criminals for experimentation, but none of them managed to encounter the Underworld girl. I thought it was strange then. Now it seems perhaps those criminals' resentment wasn't strong enough. Hong Yin nodded, a hint of agreement in her eyes. These people probably found the rules from it. Both of them simultaneously looked up at the distant building. Qingji's lips curved slightly, her voice low. Ordinary people can figure out the killing patterns of anomalies, and some survivors are even more powerful than those who only possess spiritual power. Meanwhile, Yuan Jhenui continued to stare at the screen, focused on the boy. He babbled, I've said so much and I know many people don't believe me. Next, I will show everyone firsthand. Open your eyes and watch carefully. He stood up, phone in hand, pressed hard on the computer keyboard, and an email immediately popped up on the screen, bearing the words, I will avenge you. The audience's comment section instantly exploded, more lively than ever. The boy grinned with a hint of eeriness. Success. He secretly typed something else, his eyes flickering. I can't show you this. Just wait a little longer and you'll see the Underworld girl. He was visibly nervous, his hand trembling as he prepared to click the send email button, his eyes blazing as if expecting a miracle. But at that very moment, the live stream channel suddenly disconnected. The audience was dumbfounded, discussing animatedly. Yuan Jhenui also froze, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. The live stream stopped, he murmured to himself, his eyes full of doubt. He held the book, turned to look at the cardboard box, his voice lowering. Little Eye, did you do that? On the computer screen, a desolate, hellish landscape emerged. Yuan Jhenui suddenly felt a chill down his spine as if someone was watching. He abruptly spun around, his gaze sharply scanning the room, but only caught a blurry figure flashing by, a pair of hazy feet disappearing into the darkness. While in the school's utility room, Qin Zhaoshan was trapped in a narrow dark space. He trembled, tears streaming down his face, sobbing and pleading, let me out. His phone fell from his pocket to the ground. He frantically scrambled to pick it up, his face streaked with tears, his eyes gleaming with burning resentment. They all deserve to die, to die. Go to hell, he roared, his voice filled with anger. Didn't they say the Underworld girl is real? I hope she takes you all away. Qin Zhaoshan frantically tapped his phone screen, his thoughts immersed in painful memories. He recalled being brutally beaten by Wang Jianren, who with a vicious grin punched and kicked him while roaring in his face. I heard the legend of the Underworld girl is very popular lately. Qin Zhaoshan was already on the ground then, only able to make faint sobbing sounds. Wang Jianren continued with a mocking tone, Did you write my name in it too? Are you speechless? Qin Zhaoshan was powerless to resist, only able to desperately plead, Renji. but Wang Jianren's fists continued to rain down relentlessly. He roared a threat. I'm telling you, if you dare to do something like that, I'll send you straight to hell. Qin Zhaoshan screamed in agony, his voice hoarse. I didn't, Wang Jianren grinned, his despicable smile full of malice. But I also really want to know if that legend is true. Yuan Jhenui, that guy watched you get beaten but didn't save you. Don't you think that's hateful? Qin Zhaoshan recalled the moment Yuan Jhenui abandoned him, his heart filled with hatred, cursing and frantically tapping his phone. Yes, it's all your fault. If you hadn't left me, I wouldn't have been beaten. I'm truly fed up with this life. He typed Yuan Zhenui's name into the input box, his trembling fingers pressing the send button, and immediately, Yuming Ai's ghostly figure appeared before Yuan Zhenui. He was stunned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. No, something's not right, he muttered, his tone full of doubt. I created urban legends. Could I actually be used to kill myself? He looked directly at Yuming Ai, his gaze sharp but unable to conceal his inner unease. Now, do you want to drag me into hell? Yuming Ai paused, a flicker of surprise in her seductive eyes. Then she spoke in a low voice. No, master, although someone wrote your name in letters from hell, my ability was bestowed by you. Therefore, you are an exception to the rule. The pact has been signed, but you can decide the outcome. You can either directly nullify it or send the person who wrote your name into hell. Yuan Zhenui sighed in relief, a weight lifting from his chest. He stood up, his gaze sharply sweeping over the figure before him. I understand, he said, his voice low but filled with resolve. Then he frowned and continued to ask, so who wrote my name? Yuming Ai immediately replied, her voice as steady as if delivering a judgment. Qin Zhaoshan. Yuan Zhenui repeated, his tone full of doubt. Qin Zhaoshan, who? Do you know him? He pondered. Qin Zhaoshan's image flashing through his mind, he was shouting in the crowd. I clearly wrote Yuan Zhenui's name. I already met the underworld girl. Why isn't he in hell? Yuan Zhenui has a problem. Everyone must catch him. Yuan Zhenui's lips curved, a cold glint in his eyes. If I directly cancel the pact and he finds out he hasn't gone to hell, I might be exposed to the special task force. He turned to Yuming Ai, his voice low but decisive. Then send him to hell, but I want to meet him first. Yuming Ai nodded gently, her tone respectful. Understood, master. Immediately, Qin Zhaoshan's face appeared in this space. He suddenly woke up, his eyes wide with panic, shouting, this is the underworld girl. Looking at the ghostly figure before him, Qin Zhaoshan trembled, his voice hoarse. No, that's not right, is it? It's not right? You should have sent Yuan Zhenui to hell, right? Why am I here? I clearly plucked the spider lily petals. Yuan Zhenui, without changing his clothes, wearing a terrifying Oni mask, slowly walked forward. His voice was low and cold, as if from the underworld. Are you Qin Zhaoshan? Tell me, why did you write Yuan Zhenui's name in letters from hell? Qin Zhaoshan was startled, recoiled a few steps, slipped and fell to the ground, stammering, why are you asking me? I'm not ready to die yet. He was frantic, his eyes darting around. Where's Yuan Zhenui? I know. Did he curse me too? He lost his balance, and suddenly fell backward, just as a group of black demons and monsters entangled his body, dragging him into the darkness. Qin Zhaoshan screamed in terror. What's happening? Help, please save me, please. Yuming Ai stepped forward, her gaze sharp as a knife, threatening. Answer master's question. Yuan Zhenui raised his hand and several wisps of black energy whistled towards Qin Zhaoshan, tightly gripping his heart, and his head drooped. He shouted, his voice trembling. I'll tell you. He helped me once before, but when I was bullied by Wang Jianren a second time, he pretended not to see. If he hadn't ignored me, Wang Jianren wouldn't have beaten me again and locked me in the utility room. Yuan Zhenui narrowed his eyes, his voice low and sharp. So you resented Yuan Zhenui? He stepped forward, his gaze seemingly piercing Qin Zhaoshan's soul. Qin Zhaoshan, perhaps you don't know, but the underworld girl was created by me as a weapon for victims like you to fight against criminals. But you didn't dare to use this weapon against the real bullies. Instead, you unleashed your resentment on someone who had helped you. Qin Zhaoshan was speechless, unable to utter a word, partly due to fear and partly because everything Yuan Zhenui said was true. He continued, his voice steady but carrying the weight of a judgment. Those bullies, you will also see their retribution, but you too cannot escape punishment. He raised his hand to signal, throwing him into the river. Qin Zhaoshan cried out desperately, No, I was wrong. He struggled in vain, thinking his life was about to end. But suddenly he sharply opened his eyes, finding himself lying in magical boy Shinji's home, sweating profusely. Meanwhile, under dim lighting, Qingji held a spider lily, observing it intently. She softly said to Hong Yin, This flower gives no other sensation than eerie coldness. Try it with your spiritual power. Hong Yin nodded, reaching out without hesitation to touch the petals. She immediately shrieked, snatching her hand back. Hot, so hot. Qingji frowned, her voice low. It can be confirmed that only the sender can pluck these spider lily petals. She shook her head, a look of disappointment in her eyes. So valuable information. Let's start making a plan. Hong Yin blew on her almost scalded hand, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Why don't you try stealing a bit? Qingji took off her glasses, revealing a skeletal hand glowing with an eerie blue light. I already tried, she replied coldly, using this hand to steal the resentment from that student. But these glasses tell me that if I forcibly steal it, I'll only find death. Hong Yin's eyes widened, her tone filled with surprise. What, are you kidding? Qingji didn't answer, merely turned and walked away. Her cold figure merged into the darkness. The plan hasn't officially started. You can consider leaving now. Hong Yin pondered for a moment, then revealed a mischievous smile. Look at you, no sense of humor at all. Well, don't waste time. Take him back to the special task force for examination. The two walked out of the room, and Hong Yin casually dragged out magical boy Shinji, the guy who was still struggling tied to the floor. In another place, Yuan Jhenui through the pages of the book silently watched their figures. He pondered, a hint of doubt in his eyes. I've always wondered if supernatural powers exist in this world. If they do, how powerful are they? Can they directly confront or kill anomalies? He turned the pages of the book, his voice a whisper, as if asking himself, now, based on observations from this notebook, one thing can even be confirmed. These capable individuals have formed a supernatural organization called the Special Task Force. Their existence is to solve anomaly problems, and they have already started investigating. Beside him, Yuming Ai softly said, Little I and Little I, luckily they haven't found a countermeasure yet. He nodded, his voice low, then continue to monitor them. Yuming Ai tilted her head slightly, a seductive glint in her eyes. Master, another mission. Yuan Zhensui's lips curved slightly, his gaze fixed on the water. I understand, he replied, his voice steady but full of determination. You go first. In the Special Task Force's interrogation room, a man was tightly handcuffed, his face distorted with resentment. He roared hoarsely at Hong Yin, Murderer, this murderer, a bunch of murderers. Hong Yin lazily yawned, not bothering to react. Her gaze casually swept over him. Qing-ji stood beside her, frowning, her voice low. An ordinary person has such strong hatred towards you. What exactly did you do? Hong Yin rested her chin on her hand, her tone as calm as if telling an old story. I probably killed his daughter. Qing-ji raised an eyebrow, not showing much surprise. Oh, something anomalous. Hong Yin nodded, a flicker of memory in her eyes. Speaking of which, it was when I first joined the Special Task Force. During a patrol, I noticed a faint anomalous aura on his daughter, you know. At that time, I truly hated anomalies. As soon as I looked up, the anomaly discovered me. That female student was already dead. Her body was merely possessed by the anomaly. I eventually killed her. She paused, her eyes growing cold. Before dying, she still called out, I've been found. The man, hearing this, roared, his eyes bloodshot. Nonsense, you're talking rubbish. You're a murderer. You killed my daughter. Hong Yin shrugged, not denying it, and said with a hint of playfulness, yes, I killed her. She walked up and handed him her phone, the screen displaying a dark web page. Now I'm giving you a chance for revenge. This website is Letters from Hell. As long as you write my name on it, I'll go to hell. The man roared loudly, his voice trembling with anger, and grabbed her. Your accomplices, why aren't you arresting him? Hong Yin turned to the remaining people in the room, her gaze sharp as a knife. Everyone please step outside first. After the room was empty, Kai Xiaoyan stood outside the door, looking worriedly at Qing-ji. We're not going in. Is everything all right? She asked Hong Yin. Qing-ji remained calm, her voice steady but sharp. None of us can be in there. This step is the most confidential part of the Special Task Force. Seeing Kai Xiaoyan still looking bewildered, she frowned slightly. All right, she continued to explain. You must not know that the Special Task Force possesses an anomalous item called death files. With just a photo, a name, and a birth date, it can cause that person's death. Therefore, both Hong Yin and I usually use code names. Our real names are top secret, and apart from the team leader, no one can find them. Neither you nor I have the right to know Hong Yin's real name. Kai Xiaoyan still looked bewildered, her eyes filled with curiosity. What about that person? Qing-ji interrupted her, saying coldly, Put away your useless curiosity. Members of the Special Task Force should not have such interests. She paused, her sharp gaze sweeping over Kai Xiaoyan. Ever since his daughter died, his mind hasn't been normal. He was arrested for assaulting his wife after drinking, so it's better to let him choose a useful way to die. Suddenly, Qing-ji stiffened, and the door before her emitted a dazzling red light. Spreading like fresh blood, her eyes gleamed with an eerie blue light reflecting everything before her. She was stunned. Seeing Yuming Ai handing someone a spider lily, the red figure dissipated before Yuming Ai. Suddenly, Yuming Ai abruptly turned around, her sharp gaze fixed on Qing-ji, startling her. Qing-ji quickly closed the door, her heart pounding. Kai Xiaoyan stood nearby, asking worriedly, Captain Qing-ji, what's wrong? Qing-ji adjusted her glasses, trying to remain calm. Nothing, but just then, she vaguely saw Yuming Ai appear behind Kai Xiaoyan. Silence. Qing-ji was stunned, her eyes wide open. The people around her gathered, asking worriedly, What happened? Ms. Qing-ji, please calm down, she thought to herself. This is a warning. She signaled everyone into the room, filled with worry. Conversely, she hoped it wasn't a warning. If anomalies could warn them, it would prove her previous guess was correct. They had evolved consciousness. She turned to Hong Yin, saying urgently, Hong Yin, please don't actually die. But the sight before them stunned everyone. Hong Yin lay there, eyes wide open, blood oozing from the corners of her eyes. In another place, Hong Yin suddenly woke up, her hands and feet tightly bound. She looked around, her voice trembling, full of confusion. Is this the underworld? Yuming Ai pressed her alluring face close to Hong Yin's, her gaze cold, as if it could penetrate minds. Yuan Jhenui stood by, silently observing, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Since you're using your lives to verify, then let me show you clearly, he thought to himself. He ordered in a low voice. Little I, begin the action. Yuming Ai nodded, her slender fingers gently placed on Hong Yin's forehead. Instantly, Hong Yin's eyes widened in terror, her body seeming to be pulled into an endless abyss. Countless dark arms reached out from the darkness, tightly coiling around him. Before him, a ghostly face magnified grotesquely, leaving Hong Yin suspended in midair, trembling all over. Yuan Jhenui stepped forward, his voice cold as frost. You broke into hell, you have come, Hong Yin stammered in panic. No, that's not right. He opened his eyes, only to find himself still tightly bound on Yuming Ai's boat. His gaze swept into the distance, seeing Yuan Zhensui's ghostly figure under the moonlight. Suddenly, Hong Yin's eyes widened, as if he had seen something terrifying. Horrifying, too horrifying. My courage, my strength, all corrupted. He trembled, his voice hoarse. So this is that boat. The boat suddenly plunged downwards as if falling into an endless waterfall. Hong Yin was swept away by the current, his body sinking into the darkness. But at that moment he sharply opened his eyes, finding himself back in reality. Around him were the worried faces of his teammates. Master Hong Yin, you're awake, they cried out happily. Hong Yin clutched his head, gently patting it, his face exhausted. Qing Ji stepped forward asking urgently, you escaped, did you discover anything? Hong Yin took a deep breath, trying to sort through his chaotic memories, and weakly recounted, there's a waterfall in the middle of the river ahead, and below the waterfall is the real hell. At that time I felt myself being swallowed by darkness, my 5 senses numb like a wandering ghost, my consciousness gradually disappeared and my connection with that black figure also weakened. When the feeling reached its limit, I re-established contact with that dark figure, pulling my soul back. He paused, his eyes filled with terror. The most terrifying thing is that the underworld girl seems to be conscious. I felt myself being controlled by her, as if in her hands I could be crushed at any moment. He trembled, his voice hoarse. She was warning me. Impossible. How could this be? Qing Ji fell into deep thought, the image of Yuming standing behind Kai Shaoyin flashing in her mind. Hong Yin continued, his voice hoarse. There was something else in hell that I couldn't see clearly. I don't know what it was. Perhaps another anomaly. Qing Ji suddenly interrupted him, her gaze sharp. All right, Hong Yin, you haven't recovered from your fright. She paused, her voice low. What should we do now? The underworld girl's eyes flashed with a sharp light, showing unexpected cognitive abilities. Qing Ji responded in a low voice, I only know that if anomalies all have consciousness, once they join forces it will be the end of the world. With that she left in a hurry, her footsteps rushed as if burdened with a heavy responsibility, needing to immediately report to her superiors far away. Yuming gently turned the pages of the book, her slender fingers lightly touching the paper, her gaze focused. She looked up, asking Yuan Jhenui in confusion, Master, is this really okay? He smiled faintly, replying confidently, It's fine as long as you warn them, make them wary and make them understand your rules. If you actually kill them, I'm afraid it will cause more trouble. Yuming nodded, looking obedient, her eyes sparkling with trust. On the book before her, lines of text clearly appeared. Qing Ji said, The Special Task Force's senior think tank has unanimously decided to seal the case of the first conscious anomaly, the underworld girl, using the highest level of confidentiality measures. Yuan Jhenui read and pondered, a hint of thought flashing in his eyes. An organization of supernaturals, it seems there are still so many people with special powers. He frowned, thinking of Hong Yin, the guy who used his ability to escape hell. Little Eye's anomalous rules, though detailed, hide many loopholes. The more complex the rules, the more loopholes there are. I need to become stronger, to use this to modify and supplement her rules, otherwise she's not even as good as Little Eye. Just then Little Eye jumped up excitedly, grabbing Yuming head, chirping, Mama, Mama. Yuming sighed helplessly, turned to look at Yuan Jhenui, her tone tinged with resignation. Master, Yuan Zhensui's lips curved slightly, his eyes sparkling with amusement, and he turned to ask Little Eye, let me ask you something, if I hadn't held back could he have escaped? Yuming shook her head, her voice firm. He couldn't escape. Yuan Jhenui frowned, a look of confusion in his eyes, and continued, but he didn't die. Yuming calmly explained, her voice firm. But would I have already fulfilled the pact according to my rules? He is already dead. His soul is in hell. Yuan Jhenui stiffened, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. According to Little Eye's rules, once pulled into hell and with the soul imprisoned, that counts as death. Even if Hong Yin returned to reality by any means, she would not pursue him further. Unless he had the ability to split his soul, possessed a substitute death item, or his spiritual power had reached a level capable of deceiving Little Eye. Yuming gently tugged at his sleeve, her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. She pointed to the book, asking softly yet full of questions, is this talking about me? Then she looked at the words, murmuring, what does God mean in the Special Task Force? In the third basement level of the Special Task Force, a man's figure slowly walked down an empty corridor, his briefcase gently swinging with each step. He stopped before a door, gently pushed it open and stepped inside. Before him was an old wooden table on which lay an overturned white cup, with a thin red thread vaguely visible like a blood vessel. He walked up, placing 2 pieces of paper symmetrically on either side of the cup. Suddenly, the cup lifted into the air, hovering like an eerie omen. He grabbed it, held it to his ear, and ordered in a low voice, tell me, what happens if God devours the underworld girl? The voice from the cup was cold and clear. God's power will become even stronger. He frowned, his gaze sharp, and continued to ask, tell me, are conscious anomalies in this world many, few, or extremely rare? The voice in the cup responded briefly, extremely rare. After listening, he immediately opened his intercom, his tone resolute. Devour plan, I vote yes. In the Special Task Force's conference room, 12 members of the think tank gathered, discussing animatedly. A deep voice resoundingly declared, seize the plan, I vote yes. But immediately after, another firm voice spoke, opposed, we still oppose this. A stubborn member of the think tank spoke with a determined gaze, perhaps we can negotiate with the underworld girl. Most importantly, we can no longer rely on God to solve anomalies. But Mr. Shang, another think tank member, curled his lips, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Even if you negotiate with an anomaly, will it stop killing? He straightened his face and began to enumerate in a cold tone, the underworld girl's killing rules have always been in human hands from beginning to end. He paused, his gaze sharp, then continued, Rule 1. Only those filled with resentment can contact her. Rule 2. She appears between midnight and 1 a.m. Rule 3. Only when the resentful person plucks a petal from the spider lily she offers is the pact officially completed. Rule 4. Her abilities are limited to the Zhangcheng area. From this information he slightly curled his lips, his tone implying, "But I have a hypothesis. If she can think, will she control the rules herself?" Hearing this, Tianyi couldn't help but slam his hand on the table, his voice hoarse with anger. "Then I'll go talk to her." This explosive action immediately drew the sharp yet unspoken disapproval of the other members in the conference room. Even Mr. Shu stared at him, clearly showing dissatisfaction in his eyes. Forced by these gazes, Tianyi instantly became flustered. He quickly lowered his voice, took a step back, mumbled, "I'm sorry, I lost my temper just now." Mr. Shu nodded slightly, his tone calm but serious. "Tianyi, I've always admired this aspect of your character. The staff needs people like you, but we must not forget that our lives are a collective whole." With that, he stood up and slowly walked towards Tianyi, who was gritting his teeth in silent endurance. Mr. Shu placed a hand on his shoulder, his words carrying the weight of a threat. "We must never allow a conscious anomaly to exist." Then he turned to leave, but didn't forget to look back, leaving a meaningful remark. "If even God cannot ultimately eliminate the underworld girl, I will support your approach." Watching Mr. Shu's back gradually disappear, Tianyi clenched his fists, his eyes burning with strong determination. He secretly thought to himself, this plan cannot fail because he harbored a dark belief. Everyone who had come into contact with God, whether overseers or anomalies, had died. Without exception, God was the most incomprehensible anomaly. The scene changed. Yuan Zhensui's face held a bewildered expression, and he unconsciously blurted out, "Huh?" Li Zhongxing, standing next to him, was no better. Muttering, "Oh?" Sha Binbin's eyes were wide, his mouth agape in confusion. Yuan Zhensui's mind was a mess, and he asked with a puzzled look, "What's going on?" It turned out he was standing in the middle of the school's sports field, where everything seemed completely unrelated to the conspiracies and mysteries just revealed in the Occult Club activity room. And the atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. A group of students pushed and shoved each other, scrambling to submit club applications. One person excitedly shouted, don't push, my birth chart is strong and my blood is pure yang, I must join this club." Another person retorted, red-faced, "Are you crazy? Who was it 2 days ago who said they only believed in science?" Amidst the clamor, several sharp gazes suddenly simultaneously turned towards Yuan Zhenui. A scream pierced the crowd's noise. "Look, the club members are here." Facing those determined gazes, Yuan Zhenui and his two friends felt a chill down their spines. Li Zhongxing stammered, his voice trembling, Zhenui. Sensing something amiss, Yuan Zhenui shouted loudly, decisively signaling run. Immediately, a club application form flew into the air. It had Qin Zhaoshan's name, hobbies, playing video games, dream, reincarnation. Not just one. As students chased the trio, numerous application forms were scattered everywhere. Chasing shouts rose and fell. "Have you seen the underworld girl? President Yuan, take me to see a ghost and interview one too. Are you all legendary psychics? Can I learn metaphysics and spiritualism by joining the club?" Amidst the crowd's clamor, Sha Binbin ran panting, yet still had the energy to shout, "I'm clearly the president." A girl's sharp voice cut in, "So cute." At this point, Yuan Zhenui could only run headlong, muttering to himself, "Only foolish people aren't afraid of death. Seen her, I've been to hell and back." 5 minutes later, when he escaped to a remote corner, he stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like I got away." Li Zhongxing plopped down at the foot of the stairs, complaining, drenched in sweat, "I'm really exhausted. I feel like I'm about to meet my ancestors." Sha Binbin, hands on his knees, looked up panting and asked, "Zhenui, when did your stamina get so good?" Although Yuan Zhenui was also tired, he remained steady on his feet, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Not at all, I'm also very tired. I suggest you spend more time exercising, you'll get used to it." While the three were still talking, a couple downstairs was whispering. The girl said in a sweet voice, "Pinky promise, let's practice at my place tonight." After a while, Sha Binbin leaned on the balcony railing, his eyes teary, complaining, "What do we do now? Ever since the forum was shut down, everyone believes the underworld girl is real, and our club has also become popular. I just want a quiet place to play games." Li Zhongxing sighed helplessly, his tone full of frustration. "Where's my happy home?" Faced with his two friends' despair, Yuan Zhenui could only shake his head helplessly, thinking to himself, "These two are really—" Suddenly a girl walked over and a soft voice rang out, "Hello everyone." The girl was Xin Wei. Her eyes shy but unable to hide her curiosity, she timidly asked, "Are you members of the Occult Club? Has my application been approved?" Seeing she was somewhat unfamiliar, Yuan Zhenui frowned and asked suspiciously, "Who is she?" Li Zhongxing's face suddenly flushed red, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and he quickly said, "I remember now." He stammered as if confirming she was Xin Wei. "Did you submit an application before, and you had a best friend who also wanted to join, right?" Sha Binbin, not to be outdone, immediately leaned in, a shy smile on his face. "Xin Wei, it really is Xin Wei." Faced with this sudden situation, Xin Wei could only remain speechless, softly responding, This was her way of greeting them. Then she regained her composure and continued to ask, "Regarding my best friend, she's very interested in urban legends, but hasn't written an application yet. Can we join together?" A loud cheer suddenly erupted. Uncertain whether it was Li Zhongxing or Sha Binbin, "Of course you can." The following scene can be imagined without description. Sha Binbin enthusiastically shook Xin Hui's hand, eagerly saying, "We're just short of people like you. And your best friend happens to be interested in urban legends too. Dear student Xin Wei, welcome to the Occult Club. Li Zhongxing was not to be outdone. That's right, let's exchange contact information. When are you coming over? Seeing his two friends so engrossed in the beautiful girl that they forgot to ask his opinion. Yuan Jhenui helplessly called out, "You guys?" But no one paid attention, as they were both busy listening intently to Xin Hui's reply. "Tomorrow we'll come together then." Immediately after, a ding sound rang out and his phone signaled a new message. At the same time, the necklace around Yuan Zhenui's neck suddenly shone with a dazzling light. He glanced at his two friends who were excitedly scanning Xin Hui's QR code to add her as a friend, and inwardly wondered what exactly happened. Suddenly, Xin Hui's phone vibrated and she jumped, muttering, "Ah, a new message." Yuan Zhenui walked over, his gaze serious. His voice low. "Student Xin Wei, may I ask a question? Are you chatting with that friend?" Xin Wei did not hide anything, answering directly, "No, it's a group message. There's a very popular game recently where you find a few good friends or strangers to create a group. Everyone picks a random alias and then shares their stories, starting from number 1. Because it can relieve stress and you don't need to laboriously comfort others. Many people are playing it." As soon as she finished speaking, the air suddenly turned cold. Vague black figures like dangling human forms hung in midair. Appearing in the corner, an ominous gloomy eye suspended in the air as if monitoring every word she spoke. Everything was vivid and terrifying. As she just described, we call it your turn. The scene shifts. Yuan Zhenui sat contemplatively in the living room chair, his gaze filled with thought. He muttered to himself that by now his power had surpassed spirit level 2, sufficient to perceive those non-human existences. Was it the same with Xin Hui's phone? Before he could continue thinking, Little Eye suddenly climbed onto his shoulder, its round eyes looking with him at the book on his lap. The content of the book startled him, and a clear look of surprise appeared on his face. If the existence of the special task force is perceived, one must stay far away and not be curious. He frowned, feeling slightly uneasy. "Stay away, don't be curious. Is this a warning to me?" Just then, Little Eye slid to his feet, its curious gaze fixed on the vibrating phone on the table, indicating a new message. Yuan Zhenui picked up the phone and scrolled through the message. It turned out Xin Wei had just invited all the members of the Occult Club to join the game she had introduced. Looking at her enthusiastic words, he couldn't help but sigh. Thinking to himself, "It seems she really intended to seek me out." As he focused on reading the message, Little Eye quietly crept behind him, suddenly hugged him and shrieked, "Mama?" Startled, Yuan Zhenui could only laugh, gently comforting. "Oh, it's Little Eye, sorry, I'll play with you in a bit." Little Eye glared at him with bulging eyes, its face full of grievance, and suddenly pounced, hugging him tightly, incessantly babbling, "Mama, Mama?" Faced with this mischievous little one, Yuan Zhenui could only sigh, gently coaxing. Little Eye stopped messing around. Suddenly, it covered his eyes with both hands and shrieked, "Surprise!" He paused, asking in confusion, "Ha, Little Eye?" Just then, Little Eye tightly gripped the edge of the table, its small hands straining to climb up. After a struggle, it was panting, finally climbing onto the tabletop. It turned to him somewhat shyly, excitedly shouting, Mama, look curious." Yuan Zhenui frowned and softly asked, "Look at what?" A moment later, Little Eye suddenly stood upright on its tiny legs, leaping high, showing off its complete hands and feet like a real child. Seeing this, Yuan Zhenui's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Little Eye, you?" He quickly picked it up, lifting it high, his voice filled with excitement. "You've evolved." Little Eye was not to be outdone, loudly shouting, "Mama, Mama!" While the two were still rejoicing over Little Eye's transformation in the Occult Club chat group, Xin Wei was actively trying to persuade everyone to join the Your Turn game. A mysterious power seemed to have quietly infiltrated Yuan Zhenui's phone the moment Xin Wei invited him to join. A bizarre image of a red-eyed crow suddenly flashed, accompanied by a reverberating voice, "Zhenui." The scene here shifts. In an abandoned factory in the suburbs of Zhangcheng City, Li Zhongxing held a bouquet in one hand and his phone tightly in the other, excitedly taking selfies. Sha Binbin was not to be outdone, excitedly shouting, "This place is interesting, right?" Seeing his two friends so agitated, Yuan Zhenui frowned and reminded them in a low voice, "No need to shout so loudly, I heard you." He glanced at the map, finding the place desolate and chilling, and muttered in dissatisfaction, "What kind of ghost place is this? How many years has this factory been abandoned?" Sha Binbin completely ignored his question, just grinning. "Since we're already here, let's treat it as our Occult Club's first activity." Li Zhongxing at this point only had one thought, where are the two beauties? Faced with his teammates' blank expressions, he could only sigh inwardly, thinking helplessly, "These two idiots, they don't even notice any strange signs." He shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Xin Wei, the girl who had just appeared online in a strange and incomprehensible way. Suddenly, Xin Hui's voice rang out from behind, soft but with a hint of shyness. "Sorry I'm late." Hearing her voice, Li Zhongxing and Sha Binbin immediately turned around, their eyes sparkling, and simultaneously shouted, "Xin," but before they could finish her name, a deep male voice cut in, "Hello everyone, I'm Qi Heron." This sudden appearance caused the two simpletons to simultaneously utter increasingly loud sounds of confusion. Xin Wei ignored their surprise, just sighing in relief. "Luckily I made it." At the same time, Qi Heron bowed politely. "I hope you'll all guide me." But by this point the two simpletons only knew to turn and question the only girl in the group. Their voices were filled with despair. Is this your best friend? Xin Wei blushed crimson, stammering, "Oh, we're just." Qi Heron's face was equally red and he quickly added, "Good friends," to emphasize Xin Wei shyly amid twice, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Faced with this cruel reality, Li Zhongxing's eyes welled up and he said incoherently, "You guys." In his heart a mournful poem suddenly played, Snowflakes drift, feng shui desolate, Xia Binbin. Equally miserable, too depressed to speak. Li, why did the two react so strongly? Because they were both true bachelors. In contrast, Yuan Jhenui stood there, his cold gaze sharply sweeping over the two new friends. He stepped forward, his voice low and full of meaning. "Your turn isn't an online team game, is it? I don't quite understand this game that eliminates negative energy in a group. Why did it have to be arranged here?" Faced with his barrage of questions, Xin Wei could only stammer, this reason. His reason for questioning her was not just to test her. In his mind, a plan was gradually forming. First, try to refuse her and see her reaction. Xin Wei had already been exposed to your turn. Was she still human now? After a moment of thought, Xin Wei looked up, her eyes sparkling as she replied, "Actually, I just really like adventure and occult stories. Your turn has a more advanced way of playing that I think is very suitable for our occult club." Before Yuan Jhenui could speak, Li Zhongxing cut in, his tone excited. "I think changing the way we play would be exciting too." Another member of the group immediately followed suit, happily saying, "What an interesting game." Xia Binbin, not to be outdone, put his arm around Yuan Zhenui's shoulder and gave Xin Wei a meaningful wink. "That's right, classmate, hurry and tell us how to play." Yuan Jhenui was pulled aside by the two and he cautiously whispered, "Be careful. If the legend of the underworld girl has come true, this game won't be simple. To be safe, we shouldn't play." But Li Zhongxing's eyes sparkled and he immediately retorted, "Are you stupid? Haven't you seen their situation? Those are pure, shy and worried eyes. Pure love, understand?" Xia Binbin nodded in agreement. Helping a beautiful girl is also doing good deeds in the distance. Xin Wei and Qi Heron looked at the trio, their eyes full of doubt. Just as Yuan Jhenui had planned, Xin Wei had fallen into his testing trap. She sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "It's okay if you don't want to play, it's fine, it's just a game. So many people are playing it, it's as if I'm harming people." Qi Heron at this moment defended her like a hero saving a beauty. "I think Xin Hui's suggestion is excellent, to explore a new way to play this game. Anyway, I'll play with Xin Wei." At this point, Xia Binbin loudly declared, "That's right, I'm definitely in." Li Zhongxing then turned to Yuan Jhenui, his tone full of provocation as he questioned, "Jhenui, are you scared? Are you still a member of the occult club?" Faced with being cornered, Yuan Jhenui could only sigh helplessly and reluctantly nodded. All right. Hearing this reply, his two foolish friends immediately cheered. Let's go in." Yuan Jhenui, filled with helplessness, slowly followed the crowd inside. He thought to himself, no choice. Xin Hui's words have already incited these two idiots. If I don't participate, I'm afraid everyone here will. In the darkness upstairs, where Yuan Zhenui's gaze could not reach, countless corpses hung silently swaying. Dry footsteps echoed, breaking the eerie silence. A cold voice suddenly rang out. "So let's begin now." Yuan Zhenui's gaze was sharp and he asked in a low voice, "You explain the rules." Xin Wei replied with a bright smile, "Okay, Zhenui," as he listened to her explain the game rules. He fell into self-doubt. But did I really make the right move? After a while, he took out his necklace, his eyes filled with thought. At this moment he sat alone upstairs, constantly thinking about this game. If your turn was truly an anomaly, what would its rules be? Why was it divided into advanced and low-level play? He concentrated, his brows tightly furrowed, speculating. The low-level play proceeds according to the order of numbers in the group. Whose turn is it? That person tells their story ending with your turn, but the advanced version is different. It's played directly and requires a minimum of 4 people. According to Xin Wei, 4 players will stand in the 4 corners of a dark enclosed room facing the walls. The person in the first corner starts, walks to the next person, taps their shoulder, tells an occult story, and then that person continues to do the same. Downstairs, Xia Binbin's face was pale, chillingly so. He muttered, oh my god, it's so dark." He raised his phone, the weak light of the flashlight dimly illuminating the path, groping his way to the second floor, muttering as he went, "I'm on the second floor. Why haven't I seen anyone yet?" Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenui's thoughts were still wandering in the game's labyrinth. The number of players should not exceed 4, with each person occupying 1 floor. The first person on the first floor starts, finds the second person on the second floor and tells a supernatural story. At this moment, Li Zhongxing had his face to the wall, completely unaware of a hand quietly reaching out from behind him. His voice trembled like a sieve as he shouted, "Damn it, Xia Binbin, have you come? Where are you?" Just then, Xia Binbin, true to his mischievous nature, gently placed his hand on Li Zhongxing's shoulder and whispered, "I'm here." This sudden movement startled Li Zhongxing, who screamed loudly, "Ghost?" After realizing it was his friend behind him, he sighed in relief and confirmed again, "Is that you?" Xia Binbin had no mood for jokes and replied softly, "Yes, it's me." Then he put on a mysterious expression, his eyes gleaming. "Next, I'm going to tell a ghost story. I'm Xia Binbin, number 1. I have 2 older brothers and we ate and lived together. One day my eldest brother drowned in the lake, and that night my second brother mysteriously disappeared too." Li Zhongxing's voice trembled, hesitant. I don't know." Xia Binbin pressed on, giving his friend a chilling look, and lowered his voice to continue. The terrifying ending is, that night I didn't sleep in the middle, I had insomnia, I couldn't help but chop my second brother in half. One half on the left, one half on the right, so I could sleep in the middle again. Before he even finished, he burst into laughter, slapped Li Zhongxing's shoulder and teased, "You definitely haven't heard this story before, right?" Li Zhongxing, already timid, screamed loudly. "Pervert!" After a bit of laughter and teasing, Xia Binbin pushed his shoulder and declared emphatically, "I'm done." He pointed to the dark stairs and loudly recited the required words, "Now it's your turn, number 2 on the 5th floor." The air suddenly fell into a deathly silence, and the spiral staircase leading upstairs looked eerie, as if hiding some unsettling presence. Yuan Jhenui clutched the red necklace, anxiously muttering to himself, "Why hasn't it arrived yet? The necklace isn't reacting, did I overthink it?" He was about to use his phone to contact his 2 friends, but the screen showed "Connect charger immediately. Power will run out in 10 seconds. His phone was dying at a critical moment, making him extremely annoyed, and he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it!" Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the corner of the stairs, a blurry figure appeared and a gentle voice rang out, I'm here." Recognizing the person, Yuan Jhenui whispered, "Xin Wei, my phone is dead, can you turn on your flashlight?" Xin Wei nodded gently, replying casually, "Okay." She slowly pulled out her phone from her pocket as the flashlight illuminated. Her face was still as beautiful as ever, but the aura she exuded was unusually elusive. She smiled brightly and said sweetly, "I'm number 4. Her strange behavior made Yuan Jhenui vaguely vigilant. He stood up, scrutinizing, listening intently to her story. Her voice softly echoed in the darkness. One night, 4 boys and a girl were walking together. Her narration was slow, as if pulling the entire space into gloom. Suddenly, heavy rain poured down. The 4 boys walked quickly, but the girl couldn't quite keep up. Eventually, they reached their destination. The 4 boys were drenched, but the girl wasn't wet at all. Xin Wei leaned closer to him, whispering mysteriously, "Number 5, do you know why?" Yuan Jhenui remained silent, his gaze deep in thought. After a while, he calmly replied, "Because the girl is dead. She's lying in a coffin, and those 4 boys are carrying the coffin." To emphasize, a half-open coffin suddenly appeared in his mind with the girl lying inside, vividly real. Xin Wei clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling as she cheered, "Number 5 is amazing, you guessed it right." Yuan Jhenui remained composed, replying lightly, "You flatter me." She lowered her voice and continued the game. "Have you thought of your story? Go down to the 1st floor and tell number 1 he's waiting for you." In the dark and oppressive space of the abandoned factory, her voice echoed as if from hell. "Your turn." Yuan Jhenui maintained his indifference, walking past her and saying in a low voice, "I've thought of it." He walked down a few steps, then suddenly turned and suggested, "Then I'll go to the 1st floor first. What about you? Do you want to come along?" Xin Wei shook her head, a hint of mystery in her smile. "No, I should go back to the 4th floor. I can't break the rules." She paused and added, "By the way, your phone is dead. Do you need my power bank?" Yuan Jhenui remained expressionless, not answering, just silently continuing to walk with his back to her. Yuan Jhenui said coldly, "No, you use it yourself." He carefully watched his step walking down to the 1st floor, but strangely he didn't see a single soul. He thought to himself that standing here was useless, so he decided to go out and look for his friends. As soon as he stepped outside, Li Zhongxing shouted loudly, his voice full of concern, "Brother, are you okay?" Xia Binbin immediately followed up, "Just now Yuan Zhenui's gaze no longer lingered on his 2 friends but turned to Xin Wei, who was standing there. He frowned, coldly demanding, "Didn't you go back to the 4th floor?" His question startled everyone. Xin Wei replied with a mix of fear and honesty, "Oh, because I was too scared, so after Heron came up from the 3rd floor I stood with him at the stairwell on the 4th floor and called you down." She only said one sentence, which made Li Zhongxing, Xia Binbin, Qi Heron and even Yuan Jhenui shiver. Covered in goosebumps, Xin Wei still trembled as she continued, "But you didn't answer. Heron and I felt something was wrong, so we immediately went downstairs to meet up with Binbin and Zhongxing. I didn't go to the 5th floor at all." In the quiet, dim space of the factory, the crow's mournful caws intertwined with the black shadows of crows circling in the air. Yuan Zhenui's lips curled slightly, revealing a nonchalant smile. "I was just joking," he added humorously. "Were you all scared by me?" But his joke was met with Xia Binbin's angry glare. Where did this kid learn such bad habits? What if he scares classmate Xin Wei? Li Zhongxing also roared, "Are you looking for death? Watch my move, the ultimate 1,000 years of pain." Faced with his friend's anger, Yuan Jhenui only smiled nonchalantly, saying, "It's just a game, it's more exciting this way." Then he stepped forward, leaned close to Xin Wei and said sinisterly, "If Xin Wei is scared tonight, we can." His boldness made her take a step back, shyly stammering, What do you mean?" Seeing his recklessness, Qi Heron immediately became furious, his eyes icy, but Yuan Jhenui didn't care. He just gave a sly smile, observing her intently. Then he turned and said casually, "What do I mean? We, all members of the Occult Club, will play games all night with our natural beauty." Yuan Jhenui thought, his gaze deep anyway. In urban legends, the protagonist usually encounters things alone, but Xin Wei clearly showed fear, leaning gently against Qi Heron, whispering her refusal. "No, I'm a little unwell, I should go home and sleep first." She didn't pause but gave a charming smile, turning to Qi Heron. "Heron, can you walk me home?" Bewitched by her beauty, Qi Heron immediately agreed without hesitation. Okay. The 2 of them left together, leaving Xia Binbin to pat Yuan Zhenui's shoulder, excitedly saying, "Not bad, brother, you're a really advanced creator." Li Zhongxing was not to be outdone, waving goodbye. "Then goodbye to those 2, we'll see each other tomorrow." The sky outside gradually darkened, and the air was a bit chilly. Xia Binbin put his arm around Yuan Zhenui's shoulder, excitedly asking, "How about it? Do we play games all night?" Li Zhongxing laughed loudly. Second that, good. If I don't hit 10 chickens tomorrow, I'll pretend to be a chicken and run 10 laps around the track. But the enthusiastic laughter was met with Yuan Jhenui's deathly silence. He fell into deep thought, the image of the girl on the 5th floor identical to Xin Wei replaying in his mind. No, what exactly is wrong? If Xin Wei isn't lying, then who is that person who looks exactly like her? Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He felt a pair of terrifying eyes staring intently at him from a dark corner of the factory behind him. He immediately turned sharply and shouted, "I'm going back to check." His sudden action startled his two friends, who asked worriedly, "What are you doing?" Yuan Jhenui urgently emphasized, "Where are they? When did they leave?" One of them asked blankly. Who are you talking about?" He quickly walked forward, stating emphatically, "I mean Xin Wei and Qi Heron." Xia Binbin and Li Zhongxing were stunned, repeating the names. Xin Wei, Qi Heron, Li Zhongxing followed him, confused. "No. Why are we here? Didn't we say we were going to play a game?" Xia Binbin chased desperately, his voice so loud it filled the entire space. "Wait, there were only 3 of us here in the first place." These words made Yuan Jhenui clench his teeth, his heart burning with anger. He secretly questioned, his gaze sharp. "So who exactly are Xin Wei and Qi Heron?" Just then, the necklace around his neck glowed with dazzling light. He plunged into the darkness of the abandoned factory without hesitation. His two friends cried out in panic, "Jhenui, where are you going? That building is dangerous." "Don't go, it's dangerous." Jhenui, in another place at the Special Task Force, a low voice spoke, "Report, this time it's returning a favor. You help me investigate the underworld girl. I've already found the photo's publisher." This person held up a photo with eerie red eyes appearing in the gaps. The voice was firm. "He also took this photo," the other person exclaimed in surprise. "As expected of Miss Hong Yin." Hong Yin held the photo, her gaze icy as she asked, "By the way, how has the higher-ups decided to deal with the underworld girl?" Qing Ji replied coldly, "I haven't received notification yet." She paused, then continued. "However, as far as I know, the higher-ups and the general staff have initially reached an agreement on restricting letters from hell. I think there will be countermeasures, and they will absolutely not take that approach unless it's a last resort." Hong Yin nodded, adding, "The general staff is using entertainment news to dilute the popularity of this photo. They're using social power to gradually eliminate the presence of the underworld girl and letters from hell. In the flood of information, all sorts of sensational news are constantly updated, deliberately interrupting those eerie stories." Yuming eyes bust gradually appeared, merging with Qing Ji's cold voice. No one discussed the underworld girl anymore, so no one would log into letters from hell. Even if someone did log in, their resentment wouldn't be strong enough. Gradually, the underworld girl would just become dinner table conversation. Hong Yin frowned slightly upon hearing this, her tone carrying a hint of doubt. "But as long as someone dies, won't it attract attention again?" Qing Ji calmly explained. "As long as enough explosive news is released using those media outlets that love to chase trends, as long as the tragedy doesn't happen to them. Who would care if one less person existed in the world today?" Her expression was serious, her gaze sharp. "That's not something we need to worry about. The higher-ups and the general staff will naturally handle it." Then she revealed an excited smile, pulled out handcuffs and declared emphatically, "Let's go, arrest the person who spread this photo." She held up the photo, which had already been sealed, and the eye in the gap could no longer cause a stir. Hong Yin had nothing to say and just followed, but he couldn't help but stare closely at the photo, his skin crawling with goosebumps, mumbling in disgust, "Such bad taste, a huge eyeball. Slimy blood vessels, it's truly sickening." Late at night, in a house in the suburbs of Zhangcheng, a cold voice rang out, clearly enunciating each word. "TNG, 35 years old, unemployed, is that you?" Qing Ji sat upright in a chair holding the photo and said coldly, "You took these 2 photos." Her words were met with TNG's coughs. Hong Yin stood beside her, awkwardly explaining, "Sorry, I forgot to gag him." "Who told him to run and scream as soon as he saw us?" Seeing Hong Yin wasn't serious enough, Qing Ji sternly reminded her, "Stop joking." Hong Yin immediately stopped fooling around and hastily untied TNG's mouth. He, a terrified theater intern, stammered his confession. I took them, but I only took 2 photos, really nothing else." Suddenly, Hong Yin gently grabbed his hair and yanked hard. A painful scream erupted, accompanied by a few strands of hair scattering in the wind. Hong Yin gripped TNG's neck with one hand and poked him with the other, threatening, "Now honestly explain why you took this photo, otherwise." TNG's face turned pale with fright, almost fainting, but he quickly confessed, I'll tell you, I took it at Xiaomei's house." Hearing this unfamiliar name, Hong Yin immediately asked, "Who is Xiaomei?" TNG trembled, not daring to tell the truth, stammering, She's a friend. No, it's not important. I was visiting her house at the time and we chatted happily." What he called chatting was actually him and the girl playing and frolicking, and the camera unintentionally recorded it all. The girl was excited, her voice carrying a hint of bewitching coyness. "HMPH TNG, are you up to it?" After some building blocks fun, he continued to recount, his voice slightly trembling. "But when I was about to go to the toilet, I suddenly felt something moving inside her room's wall." He paused, his eyes distant, as if returning to his memory. "I remember the wardrobe door was ajar, and out of curiosity I decided to open it. When his hand touched the wardrobe door and pulled it open suddenly, a terrified scream escaped his lips. What the hell is this?" What appeared in the wardrobe was a child's corpse with unusually bulging eyes and a head covered in repulsive tumors. Recalling that scene, Tianji trembled, his voice hoarse. I saw a deformed child 2 hours ago in the abandoned factory. Yuan Jhenui touched his necklace, his gaze tense. He raised his hand, his voice low. Little eye, come out, but no one appeared. He frowned, calling out again, his voice urgent. Little eye, still no response. This silence puzzled him, and worry welled up in his heart. What's going on? Suddenly, a crimson blood footprint appeared on the ground. From the darkness, an invisible gaze fixated on him. This feeling sent shivers down Yuan Jhensui's spine, his heart pounding like a drum. He abruptly turned to look at the pitch-black corner, struggling to maintain his composure. He shouted loudly, "Who's there in the darkness?" There was no answer, and the oppressive air enveloped him, making him even more wary. Suddenly, from another corner, a figure slowly emerged, letting out a subtle sigh. I really want to die. This sudden appearance caught him off guard. A blurry something brushed past, emitting a cold sound as if from hell. Some people really want to die. This voice pierced his mind like a blade. Yuan Jhenui cradled his head, moaning in pain. What is this sound? He knelt on the ground, his breathing heavy, howling in agony. His memories were fragmented, and after a while he gasped for breath, his expression dazed, wondering why he was here. Outside the abandoned factory, his two friends still stood bewildered. One spoke, his voice full of doubt. Where is this? Li Zhongxing and Xia Binbin seemed to have their minds controlled by something, becoming dull, their eyes vacant. They muttered to themselves, their voices filled with confusion. Yeah, how did we get here? I think I just called someone's name. Outside, the rain poured down, showing no sign of stopping. A hurried knocking came from the house and an impatient voice rang out. Who is it? Xia Shumai opened the door, a look of displeasure on her face. In the middle of the night, can't a person get some sleep? Qingji maintained a stern expression, stepped forward and said in a low voice, Xiaomei, your real name is Xia Shumai, right? Beside her, Hong Yin wore a tired smile, managing a strained greeting. Long time no see. The two of them stood next to her, with bright smiles on their faces, but their eyes were unusually sharp. Xia Shumai suddenly noticed the name tag on Qingji's chest, which clearly read Special Task Force. She recognized them as government personnel and dared not stop Qingji from entering, but still feigned composure. Officers, why are you here in the middle of the night? I really haven't been in touch for a long time. Before she could finish, Qingji cut her off, her voice cold as ice. That's not our concern. We're here to investigate your son. This startled Xia Shumai, but she still pretended to be innocent. Son, I don't have a son. Without giving her a chance to argue, Qingji pulled out 2 photos of a deformed child and placed them in front of her, asking directly, Then do you recognize the child in the photos? The moment she saw the photos, Xia Shumai's face instantly turned ashen, a hint of panic flashing, then her expression suddenly became dark and eerie and she uttered 2 words in a low voice, dead. Qingji remained calm, continuing to ask, when? Xia Shumai immediately replied without hesitation, 2.5 months ago. This answer ignited a surge of anger in Qingji's heart, but she suppressed it, her voice stern, you killed it. Her words were like sharp blades cutting into Xia Shumai, almost driving her mad, and she shrieked, how could I kill my own child? When I came home it was already dead. She showed no remorse, even arguing that she couldn't scare her guests because they were coming. I didn't mean to, I just wanted to survive. Qingji didn't want to hear her lies anymore, interrupting her, her voice cold and sharp. Where is the child? In the outskirts of Jiangcheng, a crowd gathered around a newly dug pit. A nervous voice rang out, it's dug out, it's this. Everyone's gaze turned to the pit. Her rotting little hand was exposed on the ground. Xia Shumai was escorted by 2 police officers, crying hysterically. Mama, the forensic personnel stepped forward to conduct a preliminary examination of the body. He said in a low, sorrowful voice, the body is male, approximately 5 years old, severely decomposed, mostly just bones left. This matches the suspect's testimony. A police officer, unable to bear the sight, lamented in pain. It's too much, the child was so young. Hong Yin looked sad and turned to Qingji, asking, do you think his mother truly repented? After all, she said herself that she wanted to raise the child. Qingji replied with a voice cold as ice, repent? How is that possible? She recalled the image of the child in the photo, then revealed the cruel truth. Didn't you notice the details in the photo? That child didn't starve to death because she was neglected. This startled Hong Yin, who shrieked, what? Qingji's gaze turned to the police car where Xia Shumai was being held, her tone firm. I've already shown her the photo of the eye in the gap. I'm afraid her days ahead will be worse than death, just as she said. Xia Shumai was beating the car door like a madwoman, roaring like a beast. So many eyes are staring at me. Seeing 2 police officers about to go check, Qingji spoke, reminding them meaningfully. Just a reminder, this person is probably trying to use mental illness to reduce her sentence. Don't let her succeed. The police officers responded in unison. Understood. Hong Yin saw that the matter was resolved, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. This is retribution. It seems you were right. This child suffered long-term abuse and became an anomaly, which is why it killed those domestic abusers. He continued enthusiastically. Someday I'll have Old Kong publish these photos to expose those who don't deserve to be parents. But Qingji cut him off, her tone firm. No, let's go back. She sealed the photos. Remember to properly dispose of the child's remains and complete the containment of the eye in the gap. Meanwhile, in the abandoned factory, a danger sign stood alone. A figure still slowly ascended the stairs. Yuan Jhensui's steps were heavy and he muttered to himself, I really want to die, I really want to die. His hand gripped the red necklace, his eyes vacant, devoid of any light. Suddenly a flicker of clarity appeared in Yuan Jhensui's eyes, as if waking from a dream. He turned his head frantically, his heart pounding, a strange feeling rising within him. He tightly clenched his trembling hand and fiercely punched the empty space in front of him, roaring at himself. This is a wild anomaly, I must get out. He didn't hesitate, rushing out, frantically raising his necklace, shouting, "Little Eye, little Eye." In his deepest thoughts his mind was in chaos, asking himself, what exactly happened? Why was I drawn here? I also seem to have amnesia. I shouldn't have gone with Sha Binbin and the others. Suddenly his phone vibrated, and even without answering, a cold voice still echoed from within. Who are you? Bring me to your side. As soon as the words fell, the space around him seemed to freeze, making him shiver involuntarily. Damn it, I can't move. His body trembled continuously, desperately resisting the invisible restraint. He gritted his teeth and asked himself, this anomaly is actually this powerful? After struggling for a while, he finally broke free and stumbled away. But immediately after, from behind him, a black shadow silently pursued him, so close it sent shivers down his spine with every step it took. Mottled blood handprints appeared on the ground, the phone rang again, and the anomalous voice rang out, "Number 5 Jhenui, where are you going?" At this point he had no choice but to turn around and face the thing, questioning loudly, "Who exactly are you, you non-human thing?" The black shadow slowly replied, "How could you forget me? I am number 4 Shin." It paused. "You sit there." As soon as the words fell, the black shadow appeared silently behind Yuan Jhenui. Though his heart pounded, he still tried to remain calm. Asking number 4 Shin Wei, "Is this your territory?" Heavy footsteps came from the darkness, accompanied by a sly voice. "What are you talking about?" Number 4 Shin Wei doesn't understand. Suddenly, that figure transformed into another black shadow, its eyes blood red. It whispered, "Let's gather quickly." Immediately after, the sign marking the 3rd floor was torn, revealing the horrifying truth. This is the 5th floor. This terrifying fact completely stunned Yuan Jhenui. He realized he was in a cold room surrounded by countless coffins. His gaze stopped at 3 open coffins. Qi Heron, Sha Binbin and Li Zhongxing lay. A strange voice suddenly rang out, cold as if from hell, "Waiting for you." The scene abruptly shifted. Sha Binbin lay motionless in a coffin, then suddenly opened his vacant eyes. Not just him. Li Zhongxing and Qi Heron also slowly sat up. The 3 had their backs to him, but their heads rotated 180 degrees, their vacant gazes fixed on Yuan Jhenui. He panicked, shouting loudly, "Sha Binbin, Li Zhongxing, how are you here? Wake up!" The most terrifying premonition flashed through his mind. No way. Could they already be? Suddenly, a strange feeling enveloped him, and his eyes once again became vacant. He only managed to utter the words, "Anomaly," and his mind plunged into a terrifying red haze, blurry images emerging, making him question himself. Do I know them? Am I not human? As he struggled madly to cope with these chaotic thoughts, the 3 had already surrounded him. They whispered, their voices monotonous like ghosts, "Number 5, you are not human. Number 5, you are our good friend. Come on." A line of blood-red text appeared before his eyes. "It's your turn." Yuan Zhenui's mind was shrouded in dense darkness. He lowered his head and the necklace in his hand dropped to the ground. His face was as dark as death, and he uttered only one word, "Okay." At that moment, something inside him shattered. He somehow found himself lying in a coffin, the wooden lid slowly closing. Finally, the coffin lid slammed shut, trapping him forever in darkness just like the other coffins. A line of text appeared. Yuan Jhenui is dead. Outside the abandoned factory, a girl was meticulously making notes, her gaze anxiously directed at the factory. She muttered to herself, "Why hasn't he come out yet?" This unanswered uneasiness made her bite her fingernails until they bled. Finally, she decided to take out a coin and toss it into the air. The coin spun in the air, glittering in the moonlight. Suddenly, Yuan Jhenui sharply opened his eyes. He sprang up, coughing violently, drenched in sweat. But strangely, he didn't wake up in the abandoned factory, but in his own home. He didn't hesitate, rushed out of bed and headed straight for the bathroom, vomiting violently, almost throwing up his bile after vomiting. Yuan Jhenui quickly turned on the faucet, letting the cold water wash away what he had just vomited from his stomach. He looked up, facing his pale self in the mirror, and muttered, "I'm not dead yet." But the image of him lying in the coffin suddenly appeared clearly in his mind, so vivid it made him shiver, realizing, "No, I'm already dead." Memories rushed in like sharp blades. He had once entered the abandoned factory to pursue the truth of anomalous killings, and then miraculously resurrected. But this time, as he ventured alone into this abandoned building, exploring the secrets of the anomaly, he felt a strange blankness in his heart, as if he had forgotten something important. "No, this memory is missing a key part," he muttered to himself, his mind in a tangled mess of inexplicable contradictions. He suddenly thought of Little Eye whispering in his heart. Although Little Eye was an anomaly he created, it couldn't protect itself. Knowing that further thought was useless, he decided to open his notebook. But inside, apart from a few strange notes, it was all blank pages. Urban Legends Strength 11,818 Legend Points, Good and Evil 1086 points, Spiritual Power plus 99. Level 2, Lifespan 915 days. Note 1, all urban legends you write will become reality. Note 2, people affected by your written urban legends will benefit you and gain a certain amount of legend points. Note 3, people who die due to your written urban legends will benefit you and gain a certain amount of karma points. Reading the line "Lifespan 915 days, he suddenly shivered, his heart pounding. Something was wrong. I used to add my lifespan to 100 days. Today it should be 96 days. Why is there one day missing? Unless just then a line of blood-red text appeared in the notebook. Congratulations on activating the Death and Rebirth Resurrection function. You will return to the state before death. Each use will consume 1 day of lifespan. How will you choose this time? The next day in the Occult Club activity room the space was eerily silent. Yuan Jhenui looked around, a wave of confusion in his heart. The Occult Club in his memory clearly only had himself. He muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the messy toys on the table. He whispered, his voice full of doubt, then how was this club founded? Every time he tried to recall those lost memories his head would ache intensely, as if being torn apart. This situation was obvious. There was more than one member in the club, but I couldn't find any trace of them. Where did they go? Why can't I remember who they are? Suddenly, a noisy sound came from the old wooden cabinet, startling Yuan Jhenui, who jumped. He shouted, "Who?" The cabinet door slammed open and a panting girl emerged, her two pigtails swaying with her steps. She shyly greeted, "Hello, Senior." Seeing her, he couldn't help but be stunned, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "It's her." The girl emanated a faint white glow as if containing strange spiritual power. She timidly introduced herself. "I'm Tianwu Bai, a freshman. I'm very interested in ghosts and supernatural events, so I want to join the club." After observing her for a while, Yuan Jhenui frowned slightly, thinking, "She also has spiritual power." He replied coldly, "I'm the only one in the club and it's about to be disbanded, so joining is useless. Also, how long have you been hiding there? What's your purpose?" Faced with his barrage of questions, the girl panicked and quickly clarified. Please listen to me explain." She tremblingly handed him a diary, explaining loudly, "The Occult Club has other members. Ever since everyone went to the abandoned factory in the suburbs, they've disappeared." Her words were like a bolt of lightning, jolting him awake. He hurriedly opened the diary, reading line after line of scribbled handwriting. "Early morning, October 18, 2020, I followed Senior Yuan Jhenui to the abandoned factory. The people with Senior Yuan seemed to be Occult Club members, Xiaobin, Li Zhongxing, and also a pretty girl and a boy. I think I remember the girl's name was Xin Wei. Were they going to do something dangerous?" "No way. Prophecy told me the Occult Club was safe. They went in, but my intuition told me I couldn't leave here. Strange, it's already dark. Why haven't they come out yet? Dangerous, too dangerous. I can only try." Reading this, Yuan Zhenui's eyes widened in shock, bloodshot. His gaze seemed to reflect a blurry image, a photo of him with Xiaobin, Li Zhongxing, Qi Heron, and Xin Wei. Memories suddenly surged forth. "Sharp as knives," he murmured, remembering, and in his mind the images of his friends gradually became clear. Xiaobin's voice echoed, "Zhenui, this kid is really scary. I thought you were dead." Li Zhongxing laughed loudly. "Yuan Jhenui, where did this deserter run off to?" Fragments of Occult Club memories gradually pieced together. He recalled Xin Hui's greeting, "Hello Zhenui, it's nice to meet you," and Qi Heron's smile, "Glad to meet you." Xin Wei, the girl influenced by the anomaly, and her childhood friend Qi Heron, clearly surfaced in his mind. "We're just ordinary friends," Xin Wei had said. These memories made him realize a painful truth. All of them had been manipulated by an anomaly. Yuan Jhenui unhesitatingly flipped through the diary. Tianwu Bai rushed forward in a panic, trying to stop him. "Senior, don't look." She shyly snatched the diary from his hand, explaining with averted eyes, "I'm sorry, there are some things in my diary that aren't convenient for others to see, but I promise I have no ill intentions. I just sincerely want to join the Occult Club." Her words left him in thought, pondering, "Can I trust her?" Despite his doubts, he still pulled out an application form from his pocket and handed it to her, coldly instructing, "Take this and take the key to the club activity room too. Also, I'm giving you a task: recruit new members for the club. Today's activities are over." Hearing this, Tianwu Bai was overjoyed, her eyes lighting up. She clutched the application form, cheering loudly, "Okay, thank you, Senior." Then she bowed 90 degrees with such perfect posture that it left him speechless. "Nothing else. I'm leaving now." She smiled goodbye. "Bye-bye." Joy made her hum a tune as she walked, her steps light and adorable. Watching her disappearing back, Yuan Jhenui fell into thought, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Tianwu Bai's spiritual power was only level 1, still in the awakening stage. What was her purpose? But he quickly dismissed the thought, telling himself there was no need to waste time. Suddenly his expression became stern, filled with a cold, killing intent. He summoned his notebook, declaring in a low voice, "Most important, it's your turn. You must pay the price." Outside the school, the sky was still a vibrant blue, exceptionally beautiful. A soft voice drifted from the empty corridor. "I know the Occult Club in this school is the safest place in Zhangcheng, which is why I came all this way." Tianwu Bai walked nonchalantly, murmuring to herself, just to join the Occult Club and live safely. A burning determination ignited in her heart. Occult Club President Yuan Jhenui was her guarantee of safety. With that fervent resolve, Tianwu Bai was determined to excel at the task Yuan Jhenui had given her. Find 2 well-behaved members to prevent the Occult Club from being disbanded by the school. She took off her glasses, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Every step, every word she spoke was filled with strong will. "This world is too dangerous. I must stay by Yuan Zhenui's side if possible. I must strive to become his girlfriend, and if he meets my standards, eventually become his wife." Meanwhile, Yuan Zhenui's notebook displayed various parameters. Legend points 1148, Karma points 1086, Spiritual Power 99. Level 2, Lifespan 94 days. He frowned and murmured, "Strange, after 1 day the legend points and karma points haven't increased." Is it a bug? And what exactly happened to Little Eye and Little Eye? He knew further thought was useless, so he decided to click on the spiritual power section thinking, I can't worry about so much, I must increase my spiritual power now, he mused. Although choosing to increase lifespan could grant immortality in this world teeming with anomalies, such immortality was ridiculous. Suddenly his spiritual power reached 100, skyrocketing from level 2 to level 3. His eyes were as red as flames, and the flames burned brighter and brighter as power awakened within him, merging with an unyielding will. I want to become stronger. Yuan Jhenui floated in midair, radiating dazzling red light. He murmured to himself, I feel like I can now manipulate souls as if operating a giant machine and can also affect a range of about 10 meters. To test it, he used his spiritual power to manipulate items on the table. A bag of snacks slowly floated up, gently landing in his hand. With another flick of his wrist, the book before him automatically opened, turning page after page in neat succession. He looked at the snacks in his hand and mused, now at spiritual power level 3, my 5 senses are even sharper than level 2. I can also use my soul to manipulate objects, but only within 10 meters. Within this range, weaker beings can only obey my commands, the system suddenly prompted, a cold voice ringing out. Ability unlocked, use the rules of all anomalies you have created. Unlimited times, consumes 100 legend points per second. Yuan Jhenui froze, murmuring, 100 legend points per second, the loss is too great. As if reading his mind, the system continued to prompt, if you choose not to consume legend points, each use of a rule will incur an unknown cost. He frowned, muttering to himself, unknown cost, did I read that wrong? After a moment of thought he decided to temporarily set aside this idea. Suddenly a thought flashed in his mind. Right, if I write an urban legend that can resurrect people, wouldn't that? Before he could continue thinking, the system prompted again. Your legend points are insufficient. Yuan Jhenui sighed, thinking, as expected, it's beyond my current ability. Footsteps echoed in the dark night. He walked, organizing his thoughts. Sha Bin, Li Zhongxing and Qi Heron, these three had never played the Your Turn game, only Xin Wei was the earliest player. She had already been drawn into the game's rules. He stood in the cold room, notebook in hand, murmuring, what exactly are the killing rules of Your Turn? According to the order of disappearance from his memory, the deceased were Xin Wei, Qi Heron, then Sha Bin and Li Zhongxing. A glint suddenly appeared in Yuan Zhenui's eyes, but the floor order was Sha Bin, Li Zhongxing, Qi Heron and then Xin Wei. Pondering these 4 people, he murmured to himself. First, he could rule out any connection between the order of deaths and the game's numbers. Could it be related to the order in which they joined the game? But only Xin Hui's involvement was clear. There was no obvious link between the others. As far as he knew, this was just an online game that could be played through a chat group. Yet Xin Wei had insisted they go to the abandoned factory. Thinking back now, that place was its territory. Anyone who stepped in would be killed by its rules, then completely disappear. He murmured, his voice sinking, and opened his phone. Staring at the screen, strangely, this urban legend's restrictions were only related to the chat group. He had never heard of any connection to an abandoned factory. So, did it use Xin Wei to lure me into its territory? He couldn't help but shiver, a cold dread spreading through him. Text correction. At this thought, a sharp glint flashed in Yuan Zhenui's eyes, as if he had just grasped something. Had it already discovered that I possessed spiritual power? Meanwhile, a voice from inside the room said, I'm back. Hurried footsteps echoed when he opened the door. A small robot-like creature lunged into his arms, continuously calling out, Mama, Mama. He held it, sitting on the chair, deep in thought. The anomaly Your Turn still had too many unresolved questions. He picked up his phone to check again. As he expected, their previous chat group had been forcibly disbanded. To investigate further, he could only continue playing this game, he murmured. The image of a coffin appeared in his mind, someone lifting the lid and walking out. He thought to himself that he had a cheat golden finger, so he wouldn't die, but other players wouldn't be so lucky. Even those with suicidal tendencies, I shouldn't get entangled in this karma. Suddenly the robot snatched the phone from his hand. He shouted, Little Eye. It forcefully threw the phone onto the chair, letting out a cry. His eyes gleamed and a smile played on his lips. Perhaps he could give it a try. Suddenly a voice echoed from a space filled with eerie red. Little Eye, are you there? A pair of feet appeared with strange tattoos on the ankles. A girl in ragged clothes walked out, bowing respectfully. Master, what are your commands? A hand gripped her wrist and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. A low voice rang out, Come with me to a place. They arrived at the outskirts of Zhangcheng City. Yuan Jhenui froze, exclaiming in surprise, How is this possible? The abandoned factory that had stood majestically moments ago had vanished without a trace, replaced by nothing but a flat, empty space with distant, hazy mountains. He shouted loudly, The factory's gone, how could this be? He frowned, murmuring, Did Your Turn distort my memories from the very beginning? Was there never an abandoned factory here? A cold wind swept past, making him shiver involuntarily. Little Eye, who was with him, smiled faintly and whispered, There's a scent of its kind here. He asked in surprise, Ha? She gripped his hand, her tone firm. It's not safe here, let's go back. Little Eye on his shoulder also nodded repeatedly in agreement. Suddenly Yuan Jhenui spoke, his voice low. So are you confident you can deal with this fellow anomaly? A moment later the two returned to the apartment, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive, eerily quiet. He lightly cleared his throat, breaking the silence. He held up his phone screen and announced, Now let's play a game. Called Your Turn. Little Eye curiously opened her phone, quickly browsing the screen. Yuan Jhenui observed silently, pondering. According to Xin Wei, only the advanced version limits the number of players, while the ordinary online game can be played with just 3 people. One person plus 2 anomalies should be enough, he turned to her, his voice low. Little I, create a group called Group 1 and add me and Little I. Little I is number 2 and I am number 3. You just need to copy the story I've prepared, and after that, you don't need to do anything else. She looked bewildered, not fully understanding, but followed Little I's instructions anyway. Yuan Jhenui coldly said, I won't post anything, let's see if it appears. 1:44 a.m. the game began. 5 hours passed, everyone engrossed in their own tasks, no one speaking. But the result was still 0. He frowned and murmured, it's already the second day. Is this method not working? He suddenly turned to Little I, his tone serious. By the way, I haven't asked yet. My legend points haven't increased at all recently. Have you encountered any problems? She replied, looking at her phone screen, her voice low and sad. I haven't received any new resentment recently. Not at all. Then she continued dejectedly. Not only that, I also feel uneasy. Master, I might disappear. Her words made a flicker of surprise flash in Yuan Jhenui's and Little I's eyes. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, a deathly eerie silence. The two stared intently at Little I, making her dare not meet their gaze. Suddenly the doorknob twisted violently and the door was pushed open. Yuan Jhenui roared, it's here. He announced, his voice cold. Number 1, it's your turn. Little I seemed not to hear, turning her face away. He shouted in surprise, hey Little I. Suddenly she stood up abruptly. He inwardly sighed. No way. Her eyes turned blood red, and the room space was immersed in an eerie red. He shivered, thinking, is this a battle between 2 anomalies? Red light spread, intertwined with black currents surging into Little I's body. Red and black entwined, and fresh red blood flowed from her eyes. She spoke, Master. He listened silently, intently. Little I closed her eyes, holding a bell in her hand. She continued, her voice trembling. I am a bit stronger than it, but because I have already entered its killing rules. The sound of the bell rang out, chilling as if tearing through space. Little I closed her eyes, her voice trembling. I cannot defeat it. If Master can tell me its name, I can send it to hell. Suddenly, a blood-red eye lit up in the darkness, and she continued in a faint voice, otherwise there will be no difference between me and it. It was very dangerous just now. Hearing this, Yuan Jhenui suddenly realized, thinking, so that's it. Little I is a bit stronger than your turn, but because she played this game, she got caught in its rules, so their power is equal. He exchanged a glance with Little I, thinking, now these 2 anomalies can't affect each other. What will your turn do next? His blood-red eyes flickered as he hesitated whether to retreat or continue fighting. Suddenly, Little I trembled and a cold prompt sounded. Number 2, it's your turn. Little I was startled, its small body shaking. Yuan Jhenui looked at it, thinking, it's fine. With Little I's strength, it can at least fight to a draw. At worst, I'll just revive myself again. Suddenly, an invisible force pulled Little I up. It shrieked, its hands tightly grasping a thick black rope, and pulled hard. Pain. Little I shrieked piteously. Its action seemed to enrage its opponent, which immediately struck it with a heavy blow. Little I's eyes welled up, but this only fueled its fierce will to fight. Behind it, thousands of eyes emerged, moving incessantly, and countless ghostly hands reached out, grabbing the black ropes and pulling hard. From the red eye opposite, 2 rows of sharp teeth appeared, opening wide and fiercely biting the trembling hands. Yuan Jhenui's eyes widened, and he inwardly exclaimed, Little I is stronger than I imagined. In front of him, Little I sat rubbing its belly, looking as if it had just eaten its fill. He thought to himself, he used to worry that the legend points weren't increasing, thinking it was controlled. Now it seems this hasn't affected its strength at all. But a hint of worry still lingered. If Little I devoured the anomaly, would something change, like fusing 2 rules? He murmured, his voice softening. As its name suggests, this is a game with a price of death. Finally, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Successfully subjugated the wild anomaly. Your turn. A cold system notification sounded. All achievements of this urban legend will be accumulated to you. Starting to calculate legend points and karma points, Yuan Jhenui flipped through the book page by page, 2 pages, a total of 18 pages. He murmured, this anomaly, by clearing players' memories, had unknowingly killed how many people? Suddenly a prompt appeared. Gained 180,000 legend points and 17,000 karma points. Unlocked ability, your turn, usable by consuming legend points. Suddenly a voice came from outside the door. Hello, is anyone home? Receiving no answer, the person persisted. I heard some noise here just now. Yuan Jhenui frowned, thinking, it's 2 in the morning, why would someone be knocking? He slowly walked to the door and asked, who is it? He was a bit suspicious. Could your turn still be up to something like the abandoned building before? But if it hadn't been subdued, the notebook wouldn't have recorded so much information. Through the peephole on the door, he saw a man smiling and saying, I'm Xiaosong, I just moved in, we're neighbors now. I'm really sorry, I had planned to visit tomorrow, but I heard some noise just now and was worried you might need help, so I came over to check. This made him pause. A new neighbor. Yuan Jhenui opened the door and calmly replied, it's fine, I was just catching some snakes in the house. The man laughed awkwardly. Oh, I see. Then, as if remembering something, he continued, by the way, these are specialties from my hometown, I hope you don't mind. He smiled, his eyes narrowed, and handed over a bag. Looking at the bag, Yuan Jhenui thought, these are fresh specialties, there shouldn't be any problem. Although he didn't want to accept it, he secretly thought, this is a way for neighbors to interact. He could just buy some return gifts later. He took the bag and said, thank you. Xiaosong replied, all right, then I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Jhenui quickly closed the door, went into the room and placed the bag on the table. Yuming I and Little I curiously opened the bag to examine it. Yuan Jhenui yawned, covering his mouth, and murmured, I'm tired, I'm going to sleep now. Do you two want to eat? Both of them showed expressions of confusion, neither wanting to touch it. He shrugged. Just leave it there. Meanwhile at the police station, Ching-ji held a document, her tone serious. The superior ordered that the abandoned infant homicide case can be closed. These remaining files are to be handed over to the special task force. We're leaving. Sha Qing nodded. All right, I understand, thank you. Ching-ji turned to leave, but Sha Qing suddenly called out to her. Please wait a moment. She stopped, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Captain Sha Qing rested her chin on her hands, her tone nervous. I have something I'd like to ask the special task force. Her fingers were interlocked and rubbing continuously, clearly revealing anxiety. A minute later she spoke with difficulty. Do you know if I have a child? Her face was grim as if asking a foolish question. Ching-ji replied calmly. What's wrong, Captain? We don't seem to be colleagues yet. Sha Qing abruptly stood up, leaning her hands on the table, her voice trembling. I'm sorry, I just feel a strong sense of unease every day. A hint of doubt flashed in Ching-ji's eyes, but she remained silent. Sha Qing continued, trembling. My wife and I clearly don't have children, so why is there a boys' room at home? She hesitated, her voice sinking. At first I thought it was due to work pressure, so I forgot it was the room we prepared for our unborn child, but there were clear signs of someone living in the room. Snacks, newspapers, a computer, even clothes, all prepared for a boy aged 16 or 17 or older. Ching-ji frowned, murmuring, 16 or 17, a student. The next morning, Minghu community where Yuan Jhenui resided was bustling with people. He strolled leisurely down the street, hands in his pockets, when his phone suddenly rang. Opening it, he received a message from Tianwu Bai, the content of which shocked him. Minghu community is dangerous, he thought to himself. Dangerous? I subdued your turn last night, so how could there still be danger? A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. What is the scope of this danger? One floor, one building. The entire community. He pondered the architectural structure of Minghu community. 4 buildings, each 25 stories high, not including parks, gyms, and swimming pools. If a detailed investigation of the entire community was required, the workload would be immense, he murmured, but the notebook in his hand showed no signs of danger. As he pondered, he didn't notice the crowd in front of him. When he looked up, he was startled, and a voice rang out. Hello, are you Yuan Jhenui? The woman handed over a business card and introduced herself. We are from the Public Security Bureau. The 2 people next to her remained silent. Only Ching-ji continued speaking. Yuan Jhenui looked at the 3 people in front of him in surprise, cursing inwardly. Damn, I wasn't ready to meet this group yet. Suddenly he changed his attitude, his face turning cold. What's the matter? Ching-ji got straight to the point, her voice sharp. Do you know Sha Bin? Without waiting for his answer, she stepped forward and looked directly into his eyes. As a member of the Occult Club, you should have come into contact with Sha Bin, a member of that club. Yuan Jhenui remained silent, unsure how to answer. After a while he spoke, his voice steady. I know him. Ching-ji immediately pressed. Can you tell me any news about Sha Bin and the others? Why exactly did they disappear? He frowned slightly and suggested, let's go to my place, it's not convenient to talk here. Then he walked straight ahead without looking back. Ching-ji and Hong Yin exchanged glances, seemingly reluctant to follow. Hong Yin reached out to stop him, her tone agitated. It's fine, we can talk here, no one's eavesdropping. Yuan Jhenui looked back and smiled faintly. It's better to go to my place, otherwise you won't get any answers, he continued, his tone soft yet challenging. Also, can you take some time off today to help me? His leisurely attitude infuriated Hong Yin, her eyes blazing. She rolled up her sleeves and loudly reprimanded. What an attitude, this guy! Ching-ji quickly stopped her, her voice sharp. Hong Yin, that's enough. She looked at Yuan Jhenui's retreating figure, thinking, although he was surprised at first, this person calmed down too quickly. If he were just an ordinary person, we wouldn't need to negotiate, we could just take coercive measures. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Even as a student, this composure is enough to join the special task force, and his spiritual power. With a ding, the elevator stopped on the first floor. The door slowly opened and Yuan Jhenui stepped aside, making an inviting gesture as if welcoming honored guests. A faint red light emanated around him. Ching-ji was startled, realizing his spiritual power had reached level 3, and he spoke, his tone gentle. My home is upstairs, excuse my manners. His words pulled Ching-ji from her thoughts. In the apartment, after preparing water for the 3, Yuan Jhenui stated directly, you want to know the truth, I can tell you, but you must agree to a few conditions. Before he could finish, Ching-ji nodded. All right, Yuan Jhenui pondered, his gaze deep. His experiences during this time had taught him a lot, but things were still not clear enough, he thought to himself, pouring a glass of water while continuing to ponder. Fortunately these 3 came, they can help him clarify things instead of him guessing blindly. The 3 silently waited for him to speak. Suddenly he slammed the water glass on the table and uttered words that surprised them. You shouldn't be from the Public Security Bureau, right? Under their surprised gazes he calmly continued, the special task force. Hong Yin and Kai Shaoyan were dumbfounded while Ching-ji calmly sipped her water as if nothing had happened. He continued excitedly, if anomalies and people with special spiritual powers exist in this world, then of course there would be corresponding special organizations. Hong Yin was so angry she crushed the water glass in her hand, her eyes blazing. She loudly reprimanded, don't you see? He crushed the cup. Yuan Jhenui immediately pointed at the shards, smiling faintly. This cup costs 1,000 yuan, pay up. Hong Yin jumped up. How this broken thing costs 1,000 yuan? Are you robbing me? She roared inwardly. I want to punch you. Ching-ji cleared her throat as a reminder. Hong Yin calmed down, then she turned to Yuan Jhenui, her tone gentle. We will compensate you for your losses, she frankly admitted. We are indeed from the special task force, regardless of how you knew about us or how much you know about us. She paused, her gaze sharp. I must tell you one thing, even if anomalies have rules, we cannot completely eradicate them. We can only contain them. You have great potential, but you cannot let your guard down, otherwise anomalies might kill you at any moment. Hearing this, Yuan Jhenui simply looked straight ahead without answering. Qingji couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere and spoke. All right, tell us. You and your friends saw an eyeball before, didn't you? Yuan Jhenui looked directly into her eyes, his tone cold. What eyeball? I participated in a game and only survived after finding the rules, Qingji asked in surprise. Oh, a game? What game? What are its rules? He replied, his tone challenging. You answer my questions first. There's still a lot I don't understand if you tell me. I'll tell you everything I know. Qingji pursed her lips and let out a soft HMPH, thinking Yuan Jhenui indeed has potential, knowing how to leverage an unfavorable situation for negotiation, but his experience in dealing with anomalies is still very green. She spoke calmly. All right, what do you want to know? He said casually, but his tone was very serious. Spiritual power, he continued. I want to know what abilities the next stage will produce after reaching level 3 spiritual power. Qingji pushed up her glasses and replied concisely. There will be no new abilities. Continuing to upgrade will only expand the influence range of spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the larger the range. Yuan Jhenui picked up his water glass and asked doubtfully, but I feel that spiritual power, apart from sensing anomalies, cannot attack them. So is upgrading still necessary? Qingji also picked up her glass and answered. On the contrary, to resist anomalies, we must improve our spiritual power. This is related to our lives. Both raised their glasses and took a sip of water. She continued, but before we go on, I want to know how you survived. He silently took a sip of water and recounted. I played that game and died twice before I found a way to survive. This is related to my ability. Then he returned to the main topic. Can we continue our previous conversation? Qingji, Hong Yin and Kai Xiaoyan were all stunned. Qingji thought to herself, so his ability is to take a hit for someone else. Hong Yin had a similar thought, while Kai Xiaoyan secretly sighed. How envious. His ability is the same as Mr. Hong Yin's. Suddenly, Qingji stood up and continued the topic. The increase in spiritual power after level 3 mainly enhances the quality of the soul. Dealing with anomalies requires using things similar to them, but using them will damage the soul. She looked at him, her voice sinking. The more spiritual power accumulated, the higher the soul's quality. The more times we can use that item. Qingji sat next to Yuan Jhenui, watching him calmly sip his water, and said, This is why we constantly enhance our spiritual power. He held the cup, his gaze cold, not answering. Seeing the cold expression on his face, Qingji quickly took a step back and asked, Any more questions? Yuan Jhenui remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the reflections of Yuming Eye and Little Eye in the water glass. He thought to himself, so the restrictions on Little Eye and Little Eye are related to them. Through the notebook, I know they haven't caught Little Eye yet, but Little Eye. He didn't want to think about a bad ending, so he put down the cup and said in a low voice, If you can't kill anomalies, how do you restrict them? Won't they just multiply until one day humanity is wiped out by them all? Hong Yin jumped up in astonishment, crossing his arms over his chest, and replied confidently, Can't you be a bit more imaginative? We are from the special task force after all. Aren't there anomalies that can kill anomalies? This made Yuan Zhensui's heart itch. Then he smiled faintly. He slowly took out his notebook, placed it on the table, and said, All my questions have been answered. Now I will tell you the rules of the game I know, he continued. This game is now called Your Turn. Suddenly a knock came from the door unanswered. Yuan Jhenui and Qingji exchanged glances. He shouted, Coming, then quickly went to open the door. Outside was Xiaosong, the new neighbor. He exclaimed in surprise, It's you. Xiaosong awkwardly scratched his head and said, Sorry to bother you. I'm organizing things, but I don't have scissors. Can I borrow yours? Looking at his friendly neighbor, Yuan Jhenui thought, this guy really likes to socialize. The convenience store downstairs was right there, yet he insisted on borrowing from a neighbor. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, no way. Was the danger implied in the Minghu community message referring to the newly moved-in Xiaosong? He replied, Sure, just a moment. Xiaosong smiled courteously. Thank you for the trouble. Qingji saw the person outside the door and was suddenly startled, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Yuan Jhenui observed everyone's expressions in the room, his gaze also slightly stunned. He walked in to get the scissors, thinking, but the special task force didn't find anything unusual about Xiaosong. Walking to the door with the scissors, he murmured, Did I overthink it? Yuan Jhenui handed the scissors to Xiaosong, his tone gentle. There's no rush to return these. Xiaosong smiled as he took them. Okay, thank you. In his mind, a thought flashed, or rather, he was stronger than everyone else here and had to investigate thoroughly. Closing the door, he turned and looked at the three people in the room, smiling. Sorry to keep you waiting. He walked over and explained, a new neighbor, quite enthusiastic. Qingji stood with her arms crossed, her expression cold. Let's continue then, try to be concise. Kai Xiaoyan handed him a stack of papers and said, Please write it here. Yuan Jhenui frowned, thinking, did they really not detect anything unusual? It seems I can only rely on myself. I had planned to use them for the investigation, but he took the papers from Kai Xiaoyan, pondering as he wrote. Narrating the rules of your turn was fine. In the information age, online secrecy is impossible. If they discovered that the information he provided was inaccurate, it would be very dangerous. There was no need to make enemies with the special task force now. After a while, he held up the stack of papers and announced, "I'm done writing." He handed it to Qingji. Unlike Kai Xiaoyan, who was hiding behind her chair, Hong Yin reached out directly to snatch the paper from Qingji's hand. Much to Qingji's annoyance, Qingji frowned and said, "Can't you just use your spiritual power to read it?" Hong Yin stammered and snatched the paper, held it up high and read aloud. "Such bizarre and fantastical things, it seems only someone as capable as me can investigate them thoroughly." Internally she was thrilled, thinking of the big bonus. Qingji looked at Yuan Jhenui seriously and asked, "Are you willing to join the special task force?" He curled his lips slightly and replied, "What's in it for me?" Qingji stood up, her tone firm. "Everything you desire, both material and spiritual, will be yours." Hong Yin interjected, excitedly saying, "A 50 million account transfer immediately, and a house and car as gifts," she added. "During missions you can freely mobilize the Public Security Bureau, and there are additional rewards for investigating anomalies. You also have the authority to act first and report later, as long as no innocent people are killed." Yuan Jhenui closed his eyes, appearing somewhat troubled. "What about the responsibilities?" Qingji replied, her tone calm. "In order, when it's your turn to investigate an anomaly, you cannot refuse. But if you encounter multiple anomalies, you can collaborate on the investigation. The mortality rate for investigating anomalies is very high, and using items from the Special Task Force also comes at a cost. Therefore power and wealth are what we deserve." She paused, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. "Since I began investigating, apart from the team leader, none of the investigators I've known have lived longer than 10 years. Recalling the image of Kong Ping, she continued, "Many investigators later developed mental issues to varying degrees and resisted missions. This rotation system is to ensure the Special Task Force operates normally, so we will not force you to join." Yuan Jhenui rested his chin on his hand, pondering. "Oh, so I have other options," Hong Yin excitedly interjected. "Of course. There's another type of investigator who doesn't belong to the Special Task Force and can form their own team but still needs to assist us with missions. If you want a powerful backer like me, it's best to join the Special Task Force. The benefits are abundant." She handed him a business card, a brilliant smile on her face. "Think about it and contact me. There's a commission for inviting new members and I'm not as stingy as her. We'll split it 50-50. Yuan Jhenui broke into a cold sweat while Kai Xiaoyan shyly offered, Actually, you can also join someone else's team." Hong Yin's face immediately fell, and she pointed at her, roaring, "Shut up!" Her imposing manner made Kai Xiaoyan tremble. Suddenly, Qingji raised her hand, her voice stern. "In short, humanity's enemy is anomalies, not other humans." She paused, a faint smile playing on her lips. "After investigating anomalies for so long, seeing humans fight among themselves is truly laughable." Looking at her outstretched hand, Yuan Jhenui pondered in silence. After a while he nodded. "You're right." He shook her hand as if affirming the intention of cooperation, then declared, "I've decided I want to form my own team called the Ghost Society." The image of two children playing flashed in his mind. His eyes twinkled. After leaving the apartment, Hong Yin grabbed Kai Xiaoyan, angrily shouting, "Who told you to run your mouth off?" She pinched Kai Xiaoyan's face, making her shriek in pain. At the same time, red veins bulged on Yuan Zhensui's hand. He called out to Little Eye, and Eye opened, its pupil blood red. "And Little Eye," the boy cried out, "Mama," his voice full of pity. Yuan Zhensui's eyes were red, his face gloomy. Recalling Qingji and Kai Xiaoyan, he thought, "Before the Special Task Force found me, I had already absorbed Little Eye's ability, although I haven't tried it yet. If a conflict arises, even if it comes to blows, this is at least a safeguard." A blood-red eye emerged in Yuan Zhensui's palm, he thought. "With this power I can even kill them." He turned to Yuming Eye and Little Eye, his voice low. "Now that your abilities are restricted, I can only try this method. Not only will we face new neighbors, but we'll also encounter more anomalies in the future, so we must seize this time to train." He successfully absorbed the ability of the Eye in the Gap, an active skill that allows unlimited attacks on enemies. He widened his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "So that's how it is." Little Eye's ability was restricted, only able to attack domestic abusers. But when he used this ability, there were no restrictions, so it wasn't a loss. A system notification using this ability consumes 100 legend points per second. Current legend points 298,100. There's an option to deduct yes or no. Please choose carefully. He chose yes. A notification sounded. Deduction successful. Current legend points 298,000, he thought to himself. Also, I don't know if it's Little Eye's ability, but my eyesight has also improved. This is still not enough. Even if I can use anomalous abilities, I still can't kill them. He smiled faintly, muttering to himself. Be content. At least my self-preservation ability has improved a bit. He gestured with his thumb behind him and announced, "Come on, let's take a walk around the community and see if we can find any clues." Meanwhile, at Zhangcheng University in Tianwu Bai's class, a classmate excitedly said, "A new antique shop opened recently. I checked the online reviews and they're great. Let's go check it out." Another classmate asked, "Where is it?" The person replied, "It seems to be in Tianzhou Mall." Tianwu Bai was organizing her books, resting her chin on her hand, looking out the window, thinking that she hadn't seen Senior Zhensui in his class this morning. She remembered going to the classroom and the Ghost Society activity room at noon and in the afternoon. only to find out that the president hadn't come to school today. She had also secretly seen his leave request in the office. Does the president know people from the Public Security Bureau? She pondered with her chin in hand. After a while, she put her books into her backpack and murmured to herself, "Why think so much? I'll just go to the president's house and find out." Suddenly, a ringtone sounded, startling her, and she shrieked. Opening her phone, she saw a message from her mother. "Honey, I love you. This afternoon when you went to school, Xiaoling from across the street gave you her favorite doll. Mommy put it on your bedside table. After school, buy her a gift to thank her. Be careful." She suddenly remembered a cute girl, her voice clear, calling Gigi older sister. She couldn't help but be stunned. So it was her. To avoid disappointing the little girl, she immediately planned to buy a gift. Just then, her mother sent her a photo of the doll, startling her. Her mother also messaged, "The child looks very cute. Be sure to thank them properly." Without hesitation, Tianwu Bai chose to go to Tianzhou Mall, which was very close to the president's house. Meanwhile, at Tianwu Bai's home, the couple was in their room. On the table was a family photo of three, beaming with happy smiles. The mother sat on the bed folding clothes, smiling gently. "Don't you think this child has been much happier lately? She only just moved and already has new friends." The father held the doll, nodding. "Yes, this child used to keep everything to herself." He gently placed the doll on the table, pondering, and continued. "It's good that she's changed. Moving was the right choice." The couple walked out of the room, the wife pursing her lips and smiling. "After all, our daughter is a little special." The husband sighed, a hint of worry in his eyes. "You've worked hard." The room door was ajar, a ray of light shining through the gap onto the doll. Suddenly, its mouth curved upwards, revealing an eerie smile. At 5:59 p.m., Tianzhou Mall was bustling with people. Tianwu Bai stared mesmerized at the sparkling plush toys in the display window, her eyes lighting up. "This cat is so cute," but then she tilted her head, murmuring, "That rabbit seems more popular." Suddenly, a melody began, startling her. The clock pointed to 6 p.m., and the chimes intertwined with the song. "Sorry, baby," she frowned. "Why are the chimes so strange?" People around discussed animatedly, surprised, the chimes still echoing. "I don't love you." One person blurted out, "Oh, is this mall really playing this song?" Another murmured, her voice trembling, "What are you afraid of? Urban legends are all fake." But another person interjected, her tone full of doubt, "I heard from my grandma that this used to be a place for abandoned infants. This song is played to soothe the souls of those children, and there are also some strange women looking for children." Hearing this, Tianwu Bai felt a heavy sensation in her chest. She couldn't help but hug her chest, thinking, "Am I being too sensitive?" But her heart was pounding inexplicably. "It's better to find a place to get my fortune told. Typhon is pretty good," she murmured to herself, then rushed out of the mall. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Tianzhou Mall, a blonde man and a brunette woman stood side by side. The blonde man was live streaming with his phone, excitedly pointing behind him. "Folks, did you hear that? Tianzhou Mall really is playing this song. This urban legend is actually true. Come here." The man opened his earbud case, his voice low and steady. "But it doesn't matter as long as I wear my noise-canceling headphones." While he continued to live stream, the woman next to him kept chattering. Tianwu Bai quickly ran to a secluded corner, sighing in relief. "No one will notice me here." She held a coin shimmering with an unusual light, and suddenly an eerie music played, identical to the melody in the mall. She panicked, trembling as she dropped the coin, her voice changing. What is this music?" After running for a while, she got lost, not knowing where she was. Suddenly a voice rang out, making her break into a cold sweat. "Any discoveries over there?" Another voice replied. "None. It's been very calm these past few days. I hope it stays this peaceful." Tianwu Bai hid behind the wall, secretly observing the two people talking emitted a faint blue light. The man said in a deep voice, "This mall too," knowing there's a malevolent spirit still not out yet they dare to open. The woman sighed. "There's no other way. This is the biggest mall nearby. Closing for a few days would be a huge hit. Only we suffer," the man continued. "As long as we can control the malevolent spirit and prevent casualties, then anything goes." Hearing this, Tianwu Bai trembled, thinking, "They are people with spiritual power just like President Zhensui." She squatted down in fear, murmuring, "No, but they are dangerous." Suddenly, a hand touched the coin on the ground. Tianwu Bai quickly picked it up, clenching it in her hand, and then a small hand grabbed hers and a childish voice rang out, "Gigi, older sister." She was scared out of her wits, slowly turning around. Before her was a shadowy child with blood-red eyes. It whispered, "It's too hot here, I want to go outside." Realizing she was facing a malevolent spirit, she frantically pulled her hand away, rushed forward and shouted, "You two, run quickly, it's dangerous, run to the safest place." Suddenly, a skull appeared before her, its voice eerie. "Have you seen my child? My child has no head." The skull floated before her, but its hands reached out towards the two people in front. The surrounding scene suddenly shifted. Tianwu Bai's eyes widened, extremely terrified to see countless ghostly figures emerging around her. Despite her fear, she remained sufficiently alert. Realizing the anomaly, she turned and roared, "No, it's fake, it's an illusion." But that red-clothed woman just now was real. Without hesitation, she quickly rushed forward. Tianwu Bai's mind was left with only one thought: escape from her. Escape from her. She rushed up the stairs, running too fast, her glasses having fallen off at some point. As she ran, she thought, "Where's the safe place?" She rushed into the women's restroom facing the sink, her mind in a chaotic mess. She murmured, "I can't find it, can't find fear." Tianwu Bai huddled in a corner, trembling. "I can't find it." Suddenly a knock sounded. Startling her, a weak voice rang out, "Can you help me turn off the faucet?" The voice still trembled. "Help me, I'm so scared." Tian Wubai rubbed her eyes, cursing. Damn it, I don't know where my glasses fell, I can't see clearly, she loudly asked. Who are you? Are you asking for my help? She tightly closed her eyes, murmuring, wait a moment. At this point, several strands of dark hair slowly coiled around her body. She opened her eyes in panic. But now I can't see clearly. Tian Wubai fumbled her way towards the sound of water. She reached out to turn off the faucet, but the ropes, or rather the black hair, had already tightly entangled her. Shimmering with a faint blue light, her hand touched the sink. The hair began to spread upwards, and a bone-chilling laugh rang out. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Around her, countless ghosts tightly entwined her, making her feel the approach of death. In the darkness, Yuan Zhensui's red eyes glowed as he infused spiritual power through the door. This force caused the ghost to dissipate from Tian Wubai in terror, but by then her eyes had turned completely black. A minute later she opened her eyes again. Yuan Zhensui jumped in front of her, his voice low and calm. Tian Wubai, he spread his palm and continued, this is the danger you spoke of. Her face was streaked with tears, still recovering from the fright. She bit her lip, choked out President, then burst into tears and lunged towards him, but Yuan Zhensui extended his index finger, coldly blocking her path. Tian Wubai clutched her head, screaming in pain, continuously mumbling, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He sighed, took her glasses from his pocket and used his spiritual power to repair the cracks, explaining, fixed, don't lose them again. Tian Wubai took the glasses, shyly whispering her thanks. Yuan Zhensui looked at her, his voice low and calm. It's nothing, I still have many things to ask you, you must answer truthfully. Tian Wubai nodded immediately without hesitation. Suddenly a figure approached to greet him, his gaze flickering. Hello, it was a red-haired girl. She smiled and asked, are you the investigator? The bespectacled girl next to her introduced. We are members of the Qingdaofu Special Task Force, the red-haired girl continued. This is the Special Task Force's provisional assistant. Qingdaofu is responsible for the ghost exorcism and evil spirit elimination at Tianzhou Mall. The clock ticked, pointing to 6:15 p.m., and the surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. A group of site personnel spoke. Everyone calm down, don't panic, we're filming a horror movie, please don't record. Take photos or spread them to avoid spoiling the plot. These are all movie props, no need to be alarmed. Hearing this, someone in the crowd impatiently said, are you sick? Another interjected. Hey, you're not filming me, are you? I have portrait rights. The public spoke over each other, then turned and left. Come on, nothing to see. A staff member smiled and replied, if you agree to appear on camera, we'll pay you according to the number of seconds you're on screen. If not, we'll cut all related footage. Yuan Zhensui watched from afar, then turned to the red-haired girl and asked, these people are all yours, right? The purple-haired girl smiled and nodded. Yes, that's right, all colleagues. Besides eliminating vengeful spirits, they're also responsible for confusing the public. Understanding, Yuan Zhensui nodded slightly, then asked, I see, so what do you need me for? The green-haired girl stepped forward, somewhat hesitant. Actually nothing much, just to thank you for your help. Here only you have the ability to directly eliminate vengeful spirits. Yuan Zhensui glanced at the gun in her hand and asked, no need to be so polite. What are those things in your hands? The green-haired girl was startled by the sudden question. The purple-haired girl quickly held up a device and explained, you mean this? This is a spiritual pressure generator. It uses soul jade energy to simulate level 3 spiritual pressure to deal with vengeful spirits. The green-haired girl stammered. Be careful, the red-haired girl quickly added. Someone with abundant spiritual power like you wouldn't need this machine. Her eyes flickered as she further explained. The spiritual pressure generator was invented by the Special Task Force Research Lab, and it's a tool to help ordinary people deal with vengeful spirits. Yuan Zhensui frowned and curiously asked, what is soul jade? The green-haired girl immediately replied, it's the thing you got when you just exorcised the red-clothed vengeful spirit. Hearing this, Yuan Zhensui reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a shining black jade stone. He smiled and asked, this is soul jade? As he spoke, he toyed with the jade, deep in thought. But Qingji and the others didn't mention this. Perhaps it's not very important to investigators. The red-haired girl's eyes widened and she hurriedly cried out, yes, that's it, please hold it carefully, she quickly explained. Exorcising ghosts and eliminating vengeful spirits can both yield soul jade. This is a very useful resource for us which can be used to enhance spiritual power, she added, her voice excited. When soul jade takes effect, spiritual power flows through all the meridians in the body. Yuan Zhensui tightly gripped the soul jade, gently turning it, pondering, is that so? But I can't absorb anything. Is it restricted by the notebook? He shook his head and muttered to himself, never mind, it's not a big problem. Then he turned his gaze to Tian Wubai, a cunning smile on his face. He held the soul jade tightly, thinking perhaps he could let her try it too, his smile becoming even more peculiar. Tian Wubai felt his gaze and all the hairs on her body stood on end. She waved her hands and stammered, President, what are you looking at me for? Yuan Zhensui turned around, waved goodbye to the others and softly thanked the two girls for enlightening him. Nothing else, we're leaving now. The two girls waved and replied in unison, then we won't disturb you. Yuan Zhensui left, his figure gradually receding. Tian Wubai followed Yuan Zhensui step by step silently. Meanwhile, the Qingdaofu members watched the two walk away. The two girls whispered to each other, their cheeks flushed. The red-haired girl covered her mouth. Shish, he's the most handsome investigator I've ever seen. The green-haired girl nodded. And he's especially gentle. Look how sweet he is with his girlfriend. I'm so envious. The two whispered about a romantic love story, their voices soft but loud enough for Tian Wubai to hear. She blushed crimson, wanting to smoke with embarrassment but dared not speak. Yuan Zhensui coldly ignored their discussion. He fell into deep thought, his face stern and focused. He thought to himself, it seems there's a considerable power gap between himself and these people. According to the notebook's records, when his spiritual power reached level 3 he was already able to withstand anomalous rules. While Qing Ji and other investigators had spiritual power, they still needed to rely on item rules to investigate and confine anomalies. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth and he muttered to himself. In this world he seemed to be at the pinnacle of power, yet these people still needed soul jade to eliminate vengeful spirits. Was he considered outstanding here? This thought made his face even more serious. Meanwhile, Tian Wubai was distracted, her mind still a chaotic mess from the recent discussions. She adjusted her glasses, her face as red as a ripe persimmon, and stammered to Yuan Jhenui, "Ah, that President, are you here to buy something?" Her heart was filled with rosy fantasies, and she secretly mumbled, "It's too embarrassing, although it would be great to be his girlfriend. How can I let the President hear that?" Her heart pounded, filled with longing for love. Despite her rationality trying to restrain her, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "But the President isn't here for me, is he? Tian Wubai, wake up." At this moment the two were descending the escalator. Yuan Jhenui heard her question, turned, and coldly replied, "No, didn't you tell me there was danger near the Lake District? So I took a leave today to investigate here." Tian Wubai felt a pang of bitterness after hearing this and replied, "I see." But inwardly she secretly cheered. "Great, successfully changed the subject." Yuan Jhenui continued, his tone calm. "Just nearby I met several spiritual power investigators. They were all rushing to the mall together." Recalling that moment, Yuan Jhenui stood leisurely, hands in his pockets, silently observing the rushing investigators. He clearly heard them replying via walkie-talkie, "Anomaly at Tianzhou Mall. What's going on? I'll be right there." Yuan Jhenui continued in a deep voice, "I thought an anomaly had appeared, so I followed. Upon arriving at the scene, a red spiritual energy enveloped the entire area. Everyone's shouts arose, 'It's a vengeful spirit, the vengeful spirit hasn't been suppressed yet.' Action," he coldly added. "I investigated, and it turns out to be a vengeful spirit incident from decades ago. Tianzhou Mall used to be a place specifically for handling abandoned infants. Tragic scenes emerged. Those cruel adults murdered innocent children, placed their bodies in boxes and transported them elsewhere." Yuan Jhenui continued his narration, and the scene shifted to two people shaking hands, exchanging huge sums of money. He shook his head, his voice low, "But some feng shui master said this land was very suitable for investment." Ultimately, a wealthy businessman bought the land and built Tianzhou Mall, the earliest large-scale shopping mall built in Zhangcheng. Business flourished, with astonishing customer traffic and consumption. However, the scene was full of contrast. Those in high positions with ruthless hearts were gleefully enjoying their blood-stained wealth. Yuan Jhenui continued, "But one day people began to mysteriously disappear." He recalled notices plastered everywhere looking for missing people, listing 2 missing individuals. Both disappeared in this mall, but heartbreakingly, no one could find them. He said that because there was no advanced surveillance system at the time, they were ultimately not found. A clock ticked, pointing to 6 p.m. And Yuan Jhenui recounted a businessman saying, "After 6 o'clock you can hear children crying." This person had once gone searching with a flashlight, but when he found something his eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with terror. Sometimes people would also see a red-clothed woman. Yuan Jhenui said in a deep voice, "Oh, the image of a ghost girl with a deformed face, loose limbs, long thin arms and a skeletal body, grinning as she captures her prey." These rumors spread from person to person, causing a serious crisis within the mall. Emergency meetings were constantly held to deal with the rumors. Yuan Jhenui continued, his voice low, that this matter severely affected the mall's business. The owner refused to give up, so he invited an expert to investigate, only to learn that this place was originally an abortion site, filled with deep resentment. He paused, his gaze sharp. In another space there was a door leading to a world isolated from Earth. The people around heard this and began to whisper, wondering about their location. Yuan Jhenui continued, "The missing people were all harmed by the vengeful spirits trapped here. The first missing mother also became a vengeful spirit, her red eyes flickering, revealing an eerie smile, tightly clutching a photo from her lifetime." He added, "Ultimately they decided to use sound to appease the vengeful spirits. In places with clocks a melody often played. Sorry baby, it's not that I don't love you anymore." Yuan Jhenui shook his head. Since then no more disappearances occurred. Tianzhou Mall continued to operate, but it was as if controlled by evil spirits, left to their whims. He explained, his voice cold, that the vengeful spirits received no comfort whatsoever. This place gradually became known as an urban legend. Tian Wubai, who was listening, suddenly startled, fearfully blurting out, "I heard music, but it immediately changed into another eerie sound, and then I saw an illusion." Yuan Jhenui heard this, resting his chin in his hand thoughtfully, and replied, "I heard from the special task force that, a few days ago, there were signs of anomalies here, but it only erupted today. As for the reason, they couldn't explain it." He frowned, mumbling to himself, could a more powerful anomaly have appeared here? But inwardly he thought perhaps it was precisely because he came that no deaths occurred. He turned to Tian Wubai and said seriously, "Whatever the reason, you as someone with spiritual power are still too weak. If I hadn't come you would probably not be alive now." Yuan Zhenui's words alluded to the previous incident where Tian Wubai was covered in blood. And in crisis his tone was both stern and gentle. "It's not your fault," he explained, his gaze sharp. "Vengeful spirits distort human judgment. Otherwise, with your judgment you wouldn't have run to a dangerous place. That's how vengeful spirits are. Once they grasp a weakness, humans are like food delivered to their mouths, willingly offering their lives to evil spirits." Tian Wubai listened, biting her lip in fear, her voice trembling. "You're right, I'm too weak," she cried, her voice filled with disappointment and weakness, her heart feeling as if pierced by countless arrows, each named weakness. Heart-wrenching, Yuan Jhenui seemed to want to comfort her, so he changed the subject, his voice gentle. "What are you here to buy? I'll go with you." Tianwu Bai, who was crying, immediately brightened up, her expression changing 180 degrees. She happily asked in return, "Ah?" Yuan Jhenui smiled, his voice warm. "After we buy things, we'll continue the topic that those people interrupted earlier." Tianwu Bai was overjoyed, her cheeks flushed. Lost in fantasies of love, she couldn't help but jump up and quickly replied, "Yes, yes, yes." The two arrived at the plush toy counter where a pink-haired sales clerk smiled. 40 of them, buy one get one free, and both are especially ugly. Tianwu Bai excitedly hugged the pink-haired bear tightly, while Yuan Jhenui annoyedly thought to himself, "I really don't understand girls' feelings." The scene switches to another location. Yuan Jhenui patiently waited for Tianwu Bai to take photos, striking various poses. The scene switches to a family restaurant. Tianwu Bai tightly clutched something, extended her hand and said seriously, "President, please extend your hand." Yuan Jhenui surprisingly extended his hand and asked, "Like this?" Tianwu Bai's hair fluttered, she hummed and released her hand. Coin dropped and spun in his palm. Yuan Jhenui was surprised. While Tianwu Bai looked at the coin seriously, Yuan Jhenui intently watched the coin, which had mysterious patterns and symbols. He said in a deep voice, "This is your prop. If I'm not mistaken, your ability is precognition." At this moment, dark feathers silently fell, gently floating in the air. Their owner appeared, a majestic goddess, radiating dazzling light with 6 powerful arms, flowing black hair, and huge imposing wings. "Perhaps you are the embodiment of the coin." Tianwu Bai nodded and replied, "Yes, you can call it the coin of fate." Hearing this, Yuan Jhenui fell into deep thought, a series of questions flashing through his mind. He asked himself, the goddesses of fate in Greek mythology, he didn't know much about them. If myths truly existed in this world full of anomalies and evil spirits, could gods deal with them? The majestic and grand image of the goddess amazed him. She clearly wasn't an ordinary person. After a moment of thought, he picked up the coin and asked, "This is the coin of fate, how do you use it?" Tianwu Bai wrapped her arms around the table and answered honestly, "Just toss it up. Before tossing, you have to think of a question. If the coin lands heads up, it represents the correct time and you can get accurate information." Yuan Jhenui returned the coin to her and continued to ask, "What about tails?" Tianwu Bai pondered, looking at the coin, her lips pressed together, her face serious. "You will lose a portion of your memory. This magic circle is like a spiderweb, trapping the caster's soul. Once it lands tails up, it will tear away a segment of the host's memory." Yuan Jhenui nodded, a glint flashing in his eyes. "So that's how it is. There's a chance the coin of fate will land on tails." He recalled Tianwu Bai's diary, crossing his hands and speculating, "This is why she writes a diary. This coin is quite mysterious. I never paid attention to it before, but just hearing a couple of sentences I understood the problem." Tianwu Bai looked at the coin, her voice calm. "Perhaps because it's already closely linked to my memory. Unless I die, to others it's just an ordinary coin." Yuan Jhenui gently shook the coin, his eyes flickering as he asked, "Do you trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you and take the coin?" He propped his hands, took a sip of water and smiled leisurely, his tone joking. Tianwu Bai gasped in surprise, then quickly waved her hands. "Nonsense, nonsense. No, President is a good person." She paused and continued breathlessly, "I already used the coin to predict the safest place in Zhangcheng is the Ghost Society. That's why Yuan Jhenui fell silent, lost in thought. He thought to himself, safest? So safe that all the members disappeared. If I didn't have that notebook. He suddenly realized something and quickly said, "Wait. So the key safe point in this place is me." He looked at Tianwu Bai, his tone decisive. "Now use the coin once for me." Tianwu Bai gasped, asking blankly, "Ask what question?" Yuan Jhenui immediately replied, "Ask what Yuan Zhenui's true identity is, besides being a student." Tianwu Bai froze, murmuring, "True identity? Isn't he the president of the Ghost Society?" But she still nodded. "Okay." She picked up the coin. Brilliant golden light emanated. She tossed the coin into the air and its power scattered. Both Yuan Jhenui and Tianwu Bai intently watched every movement of the coin. The coin fell, and Tianwu Bai quickly caught it, slowly opening her hand to reveal a spider pattern clearly displayed on the coin. Yuan Jhenui frowned, his voice cold. "Tails?" He looked at her, a hint of hostility in his eyes, thinking to himself, "She didn't lose any memory. She's lying to me." Tianwu Bai hugged the coin tightly, saying sadly, "I'm sorry, the coin cannot answer this question." Yuan Jhenui frowned and asked why. Tianwu Bai replied in a low voice, "Because this question has reached the maximum number of days for memory consumption." She explained, her eyes serious. "When the coin lands, if there's a vibration, it will give feedback. If there's no vibration, no matter which side it lands on, there will be no feedback. The difficulty of the question must be within the range of memory consumption. As long as the coin doesn't give feedback, it means the question exceeds 30 days of memory consumption." She paused, looking at the coin, which operated around the exchange of memories. The coin placed her on a scale. If the question exceeded the cost memory could pay, it wouldn't work. She continued, "For questions exceeding 30 days of memory, the coin wouldn't give feedback, nor would memory be lost." Yuan Jhenui breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, thinking to himself, "Oh, this coin's ability is just a small bug." He raised his hand and said, "Okay, then a different question. Why is the Ghost Society the safest place in Zhangcheng?" He quickly changed his mind. No, a different one. Ask, but before he could finish, Tianwu Bai had already activated her ability. Golden spiritual energy enveloped her body, and her hair fluttered in the wind. She concentrated intensely, panting heavily. Then tossed the coin. Yuan Jhenui quickly finished. What's in Yuan Zhensui's house? This time the coin vibrated violently. Both Yuan Zhenui and Tianwu Bai nervously stared at the coin, which fell to the ground, landing heads up. Tianwu Bai repeated with a serious expression, "There's something very terrifying in President's house." Yuan Zhenui nodded lightly after hearing this. "I understand, this meal is on me." He stood up, turned his back, and said coldly, "You should leave the club." Tianwu Bai stammered in panic. "Ah, why?" he replied without looking back. "Your ability is not useful for the Ghost Society. Moreover, the range of memory prediction is too small. I need you to demonstrate stronger abilities." Tianwu Bai quickly grabbed Yuan Zhensui's arm tightly, saying frantically, wait, actually this coin has another ability." She quickly revealed another power to make him stay. Yuan Zhensui's eyes lit up like he'd found a treasure, and he hummed. She quickly said, "I can consume memory calculated in years to temporarily change a person's fate." It turned out her hidden ability was to directly interfere with people's lives. This power was too terrifying. As if people's destinies were merely characters in a book she could manipulate at will, Yuan Zhenui thought happily to himself. "She's hooked." He turned and asked, "Tell me specifically, how do you change it?" Tianwu Bai stammered, "You designate a person, then imagine it in your mind, and then you can decide their future life or death." Yuan Zhenui frowned, pondering. Even if she used it on herself, he would only lose 1 day of his lifespan. But how many years of memory could she consume? He continued to ask. "There are years and days, so is there an ability to use it by the month?" Tianwu Bai turned, stammering. "That," he pressed on, giving her no chance to breathe. "What?" Suddenly, Tianwu Bai seemed to understand something, and a bewildered expression appeared on her face. She turned, asking frantically, PR President, have you been guiding my words all along?" Yuan Zhenui folded his arms, turning his face away, and replied coldly, "Who told you to trust me so much? Your behavior is really not like a normal person without any cunning." Tianwu Bai seemed to be petrified, stammering, "Can't I say no?" Her body seemed to shatter under his crude and abnormal words. Yuan Zhenui glanced at her, his voice softening. "All right, it seems this is related to your limits. If you really want to stay in the Ghost Society, help me ask one last question." Tianwu Bai became excited, answering confidently, Really? Okay." Yuan Zhenui posed the question, "Using the coin's daily ability, ask if Minghu community will produce anomalies dangerous to me." Tianwu Bai closed her eyes to activate the skill, and the coin was tossed into the air for the third time, shimmering with golden light. She caught the falling coin and after a moment of thought opened her hand. A hint of disappointment crossed her face. "Ah, still nothing." Tianwu Bai lowered her head, apologizing for making Yuan Zhenui hope in vain. She whispered dispiritedly, "I'm sorry, are there any other questions? I can continue to help." Yuan Zhenui coldly refused. "No need," he pondered, thinking to himself. Tianwu Bai knew there was something terrifying in his house earlier. It must be Little Eye and Little Eye. But this time it landed heads up but didn't give an answer. Could there be something even more powerful than those two? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he worried. The man on the same floor is an unknown. Yuan Zhenui turned and walked away. Tianwu Bai raised her hand, softly calling out, "President Yu." He stopped, his tone serious. "That's enough for today. Don't tell anyone about the coin's ability or it will cause trouble." Tianwu Bai nodded repeatedly. "I'm okay?" Suddenly, she saw him extend his hand, offering a black pill. She asked in confusion, "Ah?" Yuan Zhenui smiled gently. "This soul jade can enhance spiritual power. It's for you as compensation for forcing you to use the coin." He wanted to compensate her and help her strengthen her power to assist him. Tianwu Bai excitedly took the soul jade, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "This, thank you, President." Yuan Zhenui waved goodbye, not forgetting to remind her, "If you're free tomorrow, don't forget to participate in club activities." Tianwu Bai bowed deeply and enthusiastically shouted, "Okay, please take care of me from now on." Yuan Zhenui walked away indifferently, and the surrounding crowd gasped in surprise. One person blurted out, "You scared me to death." Another commented, "Isn't that the actor from the mall earlier? What kind of prank are they pulling now? Are all students nowadays crazy?" Tianwu Bai heard this, realized she had shouted too loudly. Her face flushed red like a cooked shrimp and quickly ran over, stammering, I'm sorry. "Ah, President, can I walk with you?" Yuan Zhenui awkwardly rubbed his head, pretending not to hear. He sped up, thinking to himself, "Oh my god, today I finally witnessed it. Foolish people are scarier than anomalies." Tianwu Bai still chased after him relentlessly, unwilling to give up. Tianwu Bai shouted, "President, wait for me." Suddenly, the two were engaged in a comical chase. Yuan Zhenui thought helplessly, so annoying, why do I feel like I've attracted trouble? Back home, Yuan Zhenui was in his room when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. He frowned, muttering to himself, "So late, who could it be?" He walked out to open the door, cautiously verifying the late-night visitor. "It's Xiaosong, my neighbor." He scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry to bother you." Yuan Zhenui remained silent, his gaze sharp. For a moment the two fell silent. He thought to himself, still no anomaly sensed from this person. Xiaosong saw him staring and forced a smile difficult to decipher. Yuan Zhenui decided to test him. Thinking to himself, I can only take the initiative, refuse first and see. He smiled and said softly, "Sorry, I'm cooking rice and there are kids waiting to eat at home. I can't lend it to you." Xiaosong was slightly startled after hearing this and remained silent. Then he showed a sly smile revealing sharp teeth and slowly replied, "Oh, is that so? No problem." He turned and walked away leisurely. Yuan Jhenui kept a close eye on his every move, waiting for an anomaly to occur. He pretended to close the door, but his eyes were still fixed on this mysterious neighbor. Xiaosong walked into his room, slowly closing the door. In the dark room there was no light, only the dim light from the corridor shining in. He murmured, his voice low. Suddenly his face changed. A stitched scar extending from his mouth to his temple, strange patterns covering his face. A green aura slowly emanated from his mouth. He continued to murmur, his voice cold and chilling. "Thank you." He opened his mouth wide, his eyes bulging with terror. His teeth were as sharp as bank. In Yuan Zhensui's kitchen he pushed open the door and walked in, murmuring that he had to cook for the children. "Can't let them starve." But he suddenly widened his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "Where's the rice cooker?" The kitchen was empty, the rice cooker was gone. He gasped, immediately realizing that the malicious neighbor had stolen it. The doorbell rang again. Yuan Zhenui turned his head cautiously, his face cold. A voice from outside said, "Mr. Yuan, it's me, Xiaosong." He silently walked out to open the door, adopting a fighting stance. Red spiritual energy burned on his arm and the eye on his arm opened wide. Waiting for instructions, Xiaosong stood there holding the rice cooker, a sinister smile on his face. "Mr. Yuan, thank you for lending me the pot. Really, thank you very much." Yuan Zhenui stared at him with high vigilance, replying, "Ah, so it really was you." He took the rice cooker, his mind racing. He was an anomaly, that was confirmed. Even if he refused, he still forcibly borrowed it and even returned it. Xiaosong returned to his room, and Yuan Zhenui looked at him in confusion, thinking to himself, is this a provocation or a warning? Ever since he lent him something, he had already fallen into his rules. A series of questions arose. How many people had he borrowed from, and how many had already become his puppets? He placed the rice cooker on the table in front of Little Ai, pondering. Xiaosong had been living here for a while. He first went door to door giving gifts, then went around borrowing things. Could anyone escape death? Little Ai looked at the rice cooker and then called out blankly, "Ah!" Yuan Zhenui sat down writing something in his notebook, murmuring, "His ability has probably gotten a lot stronger." Little Ai mischievously played with the rice cooker nearby, excitedly calling out, "Who?" Yuan Zhenui carefully wrote in his notebook, "Accepting a gift will lead one into the rules, refusing it can avoid them." He organized his thoughts, thinking to himself, now that Xiaosong is confirmed to be an anomaly, I must quickly find and decipher his killing rules. Little Ai, sitting in the rice cooker, suddenly spoke, "Mama, look." At the same time it pointed outside the door. Yuan Zhenui immediately replied, what is it?" He immediately focused his attention on the corridor, widening his eyes and using X-ray vision. The corridor was empty, but he saw Xiaosong knocking on someone's door. He asked himself, who is the owner? GTN? He immediately raised his hand, the eye in his palm opened, spiritual energy flickered, and the eye attached itself tightly to the door, secretly observing their movements. Through the connection with the eye, Yuan Zhenui heard their conversation. Xiaosong spoke first. "Auntie GTN, can I borrow your pot?" Auntie GTN happily laughed. "Oh, Xiaosong, don't be so polite, of course you can." Yuan Zhenui frowned, finding it strange. Auntie GTN was always very cautious and not easily engaged with strangers, especially those who weren't long-time residents. How could she be so enthusiastic now? He recalled how he himself had suspected Xiaosong when he gave gifts but still accepted them, and even let him borrow things. He thought to himself, could this anomaly unconsciously control people's minds, making them unable to refuse and thus drawing them into his rules? Xiaosong was like a devil, firmly holding Yuan Zhenui in his grasp, turning him into one of countless puppets. This was too terrifying, he murmured. After Xiaosong borrowed the rice cooker, he took it back. As he passed Yuan Zhenui's room, he suddenly stopped, turned his head and revealed a cunning smile, his slightly narrowed eyes as if he had discovered something. A chill ran down Yuan Zhenui's spine, his heart pounding like a drum. Yuan Zhenui was terrified, his heart racing at Xiaosong's cunning smile. Xiaosong returned to his room, but Yuan Zhenui didn't know that even if his body had left, his ghost still lingered at Yuan Zhenui's doorway. He gritted his teeth, sighed, and stroked Little Ai's head, whispering, "Little Ai, maybe I have to take a risk. If I don't try again, progress will remain stagnant." Little Ai, who was playing with the remote control, looked up and let out a bewildered, "Huh?" Yuan Zhenui sighed, smiling bitterly. "You can't help me this time either, can you?" Little Ai suddenly jumped to the floor, her face as if a major event was unfolding, shouting, "MKBK." Then she pressed a button to turn on the TV. The screen lit up, showing the cartoon Peppa Pig. Little Ai watched intently, humming along to the song, "Don't worry, no problem." Yuan Zhenui was stunned, an incredulous expression on his face, blurting out, "Saya, as expected, you can't rely on kids." Little Ai completely ignored him, still immersed in the song. Yuan Zhenui gently opened the door, peeking through the gap to check for danger in the hallway. Outside, the sky was gloomy, with rumbles of thunder. He watched Xiaosong carry the rice cooker into his own room. Yuan Zhenui pressed his lips together, activated his ability, and red spiritual energy blazed on his arm. He thought, now's the time, and without hesitation rushed out of his room, heading straight for Xiaosong's apartment. But suddenly he widened his eyes, staring in horror at everything before him. Yuan Zhenui widened his eyes, staring in horror at Xiaosong's grotesque face, utterly disfigured, his pupil-less eyes emitting a ghastly white light, his mouth stretched to his ears and his complexion gaunt. A head suddenly popped out of the rice cooker in his hand, his own head. Xiaosong's emerald eyes shot directly into Yuan Zhensui's mind, making him lose control. The necklace shook violently, emitting a danger alarm. Suddenly, tens of thousands of withered branches emerged from nowhere, tightly coiling around Yuan Zhensui. He screamed in terror. "What is this thing?" The withered branches burrowed into Xiaosong's face, simultaneously tightening around Yuan Zhensui's body. In an instant they twisted off both his arms. He vomited blood and fell to the ground powerless. Xiaosong revealed a malicious and satisfied smile, grabbed one of Yuan Zhensui's arms and slowly walked towards his dying body. The branches pierced his body and blood streamed out. In a daze he glanced at Xiaosong. The necklace was still flickering, continuously emitting an alarm. Xiaosong leaned closer, opening his disgusting mouth. Yuan Zhensui thought despairingly, "I'm being eaten." The clock pointed to 3 a.m. In Yuan Zhensui's room, lightning flashed across the night sky, bringing a glimmer of light to the dark and silent room. One of his arms lay isolated in the corner. Suddenly Yuan Zhensui sat up abruptly, drenched in sweat, gasping and crying out, "Ah!" He looked at the eye in his palm, which was now tightly closed, devoid of any energy. He observed it, murmuring, "I was killed before I even had a chance to use my spiritual power. Is my strength not enough? I can't be so confident anymore. Every step must be taken with caution." He realized Xiaosong was like a ticking bomb ready to explode at any moment now. He had become one of the neighbor's countless puppets, manipulated like a mere snack. He thought, the killing rules are unclear, and with his frantic frequency of borrowing things, anyone could become his prey. Just then Little Eye appeared, clinging tightly to his arm, trembling as she hugged him as if seeking comfort. Yuan Zhensui noticed the unease in Little Eye's eyes, her tiny shoulders trembling as if she might break down at any moment. He quickly picked her up, his voice gentle and low. "What's wrong? Did you remember to care about me?" "I'm fine." Little Eye's eyes were filled with tears, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. She clung to his neck in terror, trembling as she said, "Little Eye, she's gone." Yuan Zhensui froze, his brows slightly furrowed, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He repeated, his voice low, "Gone? No way, how could I not feel anything?" He gently patted Little Eye's back, trying to soothe her fear, but a storm of doubt raged in his mind. "Did the special task force act while I hadn't even resurrected?" he asked himself, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Yuan Zhensui didn't hesitate. He tightly gripped his necklace and activated his ability. A flash of light and the necklace transformed into an ancient notebook. Opening midair, Little Eye still clung tightly to his neck, her eyes wide as she stared at each page. He asked in a deep voice, "Is Little Eye in there?" The notebook quickly flipped to Little Eye's page. Although the information hadn't fully displayed, Yuan Zhensui quickly reassured the trembling Little Eye in his arms. "Don't worry, maybe she just took on a new mission." But at that moment the page suddenly ripped apart, fragments scattering as if consumed by invisible flames. Yuan Zhensui and Little Eye gasped, their hearts seized by the sudden sight. On the scorched fragments of paper, Little Eye's image faintly appeared, accompanied by a line of chilling text. "The underworld girl is dead." Yuan Zhensui trembled all over, his hands clenched tightly, his teeth chattering. Rage burned fiercely in his chest and his eyes glinted with cold hatred. He gritted his teeth, each word seemingly squeezed out of anger. "Special Task Force, it was you." A few days ago, in the cold and oppressive conference room of the Special Task Force, the air was stifling due to the presence of numerous members. The projection screen suddenly lit up, displaying Little Eye's photo. The host announced in a sharp voice, "Now we will announce the final result of the disaster-level anomaly response plan." In the oppressive conference room of the Special Task Force, Kong Ping's gaze was sharp. After speaking, he frowned, his demeanor exuding an elusive danger. He announced in a stern tone, "The result is 66. This voice struck like a heavy hammer. Tian Yi could no longer restrain himself. He slammed his hand on the table, the sound shaking the entire room. He abruptly stood up, his eyes burning with fury, roaring, "Why kill the underworld girl? If it's because you're afraid to die, then what about feeding a special anomaly like the underworld girl to God? There will be more deaths in the future." Before he finished speaking, Kong Ping coldly interrupted, his tone as hard as steel. "The Special Task Force's final decision." Without giving Tian Yi a chance to argue, he flipped to the next page and decisively announced, "Approval to continue the Devour plan." Mr. Shang, sitting in the corner of the room, merely sighed softly upon hearing this. His hands rested on the table, his brows tightly furrowed as if suppressing some unease. He said in a deep voice, "If the Special Task Force has already made its decision, then we have no objections." Meanwhile, in a desolate region with only rolling hills and hazy clouds, a lone car sped through the darkness. Kong Ping sat in the back seat, his gaze fixed on a document titled, "How to Deal with God." Suddenly the car braked sharply, tires screeching on the dry ground. A guard raised his hand, his tone serious. "This is a Special Task Force jurisdiction ahead. No vehicles allowed. Please show your ID and exit the vehicle for a routine check." The driver quickly opened the car door and Kong Ping stepped out. His expression was calm, yet he exuded an irresistible authority. This was a secret base hidden in a perilous valley, almost impregnable. He looked directly at the guards, his voice heavy but powerful. "Zhangcheng Special Task Force Leader." He took out his identification and handed it to them. After a thorough check, an electronic synthesized voice rang out coldly and precisely from the scanner. "Skeleton scan matched. Iris scan matched. Fingerprint verification successful. Gene check successful. Identity matches person. Approved. Your identity is representative investigator for the Devour plan. Late at night in Shankang's mysterious base, Kong Ping stood in the center of the cold control room, his sharp gaze sweeping over the white-coated researchers engrossed in their work. He asked in a deep voice, "Has the person been brought in?" A staff member respectfully replied, "Yes, they're here awaiting your command." Kong Ping nodded gently, his gaze unwavering. He said in a calm and authoritative tone, "Thank you for your patience. Let's begin the plan." He turned and decisively ordered, "Everyone evacuate the building, reach a safe distance and put on your interference devices. No one is to enter the control room except for me." The staff members uniformly raised their hands to their foreheads in obedience, responding loudly in unison, "Understood." Kong Ping suddenly turned, his gaze fixed on the large screen. On the screen, a man was tightly handcuffed in an isolated room surrounded by cold cameras. He pressed a button on the control panel, and the camera's dry, emotionless voice sounded, "Subject D23977, the imprisoned man." His hands tightly gripping a phone trembled all over. Kong Ping, through the computer screen, coldly ordered, "Press the confirm button on the phone. Your only child will be entitled to claim your ashes." The man gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, his body trembling from his internal struggle. He remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly a gigantic eye appeared before him, emitting terrifying black energy as if devouring the surrounding light. On the phone screen a line of blood-red text abruptly appeared. "I will avenge you." The man trembling pressed the confirm button. Another even more horrifying line of text flashed. "Letters from hell." He immediately lost consciousness, his body slumping onto the cold floor. Kong Ping observed all this through the screen, frowning slightly, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. Suddenly Little Eye's image appeared on the screen. A strange liquid flowed from her pitch-black eyes as if darkness itself was coming alive. A sweet and seductive voice echoed from the void, "Little Eye, Little Eye." Little Eye suddenly flinched, turning her head, only to find herself floating in a transparent box, helplessly suspended in endless void. A black mist like a predatory beast rapidly approached her. In just an instant half of her body was touched by it, her flesh gradually corroding. She was like a star lost in the cosmos, helplessly watching the black mist slowly consume her body. Before she could even resist, her body shattered into 1,000 pieces. Her eyes were still filled with extreme surprise and bewilderment. Kong Ping's computer screen suddenly experienced interference and the image disappeared. He stood up and left the control room, his face cold and his mind. Memories surged, the echo of the world's voice. "God's power has grown stronger again. This proves the underworld girl cannot contend with it." Kong Ping resolutely walked out of the base, his steps firm, his heart heavy with unspoken questions. He thought to himself, "How much longer can we keep these anomalies confined?" His figure merged into the night, his thoughts plunging into darkness. The image of a destructive dark energy like a hurricane devouring the entire city flashed in his mind. Kong Ping suddenly stopped, his eyes glinting with helplessness and sorrow. He murmured, his voice as low as a judgment, "It's the end of the world." Meanwhile in Yuan Jhenui's tranquil home, he sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the ancient notebook that had just updated its information. A line of cold broken text appeared prominently on the page. "The Special Task Force has approved the Devour plan. Kong Ping used rules to lure the underworld girl to a special character." Yuan Jhenui frowned, his finger gently stroking the page, murmuring, "Why suddenly use a special character? What does this mean?" He pondered, doubt rising in his heart. What method did the Special Task Force use to make Little Eye disappear so terrifyingly that even the notebook registered fear? He took a deep breath, reassuring himself, "No, the way Little Eye disappeared isn't important to me." But when his hand touched the notebook, a reddish ghostly energy like blazing flames erupted from the depths of his soul. His gaze firm, he paused for a moment, then decisively said, "I will also choose to resurrect her." As soon as he finished speaking, the notebook system flickered and a line of cold text appeared. "Consume 105,568 legend points to resurrect the underworld girl." YN Yuan Jhenui pressed confirm without hesitation. A tremendous force erupted from within him, knocking Little Eye to the ground and sending the notebook flying. He roared, his tone firm. The reddish ghostly energy began to swirl, coalescing into Yuming Ai's hazy face. Yuan Jhenui's voice was like a summons from the realm of the dead. "Let the range of her killing rules expand." The ghostly energy erupted, pulling Yuming Ai's soul back. Every contour of her body, her skin, her hair, gradually reappeared more clear and radiant than ever before. The notebook vibrated, notifying in a mechanical voice, "Underworld girl successfully evolved. Hell's invitation skill strengthened, can now pull other anomalies into hell." As soon as Yuming Ai appeared, Little Eye froze, her cheeks flushed, her eyes wide. Yuan Jhenui smiled, shouting loudly, a hint of danger hidden in his grin. "Little Eye," she replied, her voice clear yet subtly seductive, "I'm here." His lips curved upwards, his smile even colder, as if he held the cards of destiny. Yuan Jhenui stood tall, his gaze sharp as a knife. He ordered, his tone decisive, "Go give those people a big gift." Immediately after, from Zhangcheng to City A, City B, and then City C, the entire nation was abuzz with whispers. Rumors about letters from hell spread like wildfire to every corner. The public discussed animatedly, their voices filled with excitement and fear. "Your resentment, the underworld girl will eliminate it for you." "What is this, a movie?" another person chuckled. "The underworld girl, I heard about her from a friend in Zhangcheng. I'll go try it out." Another voice, brimming with resentment, roared, "You won't let me live, you forced my hand." This rebirth propelled the underworld girl's influence like a storm across the nation. Her mantra, "Come to hell with me," echoed everywhere, accompanied by a seductive whisper, "Pluck every petal, I'll help you eliminate your grievances." Thousands of people frantically vied for spider lilies, each petal steeped in their resentment. They were thrilled, as if waiting for an urban legend to become reality, shouting, "Good and evil have their karma. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The underworld girl, another entity, spoke with a trembling yet firm voice, "There's nothing to hesitate about, I won't be weak anymore. Now I'm going to make him pay." In this tense moment, Yuan Jhensui's body suddenly trembled, his eyes flickering, and brilliant spiritual power erupted from his pupils. The ancient notebook vibrated and a mechanical voice rang out, "Congratulations, your legend points have reached the target." When the notification confirmed 1 million legend points, his body seemed to break through its limits, emitting immense power that shook the entire space. 10 minutes later, the underworld girl was reborn. In a desolate area, a car sped through the darkness. Kong Ping sat in the car, his cold eyes behind his glasses constantly flashing red alerts. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes and the tires screeched on the dry road. The driver quickly opened the car door, and both looked towards the distant city. At this moment, the sky was dyed blood red by the underworld girl's terrifying spiritual power, emitting a dazzling light. The alarm device continuously sent signals, immediately reporting, "Anomaly detected, underworld girl has resumed activity. Anomaly detected, underworld girl has resumed activity." Kong Peng was stunned, his lips moving slightly as he murmured, "Only after being devoured and reborn by God did the underworld girl discover the terrifying truth." He gritted his teeth and anger erupted in his chest. Without hesitation, he picked up his phone and coldly ordered the person on the other end, "Level 1 alert, convene the general staff immediately." 30 minutes after the underworld girl's rebirth, the Special Task Force's emergency conference room descended into chaos. Arguments erupted, everyone clinging to their own opinions, refusing to yield like a shattered beehive. Kong Ping, as the moderator, stood at the center of the storm of opinions, his gaze sharp but unable to quell the noise. One person screamed hysterically, his voice filled with panic, "The plan failed, what do we do next?" Another's voice trembled, questioning, "Did we provoke the underworld girl, or does she have other rules?" Kong Ping raised his hand to signal for silence, his voice steady yet firm. "Special Task Force investigators are still investigating. You will be notified once we have conclusive results. My current proposal is to pause." He paused, his gaze sweeping the room, then continued, "Based on Mr. Tianyi's suggestion, we will use forced response headphones to communicate with the underworld girl." The entire conference room immediately fell silent. Forced response headphones, a secret item of the Special Task Force, capable of forcing the other party to answer any question, a terrifying weapon. But in the tense atmosphere, Mr. Shang, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke, his voice low but sharp. "Wait, we haven't considered whether the underworld girl has already allied with other anomalies." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room seemed to freeze, all eyes filled with fear and suspicion darting towards Mr. Shang. Before this, no one had considered the possibility of an anomalous alliance. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and calmly continued, his voice cold, "If it has come to this, then I propose." The room was silent. Only Mr. Zhang's voice echoed like a sharp blade piercing the night. "Use God to kill the underworld girl again, allowing her to spread worldwide to alleviate our pressure." A flash of insight crossed Kang Ping's mind. He seemed to guess Mr. Zhang's intention. He quickly spoke, his tone full of warning. "Mr. Shang, please be careful." Mr. Shang stood up and walked to Kang Ping. His aged eyes gleamed with resolute light. He replied in a deep voice yet with an imposing manner, "I know what you want to say. Although I am old, I will still speak boldly." He paused, his gaze sharp enough to penetrate minds, then slowly explained, "Those are not what we should be considering. What we should consider is only to kill anomalies." Another person stood up from the corner of the room, Dong Xing's tone firm. "That's right, all of humanity is fighting anomalies. Even if we go a bit too far, at most we'll just be criticized. As for the anomalous alliance Mr. Shang mentioned, we should drag them into the darkness even more. Otherwise, without understanding their rules, we'll never be able to deal with them." Kang Peng looked directly into Mr. Zhang's eyes, his gaze sharp and unwavering, as if to see through all intentions. He immediately retorted, his tone firm, "On that point, the forced response headphones can achieve it, and dangerous missions will be carried out by investigators. You all need not worry." Mr. Shang refused to back down, immediately retaliating with a provocative tone. "Mr. Kang Ping, you must think my method is a bit selfish. Have you not considered the underworld girl will continue to grow stronger?" He paused, a gloomy flicker in his eyes, as if imagining a terrible scenario. He continued, his voice low but sharp. "Ultimately, she might control God. By then, humanity's situation will likely be even more perilous." Mr. Zhang's words pierced Kang Ping's raw nerve. Kang Peng stopped, his lips tightly sealed, unable to speak. This was precisely his deepest concern, now exposed without mercy. However, he quickly regained his composure, firmly refuting, "No, anomalies are the enemy of all humanity and we must be cautious. If we allow other organizations to follow suit, humanity will be defeated without a fight." Mr. Shang trembled with anger, his aged face flushed, but he couldn't utter a word. He waved his hand, turned and left, leaving only a cold remark, "Then you all consider it yourselves." Watching Mr. Zhang's back gradually disappear, Kang Ping turned, his gaze sweeping over the remaining people in the conference room. He spoke in a deep voice with an overwhelming presence, I know you are all influential figures in society, politics, economics, medicine, art, and other fields. Each of you is an outstanding representative." He paused, his tone suddenly sharp as if issuing a warning. "But do not forget, we do not have the ability to directly confront anomalies. Everyone is protected by the Special Task Force. The Special Task Force always listens to opinions impartially." As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Shang, who was about to walk out the door, suddenly stopped as if struck by a cold gust of wind. He stood motionless, lost in thought, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. But Kong Ping's next words made him tremble with even greater anger. "If Mr. Shang is dissatisfied, he may leave the general staff." 10 minutes later, in a hidden corner, Hong Yin's eyes were bloodshot, and he yawned wearily, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. He languidly pulled down his eye mask, revealing eyes that were exhausted from staying up all night queuing and being forced to sleep kneeling. He complained in a hoarse voice, "What does that old man want with me?" Hong Yin stretched and walked into the conference room looking utterly weary, his eyes bloodshot, clearly having not slept all night. He mumbled sleepily, "So sleepy." The people in the room quickly stood up and in unison respectfully called out, "Lord Hong Yin." Kong Ping's gaze sharply swept over him, and he said in a deep voice, "I have a mission for you." Hong Yin continued to yawn, replying lazily with disdain, "I refuse." Kong Ping ignored his resistance and continued sternly, "This mission can only be completed by someone with a substitute death ability. The Special Task Force is currently understaffed, so you must accept this mission. For the next investigation, you can take the first position in the rotation." Hong Yin sighed, flopped into a chair looking dejected. All right, what is the mission?" Kong Ping replied calmly, his gaze unwavering. "No rush. For the next few days, you'll stay with the Special Task Force. I'll have someone teach you how to use resentment, and if that doesn't work, we'll try hypnosis." Hearing this, Hong Yin was startled, his face turning pale. He spoke with a trembling voice, full of confusion. "Wait, resentment?" As if anticipating something, he froze. A blurry figure and echoing voice surfacing in his mind, he whispered tremblingly, "You're not talking about the underworld girl, are you?" Meanwhile, in Yuan Jhensui's quiet home, Yuming-ai gently lowered her head, a hint of fatigue on her face. Yuan Jhenui noticed her abnormality, looked at her worriedly, and asked softly, "Little Ai, what's wrong?" She looked up, her eyes languid, and replied in a tired tone, "So tired." Little Ai was downcast, but Little Ai sat on her, engrossed in a game, excitedly muttering, "Crystal Square, I'm under attack." Yuan Jhenui observed Little Ai for a moment, rubbed his chin, and spoke with a hint of doubt and playfulness, like a boss evaluating an employee. "Do anomalies get tired too? But Little Ai, no matter how much work there is, it's only through avatars that you help out." Yuming-ai, as the employee, suddenly erupted in anger, her eyes flashing, and she said sharply, "Master, I also have anomalous thoughts." Just then Little Ai, like a clumsy intern, stopped playing, reporting dejectedly, "Lost the game too." Hearing Little Ai's retort, Yuan Jhenui gave a dry laugh and quickly appeased her. Sorry. But he quickly changed his tone, becoming more serious. "But seriously, even with you and Little Ai teaming up, you still can't beat Shaosong." Yuming-ai didn't even look at him, just coldly replied, "I still can't understand his rules." Yuan Jhenui frowned slightly, a hint of worry welling up in his heart. He tightly gripped his pendant, trying to comfort himself, his voice low. "Despite this, it's good that Little Ai is back. At least there's one more person to provide some relief during investigations." Yuan Jhenui frowned, his gaze focused. He activated his ability, and spiritual power emanated from the pendant, spreading like an invisible spiderweb, helping him observe every corner. Through his supernatural vision, he saw Shaosong slowly walking towards the 19th floor apartment, muttering about borrowing something. As the elevator doors closed and Shaosong descended, a questioning voice came from behind. "Brother, why are you borrowing things from him? He doesn't look quite normal." Yuan Jhenui focused his spiritual power, observing the two people on the 19th floor more closely. One was Nakano, a quirky cartoonist with a perpetual frown. He neither accepted Shaosong's gift nor agreed to lend anything. The other was Ishida, who wore a kind smile. He tried to appease his friend. "We're all neighbors and we might need to trouble him again in the future, so let's help him now if we can." Nakano was clearly unhappy, barking impatiently. "We're upstairs, he's downstairs, how can we be neighbors?" Ishida merely smiled gently, ignoring his friend's irritation. Yuan Jhenui sensed through his spiritual power that Ishida was a kind person, always eager to help. A thought flashed in his mind. The cartoonist might still have a chance, but Ishida was definitely doomed. Suddenly an urgent doorbell rang, interrupting his thoughts. Yuan Jhenui was startled and turned his head. Through his observation ability, he saw a delivery person standing at Shaosong's door, continuously ringing the doorbell, and a sudden ominous feeling surged in his heart. No one was answering. Delivery person shouted loudly, "Hello Mr. Naka, your takeout has arrived. Please come pick it up." Silence. The delivery person was a little puzzled, gently pushed open the slightly ajar door and walked into the pitch-black room. Without a single ray of light, he muttered, his voice full of confusion. "Strange, no one's home but the door is open." Meanwhile, the elevator was slowly descending to the 18th floor, Shaosong clutching the newly borrowed pot, a strange smile playing on his lips. He murmured in a low voice as if whispering to the darkness, Borrowed it. The delivery person still didn't realize the anomaly was approaching. Yuan Jhenui could no longer sit idly by. He abruptly pushed open his door and urgently shouted, "Delivery person, you've delivered to the wrong floor. The person you're looking for is upstairs." The delivery person was startled, surprised by his intense reaction. He froze, then quickly took out the bill to verify. After carefully examining it for a while, he awkwardly realized he had indeed made a mistake with the floor. The delivery person was still a bit flustered and quickly spoke, his voice full of gratitude. Really, thank you. Yuan Jhenui uncharacteristically showed kindness, frowned slightly, and said in a low but urgent voice, "Hurry up and leave, that guy's a bit crazy." As soon as he finished speaking, panic suddenly filled his eyes. From behind the delivery person, Xiaosong suddenly appeared, his blurry figure emanating a sinister aura like a cold mist enveloping him. The delivery person felt a chilling sensation spread down his spine, his face turned pale, his eyes wide with terror. He screamed, his voice trembling with fear, his terrified gaze fixed on Xiaosong. Yuan Jhenui had no choice. He slowly walked forward, determined to protect the innocent person. Seeing Xiaosong's eerie face, the delivery person trembled all over, as if his soul had left his body. Yuan Zhenui's face was cold and his voice was calm but sharp. "Mr. Xiaosong is back. You're certainly busy." Xiaosong narrowed his eyes, revealing a strange smile, and replied in a sickly sweet and chilling voice, "Oh no, I apologize for disturbing you." Amidst their verbal sparring, Yuan Jhenui subtly pushed the delivery person behind him, signaling with a resolute look to go. He then approached Xiaosong, his tone even yet subtly probing. "By the way," he paused, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, then suggested, "May I come into your home?" Xiaosong, though slightly surprised by the sudden request, maintained his twisted smile and nodded. "Of course." He gestured towards the door, inviting, "Please come in." Yuan Jhenui stepped in first, with Xiaosong silently following behind. The door slammed shut behind him, making him frown slightly, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Not dead yet. It wasn't impossible. In his home, one could only avoid being killed if he gave his consent. He silently observed the messy house, the dining table piled with leftovers, the sofa stuffed with fruit bags, and pots of all sizes scattered everywhere on the floor. Yuan Jhenui thought to himself, how familiar these bags look. He turned around, his gaze scrutinizing, and loudly called out, "Mr. Xiaosong." Xiaosong looked at him, his eyes gleaming with greed, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth, and replied, "Go on." Yuan Jhenui pointed at the pile of gift bags on the table, his tone flat yet full of calculation. "My home is short of some fruit bags. Could I borrow one from you?" Xiaosong suddenly reverted to normal, scratching his head and flashing a silly smile. "Oh, you just want to borrow a bag?" Before Xiaosong could even agree, Yuan Jhenui quickly reached out and grabbed the nearest gift bag, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. The sudden move startled Xiaosong, who looked surprised, unable to react in time. Seeing the peculiar look in Xiaosong's eyes, Yuan Zhenui's lips curved slightly, revealing a triumphant smile. He thought to himself, indeed, he had guessed his killing rule correctly. As long as Xiaosong didn't explicitly agree, even if the house was filled with the aura of death, covered in invisible moss and cobwebs, it couldn't take his life. Xiaosong seemed to regain his composure, narrowing his eyes and smiling, but his gaze hid something inscrutable. Yuan Jhenui felt the air filled with danger, as if an invisible knife lurked in every corner of the room, ready to take his life at any moment. He scratched his head, casually waved his hand and said, "Is it inconvenient? That's all right, if you don't agree." "It's not convenient for me to take your things either." Xiaosong hastily picked up a gift bag and handed it to him, politely saying, No, of course you can take it." Yuan Jhenui took the bag, holding it in his hand, feeling a slight confusion. He suddenly noticed that amidst the house's disarray, these were all gifts that hadn't been given out yet. "Why are there so many?" he muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over each item. Suddenly, Xiaosong spoke, a hint of deeper meaning in his tone. "I still want to go to Mr. Ishida's house to return his pot." Yuan Jhenui immediately became alert. A premonition of ill omen surged in his heart. He wanted him to leave. If he forced himself to stay, would he die again? After some deliberation, he decided to retreat. He smiled, his tone gentle yet cautious. "Thank you, then I'll take my leave." But just as he turned to leave, Xiaosong suddenly called out to him, his voice low. "Please wait a moment." He walked behind Yuan Jhenui, rummaging through his personal belongings, and pulled out a long rectangular biscuit with a bright red filling in the middle. Xiaosong held up the biscuit, his eyes gleaming with greed, and invited, "Won't you have some? This specialty is delicious." Yuan Zhenui's body stiffened, feeling danger like a knife at his throat. Xiaosong slowly brought the biscuit to his mouth and took a forceful bite. The bright red filling splattered everywhere, covering the corners of his mouth. Xiaosong smiled, his voice sweet yet bone-chilling. "So delicious it has jam in it. Please try some." Yuan Jhenui broke out in a cold sweat, his gaze sweeping over the biscuit, his mind filled with doubts. Was he offering me a specialty or trying to play a trick? He weighed the pros and cons, his heart pounding. If refusing or agreeing would lead to the same result, then why not? He took a deep breath, made up his mind to gamble, and slowly brought the biscuit to his mouth, his eyes resolute. Yuan Jhenui thought to himself, perhaps he could find a new rule immediately. He took a forceful bite of the biscuit, chewing heartily. But suddenly his face turned ashen. A feeling of dread surged through him, his stomach cramping, and he desperately tried to stop himself from vomiting. He horrifyingly realized that this was not a biscuit. In his pale eyes, a strange black liquid gushed from his mouth. His body slowly slumped. At the same time, Xiaosong stood behind him, a satisfied smile playing on his lips, chewing on the biscuit and coldly watching him. Just before his consciousness completely plunged into darkness, Yuan Jhenui realized that what he had just eaten was a human finger. The scene switches to the Special Task Force headquarters, where Kong Ping solemnly summarized the meeting content for Qing Ji. He said in a deep voice, "The underworld girl's resurrection, this is the main plan." "Qingji, do you have anything to say?" Qingji's eyes were cold and she replied calmly, "No, after all, for dealing with an anomaly like the underworld girl, Hong Yin's substitute death ability was the most logical choice." Hong Yin silently followed behind the two, his face full of worry, his mind filled with terrifying images of the underworld girl. Despite his distress, Qingji continued to report, her tone unwavering, "But you might not know. Hong Yin and I recently encountered someone with new spiritual power. His spiritual power even surpasses that of ordinary investigators, and his special ability is resurrection." Kong Ping's body stiffened, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He turned around, his voice low yet filled with concern. "Let's test him," Qingji quickly replied, her voice clear. "His name is Yuan Jhenui and he's still a student." Meanwhile, at Yuan Zhensui's home, he suddenly awoke from death, his eyes bloodshot and red as if containing an invisible rage. The pendant around his neck glowed, emitting a chilling prompt. "Please note you have consumed the rotten middle finger of Shaosong, the malicious neighbor. You have received the malicious neighbor's rule. Once the malicious neighbor moves into your community, all other residents, including all other households, will automatically become his neighbors. One household corresponds to one gift. The number of family members is irrelevant, and neighbors are not limited to humans." After receiving the prompt about Shaosong's welcome gift, the notebook revealed a terrifying rule. Shaosong will begin to borrow gifts from victims, always adhering to the principle of borrowing and returning. But if refused, he will forcibly take the item, and the items he borrows will become increasingly closely related to the victim themselves, until another refusal of a welcome gift leads to death. Back home, Yuan Jhenui sat numbly, his gaze fixed on the notebook. He suddenly blurted out excitedly, "Finally, I got it." He fell into thought, trying to analyze the rules. Only by making Shaosong act could he obtain the rules. He must try another method, at least not to die again. Suddenly his body stiffened and his terrified gaze turned to the corner of the room. Little Ai and Little Ai were innocently munching on the biscuits Shaosong had given them, eating with relish. Little Ai, still chewing, looked up at him, smiling sweetly, completely unfazed. Yuan Zhensui's face turned ashen, a wave of nausea surging through him. He shouted loudly, his voice filled with terror, "Hey you too, Little Ai." Still with a biscuit in her mouth, innocently offered one, inviting, "Master, have a bite too." Just looking at the biscuit made Yuan Zhensui's stomach churn. He held out one hand to refuse while the other clutched his stomach, repeatedly shouting, "Back off, back off, back off." Meanwhile, Little Ai's eyes gleamed with longing, trying hard to eat the biscuit but couldn't because it had no mouth. Yuan Zhensui glanced at it, his tone filled with disgust. "You too," Little Ai, still holding the biscuit, said in a low voice, looking at him sideways, "Master, this is just an ordinary biscuit." Hearing Little Ai's confirmation, Yuan Zhensui sighed in relief, rubbing his forehead, his voice weary. "That's good," he murmured thoughtfully. "Currently, Shaosong is probably also a disaster-level anomaly. This time, my mind was indeed polluted." Recalling the scene where he collapsed after eating a human finger, he clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. No matter what, he had to get rid of it quickly. Suddenly, he turned to Little Ai, his tone serious. "By the way, Little Ai, do you remember how they killed you?" As soon as the question left his lips, Little Ai suddenly stiffened, her face darkening, unable to utter a single word. She lowered her head, sadness enveloping her, her voice soft. "I'm sorry, Master, I cannot answer that question." Little Ai stood beside her, gently shaking her arm, comforting her. "Hug." Little Ai mustered her courage, looking up, her eyes distant as if lost in painful memories. She slowly recounted, "I only remember, I think I saw something." Her voice became blurry, her mind a chaotic mess. Everything gradually darkened, and then she lost consciousness. She paused, her hands tightly clasped, her voice trembling. "Let me try to remember." Seeing that Little Ai couldn't recall more, Yuan Zhensui gently raised a hand to stop her, his tone gentle yet with a hint of helplessness. All right, it's no use remembering. Perhaps this matter is still protecting you." He stroked his chin, his gaze thoughtful, lost in contemplation. He began to associate it with the people he had recently encountered. Fragments of memory floated before his eyes like a messy painting. In his mind, some keen deductions gradually formed. The special task force held a dangerous power, which was extremely detrimental to him. On the surface, they had common short-term goals, but what if they discovered his ability to create anomalies? He turned to Little Ai, his voice low, full of caution. "The Special Task Force's information is unnecessary. They might have records of Shaosong, but I must find another reason." Little Ai tilted her head, her eyes distant as if not quite understanding what he meant. Yuan Zhensui sighed, giving an example, his tone slow yet profound. "The battle between an eagle and a snake," he paused, his eyes sharp. "If they subdue Shaosong first and then use him against you, then we can only become two opposing factions." The scene switches to Zhangcheng, where Hong Yin was driving a convertible sports car, speeding through the brightly lit streets. He laughed heartily, turning to the person next to him, his tone full of pride. "Brother, how does it feel to be in a sports car?" The person sitting next to him was Yuan Zhensui. He crossed his arms, looking displeased, his tone impatient. "Why is it you picking me up again?" Hong Yin laughed heartily, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Isn't it good to have someone as excellent as me? You wouldn't be interested in someone as boring as Qingji, would you?" Yuan Jhenui glanced at him, his eyes annoyed, his tone stiff. "I'd rather get out of the car." Hong Yin became even more amused, slammed on the accelerator and the car roared. He laughed, his tone teasing. "Just kidding. Haven't I been on vacation recently, so I have time?" Yuan Jhenui frowned, his tone suspicious. "On vacation? Is the special task force that idle?" Hong Yin grinned, a triumphant glint in his eyes. "That's called the last night. Understand? If you had joined the special task force, I could have even pushed the underworld girl mission to you." Hearing Hong Yin mention that name, Yuan Jhenui immediately became alert, his eyes as sharp as blades. He asked, his voice low yet full of doubt, "The underworld girl?" Seeing the surprised look on his face, Hong Yin's lips curved slightly. He pushed up his glasses, his tone full of confidence. "Don't you know that's the disaster-level anomaly everyone in the city is talking about?" Yuan Jhenui feigned innocence, a stiff smile on his lips. "How could I not have heard of her? The top legend, of course." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Hong Yin's shoulder as if trying to hide his vigilance. But he couldn't see anything behind him. "Did you retrieve her?" This time it was Hong Yin's turn to be stunned, a hint of defensiveness in his eyes, as if a raw nerve had been touched. He conjured a substitute arm to drive, while he turned around, tears in his eyes, his voice full of grievance. "It's a long story. To be sure, I even died once myself." Yuan Jhenui was unfazed, coldly interrupting. "But if dying once leads to a good outcome, does that prove your death was valuable?" Stung by the sharp words, Hong Yin immediately retorted, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Valuable? Forget it. The underworld girl revived after we killed her, and she became even stronger." He sighed, speaking from the heart, his voice trembling. "Now if a weak person like me, who has no power, goes to talk to her, just imagining the giant underworld girl holding him in her palm is enough to scare him to death." Yuan Jhenui frowned, surprised, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. "You can even talk to anomalies?" In his heart, a whirlwind of thoughts churned. Sure enough, the special task force had used perfect means to kill Little Ai. Was it a documented item or something more powerful than a disaster-level anomaly? Now if he absolutely had to talk to Little Ai, how far had their methods evolved? Seeing Yuan Jhenui in a daze, Hong Yin's lips curved slightly, looking knowing, and he laughed. "Brother, don't you know the underworld girl is conscious?" In Hong Yin's eyes, Yuan Jhenui was just a well-behaved student. Even if he possessed powerful spiritual energy, he thought to himself, at most he's just an insensible child. But someone who would harm others? Perhaps he was overthinking it. Gradually relaxing, Hong Yin carelessly revealed the special task force's plan. He began to narrate, a hint of pride in his tone. "Anyway, during this time I've been forced by others to learn how to write stories and control my emotions. I can't just vent arbitrarily anymore. Only then can I summon the underworld girl again and force her to answer questions. Based on the last conversation between Hong Yin and the underworld girl, we suspect that the underworld girl might actually have companions." Yuan Jhenui listened silently, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He thought the special task force's investigation capabilities are stronger than he imagined. Yuan Jhenui heard Hong Yin continue with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. "It's not certain, just a guess." He felt a surge of anxiety in his chest. He fell into chaotic thoughts, his gaze sharp yet calculating. He couldn't press further. Their objective was too clear. To what extent did the special task force want to force Little Ai to answer? He weighed it secretly, a huge question rising in his heart. Such a huge cost, it couldn't be just to ask if she had companions. Were they trying to force her to reveal who her companions were? Or were they trying to force her to reveal new rules? Little Ai had never been an anomaly that killed without reason, nor had she ever been an enemy to humanity. But if the special task force pressed further, he thought, don't blame me for fighting back. Reality pulled him back. Hong Yin suddenly swerved the steering wheel, and the convertible sports car stopped in front of the Special Task Force's tall building. He patted Yuan Zhensui's shoulder, his tone proud and smug. "Here we are, standing in front of the Special Task Force's office building. Doesn't it look impressive?" Yuan Zhensui merely nodded slightly, replying briefly, his gaze scrutinizing. The two walked into the Special Task Force's lobby. There was no one there. The air was eerily quiet. Yuan Zhensui frowned, his tone full of doubt. "Why is it so quiet?" Hong Yin walked calmly, explaining with a hint of an unmocking smile. "No one comes here. Once you're here, it means you have a mission." Yuan Zhensui was standing when he suddenly felt a beam of light scan across his face. He looked up and saw a strange machine installed on the wall emitting a cold light. He asked, his tone puzzled, "What's next?" Hong Yin replied, his tone gentle yet with a hint of pride, his eyes sincere. "Anyone entering the Special Task Force for the first time must be scanned by it. It can be understood that the first function of the lie detector is to scan the basic information of members, confirm identity, and secretly investigate. The second function is to receive confidential information from members, but the purchase cost is too high, so it must be used carefully." Yuan Zhensui nodded, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He continued to ask, his voice low, "Can it scan anomalies?" Hong Yin led him through the Special Task Force C-Zone corridor, where the light from the recently scanned lie detector was still flashing. He replied with a hint of arrogance, "Yes, it can. We've long enshrined it. It must be placed at the main entrance to observe everyone." The two stopped in front of a mysterious room. Hong Yin pushed open the door, his tone decisive. "All right, let's get down to business." Inside the room, a sound system emitted a strange spiritual energy, as if alive, filling the air with unsettling vibrations. Hong Yin pointed to a strange microphone on the table, his tone meaningful. "This is the microphone. Read the words below." Before Yuan Zhensui could even do so, Hong Yin revealed a mischievous smile and reminded him, "Just so you know, using the microphone once costs 1 day of your lifespan." Yuan Zhensui looked at the microphone, his expression slightly grim. One day of lifespan for him meant losing one chance to resurrect. He stood motionless, his thoughtful expression making Hong Yin curl his lips and reach out to Yuan Zhensui's neck, teasing, "What's wrong, regretting it, or afraid of death?" Yuan Zhensui glanced at him, his tone calm yet with a hint of curiosity. "No, I'm just curious. What is this thing for, a lie detector?" Hong Yin chuckled and explained proudly, "This is a tool to test your thoughts and subconscious. It will be tested every 6 months from now on." Yuan Zhensui raised his eyebrows, his tone lazy yet full of calculation. "So will I gain new permissions after completing the form?" he inquired in detail, as the number of resurrections was crucial to him. He couldn't waste even a single opportunity. Hong Yin was taken aback, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "What permissions?" Yuan Zhensui smiled, his tone suggestive and meaningful. "You probably have a library here, right? Are anomalous cases recorded? Can I see them?" Hong Yin's face immediately darkened, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want to know?" Yuan Zhensui spoke bluntly without backing down. "For example, tell me your next plans. I need to understand more. Maybe I can help you with the underworld girl's situation." Hong Yin smiled, but his tone was firm, as if to dismiss his thoughts. "Dream on. The plan for dealing with disaster-level anomalies is top secret. Except for the general staff and consultants, no one else has access to it." Seeing Hong Yin's intense reaction, Yuan Zhensui merely shrugged, pretending to be nonchalant. "Just kidding. I just want to learn more as a newcomer." Hong Yin nodded, agreeing with a relaxed tone. "All right, I'll have them grant you permission then, but you can only see things relevant to your rank. As for forget it." But he secretly warned, a hint of threat in his eyes. "If you dare to play tricks, I'll be the first to deal with you." Yuan Zhensui dared not delve deeper, a slight hesitation in his eyes. He gripped the microphone tightly, his voice low. "Understood." He took a deep breath and began to read the words on the microphone. His tone was firm. "I will always be Yuan Zhensui," he paused, his gaze resolute, "and will never betray humanity." As soon as he finished speaking, the microphone suddenly emitted a powerful spiritual energy, sweeping through the room like an invisible wave. Hong Yin's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in surprise, "You also have?" Yuan Zhensui clenched his hands, his heart pounding, sweat trickling down his forehead. He tried hard to suppress his nervousness, fearing he wouldn't pass this test. A spiritual energy from the microphone seemed to tear at his mind, making everything chaotic and uncontrollable. Hong Yin stood by, slightly flustered, his voice trembling yet trying to remain calm. "How is this possible?" Suddenly, a mechanical voice came from the microphone, coldly announcing, "Test passed." Hong Yin sighed in relief, his expression gradually easing, his tone still with a hint of panic. "You scared me to death. I thought you. Hurry up and fill out the form." Then he turned, his tone a mix of blame and jest. "Have them check the item's maintenance lest it be too expensive later." Yuan Zhensui glanced at him, his tone annoyed yet with a smile. "Cut the crap." Both of them simultaneously noticed a plaque on the wall, detailing information about the Occult Club. Club name, Occult Club. Code name, President. Anomalous ability. Resurrection rules within a certain range. Address, Zhangcheng University. Yuan Zhensui frowned, thinking, is the control range that wide? Hong Yin put his arm around his shoulder, teasing, "I wouldn't recommend setting up your base in a crowded place, you know." Yuan Zhensui was taken aback, his gaze puzzled. "Why?" Hong Yin explained, his tone becoming serious. "The more people there are, the greater the likelihood of anomalies appearing. The Special Task Force Research Center has concluded that anomalous rules are actually closely related to humanity itself." Yuan Zhensui suddenly understood. He recalled, his voice low, "Several people once said it's your turn, using the internet to launch indiscriminate killing rules. Shaosong kills by borrowing things under the guise of being a neighbor. Little I uses resentment from interpersonal relationships. Sha Ya's killing also stems from distorted family relationships. All of these are intimately connected to humans." He fell into deep thought, a flicker of light in his eyes. "From this perspective, anomalies appear simply to eliminate humanity. So what if anomalies and humans are isolated? Try it with Shaosong." Hong Yin seemed to break the tense atmosphere, patting his shoulder, teasing, "Scared? Don't worry. You live in a high-end community with a sparse population, so it's relatively safe." Yuan Zhensui couldn't help but smile, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Haha, my neighbor is an anomaly." He turned and casually said goodbye to Hong Yin. "I have something to do. I'm leaving." Hong Yin curled his lips, teasing, "Don't you want to learn more?" Yuan Zhensui thought to himself, according to what Hong Yin said, he hadn't yet reached the core level of the Special Task Force. Even if he did, it would be difficult to find Shaosong's file. But fortunately, the research center's conclusion gave him a new experimental idea. This trip wasn't in vain. Night fell, and in an alley on Minghu Street, the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow on Yuan Zhensui's retreating figure. He unexpectedly encountered Tian Wu Bai, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, his voice low. "Tian Wu Bai, what are you doing here? Didn't you go to class?" Tian Wu Bai looked up, a hint of worry in her eyes, her voice soft yet full of sincerity. "The president hasn't been to school these past few days. Is something bothering you? I want to help." Yuan Zhensui frowned, his gaze sharp, his tone decisive. "No need," she asked in surprise, her tone slightly disappointed. "Ah, why?" He walked forward, his tone serious, as if to thwart all her intentions. "Don't meddle in things beyond your capabilities." Tian Wu Bai refused to give up, a determined glint in her eyes. "I can foresee that kind of danger, but I can still help." But Yuan Zhensui merely shook his head, walked past her, his tone cold. "No, you'll only be a hindrance. Don't follow me. If you meddle in this again, you'll be kicked out of the club." Tianwu Bai stood rooted to the spot, her gaze worriedly fixed on his disappearing back. Yuan Jhenui didn't look back, heading straight for Minghu community where Xiaosong resided. Xiaosong's information clearly appeared in his mind. He randomly selected locations to kill, and once he became a neighbor, regardless of whether gifts were accepted, victims would fall within his killing range. He kept borrowing things to evolve his rules. Silently recited the 5th rule. As the days increased, Xiaosong would borrow more and more items intimately related to the victims themselves until he borrowed their hearts. And the 6th rule, refusing Xiaosong's welcome gift could exempt one forced borrowing. Yuan Jhenui clenched his hands, a flicker of light in his eyes. Exempting one forced borrowing meant that those who refused Xiaosong's gift could still be saved. He activated his X-ray vision, and spiritual energy emanated from his pendant, spreading like an invisible spiderweb, helping him detect the entire area. He had to act before Xiaosong did, to notify everyone not to let him continue. Through Xia Ya's ability, he clearly saw Xiaosong like a ticking time bomb, ready to rush out the door at any moment. He went all out, trying to use his power to trap Xiaosong, but the opponent's power was too strong, suppressing him like a giant wave. Blood seeped from his wounds, but he gritted his teeth, using the gaps in recovery to make up for it. Xiaosong's invisible eyes stared at him maliciously, as if to devour him. He roared, his tone triumphant. Did it succeed? But just then a terrifying reality emerged. Xiaosong was back. His eerie eyes seemed to mock his efforts. The 11th rule echoed in his mind, cold and cruel. Xiaosong cannot be trapped in a room because human rooms cannot imprison anomalies. Yuan Jhenui felt danger approaching like a sharp knife at his throat. This bastard's rules are too cunning. Xiaosong's eerie eyes suddenly fixated on him, and a dark aura surged like a wave of hatred, dragging him into an uncontrollable abyss. He whispered, his voice cold as if from hell, "Why are you standing at my door?" Yuan Jhenui gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with the flame of determination. He launched a fierce attack, striking Xiaosong's gaunt body with his palm, simultaneously roaring in anger, "Borrow my ass!" But behind him, Xiaosong's figure flickered, lurking like a ghost. It tightly squeezed his neck, bones cracking, and blood continuously gushed from Yuan Zhenui's neck. His body swayed, consciousness plunging to the brink of death. He thought if he were an anomaly, perhaps it would be better. A cold notification echoed in his mind. Neighboring anomaly has entered killing state. Neighboring anomaly has entered killing state. Xiaosong's creaking voice echoed like death's footsteps deepening into his heart. An invisible demonic door opened, and Xiaosong's voice was demonic, repeatedly chanting, "Lend me your heart, lend me your heart." From the darkness a terrified voice responded, "Ah, who are you?" Xiaosong roared desperately yet terrifyingly. "Ah, what do you want to do?" He still repeated like a curse, "Lend me your heart. Help, don't kill me." The atmosphere suddenly changed. Yuan Jhenui felt the advantage shifting towards him. A flash of light appeared in his mind. A 7th rule, returning Xiaosong's welcome gift can negate one forced borrowing. He roared triumphantly, "I found your important rule, fortunately." Yuan Jhenui broke free from Xiaosong's grasp. He gasped for breath, his chest heavy, thinking to himself, "Fortunately I was prepared." He rushed into his room, frantically searching, determined not to discard Xiaosong's gift. In his haste, he didn't notice a cold, killing intent enveloping him from behind. Like the fear of a weak human being hunted, he suddenly shivered, almost unable to breathe, when a gentle voice sounded. Yuan Jhenui turned, his eyes filled with terror. Xiaosong stood there in a distorted, deformed posture, his eyes gleaming with greed, enticing. "Who are you?" Then he continued, "Can you bring Yuan Jhenui here in time? Hurry up and come in." Yuan Jhenui clenched his hands, his heart pounding. He recalled the notebook's records. Xiaosong's targets were not limited to humans. Xiaosong stepped forward, his voice low like a curse. "Can you lend me your heart?" Xiaosong gradually transformed into a terrifying monster, exuding a savage aura. Yuan Jhenui was shocked, unable to comprehend why such a strong bloody smell emanated from him. His clothes stained with fresh red blood. Something terrible must have happened. Suddenly, Xiaosong spoke, his voice hoarse. "Okay, here you go." He handed over the item he had once borrowed from Yuan Jhenui. He took it, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. According to the 7th rule, returning Xiaosong's welcome gift could exempt one forced borrowing. Then Xiaosong gently nodded and said, "Thank you, I'm leaving now." Yuan Jhenui hurriedly pursued him, determined to follow closely and uncover the secret. What exactly happened? He asked himself, puzzled. Had Xiaosong already begun his actions before he resurrected? Around him, endless stairs wound upwards, leading nowhere yet plunging into an abyss. Xiaosong merely said coldly, "Murderers go to hell." These words sent shivers down Yuan Zhenui's spine, his heart seeming to stop. How could this be? Is anyone still alive? He asked himself, his mind in chaos. Suddenly a figure streaked past, quick as lightning. Xiaosong stopped, a sly glint in his eyes. "Oh, I'm sorry you saw that?" Yuan Jhenui listened to him continue, his spine chilling. "Goodbye for now, Mr. Yuan. Don't you know they're all dead, their hearts all taken by it." In his mind, the screams of corpses echoed like wails from hell. "Murderer, give me back my life. It's all your fault. Butcher, pay with your life." Yuan Jhenui felt helpless, as if swallowed by a nightmare. "Help me," he cried desperately. But then he struggled to regain his composure. He gritted his teeth, muttering to himself. Calm down, he shouted loudly, his voice trembling but filled with determination. "All of you shut up." Gradually, he understood the terrifying rules of the malicious neighbor anomaly. First, once the malicious neighbor anomaly resides in your community, all residents, including you, will automatically become its neighbors. Second, each household corresponds to one gift. The number of family members is irrelevant, and neighbors are not limited to humans. Third, if you accept Xiaosong's gift, it will borrow an item from you, but politely, borrowing and returning. Fourth, if you refuse to lend it, Xiaosong will forcibly take your item. Fifth, the number of borrowings will gradually increase, and the items taken will become increasingly closely related to you, until your heart is taken by Xiaosong. Sixth, refusing Xiaosong's gift provides only one chance to avoid forced borrowing. Seventh, returning Xiaosong's welcome gift gives you one more chance to avoid forced borrowing. 11th, you cannot trap Xiaosong in a room because human rooms cannot imprison anomalies like it. Yuan Jhenui pondered, his heart heavy, realizing that besides himself Xiaosong had already taken everyone's hearts. He had miraculously escaped, but why had the monster not left yet? Why were the last 3 rules still locked? He muttered to himself. His voice filled with powerlessness. Damn it, suddenly a bone-chilling coldness tacked him from behind, making him shiver. Xiaosong appeared, his face pale, his voice low like a whisper from hell. Can you lend me your soul? Yuan Jhenui felt his life force being drained, his body visibly weakened. 1 life saved, lifespan remaining 83 days. Despite being temporarily safe, he was still dizzy and confused. It borrowed my heart and now it wants to borrow my soul too, he asked himself, his heart pounding in his chest. I thought I had escaped. Suddenly, Xiaosong's gloomy voice echoed again, as if piercing his mind. Mr. Yuan, are you flustered again? Can you lend me your soul? The phone in his hand slipped and fell to the ground, and he dropped to his knees. He tried to shout, his voice weak. Hello, this is Yuan Jhenui. A calm yet sharp voice came from the other end of the phone. What is it? Next time you contact an inspector, remember to use your code name. Yuan Jhenui took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Yes, I'm Ghost, and I've encountered an anomaly that kills using the malicious neighbor rules. I'm currently caught in a death loop. You don't need to come, but I need you to help me investigate its data, the person asked in a deep voice filled with surprise. Are you talking about the disaster-level anomaly, the malicious neighbor anomaly? It's appeared with you again. It was already contained by the special task force in the neighboring city. Wait a moment, I'll check for you immediately. That person was Qingji, the girl with shining emerald hair, square-rimmed glasses and sharp eyes. She immediately took action, her tone decisive as she spoke into the phone. Hello, I need to synchronize a file coded as malicious neighbor anomaly. Transmit it directly to my brain. The special task force quickly confirmed. Yes, Commander Qingji. She used her special power to receive the information via data stream, efficiently and quickly completing the access process. Then she clearly stated, the way to escape the malicious neighbor anomaly's death is to return the item it initially gave you, if you still have it. Yuan Jhenui frowned, his tone filled with despair. You mean the welcome gift? I've already returned it, and now it's even started borrowing my soul. Xiaosong grew increasingly terrifying, his face grim, his deep-set eyes seeming to devour everything. Qingji suddenly stopped, her voice low, as if realizing something was wrong. Ghost didn't hear Yuan Zhensui's response, so she urgently called out again, this is Qingji. I have something to report to the special task force. A minute later, Yuan Zhensui struggled to call back, his voice noticeably weak. Qingji, are you still there? 1 life saved. Lifespan remaining 81 days. On the other end of the phone, Qingji anxiously asked, are you okay? Yuan Zhensui barely stood up, his body trembling, but his eyes still glinted with determination. Haha, am I still alive? Qingji responded, her voice low but sharp. Listen carefully. You might be encountering the anomaly's supplementary rules now. He frowned, his mind blurry. Supplementary rules, Qingji continued, her tone very serious. Every anomaly has an embodiment of its rules. Humans avoid death by exploiting loopholes in their rules. But to supplement its rules, an anomaly will use humans as nourishment to enhance itself. The malicious neighbor anomaly originally forcibly borrowed the target's heart, and the target could avoid death by returning the welcome gift. However, after the supplementary rules were activated, the malicious neighbor anomaly has broken through and upgraded, forcibly borrowing souls, leaving the target with no escape. She paused, her voice low, as if foretelling misfortune. I think the malicious neighbor anomaly has evolved into a fierce god level. Previously, the special task force in the neighboring city sacrificed the lives of 4 inspectors to find a way to contain it, using rule items, a repair and separation seal. This item split the body and soul into 100 different fragments, but the soul became abnormally weak after separation. Akin to a walking corpse, the special task force in the neighboring city used this item to imprison it in a residential building. Yuan Zhensui frowned, his voice hoarse. Can't that seal repair a complete soul? Qingji confirmed, her tone filled with regret. No, after evolving, the malicious neighbor anomaly found that those incompletely repaired souls were not worthy of being its neighbors, therefore the seal's function also became useless. He took a deep breath, trying to stay clear-headed. One more question. Will the person stamped with the seal die? She replied without hesitation. Yes. Yuan Zhensui clenched his hands, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. I want to borrow that seal. When it borrows my first soul fragment and finds that no one here is whole anymore, it will automatically leave. That way, I can escape its rules and truly avoid death. Qingji pondered for a moment, then nodded into the phone. I understand. I will immediately submit an emergency request to command, and the seal will be delivered to your home right away, she thought to herself. Faced with such a desperate situation, he can still stay clear-headed and find a glimmer of hope. This child is truly extraordinary, she murmured. Not long after, a plane appeared in the sky, landing near Yuan Zhensui. He looked up in surprise and said, that fast? Qingji smiled faintly, her tone full of confidence. The special task force's efficiency has always been this high. Good luck. Yuan Zhensui turned on the light, and the airplane's lights cut through the darkness, forming a flickering data vortex on the data panel. His eyes were sharp. He used his vision to engrave every number into his mind, storing them in his body's memory. Suddenly a cold alarm sounded, like a whisper from hell. Your soul has been split into 100 parts. The result appeared before him. He was divided into 100 Yuan Jhenui individuals, all standing before Shaosong, ready to face the cruel rules of the malicious neighbor anomaly. The rules were clearly displayed like a curse. When the malicious neighbor anomaly resides in the community, all residents, including you, will automatically become its neighbors. Each household corresponds to one gift, regardless of the number of people. Neighbors are not limited to humans. If you receive Shaosong's gift, it will borrow an item from you, but politely, borrowing and returning. If you refuse to lend it, Shaosong will forcibly take the item. The number of borrowings will gradually increase from inanimate objects to things closely connected to you, and finally your heart. Refusing a gift only gives you one chance to avoid forced borrowing. Returning the welcome gift also gives you one more chance to escape death. But after taking the heart, Shaosong will turn its target to the soul, continuing to evolve and perfect its rules. Even if you escape your residence, Shaosong will pursue you until it takes the soul it craves. Shaosong will only leave when all neighbors' souls are in its hands. Moreover, no human house can imprison this monster. Suddenly, countless Yuan Jhenui individuals rushed toward Shaosong, frantic as ghosts in a storm. He abruptly woke up, realizing the cruel truth. So that's how it is. Even if the soul is split into thousands of fragments, those repaired individuals cannot escape Shaosong's scythe. The heart has been taken, but the soul still exists. Scattered among each individual, Shaosong will collect all soul fragments, synthesize a complete soul, and then take it all. How did I encounter such an overpowered anomaly? He roared in despair. In the fierce battle, both Shaosong and Yuan Jhenui unleashed their full power, showing no mercy. Finally, he launched a suicide attack, restarting himself. Shaosong roared with a twisted face, "Song Yangzu, now it's my turn for revenge." A deafening roar echoed throughout the space, tearing apart the boundary between humans and anomalies. Yuan Jhenui was exhausted, struggling to contact Qingji. On the other end of the phone, her voice sounded concerned yet with a hint of disappointment. Did it fail? Yuan Jhenui, though utterly drained, still managed to hold on, his voice hoarse but filled with determination. It did fail. But he paused, a sharp glint in his eyes. Qingji, I think I've found a new way now. When the organization tries to contain anomalies, have you ever tried fighting anomalies with anomalies? Qingji was stunned, greatly shocked. Is he talking about? She couldn't believe he would think of that. Impossible. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a student. If he's the one who resurrected the underworld girl, how could he be caught in the malicious neighbor anomalies loop? Yuan Jhenui frowned, his voice low. Qingji, is there a problem? Is this also a secret I can't access? She quickly responded, her tone slightly hesitant. No, what are you planning to do now? He took a deep breath, an unyielding fighting spirit burning in his eyes. I want to summon the underworld girl and trap Shaosong in hell. Perhaps this is the best solution. Suddenly, a phantom figure emerged, carrying a chilling aura from the underworld. The underworld girl appeared, her voice echoing. Master, you summoned me efficiently. Qingji was startled and quickly tried to stop him. Wait, even if you succeed, you'll go to hell after you die, she continued, her voice filled with worry. Once you make a contract with the underworld girl, no matter what abilities you use, you won't be able to escape that rule. I advise you not to do this. Yuan Zhensui's lips curled slightly, a bitter smile on his face. Oh, do you have any other solutions? Qingji pondered for a moment, then replied, Actually, your deduction is not wrong. The special task force once used rule items to create a space that contained anomalies. The neighboring city once used ghost statues to subdue a fierce god-level anomaly. But to maintain that parasitic space, it required a large amount of pure psychic energy. He nodded, a sharp glint in his eyes. As far as I know, such items are extremely rare. Their number in the world is countable, and the cost of maintaining them is enormous. Do you have the ability to apply for those things for me? Qingji hesitated, her tone slightly uncertain. You're right. Yuan Jhenui suddenly changed his tone, feigning extreme pain, his eyes heavy. Just one more day of life is one more day. If my soul has to struggle and frantically flee from hell, how is that different from the current situation? Qingji sighed, her voice low. I understand, she thought to herself. His decisiveness and courage surpassed those experienced inspectors. He was willing to let his soul be forever imprisoned in hell, just to contain the anomaly. He is truly a respectable person, she murmured. Yuan Jhenui hung up the phone, his gaze sharp and fixed ahead. All right, little eye, let's get back to business. The girl responded respectfully, Yes, master. Yuan Jhenui activated his ability, hellfire burning in his eyes. I want to patch the loopholes in the underworld girl's rules and strengthen them. An invisible voice echoed, cold and solemn. Do you accept the cost of 300,000 legend points to patch the rules and prevent the underworld girl's death? Do you accept the cost of 600,000 legend points to strengthen the underworld girl's rules? Without hesitation, he decisively replied. I agree to spend 900,000 legend points to patch the loopholes in hell. After tearing off the spider lily petals, the cursed will be unable to escape the yellow springs. No one can escape her hell. Yuan Zhensui's eyes glowed red as if absorbing some terrifying power. Ding dong, a crisp sound came from outside the door, each word piercing the air like a nail. Mr. Yuan, could I borrow something from you? Shaosong's demonic face contorted in terror. Yuan Zhenui tightly clutched the crimson spider lily petals, his voice icy. The sins you have committed, it's time to pay the price. Shaosong froze, its gaze fixed on him. It suddenly stared intently, as if seeing itself plummeting into hell, to live there forever. Countless eyes, countless spider lily petals like a river of blood surged toward Shaosong, engulfing it in a deep red vortex. On a small boat floating on a tranquil river, Xiaosong awoke to find himself imprisoned by the underworld girl. The girl in a red velvet dress smiled coldly. "Hello, I'm Xiaosong, I just moved here. This is a specialty from my hometown, please accept it." The welcome gift was thrown into the river, swept away with the eternal demon. The underworld girl curled her lips. "It seems they welcome you. Don't worry, you'll soon meet more new neighbors. Everything has been arranged for you by the master. When you get there, be sure to thank him." The next morning, Yuan Jhenui touched his neck, feeling the spider lily mark burning. He muttered, "Everything is real." His gaze was thoughtful. He'd keep this mark for now, so as not to be suspected by the special task force. Suddenly, a tender voice sounded behind him. "Mama," Little Eye, holding Little Eye in her arms, kept calling out, "Mama, Mama." She smiled sweetly, her voice clear. "Master, the malicious neighbor has been imprisoned in hell. That little fellow always stays in my territory, venting resentment for the souls." Then she pointed at Little Eye and said innocently, "Hello, I'm your new neighbor, Xiaosong." Little Eye also chimed in, nodding. Hum. Yuan Jhenui covered his mouth, hurriedly waving his hand. A flicker of panic crossed his face when he saw the trash bag in Little Eye's hand. "Little Eye, don't joke, that's disgusting." Little Eye hastily lowered her head, remorsefully saying, "I'm sorry, master, I didn't mean to." Yuan Jhenui gently stroked Little Eye's head, comforting her in a low, warm voice. "Don't worry too much. Xiaosong's speed of delivering specialties can't keep up with your daily rate of ushering souls. Souls will never run dry, right? Even if it keeps giving things, it can't do anything to you. The one in charge of hell, as long as you want to take all its gifts, it's helpless." Little Eye nodded blankly, her eyes lighting up. "Master is right." Little Eye next to her kept calling out "Mama" jealously, then struggled to be picked up. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated, indicating a new message. Yuan Jhenui opened it. It was from Qing Ji saying, "Your anomaly incident has concluded. According to regulations, all Special Task Force inspectors who experience anomaly incidents must receive psychological treatment, including you. How do you want to arrange it? Come to the Special Task Force or we can send someone to you?" He frowned impatiently, muttering, "Honestly, who has time to go to the Special Task Force?" A sudden commotion downstairs broke the silence. Yuan Jhenui looked out the window to see the Special Task Force and real estate company personnel gathered below the apartment building. Little Eye sweetly explained, "The Special Task Force already arrived last night. While Master was asleep, they handled the follow-up work. Now they're signing a confidentiality agreement with the real estate company. These people will soon be out of a job." Yuan Jhenui paused, muttering, "Oh, is that so?" Half an hour later, a woman appeared at his door. The sunny, brilliant smile. "Hello, I'm your therapist, Shirley. I didn't knock on the wrong door, did I?" Yuan Jhenui responded coolly, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "Oh, you can call me Ghost." Shirley pointed to the corridor next to them, cheerfully saying, "Ghost, from today on we're neighbors." He frowned, puzzled. "Neighbors?" Then terrible memories surged, bloody corridors and scattered corpses clearly reappearing before his eyes. He trembled as he asked, "Can people still live here?" Shirley chuckled softly, showing no fear. "Of course," she pointed to the room diagonally opposite his. "Ghost, go take a look at that room. It's spotless, bright as new. The Special Task Force has already cleaned up the entire community." Yuan Jhenui was speechless, his tone helpless. "What does this mean? Surveillance?" Shirley hastily waved her hand, smiling sweetly. "No, let me explain, Ghost. The Special Task Force values talents like you very much, which is why they assigned me to treat you, not monitor you. I know a little about what happened last night." Shirley gently stepped forward, took Yuan Jhenui's arm, her voice sweet as honey. "Please rest assured from now on and leave all tasks to me to handle. Just consider me your new partner." Yuan Jhenui looked at her sparkling eyes, sensing a sharp edge hidden beneath the gentle facade. This woman is not simple, he thought, his guard rising another level. He sighed, pushed open the door and entered the room. "I didn't say I wouldn't cooperate. Can we start now? I like things straightforward." Shirley chuckled, placing her handbag on the living room coffee table. "Okay." She took off her jacket, her movements so natural that Yuan Jhenui frowned, feeling slightly awkward. "Ha," she pointed to the sofa, softly saying, "Please lie down there first, Ghost." Yuan Jhenui frowned. The strange lying posture made him feel something was off, like a con artist. Shirley smiled, took a small box from her handbag containing a sparkling glass stone. She placed it in his hand. "Hold it steady, Ghost." He looked at the stone, curiously asking, "What is this?" Shirley replied, her eyes fixed on the emerald stone, suddenly turning pitch black. "This is a psychic crystal developed by the Special Task Force, used to detect the degree of psychological danger in humans." Yuan Jhenui frowned, his voice sinking. "What does that mean?" She clutched the pocket watch around her neck, explaining, "There are two situations where the psychic crystal turns black. One is suppression formed by pain. The other is mental pollution after loss of consciousness, which we usually call darkening." She took off her necklace, softly saying, "I'm sorry, Ghost. I want to try it." She waved the pocket watch in front of him, the flickering light from its hand seeming to pull him into slumber. But Yuan Jhenui suddenly stood up, swiftly snatched the pocket watch from her hand and tightly gripped her wrist. "Shirley, I don't need hypnotic therapy. This method is useless on me. First, explain what darkening is." Shirley suddenly collapsed softly to the ground. Yuan Jhenui froze, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Careless, was it she who was hypnotized, not me? At the instant the pocket watch's hands turned, Shirley had already infiltrated his mental world. She murmured in a low voice as if in a dream, "I can't breathe. Is this Ghost mental world?" Shirley was lost in Yuan Jhenui's chaotic world of thoughts where everything was steeped in blood red, pervading the entire space. In the distance, a gigantic eye loomed in the mist, emitting a terrifying aura. Her body stiffened, secretly alarmed. Is this the outcome of humanity fighting anomalies? Noisy voices echoed everywhere, accompanied by savage roars. The strong prevail, the weak perish. These foolish humans will all be slaughtered. Shirley's forehead dripped with anxious sweat. This is bad. Ghost, is he already simulating human life and death? She fell to the ground, her heart pounding. Too dangerous. If left unchecked, Ghost would become a scourge to society. I almost went insane just now. I must quickly find the dwelling place of his other consciousness. Suddenly the ground beneath her feet cracked and Shirley plummeted into the abyss. A chilling laugh rang out, making her shiver. Before her a colossal monster appeared, so immense that she felt like a tiny mosquito. It bared its sharp teeth and roared. Hee, sister, you look delicious. Dozens of eyes on the monster's body flickered and tentacles extended, each tipped with a toothy maw, lunging straight for her. Shirley was attacked, her body covered in blood. In a critical moment she pulled a silver halo ring from her pants pocket and hurriedly put it on. This was an item researched by the Special Task Force, designed for psychologists to deal with dangerous inspectors. The ring could reduce mental attacks from the opponent's psychological state. She closed her eyes, softly chanted a mantra, her voice trembling yet firm. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, like dew and like lightning, thus should they be contemplated. The ring emitted a dazzling light, repelling the tentacles, making them fall to the ground. Yuan Jhensui's entire mental world shook and the scene instantly changed. Shirley found herself in a waterlogged space with torrential rain falling, bone-chillingly cold. She gasped, too cold. Ahead is probably Ghost's subconscious. The subconscious is the deepest part of the mind, imperceptible to humans, where Inspector's secrets are stored, accessible to no one but themselves. The sky was still stormy with thunder and lightning, as if mirroring the inner turmoil. Shirley clenched her hands, her eyes resolute. I must delve into Ghost's subconscious to find the problem, even if I face more danger. From the vast water surface a boat quietly emerged. Little Eye stood at the bow, her long purplish black hair flowing, her blood-red eyes like crimson jewels. Her sailor uniform fluttered in the wind. Shirley was stunned, immediately recognizing the spider lily mark on her, the underworld girl. She clasped her hands, her heart in turmoil. Could the underworld girl become Ghost's subordinate in the future? She forced a smile, trying to remain calm. Yes. Little Eye tilted her head, her gaze sharp. Is there something you need? Shirley stammered, her voice slightly trembling. I've come to. Before she could finish, Little Eye glared at her, sharply saying, tell me the truth or you will stay here forever. Shirley hastily stepped forward, grabbing Little Eye's hand, her eyes firm. I hope Ghost doesn't become an anomaly. Little Eye raised an eyebrow in surprise, her tone slightly mocking. Are you saying that too, an anomaly? Shirley nodded, her tone firm. Yes, that is my true thought, she mused. The underworld girl is here. Perhaps it's a mechanism Ghost set up to protect his own mind. Any psychological treatment would be useless and might even be counterproductive. She softly continued, from a human perspective, I cannot allow the powerful Ghost to become an anomaly and threaten society. And for my own selfish reasons, having heard of his exploits against anomalies, I don't want him to become like that someday. Little Eye's heart stirred, and her eyes softened. She untied the scarf from her neck and handed it to Shirley. Sigh, but you are very likely to die here. If you are not the master's enemy, I hope this thing can help you. Suddenly a ghostly shadow swept past, carrying a strong dark aura and killing intent. Yuan Jhensui's dark entity roared, his voice full of savagery. Underworld girl, how dare you betray me? It lunged forward, attacking both of them simultaneously. Fortunately, Little Eye quickly blocked in front, taking the full brunt of the attack, giving Shirley a chance to escape. She shouted loudly, run, run. Shirley dove into the water, her heart pounding like a drum. She felt like she was truly going to die. From the depths of the seabed, countless pitch-black arms stretched out, letting out mournful cries. Why did you kill me? Do I deserve to die? You anomalies who stood by and did nothing are all bastards. Boo-hoo, I don't want to die. You should all die with me, just as you arbitrarily sacrificed me. The arms tightly entangled Shirley, making it hard for her to breathe, but her eyes suddenly lit up because she saw a light hole on the seabed. I think I've found it. This is Ghost Crux. It seems I can only use my own method. Shirley activated her ability of illusory dreams, her entire body emitting a hazy glow. Outside, Yuan Jhenui watched her intently. She was still unconscious in the chair. He murmured, his tone full of doubt, why is this therapist so strange? I feel like she's about to die. In the mental world, Shirley was fighting painfully, desperately trying to reach the deepest part of his mind. Shirley was drenched in cold sweat, her body trembling, her lips tightly sealed as if immersed in a nightmarish terror. She anxiously murmured, if something really goes wrong, will the Special Task Force handle the aftermath? Suddenly, a violent tremor struck, and Yuan Jhensui's head buzzed. He slammed to his knees hitting the ground hard, his breath coming in ragged gasps as if someone had him by the throat. This woman, honestly, he muttered, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, an old scene flashed in his mind, a room filled with comic books, sodas, and video games. He lay on the table, startled awake by the surrounding noise. An excited voice rang out, see, I told you Jhenui was secretly sleeping here. The clamor abruptly jolted him awake. Next to him were Sha Binbin and Li Zhongxing. Both were smiling radiantly. Yuan Jhenui exclaimed in surprise, Sha Binbin, Li Zhongxing. Sha Binbin laughed loudly, pointing at him. Jhenui, what's wrong? Still groggy from sleep? Li Zhongxing joined in the teasing, winking. Truly are a weirdo. I wouldn't be able to sleep at all if I were you. Just thinking about exploring the abandoned factory in the suburbs of Zhang City tomorrow. Binbin's phone screen popped up with information about the expedition team. Yuan Jhenui angrily snatched the phone. Which team? Delete it now, his two friends asked worriedly. Jhenui, what's wrong? Don't worry, Yuan Jhenui gripped the phone tightly, his hand gradually deforming, emitting a terrifying aura. With his current strength and Yuming Eye's evolution, he no longer needed to participate in such games. An invisible voice sounded in his mind. Now please subdue the target, your turn. After subjugation, the abilities of the hunting team members will be disabled. Subdue YN, he clearly replied. Yes. The system prompted successful subjugation. Congratulations, host, your friends have escaped death. Yuan Zhensui's transformation became increasingly horrifying, and Sha Binbin screamed, "Oh boss, stop fooling around." Li Zhongxing rushed over and hugged him tightly. Thank goodness you came to your senses. Yuan Zhenui was confused what was happening. His two friends were both crying, their voices choked with sobs. Don't become like this just to save us. Then they gently laughed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. We know we're already dead. Sha Binbin scratched his head, his eyes red. We're happy that you still thought of us. The two hugged Yuan Zhenui tightly, recalling old times. This guy would use the forced lock ability to catch you as soon as class was over. We're so proud of how strong you are now, Li Zhongxing continued. Yeah, just consider it revenge for us. Go and deal with those hateful anomalies properly, but you must take care of yourself. Sha Binbin and Li Zhongxing gradually dissipated, leaving Yuan Zhenui standing alone. He murmured, "Isn't it good that I've become stronger?" Sha Binbin smiled, his voice fading. "Why are you even dumber than me now? Of course, becoming stronger is good, but I know your wish." Fragments of memory clicked, scattering like dust in the wind. Yuan Zhenui immersed himself in the memory, his burning wish clearly emerging: eradicate anomalies and lead humanity to survive. Memory fragments like broken glass crashed into the abyss. The clock ticked, pointing to 7, pulling him back to reality. He slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Is this where I came back this morning?" He picked up his phone and immediately called Qing Ji, his voice low but sharp. "Qing Ji, I have something to ask you. You said your people came to my community for follow-up work? So where will those people go next? What will happen to their lives?" Qing Ji hesitated slightly. "Is this important?" Yuan Zhensui's voice carried unconcealable anger. "Of course. Were they laid off by you without any compensation? Aren't you supposed to be working for the benefit of humanity? It was our dereliction of duty not to save the residents of that area. The living weren't properly resettled, and their lives will be even more painful in the days to come. Is this what you call protection?" Qing Ji remained silent for a long time, then replied in a low voice, "I understand. The special task force will adopt your valuable suggestions. However, the specifics of implementation will have to await a response from higher-ups." Yuan Zhenui seemed to have no more patience to listen. He hung up the phone, turned his head and looked sharply at Shirley. "So are you satisfied, Shirley?" Shirley smiled gently, her eyes sparkling. "Lord Ghost, that was not my intention but a projection of your inner self." He approached, his voice low but sharp. As expected, an excellent psychologist, Shirley was slightly surprised, her smile even brighter. "Oh really? Thank you for the compliment." Yuan Zhenui placed his hand on her shoulder, his gaze sincere. "I should be thanking you for treating me. Can we go out now?" Shirley nodded, her voice soft. Of course." But she suddenly added, "However, you still need to do one more test. Please come with me over here and we can leave this dream." Chen Yarn's image clearly appeared. Yuan Zhenui opened his eyes, fully awake. Before him, Shirley still wore a sunny, brilliant smile, holding a cup of fragrant black tea. "Lord Ghost, you're awake. This is freshly brewed black tea. I took the liberty of using your kitchen without asking for your permission." He took the black tea, took a sip, and calmly said, "Then shall we start? That way your mission can be completed sooner." Shirley rummaged through her bag, shaking her head and laughing. "No, I'll be staying here for a while longer. But there's something I need to tell you about dealing with the consequences of the malicious neighbor anomaly. Your immediate neighbors will receive a large sum of compensation." Shirley cheerfully took out the psychic crystal from its box, her voice light. "Their jobs have already been arranged in the industrial zone and they will receive additional compensation for emotional distress. I will convey any valuable suggestions you as a supervisor make to the Special Task Force for improvement." She placed the crystal in Yuan Zhensui's hand. He calmly replied, "That's great." The crystal shimmered with a soft light, no longer the deep black it was before. "Excellent, your crisis has been resolved." He gripped his hand tightly, his gaze deep. "Yes, what if the psychic crystal had remained black?" Shirley sighed, her voice low. "Lord Ghost, you must have guessed, if things continued like that, should you ever sacrifice yourself in a battle against anomalies, you would be at risk of becoming an anomaly yourself." Yuan Zhenui remained silent, hiding a terrifying secret. She was only half right. In his dream he had voluntarily consumed 10 billion legend points, transforming himself into an anomaly without reason, out of control, left only with the pleasure of killing. He could see his actions but didn't understand why he did them. How terrifying, he thought darkly. He couldn't let her know that he had turned himself into an anomaly in his dream. He loosened his grip and the psychic crystal shimmered. He looked at Shirley, his tone firm. "Don't worry. I will try my best not to become an anomaly." The doorbell rang urgently. Shirley stood up, smiling. "I'll get it, Lord Ghost." The door opened and Tianwu Bai appeared awkwardly at the door. "President, I saw you were busy for a long time, so I came to check on you. No other intentions." She handed over a cute gift box, stammering, "I hope you accept it soon and don't be too sad. No, I really didn't use money to investigate the president's affairs." Tianwu Bai glanced at Shirley, stunned by her dazzling beauty, then covered her mouth. She whispered, "Excuse me, are you? I'm sorry, I must have come to the wrong place." Shirley smiled gently. "I'm a new neighbor, please take care of me from now on." Yuan Jhenui poked his head out from inside the room, his tone surprised. "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Tianwu Bai scurried inside, hastily replying, "Yes, yes, yes." She sat on the sofa next to Shirley, secretly observing her. Shirley exuded a radiant glow, her graceful posture making Tianwu Bai secretly think, "What a beauty is she, a neighbor." But the president isn't exactly hospitable. Yuan Jhenui turned on the TV. Noon News was playing on the screen. "Welcome to today's Noon News. Next, please watch a few short reports." A man appeared, crying tragically. "My daughter has been kidnapped. You incompetent fools, you haven't caught the culprit yet." The news continued to report that kidnapping cases have been frequent in our city recently. Today, a 20-year-old woman has gone missing again. According to police investigations, this case and nearly 10 recent kidnapping cases are all serial crimes. "Citizens, please be aware of your safety." Shirley watched intently. Her gaze flickered towards Tianwu Bai. Yuan Jhenui noticed and calmly said, "She's my subordinate and she knows about anomalies, so you can tell her anything." Shirley nodded, her voice low. "You might not have had time to follow the news recently, but rampant kidnappings are currently the hottest topic in society. The criminals are vicious and cunning, and the Public Security Bureau even wants to use our special items. If this situation continues, the Special Task Force may need to intervene." Yuan Jhenui frowned, his face serious. "Is it that serious?" He glanced at the corner of the room and saw Yu Ming'ai standing there giving a slight nod. He stood up and said coldly, "You two continue chatting." He walked into the room, closed the door, and then summoned his notebook. He flipped through it page by page, carefully checking. Sure enough, the widespread kidnappings seriously affected Yu Ming'ai's work. The speed of harvesting legend points had noticeably slowed down. "I spent 900,000 points to strengthen and perfect Yu Ming'ai," he murmured. After subduing the malicious neighbor anomaly, he gained 500,000 legend points and 100,000 karma points. The notebook clearly recorded. Remaining legend points, 865,000. Spiritual power 100, level 3. Lifespan 79 days. Logically speaking, he had already recovered all the invested legend points. But tonight, Yu Ming'ai had almost gained nothing. Yu Ming'ai emerged from the void, pouting, "Yes, master, those kidnappers are truly hateful." He turned to the next page, which was blank. His voice was low with a hint of sarcasm. "You're right, don't expect good deeds to be rewarded." Then a cold smile curled his lips. "But if you sow the wind, you can reap more. Why not add fuel to the fire? Little I have an idea." Yu Ming'ai froze, her eyes blank, not understanding. Yuan Jhenui closed the notebook, his eyes gleaming with determination. A daring plan had formed in his mind. After Tianwu Bai and Shirley left, Yuan Jhenui rushed to his computer desk, his fingers flying across the keyboard, his eyes sharp. He imagined the image of the ghost phone call anomaly, an old man with a wrinkled face, round thick glasses that couldn't hide his shadowed eyes. He murmured, his brain recalling memories from his previous life. During his school days, his dorm mates were obsessed with the legend of the ghost phone call. Before killing, it would send a strange voice message 3 days in advance saying you will die in 3 days. Horrifying screams, tragic time collision rules, infinite killing methods. He frowned, calculating that even hundreds of thousands of legend points wouldn't be enough to describe it. He had to rewrite this urban legend. Suddenly, the computer screen lit up and a video clip popped up featuring a little girl holding a trophy, smiling brightly. Yuan Jhenui curiously slid his finger across the mouse to the play button. A notification sounded, accompanied by a cheerful melody. New beginning, an uplifting song, pure music. But the background of its creation made him ponder. Below the bright image of the little girl, text appeared. New beginning, a masterpiece by child prodigy writer Hu Wen, going viral again after her death. The comments in the video were full of regret. This song was created by child prodigy Hu Wen 5 years ago before she passed away. Her talent and love for music once captivated the entire nation. Suddenly, a line of blood-red text appeared. It was chilling, but precisely because of this, the devil set its sights on her and craved her. The scene shifted. A girl with angelic but tattered wings was locked in a golden cage suspended amidst golden flowers. The cage was deadly gripped by 2 devilish hands with sharp claws. The narration continued in a low, sorrowful voice. Misfortune shrouded her fate. The kidnappers had long targeted Hu Wen, demanding a huge ransom and prohibiting police intervention. Her parents agreed not to call the police and paid the ransom, but the media wouldn't let it go. News of Hu Wen's kidnapping spread everywhere. To maintain order, the police intervened to rescue her. But the final scene was a tragic ending. Blood splattered across the table, a hand clutching a musical score, golden hair scattered, red blood flowing from the table onto a mountain of ransom below. After the kidnappers were arrested, evidence showed that Hu Wen had not been abused during her captivity. They even provided her with musical instruments, helping her compose New Beginning, a song full of innocence, purity, and a longing for a bright future. However, in contrast to reality, Hu Wen's death seemed to hide an uninvestigated truth. In her quiet home, a large cabinet still treasured sparkling trophies, testaments to her brilliant talent. In the center of the room, the familiar piano stood silently, adorned with once happy family photos. Now everything had gradually faded from people's memories. News reports stated that Hu Wen received the highest award on the day of her death, but thereafter her family gradually withdrew from public view. Except for devoted fans, Hu Wen had almost been forgotten by the world. After watching the video, Yuan Jhenui clenched his hands, his eyes flashing with determination. "I'll use this." Combining it with the movie, he closed his eyes, entering a meditative state for creation. When he opened his eyes, his body had changed. His eyes were blood-red, pupil-less, like hellfire burning before him. The notebook automatically flipped open, surrounded by blazing red flames. Musical notes jumped and boiled, intertwining with the chilling narration of the ghost phone call. The ghost phone call targets kidnappers and robbers. After answering the call, victims will hear their own tragic screams before dying. At the same time, the ringtone of New Beginning will play inside them, unable to stop. When the ringtone ends, the ghost phone call will kill the target. If the victim doesn't answer the phone, messages will flood in like a tide, transforming into an urban legend vividly presented in the city. On the bustling streets, people in raincoats and holding bamboo umbrellas hurried by. Two people stopped, the eerie red and white melody created by Yuan Jhenui playing in their headphones. They whispered, "Has anyone else noticed? Although New Beginning is a saved song or in the song list, the melody has become very strange." "Yeah," another person trembled and replied, "It's giving me the creeps. How did it suddenly turn into a forbidden song style? Was it a hacker?" In another dark corner, a man with a cigarette in his mouth held a phone, his voice tense. "Hello," a roar came from the other end of the line. "Why are the police here?" Clearly the man had interrupted the other party and said coldly, "Gu Zhenon, what are you afraid of?" The man abruptly stood up, his tone full of sarcasm. "You weren't so useless when you first planned this." He walked into the pitch-black room where a person lay motionless on the floor, their life hanging by a thread. Outside the iron window, heavy rain still poured and lightning sliced across the sky like sharp blades. He walked to the person on the floor and continued to speak coldly into the phone. "Speaking of which, you're the mastermind. I'm just an accomplice. Continue or surrender, you choose." Lin Yu, the recently kidnapped victim on the floor, her mouth gagged, struggled, her eyes filled with tears, staring in terror at the man in front of her. He bent down, his crimson eyes glinting with cunning, his hands gripping her arms tightly, making Lin Yu even more terrified. She turned her face, closing her eyes tightly, not daring to look. Suddenly, the man's gaze froze, as if he had seen something terrifying. He bit down hard on his lit cigarette and cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" He put the phone to his ear, but then a terrifying sound echoed through the empty room, making him tilt his head, quickly pull the phone away, his eyes filled with confusion. He cursed angrily, "What the hell is that?" Then he slammed the phone to the ground, its screen shattering. Lin Yu knelt silently in the corner of the room, staring at him in shock. Suddenly he felt dizzy, his pupils dilated, his whole body trembling, swaying unsteadily. He sighed inwardly, "This is bad, my body." Lin Yu, despite her terror, didn't understand what was happening on the floor. The crimson melody of New Beginnings silently crept towards him, entwining him like invisible ropes. As the music seeped into his ears, he immediately felt an intense pain. His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched so tightly they almost shattered, his hair stood on end and sweat poured down him. He screamed, "Ah, it hurts so much, it hurts so much." His silhouette was cast on the wall, distorted as if torn into pieces, his pupils protruding and abnormally swollen. Lin Yu sat on the ground, watching in terror as bubbles of varying sizes erupted from his body. As if boiling beneath his skin, his face twisted and the bubbles under his neck squeezed and deformed. Suddenly a heart-wrenching scream rang out, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. His body burst open, the impact blowing Lin Yu's hair back. Thousands of bloody flesh fragments, parts of his body, splattered onto the floor, some even near her. Lin Yu was so shocked that her tears stopped flowing, her eyes wide, staring blankly at the disgusting viscous mess. She trembled, thinking, how could this happen? His screams still echoed in her ears like an unending curse. Lin Yu trembled. She realized that the scream she had just heard was identical to the terrifying sound from the phone earlier. In another location in front of a tall building, police cars and ambulances surrounded the scene, their flashing lights illuminating the night. Medical personnel hastily carried a stretcher into a vehicle, their faces showing obvious terror. A police officer mumbled in a trembling voice, "It's too horrible. I've never seen anything like this." His colleague next to him nodded, his eyes vacant. "I feel like I'll have nightmares tonight about ghosts." In the police station's monitoring room, Bai Shaohui sat in front of the computer screen, his eyes bloodshot from tension. He watched the footage over and over again, not missing any detail. His assistant behind him reminded him worriedly, "Captain Bai, you've watched it several times already." This matter, Bai Shaohui, captain of the second squad, still propped his chin, his brows tightly furrowed, deeply focused. "Ignore what colleagues say. As the person in charge of the serial kidnapping case, I will never let go of any clue." On the screen, footage from a patrol car's dashcam was clearly visible. The suspect, Lin Zhang, was handcuffed in the back seat, crying and begging the two police officers in front. "I was wrong, I was really wrong. I just had a moment of confusion. I didn't really mean to hurt my sister. Please, I don't want to go to jail." Bai Shaohui clicked the mouse, pausing the footage. He analyzed in a deep voice, "Through investigation, we found that this kidnapping was a collaborative effort. Lin Zhang, Lin Yu's brother, was one of the suspects." He zoomed in on the screen, showing a close-up of the ringing phone on the laptop in the police car. The video continued to play. The police officer in the passenger seat handed the phone to Lin Zhang, his tone stern. "We're all watching. Tell us everything clearly, understand?" Lin Zhang put the phone to his ear, his eyes wide, filled with terror. Suddenly, a terrifying scream came from the phone, startling the two police officers, who turned their heads. One quickly snatched the phone from Lin Zhang's hand, trying to turn off the sound, but to no avail. The driver shouted, "What the hell? Can't turn it off?" The police officer holding the phone roared, "Lin Zhang, raise your hands." Lin Zhang sat motionless, his eyes frantic. "What trick are you playing now?" Lin Zhang clutched his head, his eyes bloodshot, muttering in pain, "It wasn't me, it's so pitiful, my head hurts so much." The police officer in the passenger seat turned back and asked worriedly, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, Lin Zhang threw his head back, screaming for help. A shriek startled the two police officers. Immediately after, a crimson melody of new beginning poured out of his wide-open mouth. Lin Zhang held the back of his head with one hand and his chin with the other, twisting forcefully. Crack, his head twisted backward. His neck made a crunch sound and broke. The driver police officer was startled and slammed on the brakes. Due to inertia, Lin Zhang's body flew backward, his head smashing through the car window, glass fragments scattering in the rain. The police car stopped in the middle of the road and the air was filled with a deathly silence. The driver police officer opened the car door, got out and stared blankly at the time on the screen. In the monitoring room, Captain Bai Shaohui silently calculated. From the suspect receiving the call to his death, it was a total of 3 minutes and 36 seconds. He leaned back, rubbing his forehead as he analyzed. The strangest thing is that the camera showed the time on the suspect's phone as 6 o'clock exactly, but the call duration was 6 minutes and 35 seconds. He stroked his chin, his voice deep, even more terrifyingly. After analysis, the scream on the phone was completely Lin Zhang's. Bai Shaohui suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp. Lin Zhang was already dead, yet he had made a fatal call to himself a few minutes earlier. He turned to the person behind him and said, "You go out first, I have something to report to higher-ups." Back in the real world in Yuan Jhenui's home, the magic book was still open, a crimson glow mysteriously emanating from it, and the legend points information rapidly changed, now reaching 1,161,000. Sitting on the sofa, Yuan Jhenui's lips curved in satisfaction. It seemed the reversal was going well and a part had already been resolved. His hand stroked the red text erupting from the book, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Suddenly he remembered something important. Should I increase my lifespan? He lightly snapped his fingers 4 times and a new notification popped up, updating the value to consume 20,000 legend points, bringing his lifespan to 100 days. But he frowned, feeling something was off. He continued to read the notification. Your spiritual power has reached 200. You can advance to level 3 spiritual power. Upgrade. Reminder, there is a possibility of failure if you upgrade at this time. Yuan Jhenui was stunned, muttering, "What does that mean? Isn't level 3 the highest spiritual power in this world?" 2 hours later, in the police station's conference room, Captain Bai Shaohui sat contemplating in front of his laptop with the case files he had just reported to his superiors beside him. He frowned slightly, engrossed in the unanswered questions, trying to make sense of the situation. Qing Ji, the newcomer to the case, walked in with a solemn expression as if facing an unusual event. Looking at her, Bai Shaohui hesitated, a hint of indecision in his eyes. Qing Ji raised an eyebrow, her voice low and sharp. "Are you sure you want to continue participating in the rescue?" Hearing exactly what he wanted to hear, Bai Shaohui immediately replied without hesitation. "Yes, I want to investigate this matter thoroughly." He sat with his legs crossed, one hand in his jacket pocket, exuding an authoritative presence. Qing Ji shook a stack of documents in her hand, her gaze sharp. "This incident is not like the wrathful spirits you've dealt with before, it's an anomaly. Wrathful spirits are extremely dangerous and ordinary firearms are ineffective against them. But anomalies are even more powerful entities than wrathful spirits." Hearing this, Bai Shaohui froze, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Anomaly, anomaly," he repeated, his voice deep. Qing Ji nodded, explaining with a chilling calmness. "An anomaly is the embodiment of a rule, killing according to its rules. As long as the killing rule occurs, humans cannot find its pattern of appearance." Her words made Bai Shaohui involuntarily shiver. He imagined an anomalous figure standing behind him, one hand resting on his chin, the other on his shoulder, whispering something that made his neck feel as if it would break. An invisible fear swept over him, making him tremble slightly. Qing Ji continued, her voice low and sorrowful. "They will die without reason," she sighed, looking at Bai Shaohui with a serious gaze. "You can withdraw now," she advised. "After the investigation, there are still those kidnapped people. We have already sent people to investigate." Across from her, Bai Shaohui lowered his head, his face filled with powerlessness. He couldn't find a reason to refute, his heart heavy as if crushed by an invisible boulder. Meanwhile, investigations into both cases were proceeding intensely. In an interrogation room at the police station, Lin Yu sat recounting her experience, her voice trembling. The female police officer next to her pointed to a file with a suspect's photo, recording her conversation with the suspect. At the scene, forensic experts were busy, some taking photos, some collecting samples, all focused on gathering evidence. Qing Ji turned to Bai Shaohui, calmly revealing the preliminary results. "We have confirmed that the death methods of these 2 suspects are identical. Specifically, after connecting or being forced to connect, they both hear their own tragic screams." In the next 3 minutes and 35 seconds, Qing Ji's eyes were solemn, continuing to reveal chilling details. "Not only are these 2 kidnappers victims of the anomaly," she said calmly yet unsettlingly. "According to previous statistics, 328 people have already died, ranging in age from 12 to 80, with no discernible pattern." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Bai Shaohui as if to emphasize, "The anomaly is still committing crimes in different places." For example, previously in an old house, a large mirror reflected the anomaly's eerie smile. From the receiver of an old rotary phone, a familiar song melody was heard. Qing Ji frowned slightly, continuing to recount the song heard by the victims. These melodies were not just online music. They had become corrupted, distorted, and impossible to delete or remove. She paused, took a deep breath, and then said in a low voice, "The Special Task Force has launched a new plan called the phone call. Suddenly the phone screen on the table lit up, showing an incoming call. Bai Shaohui quickly picked up the phone, casting an apologetic look at Qing Ji. "I'm very sorry, Commander Qing Ji," he said. Then he put the phone to his ear. "It's my mom calling, I'll take it." His mother's voice was full of worry. "Shaohui, come home quickly." But the next sentence stiffened him, his face turning ashen. "Something happened at your wife's parents' house." Just a few minutes later, Bai Shaohui and Qing Ji rushed to his house. The sight before him made his heart clench. 3 police officers were taking notes, and the floor was covered with 2 bodies draped in blankets. His wife trembled in his arms, crying incessantly. "I can't believe it. How could Mom and Dad?" Bai Shaohui's eyes were firm with a hint of sadness as he turned to his superior. "Commander Qing Ji, you see, my in-laws also died because of this. I've decided I hope you'll allow me to continue participating in the investigation." He held his wife tightly, fighting back tears, gritting his teeth as he said, "I'm going to avenge them." Taking the file from the police officer at the scene, Qing Ji looked at Bai Shaohui, her eyes showing no reluctance. "If you've made up your mind, then I won't stop you," she replied, then lowered her voice. "This matter is confidential, so I hope your wife can leave first." In extreme grief, Bai Shaohui's wife tightly gripped his hand, sobbing and pleading, "Husband, don't go." He tried to comfort her, his voice gentle but firm. "It's okay, you go. You can move in with my parents from now on." Standing aside, Qing Ji silently pulled a phone from a file bag. It was important evidence. She glanced at her subordinate captain's twisted, pained face. When a female officer led his wife out, Bai Shaohui blurted out, "Commander, But Qing Ji interrupted him, her voice calm and decisive. "Your wife and your parents, we will arrange everything properly." Qing Ji handed the victim's phone to Bai Shaohui, her gaze sharp and firm. "Now use the deceased's phone to make a call," she commanded, her voice calm but with pressure. "This is a trial." Bai Shaohui replied decisively, "Yes." He held 2 phones, his hands trembling slightly, but his eyes were firm. He thought to himself, "Will I really die just by answering a phone call?" He mumbled to himself, then dialed with one phone and put the other to his ear. When the call connected, his hello sounded from both ends simultaneously. He breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Management is enough. I'm not dead. I passed the test." 8 hours later, in the oppressive room at Bai Shaohui's in-law's house, he was still buried in files, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. Assistant Kai Xiaoyan walked in, carrying a thick stack of documents, carefully placing them on the table. "These are the number of deaths and their information from the last half hour. I've placed them here," she said. Bai Shaohui didn't look up, asking in a low voice, "How many people have died so far?" Kai Xiaoyan immediately replied, 1362 people. "Why? Do you have any leads?" He shook his head, a dejected expression on his face. "Not yet. I haven't found any leads so far." Kai Xiaoyan suddenly remembered something and reached into her pocket, pulling out a carefully wrapped small parcel. "Oh, that's right," she said with a slight hesitation in her tone. "Commander Qing Ji said this was something your wife handed over to the special task force." Bai Shaohui frowned, his eyes filled with curiosity. Kai Xiaoyan further explained, "It's a logbook, a relic of your in-laws." She carefully handed over the logbook with both hands. "I heard it was hidden in the wall. Your wife didn't dare to look at it, kept it for a long time, and finally handed it over to us. After you've read it, we'll continue collecting. It might help with the case." Bai Shaohui immediately opened the package, his eyes fixed on the first page of the logbook. When he read the opening words, he was stunned, his breath seemingly caught in his throat. This is what's written in the logbook. "I buried that child alive." Below it was the date, April 23, 1999. The next page talked about a G. When she came home, her forehead was bleeding, her carefully styled hair was messy. Her skin was covered with scratches. A G's classmate did it. She hit that child. "I just found out this wasn't the first time, but she and her family didn't show any remorse at all," the logbook owner wrote, her tone filled with resentment. "I just wanted to turn them into obedient children. I'm truly sorry." The subsequent text revealed a terrifying plan. "So I went back to my hometown and asked you to kidnap that child. That person agreed because I had saved him before," the logbook owner wrote proudly, as if completely innocent. "If things were exposed, the plan was simple and smooth. I had an alibi, and almost no one knew. I wouldn't allow that child to destroy my family." He hired a group of thugs to kidnap the child and took him to an abandoned house. Initially, Bai Shaohui thought this person just wanted to teach the child and his family a lesson. But the following text revealed an even more terrifying truth, making him involuntarily tremble. In the logbook, the writer recalled with a chillingly calm tone, "So I buried him alive. After taking the child from the kidnappers, he secretly brought him to his backyard. Under the cover of night, he dug a deep pit, then placed the child inside. But the sound of the shovel hitting dirt and rocks suddenly rang out, attracting attention." He continued to write, his tone filled with annoyance. "It's just that some things were beyond my expectations. The child's mother discovered us. This woman, wearing tattered, patched clothes, her face etched with the hardships of life, showed no emotion. Her subsequent actions left her husband speechless. A seemingly kind woman silently walked forward without a word and joined him in shoveling soil to fill the pit during the lightning-filled storm. 2 deranged criminals, one with a shovel, the other pouring dirt, covering up their crime." The story continued in Yuan Jhensui's Book of Anomalies. Madame T stated with empty eyes, "When the child grows up, gets married and settles down, we will turn ourselves in." Her husband nodded in agreement. "I agree with her. I also told her that I would write everything in the logbook. If someone else found it, then that would be our fate." Yuan Jhenui wore a malicious smile, muttering contentedly, "Sister, you're truly wicked. Suddenly, I want to try if I can add this rule. Her name is Yuming Ai. Its purpose is to obtain very high legend points. Writing this story almost depleted them, but now they're all back. Without hesitation, Wei Shuan's slender hands danced across the piano keys, playing eerie notes like a manipulated puppet. Yuan Jhenui, his eyes red, controlled Wei Shuan, letting those twisted melodies resound. He muttered as if defending himself in the urban legend. Because from decades ago until now, anyone who has committed robbery and murder and is still alive falls within the killing range of the ghost phone call. Therefore, the karma points obtained from the ghost phone call can on average be more than from little I and little I. The points panel popped up, updating with new parameters. Legend points 78,753, Karma points 32,772, Spiritual power 2,200, Level 4, Lifespan 100 days. Looking at these numbers, Yuan Jhenui was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He had actually advanced to Level 4 so easily, something he had never imagined. He muttered to himself, feeling his body lighter and more agile than before, just wondering if he could still successfully modify it now. Without hesitation, he opened the Book of Anomalies, his fingers flying across the pages, and loudly declared, "Modify the rules of the ghost phone call." Instantly, the book vibrated violently and waves of red and black text spread out, enveloping him in a magical vortex. Yuan Jhenui focused on perfecting the Book of Anomalies, his eyes gleaming with sharp determination. "If kidnappers fight evil with evil, they won't be attacked by the ghost phone call," he muttered, his hand quickly turning the pages. Suddenly, in the red and black vortex, a blood-red warning text lit up. The ghost phone call targets kidnappers, robbers, and murderers. After answering the call, victims will hear their own tragic screams before dying. At the same time, the ringtone of New Beginning will play inside them, unable to stop, unable to be interrupted. Yuan Jhenui narrowed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. It seems the modification failed, he muttered to himself, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a spiritual energy shot out from the book towards him like a shock cannon. Yuan Jhenui hastily raised his hand to block, but after the spiritual energy dissipated, his sleeve was smoking and the skin beneath was scorching hot. He roared in a low voice, his red eyes peering through his slightly trembling arm, "This isn't enough." Just as he was immersed in analyzing the recent failure, a knock at the door broke his concentration. He glanced over, a clear look of displeasure on his face. "Who's so inconsiderate, daring to disturb me at a time like this?" he muttered, but still said, "Come in." Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pants pocket, emitting a familiar and chilling melody. Yuan Jhenui looked at the lit screen, saying nothing, as if he hadn't heard the ringtone. He repeated, his tone impatient, "I said come in." A soft voice came from outside the door. "Big brother, I know you're home." At the same time, urgent knocking accompanied by loud shouting, "Open the door, open up." Yuan Jhenui gritted his teeth, anger burning. He walked with heavy steps towards the door, his aura like a lone ghost ready to devour anyone who dared disturb him. "I really didn't expect," he muttered resentfully, "this little brat to be so troublesome." He tightly gripped the doorknob, yanked the door open, and a blonde little girl stood outside, about to continue knocking, but froze. Yuan Jhenui didn't hesitate. He grabbed the little girl by her collar, picked her up, and threw her inside. The little girl fell headfirst onto the floor, letting out a cry of pain. "Ouch!" Yuan Zhenui's eyes were blood-red like a malevolent demon, and he pointed at the little girl. "If you're so naughty again, I'll lock you in the notebook and won't let you out." Wei Shuan sat on the ground, rubbing her head, softly and plaintively saying, "I know, actually I have something to say." Seeing this, Yuan Jhenui gently hummed, "Oh," his gaze softening slightly. He reached out and pulled the little girl up. Wei Shuan stammered out the information. "Big brother, just now when you wanted to modify the rules, you needed at least 20 million legend points." Her words startled Yuan Jhenui. He finally understood why the little girl had come to find him. Yuan Jhenui smiled wryly, his gaze softening, and Wei Shuan, grasping his hand, continued brightly, "But it's okay, not everyone needs Big Brother to save them." He gently shook his head, thinking about the anomaly he had created. A child now comforting him made him feel complicated, both warm and indescribable. Wei Shuan opened her sparkling eyes and suddenly looked out the window. The little girl's voice filled with excitement. Someone else has entered the rules." Immediately, there was an unusual noise outside the door. Yuan Jhenui turned around, his face suddenly turning grotesque, his eyes rolling back, pupil-less. Wei Shuan gently lowered her head and whispered, "I'm leaving now." Then she disappeared into thin air. Yuan Jhenui looked at his grotesque face reflected somewhere and was startled, falling back onto the sofa, his jacket askew, his breathing ragged. "Damn it, did that guy deliberately scare me just now?" he muttered, trying to calm himself, smoothing his messy hair. Meanwhile, Qingji stood before the investigation team, calmly reporting, "The predictions about the ghost phone call are becoming stronger and stronger. We have shifted our focus to online viruses." On the TV screen, Zhang City News popped up, reporting that the urban legend was actually a new generation of internet virus. A famous cybersecurity expert demonstrated hacking techniques, so everyone need not panic. Qingji waved a stack of documents and continued, "After all, the ghost phone call's carrier must be a mobile phone, and the only song that can cause significant changes is New Beginning." She paused, her sharp gaze sweeping the room. "Currently, supervisors nationwide are reporting. After testing on prisoners, we found that all prisoners who entered the ghost phone call's killing range had a history of kidnapping." She held up a photo. It showed a prisoner making a call in the second prison of the ghost phone call's 167th experimental team. Qingji continued, her tone icy. Moreover, if other kidnapping participants are in the prisoner's phone contacts, the ghost phone call will automatically dial, spreading through the phone. The prisoner must own their own phone to trigger the death condition. She frowned slightly, her tone sinking with a hint of doubt. It's fortunate, but also makes me a bit suspicious that the ghost phone call's kidnapping rule. It's based on the distinction between good and evil in human society. Qingji explained slowly with a sharp gaze, her voice calm yet authoritative. In other words, like the police station, arresting suspects is not included in the anomalous rules. Kong Peng rested his chin on his hands, frowning slightly, calmly responding, this point does not need to be deeply researched for now. He closed his eyes, his voice low as if recalling. According to the recent meeting, the ghost phone call has been identified as a disaster-level anomaly. Next, the Special Task Force will collaborate with research institutions to prohibit all ringtone downloads and strengthen control over electronic devices. Kong Peng opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, and continued to assign tasks. We will first handle these reports, then work with experts to issue a statement to raise public awareness about electronic devices. Qingji tilted her head slightly and asked, what's next? Kong Peng immediately replied, his tone firm. Next I'm going to Haicheng. To borrow the rule item transparent scissors. Qingji was startled, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Are you talking about a pair of scissors shrouded in green light? Transparent scissors, capable of cutting things invisible to the naked eye, including sound. Warning when using the item. Ability users of level 2 and below will die. Level 3 ability users have a very small chance of death but will definitely lose some bodily functions randomly. Kong Peng nodded, his gaze thoughtful. Is there a problem? He paused and continued. The research team's initial suggestion was to directly use the annulment horn, but I refused. Qingji replied calmly and firmly. No, I have no objection to the superior's decision. She gently took a breath, her eyes a little dazed. It's just, do you still remember Ghost? Yuan Jhensui's image appeared in her mind. Kong Peng raised an eyebrow, understanding her meaning. Oh, you mean the supervisor who resurrected the underworld girl last time and upgraded to capture the malicious neighbor anomaly? Qingji nodded, her tone heavy. Exactly. According to the psychologist Shirley's report, Ghost's psychological state is deteriorating. The main reason is precisely the lack of human empathy. In short, regarding this ghost phone call phenomenon, does it need to be postponed? Kong Peng placed his hands on the table, his gaze profound as if able to see through time. He was influenced by Ghost. Anomalies are born from humans and feed on humans, he sighed, his tone filled with worry. Now anomalies seem just. Once the rules are complete, a killing range will target all humanity. He turned to Qingji, his gaze sharp. You understand? Ghost will understand, he sighed, his tone filled with worry. For the benefit of all humanity, as long as anomalies can be completely eliminated. No matter the cost, no matter how many people are sacrificed, including ourselves, it is worth it. Then he stood up and strode away, not forgetting to instruct. During this period, all special forces will temporarily use carrier pigeons to relay messages. Qingji firmly replied, yes, I understand. In the Ghost Club, Yuan Jhenui pushed open the door and entered, his gaze quickly sweeping the room. Oh, you're here? He said, looking at Tian Wubai, who was sitting at the table, pen in hand, writing something. She stopped writing and looked up, greeting him with a slight smile. Good afternoon. Yuan Jhenui noticed she was writing in her diary again. But it was normal. Tian Wubai gently shrugged, her tone teasing. I usually write a diary, big or small, just in case I unfortunately lose my memory after flipping the coin. I'll have to rely on the diary to understand the situation. Yuan Jhenui frowned, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Hearing Tian Wubai talk about her memory loss, this wasn't pathological amnesia, but a permanent, irreversible erasure. Although this person carried a diary every day, she wasn't writing every moment, he thought to himself. Suddenly a pigeon flew past the window and landed directly on Tian Wubai's head, showing off its vibrant red feathers. A letter was tied to the pigeon's leg, and its content read, Ghost meeting tonight, a sort of farewell for me. Yuan Zhensui's lips curled slightly, thinking he almost forgot about him, but it didn't matter. It was his fault for leaking the information in advance. He remembered Little Eye once flipped to a torn book, The Actor's Cultivation. While writing a reply, he muttered, and asking a question won't kill anyone. Can it really be faked? It's done. He opened the door and released the pigeon, then turned to Tian Wubai, his tone serious. Tian Wubai, I need your help with something. She immediately replied, her eyes full of curiosity. President, please tell me, Yuan Zhensui continued. I need you to use the coin of fate to ask me a question. Tian Wubai scratched her head a little awkwardly. I'm sorry, President. I think I left my coin at home. I didn't bring it. Yuan Zhensui froze, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Didn't bring it? I remember she almost never separates from that thing. He took a deep breath, his voice low. Then bring it tomorrow. I have something important for your coin. Tian Wubai lowered her head, her voice soft. Okay, I'm really sorry. Yuan Zhensui sat down at the table, observing her sharply, detecting a hint of abnormality in her demeanor. She's hiding something, he thought. But with only Tier 1 spiritual power, it was hard to pinpoint the exact anomaly. To supplement Wei Shuan's rules, he needed more legend points, and the only way was to hunt wild anomalies. But recently, other anomalies' attention had been overshadowed by Wei Shuan and Little Eye. Yuan Zhensui scrolled through Zhangcheng's trending searches. First place, Urban Legend Leader. Second place, Underworld Girl. Third place, ghost phone call incident coinciding with a kidnapping case from years ago. He had originally planned to use Tianwu Bai's ability to find clues, but then he asked himself, should I just suppress her slightly with spiritual pressure? If a fatal accident occurred, it wouldn't be worth it. After all this time, she's still only tier 1. She's not diligent in her cultivation at all. At exactly 5 p.m., Tianwu Bai stood up, a hint of awkwardness in her eyes. President, I'm heading back, Yuan Jhenui nodded. His voice low and warm. Take care. After Tianwu Bai left the room, he quietly got up, picked up his backpack, and followed her. I'll follow her for a bit first. Even if she finds out, it's fine, I can just say it's on my way, he thought. Tianwu Bai walked into building 1. Yuan Jhenui looked up at the towering apartment building. He placed 2 fingers on his brow, activating his detection ability. Countless invisible eyes emerged, scanning every corner of the building. Found it, room 8003, he murmured, then stepped forward and rang the doorbell. A woman's voice came from inside. Coming. She opened the door, looking at him in surprise. Hello, who are you looking for? Yuan Jhenui smiled warmly. Hello, auntie, I'm looking for Xiao Bai. Tianwu Bai's mother pondered the intimate nickname Xiao Bai. She asked curiously, what's your relationship with Xiao Bai? Yuan Jhenui immediately replied, his tone confident. Auntie, I'm Xiao Bai's boyfriend. Tianwu Bai's mother exclaimed, boyfriend, my child has a boyfriend. Tianwu Bai's voice came from inside, with a hint of shyness and surprise. President, Yuan Jhenui said, I'm your boyfriend now. Why are you still calling me president? She walked out, her cheeks slightly flushed, then quickly broke into a radiant smile. Please come in quickly, Yuan Jhenui nodded. Okay. Tianwu Bai hooked his arm and pulled him inside. Something's definitely wrong, he thought, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Tianwu Bai's mother continued to murmur happily. My child used to be shy and not good with words, never made friends. I didn't expect her to find a boyfriend after transferring schools. Tianwu Bai's mother smiled brightly, her eyes hazy as if imagining the future wedding of the 2 young people. Stay for dinner tonight, she said warmly. Or why don't you call your mom and dad over too? Yuan Jhenui froze, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes at the mention of his parents. He replied in a low, sorrowful voice, no need, my parents are both gone. Tianwu Bai's mother quickly said, her tone apologetic. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. Yuan Jhenui gently held Tianwu Bai's hand, his eyes tender. It's okay. Before Xiao Bai transferred, I was very introverted at school because of this, with no friends. She comforted me and changed me. Tianwu Bai's mother turned, hiding a touched smile. Then I'll go prepare dinner. Your father will be home soon. Tianwu Bai nodded, her tone cheerful. Mama. She took off her glasses, tilted her head, and looked at Yuan Jhenui. Shall we go to my room? He nodded gently. Okay. Tianwu Bai took his hand and naturally walked forward. Sure enough, something's wrong, Yuan Jhenui thought, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Ever since I said we were boyfriend and girlfriend. Tianwu Bai automatically switched to girlfriend mode. Her demeanor, tone, and gaze were startlingly real. As he walked into her room, he continued to ponder. But this further proves that the Tianwu Bai in front of me is an anomaly. She turned around, her voice sweet. President, what do you want to do? In an instant, Yuan Jhenui saw the anomaly's true face, his blood-red eyes flickering with vigilance. He deduced, his gaze sharply scanning the room. Her mother doesn't seem to be infected by an anomaly, only she is abnormal. Wild anomalies have no emotions or thoughts. This thing is perfectly imitating her. Could it be that Tianwu Bai is already dead and the anomaly has infiltrated and is trying to infect this family? He looked at Tianwu Bai, thinking to himself, if she's really dead, then the coin of fate must be retrieved. He placed his hand next to a doll on the table, his voice calm. Use your coin of fate to help me ask a question. Where is there danger? Tianwu Bai, with a few buttons already undone, tilted her head, her tone awkward. I'm sorry, I think I left the coin in the classroom, but I'll make it up to you tonight. Yuan Jhenui's lips curved slightly, and he softly replied, it's okay. But his heart grew cold, feeling an invisible pair of eyes watching him. He looked at the doll on the table, his tone tinged with doubt. What is this? Tianwu Bai smiled and replied, this was given to me by a little neighbor. Yuan Jhenui looked at the doll in Tianwu Bai's hand, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Can I have it? He asked calmly. Tianwu Bai smiled softly. Of course. He took the doll, gently turning it, carefully observing every detail. No death rule triggered. He thought to himself, unless I misjudged and it's just an ordinary doll. No, this doll has a bit of spiritual power. Is it alive? This faint, almost imperceptible spiritual power is easy to overlook. Is this why I advanced to tier 4? Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Tianwu Bai's father pushed open the door and walked in, his voice low and warm. I'm back. He looked up, slightly startled when he saw Yuan Jhenui. And this is, Tianwu Bai quickly introduced, her tone cheerful. Dad, this is my boyfriend. Tianwu Bai's father froze. Repeating boyfriend, Yuan Jhenui secretly activated his detection ability, his gaze sharply scanning him. A normal person, no anomaly, he concluded, then politely spoke. Hello, uncle. Turning to Tianwu Bai, his voice gentle yet firm. Xiao Bai, you go back to your room first. I have something I want to talk to uncle and auntie about. She nodded. Okay. After Tianwu Bai walked into her room and closed the door, Yuan Jhenui pulled the couple outside. His voice low and serious. The Tianwu Bai in the room is not your daughter, not even human. Tianwu Bai's parents froze, their eyes filled with panic. What do you mean? Please explain clearly. The couple spoke in unison. Yuan Jhenui took a deep breath, his eyes sharp. Has Tianwu Bai told you that she can use the coin of fate? If so, you probably also know that anomalies exist in this world. The Tianwu Bai inside is an anomaly. It cannot use the coin of fate. If you don't believe me, it has a weakness you can try. Address it as uncle or auntie. It will automatically switch identities and speak to you. He handed the room card to Tianwu Bai's parents, his tone cautious. Later I'll find an opportunity to get you downstairs. It's best to stay far away from this apartment. I don't know what form of killing rule this anomaly uses, so if you encounter anything strange you can call me. Tianwu Bai's mother hesitated, her eyes trembling, tinged with confusion. Then what about my daughter? Yuan Jhenui raised his hand, his voice low but firm. I'll call her out. You wait here and try to remain calm. Don't let the anomaly discover you. Tianwu Bai's parents nodded, followed him back into the room, trying hard to suppress their emotions as planned. Yuan Jhenui stepped forward, his voice gentle. Wu Bai, uncle and auntie are looking for you. Are they home? Tianwu Bai tilted her head, a hint of doubt in her eyes. What's wrong with them? Uncle and auntie don't seem to be home. Why don't you come in and sit for a while and wait for them? Tianwu Bai's parents froze, their hands trembling as they heard this familiar yet cold voice. Yuan Jhenui immediately intervened, his voice low but firm. You go back first. Uncle and auntie are busy. He sent them out. Tianwu Bai nodded, quietly returning to her room. Yuan Jhenui leaned in close to the couple, whispering, Go get out of here. Tianwu Bai's parents hurriedly left the apartment, their hearts filled with heavy worry. Our daughter isn't really dead, is she? They choked. She'll come back, right? Yuan Jhenui returned to the room, pushing the door open. Tianwu Bai, now only in a thin shirt, looked up and asked, President, why are you back so soon? He raised his hand, his eyes sharp, preparing to activate his power. Still trial and error, he murmured. Then rushed forward and punched Tianwu Bai in the face. Then show me a death performance, she screamed, her voice filled with terror. No, Yuan Jhenui twisted the anomaly's neck. It fell, instantly revealing its true form, a grotesquely twisted face, its hands clutching its head, whispering, Discovered. Smoke rose, the anomaly reverted to a doll, then shattered into 1,000 pieces. Yuan Jhenui froze, but just then a familiar voice sounded. Tianwu Bai actually appeared, rushing forward and hugging him tightly, excitedly. President, I thought I'd never see you again. Tianwu Bai isn't dead, he thought, a flicker of light in his eyes. But that anomaly just pushed open the door and strangely glanced at him. He immediately shouted, Get dressed, I'm going after that thing. Yuan Jhenui was filled with doubt, asking himself, Does this wild anomaly have consciousness? Tianwu Bai yelled, President, go outside. He activated his power, scanning the entire apartment for traces of the anomaly, but found nothing. It had hidden its aura, lurking somewhere in the apartment. It's hiding its aura, he murmured, quickly picking up the phone. He immediately called, Hello, urgent matter. Please immediately apprehend the doll anomaly in the coordinate area. Please involve the Public Security Office. Based on its ability, strength, limitation, and influence, it can be evaluated as destruction level. The other end of the phone immediately responded, Okay, we will investigate area surveillance cameras and conduct spiritual power detection. Yuan Jhenui commanded, his tone firm. Immediately instruct the Public Security Office to notify all residents and confiscate all doll toys. Centralized monitoring for destruction. The voice on the other end of the phone was low. Understood, Lord Ghost. Yuan Jhenui pondered, his gaze sharply sweeping the space, secretly thinking, All anomalies have their own rules of action, they always leave traces. Song Yangzu of Zhangcheng, Little Eye, though lazy, uses contracts as a medium to transport people to a phantom realm. Little Eye stays at home. As long as the murderer sees the Eye's image, they will be scanned instantly, he speculated, hands in his pockets, walking slowly. This doll should be like Song Yangzu. If I didn't catch it directly, it would transfer and escape. Why run? Tianwu Bai's parents' faces were pale, and they said with trembling voices, Please us. Before they could finish, Yuan Jhenui interrupted them, his tone firm. Follow me, both of you. Although it might be playing a trick by hiding in plain sight, it's still safer here. He touched the coin, feeling the stable spiritual power of the coin of fate. The right to use it had returned to the true Tianwu Bai. I knew it, he thought. In the distance a bright light flashed. A family was saying goodbye, choked with sobs. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'll do my best. Suddenly, a deformed hand reached out from his shoulder bag. It was the anomaly that had just escaped. Yuan Jhenui turned around, his voice low. Now prove to your parents that you are Tianwu Bai. He handed her the coin of fate. Toss it and ask any question. Tianwu Bai trembled as she held the coin, activating her ability. She tossed the coin into the air and a brilliant light shone, then it fell to the ground. Tianwu Bai suddenly sobered, her voice choked. Pre-President. Mom and Dad. She burst into tears and rushed into her parents' arms. I thought I'd never see you again, Mom and Dad. Her parents hugged their daughter tightly, excitedly. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Yuan Jhenui remembered the moment Tianwu Bai hugged him. There was no anomaly, but the previous failed question caused her to lose her memory, returning her to the state she was in when rescued. He frowned, his tone stern. Regrets now you must cultivate diligently. Will you still carelessly toss your soul around like a toy? Tianwu Bai lowered her head, her tone apologetic. President, I was wrong. He scanned the notice on the table, his voice low. The following is a notice regarding the ghost phone call incident. Zhangcheng police held a press conference stating that the new beginning virus had hypnotic and hallucinogenic effects, aiming to create social chaos. Zhangcheng Public Security Bureau issued a message advising the public to avoid using mobile communication devices. Yuan Zhensui's lips curved slightly, and he murmured, "Well fabricated. What prop did they use this time?" He stood up. "Excuse me, I have an urgent matter, so I'm heading home first." In Qingji's office, an official reported. The official's voice was filled with worry. "Section Chief, this is the third inspector who has died in the line of duty, and many in the general staff have also been affected. All the pressure is now on you. I hope you can make a decision soon." Kong Ping pondered for a moment, then replied with sharp eyes, "I know." He moved to directly activate the transparent scissors. The official was stunned and quickly tried to dissuade him. "It's clear now, I'll contact them immediately." But Kong Ping raised a hand to stop him, his tone firm. "Wait, this item I will use it myself this time." Qingji was stunned, a clear look of surprise in her eyes. "Section Chief, how can you do this? Ghost method should be better. No matter what, you bear a more important mission." Kong Ping's lips curved slightly. He stood up and said in a low voice, "On my list there are many civilian personnel with serious illnesses who wish to leave a safety fund for their families. If you're not satisfied, then let me do it." He looked at Qingji, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. "You young people, in some ways you are very much alike, don't deny it." Qingji shook her head and replied, "Really?" He left to prepare for the meeting downstairs. Kong Ping thought, "My steps are firm and my spiritual power far surpasses that of ordinary people. To eliminate the ghost phone call at once without causing casualties, this is not a bad thing." He muttered to himself, his gaze deep. "The Special Task Force's budget has been tight recently, so every penny saved counts. A pair of electronic cochlear implants or a prosthetic eye is much cheaper than a pension." A surging feeling rose in his heart, just like when he first joined the Special Task Force with Qingji. The scene shifts to an interrogation room where a prisoner is bound and gagged, his eyes filled with terror. Kong Ping holds the transparent scissors. The scissor blades gleamed with a cold light. The ghost phone call's ringtone rang out. A eerie sound permeated the air. Kong Ping activated the scissors, directly cutting off the wicked music. Everyone around held their breath, tense. Suddenly he stopped abruptly, crying out in pain. "Ah!" The entire room plunged into chaos, witnessing the section chief collapse. Yuan Zhenui pushed open the door and entered Yu Mingai's room. Yu Mingai and Little Eye stood there, watching Wei Shuan shatter on the ground. Little Eye trembled and cried out, "Yu Mingai!" She looked up, her voice low. "Master, do you feel it too?" Yuan Zhenui looked at Wei Shuan in fragments, his gaze sharp. She wasn't dead, just restricted. Little Eye playfully picked up Wei Shuan's hairband, put it on her head, and revealed a cunning smile. Yuan Zhenui sighed, a tired look in his eyes. "Look," he opened the book of anomalies, his voice low. "It's okay, it'll be fine soon." He activated his power, consuming 3 million legend points to supplement the ghost phone call's rules. Even if the ghost phone call is cut off, it can still kill. Those incomplete notes and fragmented melodies will not affect the hunt, and the range has expanded nationwide, he muttered to himself. His gaze sharp. On the ground, Wei Shuan gradually resurrected, her cracks healing. She revealed a twisted smile, then suddenly cried and pounced on Yuan Zhenui. "So scary, I feel like my body was cut into pieces and my speech is fragmented." Wei Shuan suddenly stopped, pointing to her throat, indicating difficulty breathing. Yuan Zhenui frowned. "What's wrong?" The book vibrated, displaying a notification. The section chief of the Special Task Force used the rule item transparent scissors to restrict the ghost phone call. At the same time, the Special Task Force decided by vote to activate the extinction horn, in conjunction with the underworld girl and the transparent scissors. Yuan Zhenui was greatly shocked. "The extinction horn? What is that thing?" The book displayed. Extinction horn, a rule item capable of drawing all sounds within an area into the horn. The Special Task Force has already sounded the horn in the most dangerous slum. The cost is that 10,000 people in that area will permanently lose the ability to speak. Wei Shuan looked up, tears in her eyes, tightly gripping Yuan Zhensui's hand, who gently stroked her head. "That's quite a price to pay," he murmured, his tone heavy. At the Special Task Force's affiliated hospital in a high-level care ward, Kong Ping lay on the bed. His breath weak, Qingji sat beside him, her eyes filled with worry. Kong Ping opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. "It's already in use." Qingji nodded. "Yes, the extinction horn has been used, and the ghost phone call can no longer commit crimes. It has certainly been restricted." She paused, her tone low. "Tomorrow the Security Bureau will hold a press conference. The reason given will be that terrorists poisoned the water supply, causing residents' vocal cords to necrotize. The settlement funds for these people have also been prepared." The front page of the newspaper reads, "Terrorists develop new virus, Zhangcheng slum poisoned." Qingji continued, her gaze sharp. "The contracts have also been signed and are in effect. If these people go back on their word or have other opinions, this money will be reclaimed. But it doesn't matter, this large sum is actually hush money, all paid out of pocket by the old men in the advisory group." She looked at Kong Ping, a hint of bitterness in her tone. "It's just that you," Kong Ping interrupted her, his gaze sharp, flashing with determination. "Oh, by the way, how is that child Hong Yin preparing?" Qingji responded, her tone calm but full of certainty. "He has been preparing all this time, there are no problems." The Hong they referred to had not been seen for many days. Kong Ping nodded, his tone gentle. You've worked hard. Oh, by the way, aren't you going to hold a farewell party for Hong Yin? Call Ghost too. If he has any objections, try to distract him." Qingji was stunned, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. "Is it really appropriate for you to say that?" Kong Ping smiled reassuringly. "It's okay. With his ability and character, the anomalies we fear might just be stepping stones for his growth." Qingji frowned, her tone puzzled. "Regardless of whether he wants to test or trust, why not help him? The scene shifts to the Special Task Force canteen, where the clatter of dishes is incessant. Yuan Jhenui walked in, his voice echoing, "Did you call me to the canteen for a meal?" He sat down in front of a tray opposite Hong Yin. She picked up a piece of food, smiling. "How is it? Our Special Task Force chefs are all top chefs trained from 5-star restaurants. Have you ever eaten seafood soup for 28,001 yuan a bowl and beef for 15,001 yuan a bowl?" Qingji sipped her tea, her tone teasing. "Seaweed and dried shrimp soup and beef rolls. Just say you're poor." Hong Yin wailed, his voice choked. "Tonight I'm going to meet the underworld girl. Can't you be a little nicer to me?" Yuan Zhensui's lips curved slightly and he softly replied, "That's hard to say. I wish you success." Hong Yin's eyes welled up with tears which flowed continuously. He adopted a serious tone. "You called me here, not just to see Hong Yin off, right?" Qingji nodded, taking out an exorcist membership card from her pocket and handing it to him. "Of course," she explained, her tone calm. "This is a website established by some top financial conglomerates in the country. Its main function is to provide a channel for some high-ranking individuals to post exorcism missions." Yuan Zhensui frowned, repeatedly flipping the card. "Why give this to me?" Qingji replied, her gaze sharp. "Wrathful spirits, even wealthy people, will surely die. But those with connections will purchase these devices through the Special Task Force's channels." Aji sneered from the side. "It's just that we're not short on money, nor do we have the leisure to be overly sympathetic. If it weren't for the Special Task Force's rigid requirements, we wouldn't bother." Yuan Zhensui held up the card, his eyes puzzled. "So why give this to me? You still haven't answered my question." Aji's lips curved slightly, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. "Ghost, don't you know?" Qingji looked at Yuan Zhensui, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "After you dealt with the malicious neighbor Anomaly, you've become famous in the exorcism world. Many important figures want to associate with you, let alone ordinary people." She paused, her tone low and meaningful. "Recently, anomalous incidents have been frequent, and you are not like most inspectors. Your abilities are extremely strong, you are not afraid of death, but you try your best to protect those vulnerable ordinary people. We also hope that everything you do can receive more rewards." Aji nodded, her gaze sharp in agreement. "You will be a pillar of the inspection team. We need your help to defeat anomalies. Your dedication to anomalies stems from your relatives being killed by an unrecorded anomaly. Your turn. But I've always been curious. Is the sudden disappearance of your turn related to you?" Yuan Zhensui raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He closed his eyes, his voice low. "So sensitive, just because I'm too proactive against anomalies, you suspect I have other motives." He smiled slightly, putting the exorcist membership card into his pocket. "Your turn is indeed gone. I'm also curious about that. Perhaps it just bullied the weak and ran away when it found out I was an ability user. You don't think I have the ability to kill anomalies, do you? Aren't anomalies unkillable?" He thought to himself. Little Eye has now been subdued, becoming part of the anomaly's inner eye. Little Eye was in another corner, struggling with her grief. Yuan Zhensui stood up, his gaze firm. Aji emphasized, her voice low, "I have already passed all the Special Task Force's tests, but it doesn't matter, believe it or not. I'll accept your good intentions for now." Yuan Zhensui secretly thought, his eyes flashing with a resolute light. "Accept more missions, earn more legend points to make up for it. I should thank them for giving me the opportunity to bring Wei Shuan out of the extinction horn." Qingji stood up, her tone gentle. "Well then, this is just a little doubt. I just wanted to clear it up." "No malice." She turned to Aji, chuckled. "Those people are gone. This guy, will take him for interrogation first. He can't escape tonight." Aji blinked, her tone teasing. "Ghost." Qingji suddenly remembered something, turned back and said, "Oh, by the way, they're probably looking for you this time because of Mr. Shang from the advisory group. His grandson went missing. He's spending a huge sum sending inspectors to investigate, but his grandson has vanished as if into thin air with no clues. The inspectors also went and never returned." Terrifying image flashed in Yuan Zhensui's mind. Those most proactive individuals were transparently and tightly entangled like mummies, merging into the air, leaving no trace. 23:33 late at night, the dim yellow light of the street lamp streamed through the window. Yuan Zhensui glanced at the clock, his voice low. "It's 12 o'clock. Hong Yin will be here soon. Little Eye, are you all right?" Yuming Ai smiled confidently, activating her actor mode. "Master, please believe me, you can also check my preparations." Yuan Zhensui waved his hand, his gaze cold. "No need, you can let those two idlers check. I have other things to investigate. This is probably a special case." Yuming Ai looked at Wei Shuan. Wei Shuan looked at Little Ai, their exchanged glances giving Yuan Zhensui a headache. If it's an anomaly, it will probably be another struggle. He muttered to himself, his brows tightly furrowed. When he opened his eyes, his vision suddenly widened and the surrounding space was distorted in a very eerie way. "Mama, Master!" When Yuan Zhensui lost consciousness and fell to the ground, everyone screamed in worry. The moment he regained consciousness, he found himself in an illusory space, his soul separated from his body, trapped in a small cage. "Now I cannot exert my full power," he thought, his gaze sharp, activating his ability. His eyes swept the space and curses erupted. "He Qian, you bastard, I'll kill you." Countless people were draped on paper, crying out in terror. "What is this place? Let me out." The curses continued. "He Qian, you won't die a natural death. You'll go to hell." Yuan Zhensui frowned, observing the room that looked like a personal art studio. He was also trapped on paper. He muttered to himself, his voice cold. "Wait, let me out." Suddenly He Qian appeared, pointing at him, his gaze cunning. "You're the calmest of all souls, why aren't you afraid?" He held the paper that imprisoned Yuan Jhenui, smiling sinisterly. "I don't like your expression, especially your condescending look." He tore the paper, his tone full of threat. "This is punishment." Yuan Jhenui felt a sharp pain but still frowned, his voice cold. "He Qian, right? You still have time to regret it now." He Qian sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Such big talk, like the child of some important figure. Such a bad temper, no wonder their Tian family had to hire killers. He pushed up his glasses, his tone gloating. "A trapped soul dares to threaten me, but it doesn't matter. You'll also fear me like them and then beg me. Looking at you, I also want to kill you." He smiled eerily. "This is truly happy. Decided to give the Tian family a 30 discount. Yuan Jhenui thought, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "Tian family? I don't know any Tian family." "It doesn't matter. No need to waste words with this madman." The paper imprisoning him began to burn. He Qian screamed, "Damn it, it's so hot." "What is this?" Yuan Jhenui disappeared, muttering. "Anyway, I've got the name and face." He Qian's mouth hung open, his face pale, his voice trembling. "What the hell? He committed suicide. Impossible, impossible. He had clearly already imprisoned his soul. He wildly destroyed things, his eyes bloodshot. Why? How can he directly destroy his own soul? Is this a soul?" "Souls?" the people trapped in the paper screamed, their voices filled with anger. "He Qian, you trash, you're going to be unlucky. Your retribution is coming. Go to hell, go to hell." He Qian covered his ears and shouted, "Shut up, wait for me." He left, muttering to himself as if his soul had left his body. No, he must have committed suicide. Dead, definitely dead. Yuan Jhenui abruptly awoke, sitting up, breathing heavily. He immediately dialed the phone. "Hello, I'm an inspector from the Special Task Force, codenamed Ghost. Help me find a man named He Qian. He has long hair, very dark circles under his eyes, and is a painter." 15 minutes later, an urgent report came from the other end of the phone. "Lord Ghost, the man you're looking for has been found. He appeared near the Black Night Bar a minute ago." Yuan Jhenui immediately rushed to the Black Night Bar, his steps steady as he crossed the dark street. From afar he saw He Qian holding a photo of himself, sternly asking Tianzhongzi, "What kind of grudge does this guy have against you? Explain it clearly." Tianzhongzi, in a drunken stupor, sneered, "A love rival." "He's drunk and said it again. Didn't I tell you? I took a liking to a psychology teacher." He recalled that the woman indeed looked very alluring. How could I not get her? But she rejected me, saying she already had someone she liked. "Anyway, I also found out about that kid, so I came to find you." He Qian felt confused, his eyes wavering. "So you don't understand him at all?" In the distance, a danger, deep water warning sign loomed under the streetlights. Tianzhongzi shrugged, saying disdainfully, "What's wrong? Is there a problem? Isn't he just a pretty boy? Brother, you're so powerful, even politicians or tycoons can't touch you. What are you worried about?" He Qian stammered. "You don't know, I really imprisoned his soul." Suddenly, Yuan Jhenui appeared behind them, his voice cold. "Gentlemen, would you like to have a drink with me?" He Qian stammered, his face pale. Who are you?" Yuan Zhensui's lips curved slightly, his eyes sharp. "Don't you recognize me? What, you were just at home?" A terrifying face emerged, startling both of them into trembling. Tianzhongzi, horrified, dropped the wine bottle, which shattered. Yuan Zhensui continued, his voice low. "And another person, one move." Both fell to the ground unconscious. He stepped on Tianzhongzi's foot to prevent him from escaping and asked, "Tell me, how did you get the photo?" Tianzhongzi panicked, stammering a denial. "What photo? I don't know, there's no photo." But Yuan Zhensui merely smiled slightly, his eyes sharp. "Oh really, it's a shame what you just said. I heard every word clearly." He snapped his fingers and Tianzhongzi's phone immediately flew up and then rushed straight towards him. His voice was low and threatening. "Confess your crimes," he raised his hand threateningly. "Otherwise I'll break all your limbs right now." On the phone, countless candid photos of Shirley appeared and were directly thrown into the cold river. Tianzhongzi trembled, falling to his knees, his voice hoarse with fear. "I am a teacher at Zhang University. Recently a new psychologist came to the school. She's very beautiful, and she only stays in the staff dormitory 2 days a week. I heard there are also some very mysterious women," he cried and continued. "I really like her and wanted to pursue her, but she rejected me mercilessly. I accidentally saw a group photo of you two on her phone, so I guessed you were the one she liked." Yuan Zhensui's face darkened upon hearing this, and he roared, "So you bribed her friends to secretly take all sorts of photos of Shirley and send them to you, including the group photo of me and Shirley. And then you instructed He Qian to kill me?" Tianzhongzi trembled all over, his face ashen, stammering. "Ah," Yuan Zhensui coldly commanded, "take Tian away and treat him as a death row inmate." The security personnel responded in unison. "Yes." Tianzhongzi collapsed to the ground, crying out in terror. "Don't arrest me." He tried to escape, but suddenly remembered the other person. Yuan Zhensui spun around abruptly, his sharp gaze sweeping over. "As for you," the man was seized, crying out in terror. Wait, he quickly explained. "I'll look at your house from a different angle. Go look at the bookshelf." The next morning, just a second before Shirley was about to fall asleep, an unexpected call rang. She answered the phone and heard a low voice. "Hello, this is Ghost." Shirley recognized Yuan Zhensui and said in surprise, "Lord Ghost," he continued, his voice clear and firm. "There's something you need to hear. That's it. You handle it yourself. Also, I'm hanging up now." After listening, Shirley's face darkened, lost in thought. Lord Ghost calling at this time means that photo must relate to his safety. Just giving me a heads up is already a great courtesy. I must handle this matter properly. She felt both grateful and responsible. Shirley walked out of the room and went straight to Xiaoxun. Xiaoxun, a cute cat demon and Shirley's best friend, was chattering away happily in her live stream. Thank you, big brother, for the 0-degree rocket. Meow. Shirley pushed the door open and entered, her tone cold. It's so late and you're still live streaming? Xiaoxun turned around. Shirley, why did you come in without knocking? Shirley frowned, her mood heavy, and asked directly, did you give my photo to Tianzhongzi? How much did you get? Xiaoxun chuckled, replying carelessly. I didn't take any money, Meow. I did it for your own good. You're not young anymore anyway. I think that Tian guy looks pretty good. He wanted to know who his love rival was, so I took the photo for him to help you out, Meow. Shirley smiled slightly, put her hand on Xiaoxun's shoulder, her voice soft but with a sharp edge. Don't do live streams anymore. It's too tiring. I'll introduce you to a job and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Xiaoxun's eyes lit up at that, and she cheered. Really? She pounced on Shirley, hugging her happily. Shirley, you're so good to me. What kind of job is it? But a sinister thought flashed in Xiaoxun's mind. Did that Tian guy succeed? So she's happily come in to sound me out. That's great. With her connections, she'll definitely find me an unusual job then. I'll have her introduce me to that handsome guy in the photo. Anyway, it would be a waste for someone so handsome to be taken by an older man like Li Zizhou. Shirley stroked Xiaoxun's head, smiling mysteriously. The job pays very well. Aren't you curious about my part-time job? You'll find out tomorrow when you go. You must cherish it. This job can only be done once in a lifetime. In the next scene, the door was violently kicked open, fragments scattering. The ghost squad escorted Tianzhongzi into a dimly lit house. Inside, rows of lifelike portraits hung on the walls. Someone's here, it's the public security office. You're finally here. I've been locked up for a year, please let me out. Kill that he guy, eliminate him for the people, the screams from the paintings echoed. Found him, it's him, kill him. But they couldn't control the binding items in He Qian's rules. The trapped people in the paintings continued to roar. Ahaha, you've met your match today, charlatan. Tell me what's the cost of using it? What? Don't dare to say it, Yuan Jhenui pondered. The cost of using rule items was difficult even for inspectors to bear. However, He Qian, who looks like an ordinary person, can use rule items indefinitely. He turned to Tianzhongzi, his tone cold. No answer. Seeing his silence, he continued, his eyes sharp as knives. You use this pen to sketch and imprison souls in paintings, so you must also have corresponding methods of torture, right? If you simply tear the painting, the soul inside will be shattered, correct? After speaking, he unleashed his move, his voice low and resonant. Spiritual pressure, soul return, a dazzling red light flash, transforming into a long-haired woman with fiery eyes, immediately suppressing Tianzhongzi. He let out a painful howl, his body trembling. Yuan Zhensui's lips curved slightly, and he slowly said, I have time, I'll play with you slowly. I thought to myself, my Tier 4 spiritual power has integrated Little Eye's soul reaping ability very well. This new skill is truly suited for torturing people. He looked at the person in front of him, his tone firm. I'm very precise with my actions, just enough to make you feel extreme pain, but not to the point of killing you. Tianzhongzi trembled all over, his hands and feet cold, stammering for mercy. No, I'll talk, please let me go, I'll talk. Yuan Zhenui sneered, his eyes cold. The people in these paintings are truly pitiful. They don't know they'll never get out in this lifetime. Confess the number honestly and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, his current appearance was like a monster, his eyes gleaming with malevolent light, ready to devour his prey at any moment. Tianzhongzi panicked, his voice trembling. I'll talk. The cost of this pen is the random death of a friend. This world is ruled by me with this ability. I am the chosen one. Yuan Zhenui frowned, secretly analyzing that the cost of most rule items would cause harm to the user. This pen, however, carried the aura of Pandora's box. He continued to ask coldly, so your friends aren't all dead yet? Tianzhongzi fell to his knees, his voice hoarse. I use this to kill people and make money, then I take a portion of it to make friends. The definition of friend for this item is very vague. Newly acquainted friends also count. People met in bars, technicians, those who drink and sing and occasionally participate in some projects can all be considered. Just then, one of Yuan Zhensui's team members came over and said urgently, Lord Ghost, we found a paper with a drawing in the studio's drawer. The soul on it wants to talk to you. The man in the painting was Shang Zhen. The man in the painting respectfully said, Hello, esteemed Inspector Lord. I am Shang Zhen of the Shang family, and I've finally awaited your rescue. Yuan Zhensui frowned, his eyes sharp. Rescue, can you contact the special task force from within the painting? Shang Zhen calmly replied, Of course not. I just believe that with this guy's way of doing things he will quickly attract the attention of the special task force. He won't live long. Hearing this, Tianzhongzi roared in anger, lunging at the painting. You bastard, you knew everything but didn't tell me. If I had known there were other ability users in this world, why would I have killed people? Yuan Zhensui spun around abruptly, his gaze like a knife blade. Tianzhongzi trembled all over, retreating in panic behind a pillar. Shang Zhen sneered from within the painting. You imprisoned my soul and you still expect me to help you? Tianzhongzi stammered, his voice trembling. Then didn't I also help you kill your brother? He paid money to kill you. Didn't I help you? You actually didn't tell me anything. Shang Zhen coldly replied, At that time my soul was imprisoned, so I could only reveal some information to let him come into contact with those circles. But I deliberately omitted all information about inspectors. That was just my way of pleading for mercy. Inspector Lord, please don't mind my presumption. Yuan Zhensui's lips curved slightly, his voice low. It's all right, I won't meddle in your affairs. Take Shang Zhen back, and as for He Qian, give him a quick death. He Qian was startled upon hearing this. He screamed, Wait, Lord, spare me, I can be your subordinate. I can draw anyone you want to kill. This pen. To use it, one must create a drawing that is as real as a human. This item is so powerful it shouldn't be wasted. Yuan Jhenui turned around, his eyes indifferent. Oh, can it trap anomalies? Tianzhongzi hastily replied, his voice full of hope. Anomalies? What are those? Yes, of course it can. As long as there's a photo of an anomaly, I can imprison its soul in a painting. Yuan Jhenui chuckled softly, his voice cold. That's truly a shame. Anomalies don't have souls. All the souls in the painting mocked in unison, their voices rising and falling. He doesn't. Tianzhongzi was dragged away, still muttering incoherently in terror. How is that possible? How can there be people without souls? Yuan Jhenui coldly watched him being taken away, his voice low. As for this pen, since it's difficult for me to use, it's best to destroy it as soon as possible. The serpent in Eden cannot be left alive. With that, he raised his hand and crushed the pencil, its fragments falling to the ground. Yuan Jhenui sat down on the chair, flipped open the book, and sharply looked at Yuming-ai and Hong Yin. He sternly asked, "You, how did you die and resurrect?" She smiled faintly, replying succinctly, "I'll only give you 4 words, external rule reinforcement." Yuan Jhenui sneered. "Good, you've mastered the essence of deception," Hong Yin calmly continued. After he asked the first question, his brain overloaded. I relaxed my guard, allowing him to ask the second question. The special task force learned that there are sentient anomalies in this world. Yuan Jhenui nodded gently, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. It's all right, these people actually guessed the answer long ago. They've only just received your confirmation now. But I guess they're going to go crazy with worry again. Hong Yin had just been euthanized by the special task force and was now resurrected, but it might take a long time for him to recover his composure. The head of the Special Task Force was still injured and the Special Task Force had disbanded. Relying solely on the Occult Club also couldn't affect him. It's just a pity that too many legend points were consumed. Wei Xuan was looking in the mirror, opening her mouth, her voice clear. This little one needs more legend points. Yuming-ai turned to Yuan Jhenui and softly said, "Master, actually, Wei Xuan's ability can still be used." Xiaoxun interjected excitedly, saying, "It's as if your body has merged with mine, becoming a part of the ability, and you've gained the power to perceive everything." Yuan Jhenui pondered, thinking to himself, "That's right, I hadn't realized that even if an anomaly's ability is restricted, I can still merge it into my body, even if it costs 5,000 legend points." As Xiaoxun integrated into him, a new power awakened. The absolute pitch skill appeared. A musician's ears are so keen they can perceive things ordinary senses cannot. He frowned and asked, "Xiaoxun, what does this mean? Stop being so dramatic. Won't you give a practical example?" Xiaoxun giggled. "Oh, I see. If you had this skill before, that guy wouldn't have escaped no matter how he hid his aura." The incident of the soul pencil temporarily came to an end, but this story had already made Yuan Jhenui famous among the advisory group. The next day, the head of the Shang family personally invited him to secretly investigate a new confidential matter. Regardless of success or failure, he promised to gift him a villa symbolizing wealth and status. In the second ring of the city center, a superb soul bead is more valuable than 100 ordinary ones. Somehow that monk managed to absorb one by mysterious means, which was equivalent to seizing the power of a major disaster-level anomaly. Sima Feng, a member of the Sima family, died unexpectedly. The Sima family used special means to investigate and finally uncovered a detail, which made them wonder whether it was a coincidence or if there was something more to it. Recently, among the deceased in the city, many middle-aged and elderly people had visited the third private hospital. Sima Feng had also undergone an appendectomy here not long ago. However, the third private hospital is highly reputable, with an average daily outpatient volume of 3,000 and approximately 150,000 surgeries, making it difficult to prove any anomaly due to the vast number of patients. On a sunny morning with white clouds, Yuan Jhenui walked into the third private hospital. He knew that the Sima family had sent people to investigate various hospitals, but all results showed normal. They sought help from inspectors but were either rejected or given the same conclusion that there was nothing suspicious. Even so, the Sima family did not give up. Yuan Jhenui stopped in the lobby, his gaze sweeping over the sign for gastroenterology and surgery. He thought to himself, this is a good opportunity to test Xiaoxun's ability. The advisory group couldn't provide baseless clues, but currently everything in the hospital was too normal, without the slightest trace of anomaly. Suddenly, an old man outside the lobby accidentally fell while walking. Yuan Jhenui felt a bad premonition. He abruptly turned back to see the old man's soul detaching from his body, hazy like smoke. The doctors quickly arranged for emergency aid. One person turned around and anxiously asked him, "Are you the patient's family?" Yuan Jhenui calmly replied to the doctor, "No, may I ask if all recently deceased people have visited this hospital?" The doctor frowned, his tone impatient. "Who are you? Unrelated people, please leave." Yuan Jhenui calmly pulled out his cadre ID from his pocket, his gaze sharp. "I am a special cadre from the Security Bureau. This deceased is related to a confidential case. The hospital needs to cooperate. I want to check his medical records. If identity verification is needed, contact the Security Bureau immediately. Do not waste time." Hearing this, the doctor's hands trembled as he hastily replied, "Okay, please wait." Dean's office. In the dean's office of the third private hospital, Yuan Jhenui walked in, his sharp gaze startling the dean. He stammered, This patient just had a physical examination at our hospital yesterday. He's an elderly person living alone, and all his examinations were done here, but the situation is indeed not optimistic. Yuan Jhenui frowned, his voice low. Has he had surgery at this hospital before? The dean shook his head. No. Yuan Jhenui opened the physical examination report, secretly analyzing in his mind that according to the information from the advisory group and the security bureau, suspicion focused on middle-aged people who had undergone surgery here. But this old man had only had a physical examination. He looked up, his tone cold. Then, Dean, please arrange an operation for me. The dean was puzzled, asking, You mean? Yuan Jhenui interrupted him. I want an appendectomy. Local anesthesia will do. Yuan Jhenui sat in the chair, hands crossed, staring intently at the dean. He replied, his voice slightly trembling, Local anesthesia. Then you need to sign a disclaimer. He nodded without hesitation. Okay. An anatomical model of the appendix appeared in his mind. The appendix is a vestigial organ that played an immune role in childhood, but in adulthood its function has been replaced by lymph nodes and the spleen. Appendectomy is the perfect choice for an experiment. Lying in the operating room surrounded by white roses, Yuan Jhenui crossed his hands over his chest, his gaze profound. He thought to himself, the specific cause of sudden death in surgical patients is currently unclear. As long as he uses his own body as bait, he can expose the anomaly's killing rule. Suddenly his eyes shot open, and a cold premonition surged in his heart. The strength of the mastermind behind this is not to be underestimated. If he can subdue it, he will gain a large number of legend points and karma points. On the ceiling, the surgical light gleamed coldly like a blade. In the operating room, Yuan Jhenui lay on the operating table, and the doctors were busy preparing. One doctor shouted, Operation begins. He silently felt the surrounding space, listening to every sound, scanning every detail with his eyes. He concluded in his mind that all were normal humans, with no abnormal spiritual pressure. All sounds, all movements were too ordinary. But on the ceiling, the figure of a monster with dozens of eyes flickered with light. Staring intently at the surgery below, Yuan Jhenui concentrated on feeling the surgical instruments in the operating table. There was no trace of rule items in this room. Little Ai and Xiaoxun had covered the entire space through his body, but still found nothing. He was somewhat surprised, thinking that Little Ai and Xiaoxun's abilities were already simultaneously activated, and his own spiritual power had reached Tier 4. If there was anything against the rules, it would be impossible not to detect it at all. He frowned, asking himself, Did I get the direction wrong? Suddenly his eyelids became heavy, and an unusual drowsiness came over him. A strange feeling surged in his heart, and his vision gradually blurred. Before falling into darkness, he thought to himself, Why am I getting sleepy at this time? The heart rate monitor still beat regularly, with no abnormalities. Suddenly Yuan Jhenui abruptly opened his eyes and sat up in the hospital bed, filled with doubt. Did I just fall asleep? The nurse's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. You're awake. A female nurse holding a medical record said without looking up, Here are the post-operative precautions. Yuan Jhenui didn't answer, but his mind was racing. There was only one possible explanation for this situation, an irresistible force. A slight smile played on his lips, his eyes, hidden by his bangs, were unfathomable. He turned to the nurse, his tone calm. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Are there any other surgeries at the hospital today? The nurse was startled and quickly replied, Cardiopulmonary department. There's a transplant surgery in 10 minutes, Yuan Jhenui calmly ordered. I want to observe from outside. Go notify them immediately. The female nurse nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. As she walked out, she gently closed the door and secretly glanced at him, thinking to herself, The dean has already given instructions. No matter what this young man requests, it must be fulfilled. The lights of the operating room were on, and Yuan Jhenui sat on the hospital bed, his head slightly lowered, his expression pensive and unreadable. The female nurse was somewhat puzzled. What was his background? Suddenly Yuan Zhensui's eyes glowed blood red. In his vision a line of text appeared. Lifespan 100 days. He pondered. His lifespan hadn't decreased, so why hadn't he died, only fallen asleep? Before accepting the mission, he had set up a mechanism to automatically restore his lifespan to 100 days every midnight. A hazy clock image appeared behind him, but his expression remained hidden by his hair. Only those blood-red eyes gleamed in the darkness. He thought to himself, this way, changes in lifespan will be more intuitive, but the subtle discomfort in his body, could it not be due to resurrection? Suddenly a sharp sound rang out, opening the chest cavity. A doctor held up a chest retractor and activated the device. Yuan Jhenui, wearing protective clothing, leaned against the equipment behind him with his arms crossed, intently observing the operating table. A doctor shouted, "Expose the mediastinum, cut the pericardium." The opposite doctor responded, "Sever the great vessels." The extracorporeal circulation support equipment hummed rhythmically, and a doctor held a still-beating heart in his hands. Suddenly Yuan Zhensui's eyes snapped open, his ears burning, and a red light flashed. He glanced in one direction, then turned to look in another, secretly lamenting that without his enhanced five senses he would never have discovered a black door appearing enveloped in a faint purple light. He thought to himself, of course, those doctors and patients couldn't detect its presence. Yuan Jhenui frowned, asking himself, was my previous inexplicable unconsciousness due to the appearance of this door? He reached out towards that door, contemplating. Because he was lying on the operating table at the time, he passed through that door and entered a dense darkness, where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. As soon as he took off his gloves, he murmured a strong smell of blood. On the door a line of purple text flickered. He stared at it, thinking, has my heart already entered my heart? He activated his power and blood-red eyes appeared around him, emitting a faint light illuminating the front. He frowned, too dark. Even Little Eye's observational ability combined with Tier 4 spiritual power could only vaguely see 2 sets of stairs ahead. Yuan Jhenui stood before the 2 sets of stairs, wondering, what's the difference between going up and going down? Suddenly a stream of fresh red blood poured down from above. He looked up and pondered, it's it. The blood flowed like a waterfall. He had no time to dodge. It covered his entire body, and he only managed to realize it was blood. 1 minute later, a blood-red notification appeared. Lifespan remaining 99 days. Yuan Jhenui, trembling, stood up in the pool of blood, his clothes in tatters. He looked up at the blood waterfall pouring down from above. He lamented, it came so quickly. The upward path is blocked, but there are 2 other options. Go down the stairs or return to the original path. He turned, his feet in the blood, and quickly rushed towards the door. The door was right in front of him, but as he reached out, a dazzling light emanated from his arm, covering his entire body. Suddenly, Yuan Jhenui abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. He was in the ward. Seeing the doctors preparing instruments, he shouted, what are you trying to do? He tried to sit up, but his body wouldn't move. He tried to activate his ability. It was ineffective. His mind raced. His ability couldn't break through. It had been restricted by the anomalies rules. As soon as he escaped that door, he would immediately be dragged back onto the operating table for surgery. Yuan Jhenui frowned, summarizing in his mind that he had fallen into the anomalies rules. When he woke up, all the doctors uniformly turned their heads, looking intently at him. Looking at them, he felt uneasy. Why were these people exactly like the doctors from before? They surrounded him, the ceiling lights on, and a doctor holding surgical instruments activated the device. Coldly saying, open the chest, prepare to open the chest. Sweat rolled down Yuan Jhenui's forehead, his face twisted with tension. He tried to sense and was surprised to find that they were still human, still alive. Suddenly the world turned black and white, voices echoed everywhere. His chest was cut open and blood gushed out. Inside, a huge eye stared at him, blood flowing from his chest onto the mattress and gushing from his mouth. Yuan Jhenui panicked, thinking, has my heart been gouged out? A blood-red text appeared. Lifespan decreased by 198 days remaining. The necklace around his neck glowed red and he suddenly sat up. A huge eye appeared on him, scanning around. Seeing that he was still intact, he breathed a sigh of relief, covered his face with his hand and gently sighed. In the corridor, a figure quietly walked towards his room. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a peeking face. Yuan Jhenui activated his power, one eye flashing red. He gritted his teeth and shouted, hey! The leading nurse was startled, screamed, and the things in her hands scattered all over the floor. Is there anything? He suddenly sat up, looking at her and the person behind her, silently observing. Relieved, he thought, it's a person. The female nurse angrily pointed at him, cursing, how did you get in? Patient, please don't hide here, scaring people, get out quickly. The man in the next bed weakly said to the doctor, Doctor, my illness seems to have been scared away, it doesn't hurt anymore. The doctor calmly replied, that means the cancer cells have metastasized. Yuan Jhenui walked out of the ward. The nurse still let out a huff of dissatisfaction. He looked at the patient sitting in the corridor, filled with doubt. What exactly is this anomaly? Observing the doctors checking the room, Yuan Jhenui secretly wondered, has the entire hospital fallen under the anomalies rules, or is it just controlled? He closed his eyes and pondered, as long as I consciously watch the surgery, the black door will appear. He murmured, I watch the surgery and believe that my heart will be taken by the anomalies rules. Memory fragments flashed and he was suddenly startled. No, he placed his hand on his left chest, feeling the emptiness. Thinking, can I live without a heart? In his mind, blood-red text repeated, no heart cannot survive. The question arose, can a person without a heart live? The answer kept appearing. No, brainwashing text appeared, this is common sense, will die. His eyes were blood-red and bloodshot. A notification appeared, lifespan remaining 97 days. He realized the rule cannot survive without a heart. In the darkness, a black hole appeared in his chest with intertwined blood vessels. Yuan Jhenui's figure glowed against the dark background. His voice echoed, I need to replenish the lost organs. A line of text replied, replenish 2 organs, heart and appendix, costs 20,000 legend points. Proceed with replenishment, yes, no? His eyes were bloodshot and he decisively replied, yes. Light converged, forming a heart. He clutched it, and the light from the heart gradually integrated into his chest. He opened his eyes, watching as the heart returned to its original place, fully integrating. A voice sounded, oh, you're awake, he calmly replied. Sitting up, he clutched his chest with his hand. He pondered, had the anomaly hinted at something during the time he lost his heart after waking up? It only returned when he realized his heart was gone. He recalled the strange feeling on the day of the surgery. The doctors, nurses, and patients in the hospital had all seen the black hole in his chest, yet they all ignored it. Things that should have terrified ordinary people they overlooked. He looked at the nurse standing by, his voice low. May I ask a question? She replied. Go ahead, I still need to change dressings for other patients," Yuan Jhenui asked in a deep voice. "Can a person live without a heart?" The female nurse uttered a confused sound, her eyes suddenly becoming vacant, and she replied in a steady tone, "Of course not. Why would you ask such a question?" Hearing this reply, he continued to ask, "One more question. Did I have heart surgery just now?" The nurse replied loudly. "No, there was no record of his heart surgery at the hospital. How could they perform surgery on him? Dr. Lin was also in the office just now." He chuckled lightly. "Sorry, I might have imagined it." The female nurse walked out, sighing. "Please rest well," she mumbled. "Has he really gone mad? Should I report to the dean?" Light streamed in through the crack in the door, and Yuan Jhenui squinted, secretly concluding everything had been altered. These people's perceptions were not only manipulated by the anomaly, but their bodies were also deceived. The image of him vomiting blood and lying in bed flashed in his mind. He secretly wondered, surgery at this hospital leads to the removal of the heart, but if the heart is taken, the body is hypnotized by the anomaly. He asked himself, is the heart the key to this anomaly? He and the deceased had not undergone heart surgery, so why did he see that door? Ordinary people couldn't see it. The necklace around his neck glowed red and a line of text appeared. Activate anomalous architecture perception. It's an anomaly, hospital, human body. On the image of the hospital, the text continued to activate death rules. 1. Knowing that a person cannot live without a heart. 2. Knowing that one has no heart. The rest were not yet activated. He chuckled lightly, sighing softly. So that's it. My guess was correct. He stretched out his hand and power erupted, sending clothes from the hanger flying towards him. Yuan Jhenui pondered. The anomaly's perceptive architecture controlled everyone in the hospital, making their behavior strange. The sound of wheels rubbing against the ground echoed. He fastened his belt, taking light steps, untying his bandage with one hand and putting on his jacket with the other. He calculated in his mind that he must find the anomaly's weakness. Suddenly, the hand holding his jacket paused. He secretly thought if he didn't act, the entire hospital might be manipulated. He pushed open the door and looked outside. An elderly man in a patient gown, his face covered in wrinkles, his eyes bloodshot, suddenly fell to the ground. The female nurse was startled to see the old man fall, while Yuan Jhenui focused on observing the scene before him. The nurse shouted, "Oh no, quick, doctor! The patient is in respiratory failure. Resuscitate immediately." Hearing this, he blurted out, "Why is it respiratory failure again?" Standing in the hospital lobby, Yuan Jhenui took out his phone and called the dean, his voice low. "Dean, I'd like to observe the latest emergency case of respiratory failure." A girl in a wheelchair nearby looked at him and smiled. "Honey, I think I'm in love." The boy pushing the wheelchair looked at his wife, bewildered. The dean on the other end of the phone replied, "Mr. Yuan, the hospital is very cooperative with your investigation, but saving lives and surgeries are matters of life and death. I cannot agree." In the emergency room, doctors rushed the patient in. Yuan Jhenui listened to the phone, secretly thinking that person was beyond saving, but strangely, why was it the respiratory system again and not the heart? He asked again, "Then can you arrange for me to observe a lung surgery?" The dean immediately replied, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." A female patient lay on the bed wearing a ventilator. Yuan Jhenui activated Little Eye's ability. Information emerged in his mind. Female, 47 years old, tuberculosis, normal soul, never treated at this hospital. Suddenly the eye on his hand glanced in one direction. He wondered, did it leave? He squinted, looking to the side, and a pitch-black door appeared beside him. He secretly thought, "It's here." He immediately rushed in, his isolation gown falling at the door. He reached out, bit the glove on his right hand, and violently tore it off. After passing through the door, he immediately saw a fresh red waterfall of blood pouring down from the stairs above. He was startled. He quickly rushed down the stairs below, shocked. It arrived so fast. As he ran, he suddenly widened his eyes, surprised to find that the stairs ahead were gone. Yuan Jhenui secretly thought, "Dead end." He glanced at the blood-red liquid rushing from behind, smacked his lips, no time to think further. A thought flashed, and he leapt, the light of power enveloping his body. He felt that the surroundings were not floating in the air but like a sloping incline. He looked down at the ground, thinking the distance was not far, the depth not great. After landing safely, he breathed a sigh of relief. A door appeared before him with the word liver flickering on it. He pondered, each body organ corresponds to a door. The organs within the human body are interconnected, and each door corresponds to an operating room in the hospital. He recalled that last time it was the heart, this time it was the liver. He secretly thought after enhancing his 5 senses he could explore the options that led to death. If he didn't open this door, could he find the next door to avoid death? He remembered reading news about selling kidneys and muttered to himself that the kidney is the only organ that can still function after being removed. But would it be that simple? The blood flow behind him was already surging. He smacked his lips, deciding he must quickly search for other doors to explore. At worst, he'd be dissolved by the blood again. He rushed forward, his eyes scanning the doors on both sides, confirming spleen is dead, stomach is dead, kidney is alive, large intestine is dead, small intestine is dead. Suddenly, a wave of fatigue swept over him, and his steps slowed. He stopped, wiped away his sweat, and asked himself, is this a side effect of too much exploration? Behind Yuan Jhenui, Oz appeared, his eyes glowing red. He secretly thought, how could a Tier 4 strengthened body be so tired? Either continue exploring downwards or look for an exit upwards. He looked up, thinking above must be the brain. The ground beneath his feet gradually cracked and a strange sound came from somewhere. He wondered, what's that sound? Suddenly he fell, exclaiming in surprise, it's a heartbeat. Nothing visible could stop the fall. The space seemed to be collapsing infinitely, and the sound of blood flowing to the ground echoed. He propped himself up with his hands. He sat up from the fall, coughing, the air thick with the smell of blood. What kind of space was this again? Yuan Jhenui looked at the word heart on the door, wondering. Heart again? Suddenly he saw a stack of papers lying in a pool of blood. He frowned. Whose notebook? He picked it up, thinking it looked like a notebook, but he couldn't read anything. It seemed someone else had been here. He tucked the notebook into his embrace, regretting this person is probably already dead. He pushed open the door and entered a spacious room. Looking up, he was stunned. A giant heart floated in midair, blood vessels connecting from it to countless doors. He shouted, I understand. Every door in the hospital was nourishing this heart. The entire hospital was a single entity. An eye pattern appeared on his arm. He looked at the heart, ordering it to strike. The giant heart beat fiercely, resonating with his own heart. He clutched his chest and cursed. Damn it, it's sucking my heart. He tore open his clothes, pressing one hand tightly against his chest, trying to suppress the heart that was about to break free. But his face contorted, realizing he couldn't control it. He knelt down, his hands hanging limply. His heart burst through his chest. It was sucked towards the giant heart. Yuan Jhenui lay motionless in a pool of blood. Up close, a line of text appeared on him. Yuan Jhenui is dead. Remaining lifespan 96 days. A blood-red notification repeated. Remaining lifespan 96 days. In the darkness, a pair of bright eyes flickered. Yuan Jhenui breathed a sigh of relief, wondering, what is this? A voice replied. You've seen it. Do you want to avoid all organs and choose a new path? He secretly thought. Here it comes again, this kind of localized temptation. He gasped and replied, yes. Then he abruptly stood up and quickly rushed forward. He muttered to himself that since such text had appeared, this must be the door of death, and he had already found that this heart was the anomaly's core. Yuan Jhenui stopped in front of a giant purple door, asking himself in confusion, what is the uterus? Looking back, he found that the ground behind him had cracked and was moving towards him. He decided, never mind, let's get out first. He passed through the door and the city landscape came into view. He exclaimed in surprise, I really got out. This is the hospital entrance. It was late at night and the hospital was brightly lit. He sat on a chair, pondering. So that's what uterus means. But why is it called the door of death? Is it because it represents the hope of childbirth, or because I was born without this organ? He placed his hand on his left chest. Beneath his clothes was that notebook. He was startled, almost forgetting he had picked this up in the door of death. Opening the notebook, he frowned. It's so soaked, but why does it feel familiar, like Tianwu Bai's style? He read, thinking that too much content was missing. January 19th, November 12th, and the last day was the 3rd. He closed the notebook, speculating that if this was December 2019, that would be less than 6 months ago. The archives of the 3rd private hospital had been burned and all records, including electronic backups, were completely destroyed, so he could only access archives from the last 6 months. He stood up and left, walking and thinking that 6 months ago Tianwu Bai had visited this hospital, entered the door of death and escaped. But this diary was found in the door of death where Tianwu Bai had almost died, with such merciless rules. How did she survive? If she hadn't entered that door, how could she have washed away the bloodstains? By the coin of fate. Then she must have paid the price of at least a month's memory. He secretly thought he must ask her. Yuan Jhenui took out his phone and called Tianwu Bai. She was in the shower and hurriedly answered excitedly. President, are you looking for me? He said in a deep voice. Are you free now? I want to see you about something. In the cafe, Yuan Jhenui took a sip of water and asked, did you go to the 3rd private hospital at the end of last year? Tianwu Bai was so focused on him that she didn't hear the question. She only snapped back to attention when he called her again. He repeated, I asked you, did you go to the 3rd private hospital at the end of last year? She stammered, sorry, President. I got a little distracted just now. He stared at her, secretly suspecting she had encountered another anomaly. Tianwu Bai blushed under his gaze, lowering her head, her mind in a whirl. She couldn't let the president discover she was distracted because she was looking at him. She slowly said, I don't know, something very strange happened at the end of last year. I don't remember anything from that period and I don't know where my diary went. And my parents said they were in a car accident at the end of last year. When my dad went to see a doctor, he only found out that although their bodies were fine, neither of them remembered the car accident. Yuan Jhenui listened, secretly speculating that Tianwu Bai's parents' car accident did not happen at the 3rd private hospital because the hospital was on fire at the time. The anomalous fire, Tianwu Bai's amnesia, the coin of fate, her parents' car accident, these were not coincidences. He suddenly stood up, ready to leave. Tianwu Bai asked in surprise, is there a problem? He gently nodded. Not a big problem, just some things I need to investigate. Yuan Jhenui smiled. This one's on me, you go back. The two walked out. Tianwu Bai hesitated, then whispered, I couldn't help much this time, could I? He politely declined. I don't need your ability for now. Go back and rest. I'll notify you if I need you. He looked up into the distance. Tianwu Bai didn't linger, lowering her head. Goodbye, President. After she left, Yuan Jhenui felt a heavy heart. The president doesn't seem very interested in me. I used to dream of being his wife, but now I'm just a tool. But I can't even be a good tool, I'm so useless. Her face was flushed and she bit her lip, her eyes moist as if she was about to cry. Suddenly, Yuan Jhenui called out, wait, I'll take you back. She was surprised, not expecting him to say that, and stammered. He continued, you go first, I'll follow behind. Tianwu Bai happily turned and left, secretly thinking the president cared about her. but when she disappeared from view, Yuan Jhensui's eyes glowed red, piercing through her body. He secretly confirmed that indeed she had undergone surgery at the third private hospital and lost her heart. Her parents knew she went there, so they lost their memories, and the hospital fire destroyed her records. The coin of fate gave her hope, but if someone discovered she had no heart and spoke the truth that one cannot live without a heart, she would die immediately. He followed behind her, walking and thinking that after all these experiences she had developed this anxious personality. He didn't understand before, but looking back now, she hadn't had it easy. Since he had chosen her as a subordinate, he should encourage her. He sighed. Had dealing with anomalies for so long made him cold and callous too? His anomaly containment company was high-risk, unpaid on-call, and everything was performance-driven. He called out to Tianwu Bai. She happily turned around, and he smiled gently, still not officially congratulating her on reaching Tier 2. "Well done," he said. Upon reaching her community, he turned to leave. Tianwu Bai chased after him. "President, please wait." He turned back and asked, "Is there anything else?" She gently reached into her coat pocket, pulling out a small object, looking at him with tender eyes. "Many people had been admitted to the hospital recently," she whispered. The president was investigating hospitals again, and this amulet could protect one's health. She hoped he would accept it as a return for the soul bead. Tianwu Bai, blushing shyly, handed him a verdant green talisman. Yuan Jhenui accepted the gift without hesitation, secretly thinking, physical health, is that it? He suddenly thought that the high mortality rate among the elderly was because their physical constitutions couldn't compare to that of younger people. Though this talisman was strange, it could indeed help sustain life, but diseases and bacteria could still invade, making those already weak bodies more susceptible to illness. When the body tried to activate its protective mechanisms, people found their hearts were gone, just like the strange man had once rambled about the human body. Yuan Jhenui swung his backpack onto his shoulder and smiled faintly. "Thank you, this thing is very useful to me." With that, he turned and left. Tianwu Bai smiled brightly, waving goodbye. "That's great, goodbye." Through this meeting, Yuan Jhenui gathered many more clues. First, a person cannot survive without a heart. Second, he realized he also had no heart. Third, the body would continue to be tricked by that hospital. He also picked up Tianwu Bai's hidden diary, which contained the advice. The door of life is born from nothingness and also from existence. All things are interconnected. In the office, the dean answered a phone call. The voice on the other end requested, "Any surgery will do, preferably lung surgery." "I want to observe." The nurse next to him frowned and muttered, "Dean, that guy always throws away his surgical gowns." In the operating room, doctors were busy at work. A black door suddenly opened. Yuan Jhenui took off his surgical gown, his eyes sharp, pondering. The door of life is born from nothingness. This refers to those without hearts who can resonate and break free from the anomaly's core heart. Or a woman's figure appeared in his mind, her voice delicate yet sharp as he slowly walked through the door, constantly thinking and drawing his own conclusions. He clenched his hands, a cold sensation spreading from his fingertips. Of course there's a reason to make. The thing containing it returned the heart it took from others. Suddenly Yuan Jhenui rushed up the stairs, each step so urgent it seemed to tear through the silent space. He burst through the heart door, his heart pounding. When he opened his eyes, he found himself naked and cold on the operating table, before figures in white coats holding gleaming scalpels. The surgery began. He gritted his teeth, his thoughts blurry, wanting to remove its heart. Blood splattered on his face, his body lay motionless and stained with blood on the operating table, his soul seemingly separated, floating. "Yuan Jhenui, from now on you are defaulted to miraculously live even without a heart. Hypnosis successful." At 6 in the morning, Yuan Jhenui's consciousness was still hazy but unusually strong, he murmured, his voice hoarse. "The psychological hypnosis worked, so I didn't die." He stood up, sharply muttering to himself, "This is it. Observe the entrance, find the lowest level space." He rushed towards that door without hesitation, his trembling hand opening it, and walked inside, before Yuan Jhenui. A gigantic deep purple heart throbbed violently, exuding an icy aura. He stepped forward, his fingers touching its slimy surface, feeling as if he had touched darkness itself. "Take it." He concentrated all his strength, his eyes blood red. Teeth clenched tightly. A red light enveloped the heart, gradually shrinking it. He screamed, his voice breaking in mad delight. "It worked, I didn't die." Yuan Jhenui tightly clutched the still beating heart in one hand, while with the other he tore open his clothes, revealing a dry bloodstain on his left chest. He held it tightly, taking off his clothes. With a resolute gaze, his trembling hand reached deep into the wound, tearing it open forcefully, exposing the pale bones within. Yuan Jhenui gritted his teeth as an intense pain ripped through his chest. With a trembling hand, he decisively pushed the deep purple heart into the empty space in his left chest. The heart suddenly swelled, beating violently, and the wound miraculously healed. A surge of wild power erupted, knocking him to the ground. A cold, clear notification sounded in his mind. Anomaly, Human Body Hospital contained. Legend points, 1,300,097 broke through 1,800,000. Karma points, 6,577 broke through 600,000. Spiritual power, 500 plus spiritual power overflow. Lifespan automatically restored to 100 days. A prompt whispered in his ear. "Do you wish to upgrade spiritual power to Tier 5? Yuan Jhenui's fingers trembled as he gritted his teeth and pressed, "Yes." Suddenly the space shook and a piercing alarm echoed from outside. A magnitude 4.4 earthquake has occurred in Zhangcheng. The epicenter has not yet been determined, affecting multiple areas. Citizens are advised not to panic and to evacuate from buildings. The special task force observed intently, their sharp eyes fixed on the epicenter. The earthquake originated from the bottom of Shenshen Mountain, and the anomaly erupted from the powerful force surging within Yuan Jhenui. At the remote foot of the mountain, a sinister and eerie atmosphere enveloped the area. Shenshen Mountain was steep and solitary, with a hidden base at its foot, deterring mortal steps. In the pouring rain, two small figures, a man and a woman, slowly approached the base gate. The man's eyes were filled with doubt, and he asked in a deep voice, "President Nanbo, did the earthquake really originate from within Shenshen Mountain?" The woman, clad in a purple bodycon dress with a wide-brimmed hat obscuring half her face, replied in a cold voice, "That's right. Yes." President Nanbo, acting president of the Research Society, had an oval face and emerald eyes gleamed behind square-rimmed glasses. Her figure was alluring, and her long-sleeved dress accentuated her perfect curves. She glanced at the man, her tone sharp. "This matter has already attracted international attention." She implied that the International Anomaly Response Bureau would certainly send people to Zhangcheng. She paused, a somber glint in her eyes, then continued, "Oh, right. How long has it been since the Underworld girl incident?" The middle-aged man with neatly trimmed gray hair and a mustache pushed up his square-rimmed glasses and replied in a deep voice, "It's been almost half a month and there's no anomaly as we imagined." He was Kong Ping, his eyes sharp but tinged with fatigue. He pulled a cigarette from his chest pocket and the lighter clicked. He clumsily used his bandaged hand to shield the cold wind and light the cigarette. Amidst the rising smoke, he continued, "It's just that an anomaly with consciousness has already been devoured by the god." Nanbo glanced at him, her eyes like knives. She stepped forward, snatched the burning cigarette from his hand and loudly scolded, "Talking to yourself, take care of your body. Your injuries haven't fully recovered yet." Kong Ping was startled, his injured hand still suspended in midair. Nanbo frowned, concern flickering in her emerald eyes. "Moreover, there aren't enough professionally trained inspectors capable of taking over for you right now." Kong Ping slowly followed behind her, the hem of his trench coat fluttering in the wind. He returned to the topic, his voice low. "What I mean is, regarding that anomaly with consciousness, there's no need to report it internationally yet." Nanbo stopped, turned around and asked with a surprised frown, "Why, if we've already discovered it, other places might have too. Why not work together?" She hinted at the hidden forces, the mysterious organizations who also hunted anomalies like them. Kong Ping put his hands in his pockets, his steps slow, and a cold voice sounded, "Is it possible that other countries have also discovered it, but they're intentionally concealing it?" Nanbo turned around, her eyes wide, flickering with vigilance. Kong Ping looked directly at her and continued, "The Underworld girl might not have been forcibly controlled by this hand, and the answer is deceiving us. I've been thinking carefully these past few days. The Underworld girl, an anomaly with consciousness, might be hinting at something." Under the silver moonlight, Kong Ping imagined the towering Shenshen Mountain where two opposing figures were hidden. One blood red, symbolizing humanity, the other grotesquely purplish black with sharp fangs sickening. They confronted each other, hands tightly clasped, pushing each other away with force like a tense wrestling match. Kong Ping frowned, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes as he proposed a bold idea. "An anomaly with consciousness is no different from a human. So a human with consciousness could also become an anomaly." Nanbo interrupted him, her voice echoing at the foot of Shenshen Mountain, sharp and cold. "Impossible. How could the International Research Society have never thought of that?" She stood opposite Kong Ping, the cold wind blowing, her purple hair fluttering. "If humans are chosen by rules to be anomaly vessels, then the vessel cannot possess consciousness." She lowered her voice, her eyes deep. "How can we be sure that anomalies will unite with anomalies?" Kong Ping sighed, not stubbornly defending his point of view. He changed the subject, his voice low and filled with warning. "Even if President Nanbo fails, we must still deal with the god that has already begun to mutate elsewhere." In the distance, in a hospital waiting room, Yuan Jhenui suddenly woke up, his purple eyes hazy with a hint of confusion. He clutched his chest, groaning in pain, feeling the purple heart beating violently and blood vessels burning within him. He secretly assessed, his voice a whisper, "There's no discomfort in my body, but all memories of what happened after the heart transplant are gone. I don't remember what happened after the heart transplant." "Is this how it ends?" The malevolent, eerie voice echoed in his mind. "Human body hospital anomaly. Can a person's heart still beat after it's removed? This is a hospital that overturns human cognition. When you step into this hospital, you step into the edge of death." Yuan Jhenui suddenly realized he hadn't failed. This heart was a reminder. Suddenly, a blood-red distorted text appeared at his feet. A deep red vortex emerged, swallowing him to its center. From the location of his heart, streaks of purple light shot out, spreading throughout the space. He murmured, his eyes hazy, carefully pondering, "It shouldn't be what I think. Other vessels and the way anomalies appear are different, not necessarily related to hospitals, perhaps a building or a never-before-seen form. A mysterious rule has merged many other rules, creating a brand new anomaly. The heart is a fragment of the rule replenishing itself while killing. Other rule fragments are doing the same." Purple-pink light carrying blurry text flew across the entire city, spreading wider and wider, heralding the birth of a new anomaly. Yuan Jhenui clutched his head, sweat beading on his forehead, murmuring, "This is big trouble now." The system in his mind displayed new data. Legend points 15.8 million, karma points 6,577, spiritual power 500 plus tier 5, lifespan 100 days. The images of Tianwu Bai and the medical staff with holes in their chests flashed in his mind like warnings from death. Yuan Jhenui stood still, his eyes anxiously scanning the night. His mind was in turmoil, wondering if these legend points were enough to appease the endless desires of the ghost phone call. Only those who have lost their hearts. Is this necessary? He glanced at the nurse next to him, who was gently rocking a baby in her arms, holding a feeding bottle, her hands swaying in rhythm with the cooing. He thought to himself, his voice low. Fortunately, the human body hospital only altered the cognition of the doctors and nurses, using their hands rather than killing them. When the anomaly is contained, their cognition will return to normal, and they won't die. The third private hospital still operated normally, as if it had never been invaded by darkness. Stepping out of the hospital entrance, Yuan Jhenui pulled out his phone, his fingers rapidly moving across the screen. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, Lord Ghost," he immediately replied, his tone sharp. "Sima Feng's cause of death has been investigated." On the other end of the phone, a white-haired old man with round glasses on his nose waited silently. Yuan Jhenui continued, "Everything was done by an anomaly. These 2 days I will submit the anomaly report to the special task force. Have them come over and then retrieve the report from within." Mr. Shang, who answered the phone, sat in a luxurious living room flanked by 2 women and 2 male servants. He subtly curled his lips, his voice low. "Oh, was it really an anomaly? Thank you very much." He waved his hand at the servants but secretly wondered, an anomaly investigated in just 2 days? Does he possess some rule item? Under the bright full moon, Yuan Jhenui put one hand in his pocket and a cold voice sounded. "I'll have someone deliver the remaining soul beads to you." He hung up the phone, a flash of determination in his eyes. Home off to another place. At this moment the clock pointed to 2:22 a.m. Tiantianshan Internet Cafe was brightly lit with a glaring red sign flashing, "Welfare Internet Cafe, all League of Legends skins free to use." A sharp voice blared from the Internet Cafe's speakers. "Congratulations, player Bush, God of War. Seat 38 has been matched." Only one person was in the Internet Cafe, playing and cursing, his fingers clattering on the keyboard, shouting, "Let's camp the Bush and kill him." Suddenly his eyes narrowed sharply, and his body slumped back in the chair, snoring. Curses still echoed from the computer screen. Where'd he go? Is he an actor? Is he dead? Damn it, the fire on the other side has already started. In a hospital room, a girl was sleeping soundly, her knees hugged, breathing evenly, when suddenly a cold voice echoed, "A patient's time is up." She hummed, her eyes still closed, thinking she had misheard. Yuming Ai and Xiaoxun, wearing nurse uniforms that covered their faces, quietly went about their work. Yuming Ai recorded, her voice hoarse, "Let's go." Xiaoxun, wearing 4 blood bags, held a syringe and shook it under the surgical lights. Doctors bowed their heads and one spoke. "Patient Tianwu Bai is confirmed for cardiac transplant surgery." Tianwu Bai opened her eyes, gazing in terror at the blurred strangers, an unease rising in her heart. Wait, why am I getting a heart transplant? How strange. They look like strangers, like a nightmare." Tianwu Bai's eyes widened, lying motionless on the hospital bed, a strange blue-green neon light flickering from her chest. The 4 doctors around her, each responsible for a task, moved in a coordinated, ghost-like manner. She murmured softly, her voice hazy. "But I feel incredibly safe here, so warm." The doctor's gloved hands lifted, touching her heart area, where streams of strange characters emerged, winding like snakes, spreading throughout the space through many distant places. In a mysterious world of souls, whispers echoed, "It's time for surgery." A man closed his eyes, a blue light flickering on his chest, and a cold voice announced, "A heart transplant surgery will now proceed." Many others were undergoing similar surgeries. When the surgery was over, a hoarse yet clear notification sounded. "Surgery successfully completed. We wish you good health and a wonderful life." The source of these lights was a red book, like an ancient legend, in the corner of the room. Xiaoxun sat with her knees hugged, her face wrinkled, her eyes flashing with anger. She randomly drew Yuan Zhensui's face on the ground with her nails, but with a pig's nose, venting her rage. In the office, Yuan Zhensui intently observed the flowing characters on the red book, his gaze sharp. Yuming Ai stood aside, respectfully saying, "My lord," he interrupted her, his voice low. "If it's to comfort her, then don't bother." Behind them, Xiaoxun silently wiped away tears, her tiny shoulders trembling slightly. Yuming Ai shook her head, her tone firm. "No, I just wanted to report something to you," Yuan Zhensui commanded, his gaze not leaving the book. "Speak." Yuming Ai lowered her head, a hint of gloom flickering in her red eyes. "Do you remember what happened when you subdued the human body hospital?" He glanced at her, his sharp gaze signaling her to continue. "I only remember putting a heart into my body." He paused, his gaze hazy as if lost in memory. "Then I woke up, however. I can indeed feel a time difference between these 2 events. During that time I might have been unconscious or even dead." Yuming Ai lowered her head, her voice sinking. "When you subdued the human body hospital," Yuan Zhensui glanced at her, his sharp gaze indicating her to continue. "A figure appeared, hands in pants pockets, coat open to reveal muscular physique, but that eerie face made the person opposite not dare to look directly. The eyes were just 2 purple-pink circles, sharp fangs gleaming terrifyingly. He is the god everyone talks about." Yuming Ai turned to Yuan Zhensui, her tone urgent. "My lord, someone is looking for me. I have to handle it myself." He slightly raised his head, his sharp gaze sweeping the space, and asked in a low voice, "How did the special task force evolve into a transspatial fault?" The woman replied, her tone calm but imbued with the resolve from the special task force headquarters. In just an instant she streaked through the air, landing before a petite girl wearing a wide-brimmed hat that obscured half her face. The girl smiled faintly, and handed her a red flower, then a letter saying softly and solemnly, Underworld girl, I, on behalf of the World Special Task Force Headquarters, propose cooperation to you and your Anomaly Alliance. At their feet, red flowers spread out like a carpet but exuded a strange captivating allure. The letter bearing the Special Task Force's emblem clearly stated its intent. To unite, they must temporarily set aside differences and collectively confront the gods that might emerge in the universe at any moment. The gods, omnipresent dark entities, emitted a strange purple light permeating every corner. Just by looking directly, touching, imagining, or even approaching within 100 meters, death would instantly arrive. In the closed room, Yuan Jhenui placed his hand on his chest, his heart beating violently as if facing a one-way mirror, clearly listening to and observing the two girls' conversation. He murmured, his voice low and thoughtful, "The god is about to revive. What's going on?" Little I, with sharp eyes, replied telepathically. "When I absorbed the heart of the human body hospital, the god also mutated simultaneously. Is there a connection between them?" Without waiting for a reply, he continued in a decisive tone, "No need to give them any response. The so-called god will naturally be annihilated. And the Special Task Force can also use their methods to gain more legend points and karma points." He rested his chin in his hands, muttering coldly. "But the initiative must be in my hands," he consoled himself, frowning as he realized the situation was critical. "I'm no match for this god right now. I must hurry." Yuan Jhenui secretly vowed never to be killed by the god. The next morning, Yuan Jhenui returned to school as an ordinary student. Dressed in his school uniform with one hand in his pocket, he walked calmly through the campus, yet exuded an irresistible aura around him. Other students' gazes curiously surrounded him, whispering. A jealous boy frowned and mumbled, "Who, isn't that Yuan Jhenui? It's him, so handsome, who wouldn't recognize him?" A girl next to him replied, her eyes sparkling, "I heard he's been exempted from classes and exams by the school. Today I didn't expect the real person to show up." The boy pouted, his tone full of doubt. "Why, just because he's handsome?" The girl shook her head, smiling softly. "I remember he used to be very gloomy, and he also started some strange ghost club." Yuan Jhenui glanced at the two, his gaze sharp with a hint of doubt. The girl covered her face, whispering excitedly, "Ah, he looked at me, so handsome and cool, it's so embarrassing." The boy next to her pushed up his glasses, pouting in praise, "So manly. Only a quarter of me." Turns out Yuan Jhenui's gaze wasn't random. He suddenly heard someone mention the ghost club, which made him pause, secretly thinking, "I almost forgot. I haven't been to school in a long time. I wonder how the ghost club's activity room is. Has it been reclaimed?" The girl's sparkling eyes began whispering again, one covering her mouth, dreamily saying, "Oh my god, I thought he was going to kill me. I really can't resist his gaze." Another girl chuckled, adding, "But I'd love to be killed by him." Yuan Jhenui paid no attention to the bustling discussions, only one thought in his mind. "I've already informed the Special Task Force, but I wonder if those people are as cautious as they say." Suddenly, a clear voice sounded from behind. "Yuan Jhenui, wait up." He slowly turned around, his gaze resting on a petite girl with large round glasses and shoulder-length hair who was panting. She spoke awkwardly. Me? I'm the class monitor, don't you remember?" Looking at her clumsy appearance, Yuan Jhenui thought, "How can a class monitor be so bad?" He frowned and calmly asked, "Oh, it's the class monitor. Is there something?" By now, the girl had recovered her breath, stood up straight, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "The school anniversary is coming up, so would you be able to help?" Yuan Jhenui frowned slightly, a little surprised by this sudden invitation. The class monitor lowered her head awkwardly, pursed her lips, then suddenly grabbed his wrist, her voice becoming excited, gesticulating wildly around him as she described the lively scene of the school anniversary. "That's right, the school anniversary is a festival held once a year, and it's what students look forward to the most. You can do anything you want, show your style with friends, and create unforgettable memories." Yuan Jhenui's lips curved into a faint smile. He decisively nodded. "Okay, I'll help, class monitor." The girl's eyes widened in delight and she asked in surprise, "You agreed? So readily?" She hastily said, "Then let me introduce it. The boys need to move some equipment." He suddenly interrupted her, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "As coolies, I just thought of some things. Wait for me." With that he turned and left, his figure tall and straight, leaving the class monitor standing there blankly, her eyes downcast. She lowered her head and murmured, disappointed, "Sigh, it failed after all." The surrounding students, seeing this scene, immediately began whispering. Someone curiously asked, "What's wrong with that girl? Did her confession fail?" But Yuan Jhenui, striding forward, paid no attention to those words. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Those former bullies, I wonder if they were punished as per regulations? Or should they be re-educated, put to work as coolies? After walking for a while, he suddenly turned around, his sharp gaze fixed on the class monitor. "By the way, class monitor, let me ask you, where are those bullies now?" A moment later, Yuan Jhenui strode casually, hands in his pockets, directly towards the school gymnasium. His figure hadn't appeared yet, but bursts of boisterous laughter were already emanating from inside. A group of students, some standing, some sitting, held sticks and were noisily boasting about their achievements. One guy smugly said, "Yesterday I snatched something from another good-for-nothing again. He was so angry he peed his pants in front of me." Qin Zhaoshan excitedly interjected, "So much money, got another 150 yuan yesterday. I'll treat my brothers to KFC tonight." Suddenly, with a loud bang, the gymnasium door was kicked open, splinters flying. A guy in the crowd stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Oh, is it open? Boss is truly a living llama." but then everyone frowned, their sharp gazes fixed on the newcomer whose foot, having just kicked open the door, gently lowered, revealing Yuan Jhensui's cold face. He walked in, his voice low. "Hey, are you all here?" Standing in front of the crowd, he looked around, calmly asking, "What are you doing?" "School anniversary, come help out." Looking at this group of bullies, Yuan Jhensui's lips curved slightly, thinking, a dozen people is quite good. No one died. His gaze swept across, stopping at a noticeable long-haired blonde guy in the farthest corner. No one spoke, only looking at him with hostile eyes. Yuan Jhenui shrugged, muttering to himself, his tone with a hint of sarcasm. "It seems borrowing money is no longer enough for you, is it?" Then he slowly took out his phone and said in a steady voice, "Hello, is this the police station? There are a few students here committing rape." Before he finished speaking, two guys in the crowd roared and rushed over, holding sticks. "Bastard, I'll beat you to death, you bitch, come on up, what are we afraid of, a dozen of us?" Yuan Jhenui merely glanced at them. A hint of coldness flashing in his blood-red eyes, as if controlled by magic, the bullies suddenly stopped, no one daring to approach. Instead, they beat each other bloody, constantly cursing Yuan Jhenui. "Damn it, why are you hitting me? I don't want to hit you." The sound of weapons hitting bodies and pained groans echoed in the gymnasium. Before long, several people lay on the ground, sprawled out. Everyone was in a state of terror, eyes wide and bloodshot, pupils constricted with fear. One person stammered, "Hey, what is this feeling? It's so scary. Why is my body out of control?" Yuan Jhenui do it. He feels like a demon. Yuan Jhenui still stood there, his posture neat, his school uniform spotless. With his hands in his pockets, he bent down to look at the one closest to him, one eye blood-red like Yama, his voice low. "Finally quiet, are we?" Then he smiled, a cold yet authoritative smile, and ordered, "From now on, abide by school rules. Confess everything honestly and come with me to the police station." The closest one frantically crawled backward, his trembling hand pointing at the blonde man. He stammered, "Wait, he's not a girl, he's Wang Jianren." Wang Jianren suddenly blushed, pouted, and said in a somewhat awkward tone, Yes, that's right." He shyly stroked his long golden hair, his posture strangely alluring. Li Ji just woke up today and turned into a woman. A person knocked to the ground despite the pain couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Wang Jianren became a woman and still so beautiful." Yuan Jhenui frowned slightly, repeating the name in confusion. Wang Jianren. He silently searched his memory, trying to find clues. Suddenly a scene flashed, the blonde man fiercely swinging his hand, beating another student. But that face was not worth his attention at all. Just like all the other students in this school, not worth remembering. He stared wide-eyed, asking in surprise, "You underwent a sex change?" Wang Jianren roared indignantly. "Bastard, don't insult me. Even if I become a woman, my man's heart will not change," he recounted painfully, his tone full of grievance. "A few days ago I found something wrong with my body and it came to this today." He had just woken up to find himself in this state. Cupping his full chest with both hands, he cursed. "Damn it!" A man nearby, watching the scene, suddenly got a nosebleed and stammered, Your V-line is still so magnificent." Yuan Jhenui silently observed, his sharp gaze scrutinizing every word Wang Jianren uttered. He thought, he's not lying. If this is true, it's very likely due to an anomaly. He turned to the remaining group of bullies, saying decisively, "The few of you go work in my class. Wang Jianren, stay." Hearing the command, Wang Jianren's eyes widened, looking at him in surprise. His friends around him also gave him meaningful glances. A few stealthily stood up and left one after another, leaving only Wang Jianren to face Yuan Jhenui. He hugged his body tightly with both arms across his chest, vigilantly shouting, What do you want to do? I won't give in." Then he turned to his friends, desperately yelling, "Hey, take me with you, aren't we brothers?" But the bullies just awkwardly turned their heads, secretly thinking, "We're very, very sorry, Renji. We didn't expect this bastard to like this type." Poor Renji. Yuan Jhenui stared expressionlessly at Wang Jianren. Wang Jianren's face turned red, his lips trembling as he painstakingly squeezed out a fearful "you." Suddenly, Wang Jianren rushed forward, throwing a punch at him, roaring, "You bastard, stop putting on airs." Yuan Jhenui effortlessly caught the incoming punch. He frowned slightly, secretly evaluating. Sure enough, his physical strength also weakened after the gender change. Wang Jianren's eyes widened, unable to believe that Yuan Jhenui had subdued him so easily, and he cried out in horror, "Impossible!" But then Yuan Jhenui violently flung him, and his back slammed heavily onto the ground, screaming in pain, "How dare you! Don't you know how to be gentle with a lady?" At this point, Wang Jianren seemed to have accepted his new gender, no longer fiercely mentioning his manly ambition. Yuan Jhenui pressed him down firmly with one hand, a look of disgust in his indifferent eyes. "I'm tired of talking to you. Did you start feeling unwell the day before? From then on, tell me everything." Suddenly a voice sounded, interrupting the conversation. "Finally found you. Are you Wang Jianren?" The newcomer, seeing their strange posture, frowned and asked, "What are you two doing?" Wang Jianren, like a drowning man grasping a straw, lay on the ground, reaching out for help. Help, but Yuan Jhenui was merciless, stomping his foot on his face, forcing him to be quiet. He turned around, his sharp gaze falling on the newcomer, and asked, "Who are you?" The person calmly replied, "Oh, my name is Yuan Bo, and I work for the police department." He stepped forward, handing over a business card while warning, "Don't touch my skin." Suddenly, Yuan Jhenui looked down and found a strange symbol on the back of his hand, a circle with a cross, a female symbol. Yuan Bo sighed softly upon seeing it. "Too late, so you had skin-to-skin contact before you met me?" Yuan Jhenui raised his hand, his eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. "What does this mean? You're not from the special task force, are you? Are you an inspector or an assistant?" Yuan Bo smiled, explaining, "I've already reported this to the special task force and my club is taking over." Yuan Jhenui observed carefully, noticing that Yuan Bo seemed to be enveloped in a layer of green spiritual power. He thought, this guy's spiritual power is about the same as Tianwu Bai's. Why is it so weak? Yuan Jhenui relaxed slightly, skillfully covering up. I'm a student at this school, asked by the class monitor to find them, but I am indeed an inspector, though not affiliated with the special task force. Yuan Bo nodded, saying softly, oh, that's great, seeing that Yuan Bo seemed to believe him. Yuan Zhensui's lips curled slightly, and his eyes sharply pressed for more. What's this anomaly about? Explain it clearly to me. Yuan Bo looked up at him, secretly thinking, this guy is really tall. Then he took a deep breath and began to recount everything he knew. This anomaly is called gender bender. According to current information, it spreads through skin contact. Within 3 days the infected person will change gender. As he spoke, Yuan Bo rolled up his sleeve, revealing a male gender symbol on the back of his hand, and said in a low voice, actually, I also had a sex change, originally. I was female. Yuan Jhenui frowned, his tone cold. Is it just a sex change? No one dies, right? Yuan Bo roared impatiently. Wait, the anomalies we investigate are all minor anomalies. He cursed inwardly. This fresh-faced kid, what's with him? Does he not understand that no matter how big or small an enterprise is, it requires respect? But he held back. Yuan Bo told himself to calm down. He was originally a diligent gardener, yet this guy's way of speaking really made him uncomfortable. He took a deep breath and Yuan Bo continued, his tone calmer. As the name suggests, minor anomalies are not highly dangerous. For example, this gender bender anomaly, it only marks humans. When they die naturally, it devours their souls, following the rule of inevitable death. Yuan Jhenui silently nodded, offering no further comment. He said calmly, I see. This is the first time I've heard such an explanation. In his mind, memories of the anomalies he had encountered surged. According to his understanding, all anomalies bound by rules were extremely dangerous, but this person seemed not to think so. Suddenly, he remembered the name Mr. Yuan, the guy whose mouth was wide open like a cavern and whose eyes glowed with emerald light. Compared to the anomalies he had faced, minor anomalies at most caused strange chaotic phenomena, and some rule items were even friendlier than usual. He looked at Yuan Bo, reminding him in a low voice, since you've taken over this matter, quickly notify the school. Collect data and isolate those who have been infected. Yuan Zhensui's eyes were sharp and he commanded in a low voice, contact the police department and have them send people to cooperate with you, although it won't be life-threatening. It will also cause social chaos. As he spoke, he grabbed Wang Jianren by the collar, dragging him like an object, and continued, if anyone doesn't cooperate, come find me. This anomaly must have appeared recently and can still be controlled. Yuan Bo raised a hand to stop him, his tone full of doubt. Excuse me, what is your code name? She subtly curled her lips, secretly thinking, you brash kid, just wait. You dare to tell me what to do? Feeling like he was being brushed off, Yuan Bo deliberately asked this question so he could get revenge later. Yuan Zhenui without looking back. Yuan Zhenui simply replied, oh, I forgot. Then he calmly revealed the truth. I am Ghost and the Ghost Club is mine. Yuan Bo was stunned, her eyes wide, stammering, ah, you are Ghost, the famous substitute inspector? She recalled in shock the series of cases he had handled. In just 1 month, this newcomer had used the power of the underworld girl to subdue the malicious neighbor Anomaly, and recently continued to punish the anomaly codenamed Human Body Hospital, Lord Ghost. Mysterious and famous figure. A day later, Yuan Jhenui lay in bed, exhausted and covered in sweat. He covered his forehead with his hand, cursing inwardly. Damn it, how can I still get this kind of minor illness? How long has it been since I was sick? By the bed, Yu Ming-ai and Xiaoxun kept jumping around. Yu Ming-ai asked worriedly, her tone full of concern, Lord Ghost, we can't help much for now. Do you need me to cheer you on? Yuan Jhenui frowned, impatiently waving his hand. No need. Xiaoxun, kneeling by the bed with her chin resting on her hands, giggled, her tone teasing. Little eye, it seems you really have no sense of timing. She shouted loudly. Mama? Yuan Jhenui became even more exhausted, his voice low. Xiaoxun, I don't really want to hear that word recently. All right, let me rest for a while. With that, he chased both of them out, slamming the door shut, leaving himself some quiet space. Outside the living room, the three little anomalies gathered together, their eyes fixed on Yuan Zhensui's tightly closed bedroom door. All three had strange expressions on their faces, their lips curled as if gloating. Little Eye whispered, her tone full of interest, it seems this appearance isn't so bad after all. In the bedroom, Yuan Zhensui tossed and turned under the covers, breathing heavily, covered in sweat. Suddenly he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze shifting from blood red to azure blue. His masculine hands gradually shrank, becoming slender and soft. His once sturdy legs were now delicate, without a trace of roughness. In a hazy dream he saw himself naked, with a little ghost gently stroking his hair in front of him. The little ghost squinted, happily exclaiming, ah, but just as he waved his hand to grab it, the little ghost shattered, turning into thin smoke, laughing happily and then disappearing. Yuan Jhenui suddenly woke up, sitting up in bed. But now he was no longer himself. His appearance had completely transformed into a girl with lustrous black long hair and a full chest. The clothes he had worn before bed were now too large, hanging loosely on his female body. He sat dazedly on the bed, his gaze directed out the window, silently adapting to his new body. His bare feet gently touched the cold floor. A delicate oval face with rosy lips emerged in the dim light. He pulled open the drawer, took out a small mirror and looked at his reflection. He murmured, his tone full of disbelief, is this what I look like as a girl? His long hair flowed and his eyes were as sharp as ever. He sighed, hummed softly, and then tried to inject spiritual power into his palm. A burst of power erupted, shattering the mirror. He lamented, his voice low, "My strength hasn't weakened." Withdrawing his spiritual power, his gaze swept across the medicine bottles on the table, and he suddenly thought of another problem. But a thorny issue had already arisen. Sleeping pills. He recalled the time his body began to change, comparing it with Wang Jianren and Yuan Bo's situations. He initially thought the severe pain during the sex change process was a side effect of his spiritual power reaching Tier 5, but according to Wang Jianren and Yuan Bo, both only felt physical discomfort like being sick. Yuan Bo also mentioned a slight headache, but it was tolerable. Their symptoms were much milder, perhaps because they had no spiritual power or their spiritual power was too weak. Yuan Jhenui reached out and cradled the newly landed red bird, secretly thinking, "It seems I only understood half of it." He looked at the red bird and said thoughtfully, "This gender-bender anomaly not only affects the physical sex but essentially changes the soul's gender. Sleeping pills are useless. If the soul is still male, dying once should restore him to his original form." Yuan Jhenui slowly took off his clothes while contemplating. A hint of annoyance in his eyes. He secretly thought this time he was careless, and he must change back as soon as possible. He tucked his long hair behind his ear, grumbling discontentedly, "Yuan Bo's ability is too poor, so inefficient. This time he'll have to do it himself again." He rummaged through the wardrobe, choosing a set of clothes that barely fit. Suddenly his gaze stopped and one hand gently squeezed his full chest. He shook his head, secretly thinking, although it feels good, it's too much of a nuisance. He looked down at them, sighed, and a hint of sadness crossed his face. "I'm very sorry, but I really can't accept you." Just then the three little anomalies simultaneously peeked through the door, their eyes wide, staring at him. Yuan Jhenui glanced at them, saying coldly, "What are you looking at?" The three rushed in, some sizing him up, some holding his hand, some tightly hugging him, continuously calling out, "Mama, mama, mama." Yuan Jhenui broke out in a cold sweat, helplessly thinking of calling the special task force for help, but then decided, forget it, I'll go directly to them. No sooner said than done. He immediately called the special task force headquarters building. When the call connected, he spoke, "Hello, this is Ghost." On the other end of the line, the person answering hesitated, asking doubtfully, "Oh, what happened to your voice?" Yuan Jhenui briefly explained, his tone calm. "It's the gender-bender anomaly. You've received the information, haven't you?" "Not yet." Qingji immediately understood upon hearing it, blurting out, "Ah, I see, you actually got caught too." Hong Yin, listening in, smirked sinisterly. "Holy shit. Ghost turned into a girl, let me see, is she a stunning beauty?" Yuan Jhenui ignored his sarcasm and went straight to the point. After entering the gender-bender anomalies rules, the soul's gender also changed. In this situation, does the special task force have any items that can be used? Qingji was surprised, her voice rising. "No, how could that be?" "What? This anomaly actually affects the soul too?" "Let me help you check. It's unclear for now if there are any items that directly target the soul." Hong Yin on the other hand gloated, laughing happily. Yuan Jhenui, enjoy life. Ghost gets to experience 2 lives, absolutely a profit, not a loss. How about this? I'll come find you. I also want to try becoming female. He excitedly shouted, "Video call, Ghost." Yuan Jhenui simply smiled faintly, and then actually opened the video call when his new interface appeared. Hong Yin's face turned red, his eyes widened, and he stammered, You. Qingji, however, maintained a calm expression on the screen. Yuan Jhenui rested his elbows on his knees, his lips slightly curved. "Stop arguing." Satisfied? His nose was bleeding and saliva drooled. Hong Yin completely forgot his previous mockery, excitedly shouting, "My dream has come true. This is awesome, Ghost, huh?" Then he turned to Qingji, asking her to check for a series of items to see if any could be used. Qingji replied confidently, her tone firm, "Perhaps you could try the wish dice." The green numbers on the black dice emitted a swirling matching current of air. She clearly explained that the dice have 6 sides and the user rolls twice. If the first roll is 1 to 3, they will die instantly. From 4 to 6, they will enter the second stage. In the second stage, one side will display the user's wish and another side will be death. But for you, this is not a problem. Yuan Jhenui covered his face with his hand, his eyes filled with doubt. "Can any wish be granted?" "What if it can't grant my wish?" Qingji replied, her voice calm yet sharp. "If it cannot be granted, all 6 sides will display death. All future applications for rule items by Ghost will be prioritized. I'll have someone send it to you." Yuan Jhenui frowned, scrutinizing her. "HMPH, so now I don't need to do missions to apply for items. Can't I just go directly to the special task force?" Qingji gave a cold, murderous smile, threatening, "If you go, everyone might surround you, you know." Yuan Jhenui looked at her eyebrows and said nothing more. He sat on the sofa in the living room, legs crossed, holding the disconnected phone. He felt puzzled, truly perplexing. After changing gender, how did even the elites of the special task force become so easy to talk to? He muttered to himself, in any case, whether he can change back or not, he must find the core of this anomaly. Beside him, Little Eye, Xiaoxun and Little Eye gathered around, their eyes sparkling as they watched him. Xiaoxun in particular propped her chin, admiring him like a goddess, making him frown slightly. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Yuan Jhenui called out, "Coming." As he walked over and opened the door, outside, Tianwu Bai and Shirley appeared. Shirley covered her face, cheering excitedly. Surprised? Tianwu Bai, her eyes cold, greeted him with a meaningful remark. "President, is everyone here?" Then she quickly added, "President, don't worry. I won't touch you, nor will I let anyone else touch you." Yuan Jhenui could only shake his head helplessly. Shirley, wearing gloves, carefully blushed as she looked at him, one hand holding a small box, the other on her chest, saying dreamily, "I truly wish Lord Ghost could touch my chest, such transgender beauty." Tian Wubai blushed, secretly admiring. "So beautiful." Yuan Jhenui held the wish dice, examining it carefully, and said coldly, "Can you please stop saying those disgusting things?" He looked up, his sharp gaze suddenly freezing as he sensed an anomaly. He analyzed in his mind that ever since he had transformed into a woman, not only these three anomalies but also Tian Wubai and Shirley from the Special Task Force had become even more fanatical upon seeing his face. And this fanaticism, he glanced at the two people in front of him, noticing that they seemed to be enveloped in a shimmering pink light just like those deeply in love. In their eyes there seemed to be only the words, Lord Ghost and President. Yuan Jhenui stood in the center of the living room and commanded in a deep voice, "Show me the back of your hands, both of you." Tian Wubai and Shirley were startled, exclaiming in unison, "How could this be?" Both their hands showed male gender marks. Yuan Jhenui frowned. Troublesome anomaly. Gender change requires contact to spread. He threw a pair of black glasses to each of them, saying coldly, "Put on these glasses." Shirley took them, puzzled. Why, he interrupted. His tone decisive. "I suspect the anomaly has added a new rule, that eye contact alone can spread it. That would be even more troublesome. I wonder if it can spread through video calls. I must remember to ask Qingji and Hong Yin." With that, he picked up the dice and tossed it into the air, silently thinking, wish granted. The dice landed at his feet, rolled a few times, and stopped at the number 5, but then the number disappeared and all 6 sides displayed the red character death. Yuan Jhenui frowned and murmured, "Even rule items are useless. Then I'll try to die once." He bent down to pick up the dice, a hint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Even if he couldn't change back to a male, what if he started as a female and made contact with those who had the contagious ability? Shirley covered her mouth, looking at his actions with worry, her voice trembling. "Lord Ghost, are you planning to?" He turned his head, his stern face seemingly having made up its mind. "I need to die once now. You two can leave first." After the two left, Yuan Jhenui stared at the dice. He tossed it into the air again, saying in a low voice, "My wish is to return to my original form." The dice fell, but all 6 sides again showed the red character death. The room was bathed in deep red. Yuan Jhenui's shadow reflected on the glass door, blurred as if his head had been severed by a green blade. Beside him, his eyes were wide and vacant, the red death character on the dice gleaming under the light. A huge bloodstain spread across the door. Yuan Jhenui lowered his head, the system displaying a chilling notification. Wish dice, restore original state. Lifespan decreased by 1 day, 99 days remaining. The item gently rolled, stopping beside his motionless fingertips. He slowly opened his eyes, blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth, and Yuan Jhenui murmured, his voice filled with disappointment. "Useless." With fury burning, he picked up the phone, his fingers clenched. As soon as the other end answered with a hello, he gritted his teeth and said, "Yuan Bo, immediately transfer all investigation materials related to the genderbender anomaly to me." His eyes flashed with malevolent, killing intent as he growled, "I will take over this anomaly." On the other end of the line, Yuan Bo quickly replied, "Yes, Lord Ghost," and she quickly added, "I just received news from the Social Monitoring Agency. Would you like to hear it?" Yuan Jhenui sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, his eyes cold. Finally, progress. Go ahead," he listened. "Let me see," Yuan Bo immediately reported, her tone urgent. "Besides those infected, those who fell into the gender-bending state all have one thing in common. They all play a game called Fantasy Dream Dragon. In the game, there's a gender-bending pool. The NPC is a little sprite and players can change their character's gender using points. Recently, the game is holding an event giving away one free gender change opportunity." Hearing this, Yuan Jhenui paused, a flicker of light in his eyes. If he were to open the Fantasy Dream Dragon interface, he would immediately notice that the little sprite Yuan Bo mentioned was identical to the little ghost bubble in his dream before his gender change. The game's homepage also displayed a server-wide welfare announcement, "Log in for a free gender change. Team members recruited. Congratulations to player Zhu Liang from Chaoyang District for cultivating bass player Windblown Grass." Yuan Jhenui thought, his voice low, "It really was that dream." Yuan Bo confirmed, "Yes, I just registered for the game and found that the so-called little sprite had already disappeared." The gender-bending pool in the game interface was empty, with nothing but a static screen. Yuan Bo moved her character with a level 6 player ID. The system recorded every action with a dry notification. "Player Yuan Bo is taking a bath. Player Yuan Bo is taking a bath." Yuan Jhenui stood up, put on black gloves, held the phone to his shoulder and said coldly, "When did the sprite disappear? Did you investigate?" On the other end, Yuan Bo replied, "I asked the old players. They said a bug appeared 9 days ago." Yuan Jhenui frowned, continuing to press. Have you found the game company? Does the security bureau have the IPs of the genderbenders, isolating them one by one?" Yuan Bo scratched her head, her tone awkward. "Oh right, why didn't I think of that professionally?" Yuan Jhenui was not surprised, his eyes sharp. "How long have you been an inspector?" "Half a year," Yuan Bo replied, her tone a little tentative. Yuan Jhenui nodded slightly, inwardly affirming, "First time investigating an anomaly, huh?" Without waiting for an answer, he decisively ordered, "All right, I'll personally go to the game company to investigate if there are other factors at play. Although the genderbenders haven't caused harm or danger, such a large-scale gender change in Zhangcheng could easily lead to widespread chaos." He put on black glasses to prevent contagion. then handed the task to Yuan Bo. You quickly investigate the population and I'll have the special task force intervene. He paused, then added, by the way, after the gender change, select the most outstanding-looking male and female. I want to ask them a few questions myself. 3 hours later, in the special investigation room, the door burst open and the two people inside, one male and one female, simultaneously turned to look. Yuan Jhenui pushed a short-haired girl inside, his eyes cold. The girl stumbled, pleading, please sis, be gentle. He sharply ordered, shut up. Entering the room, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. My colleague previously said that when you were interrogated, you were very uncooperative, each of you giving a different false answer. The brown short-haired girl complained, hugging her shoulders. Oh, that hurts so much. Yuan Jhenui ignored her, his gaze sweeping over the three people in the room. The short-haired girl, a provocatively dressed woman with red lips and long golden hair, and a young man, all three had expressions that suggested they were hiding something, but facing Yuan Jhenui's razor-sharp eyes, they knew it would be difficult to get away with it. Yuan Jhenui's eyes were cold as he threatened, if you tell a single lie, I'll give you a lash. His face was expressionless, exuding an authority that made the three tremble. The blonde girl suddenly stood up, tossing her long hair behind her, feigning confidence. I can take it. Beside her, the young man merely sneered, sticking out his hand, pouting and provocatively giving a kiss before replying. The moment the words left his mouth, the blonde girl received a resounding slap, her face snapping to the side. Before she could react, Yuan Jhenui had already flung her into the air and directly thrown her out the door. He glanced at Yuan Bo, who was standing beside him with her hands in her pockets, and commanded, take this person out. Yuan Bo quickly replied, yes, Lord Ghost, after dealing with the incooperative person. Yuan Jhenui turned around, his gaze sharply sweeping over the remaining two. Now it's your turn. Witnessing the scene just now, both of them huddled in the corner, trembling with fear. Yuan Jhenui took a step forward, holding the whip, his deep voice filled with threat. I don't know what you're trying to hide, but if you want to live and enjoy life, then think carefully before you speak. The short-haired girl screamed in terror. Ah, don't come any closer. Yuan Jhenui stood in the center of the room, his spiritual power erupting, a blood-red skull hovering behind him. He demanded fiercely. Do you still want to lie? Yuan Bo, pulling the blonde girl out, saw this scene and secretly lamented that Lord Ghost was even more terrifying than rumored. At this moment, the two people in the room knelt on the ground in fear, the young man crying, I don't dare, I won't say anything, just ask, just ask. Seeing that both were cooperative, Yuan Jhenui retracted the skull and red whip, slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, his gaze still sharp. After the gender change, do you feel your attractiveness has increased? Who have you been in contact with? What happened? The young man quickly answered first, his voice trembling. After I turned into a boy, although I became more handsome, I stayed at home out of fear. The next day I couldn't stand it anymore and went out. I noticed people looking at me strangely, especially the girls who exclaimed, wow, is that boy a celebrity, so handsome, so charming. He paused, his face pale, and continued, it wasn't over yet. Becoming a boy and attracting girls was one thing, but even boys, a group of ugly-looking men, clearly gangsters. But they put on a show like they wanted to get to know me. Bro, leave your contact info. The young man huddled on the floor in the corner of the bed, tears streaming down his face, and continued, let's play games together tonight. Shooting games, the more the merrier. He cried, his voice trembling, terrified. I told my good friends about this, but they treated me like I was crazy. In the small room, he bore physical marks around him. A fat man lay on his back, limbs spread, snoring loudly, and a person in a skirt looked in the mirror, exclaiming, I've become an old man. Another person wearing a tank top pulled down their pants, crying out in terror. This, they all turned into men, the young man cried as he recounted. Originally, they wanted to do something extreme to me too, but for some reason they suddenly returned to normal and weren't so crazy anymore. Yuan Jhenui listened, his face expressionless. The short-haired girl also quickly interjected, oh my god, me too. Knowing she was a senior programmer for the gender-bending pool, Yuan Jhenui frowned and pressed, didn't you create that gender-bending pool? So did you let that little sprite escape? The short-haired girl knelt before him, her hands on her knees, explaining in a trembling voice, Lord, I'm just a programmer. I don't know what happened. It also disappeared. She recalled those men in suits, thinking they were respectable, but their faces revealed perverted expressions. What did they do to her? Tears streamed down her face and she cried even harder. My colleagues did the same to me. They said harassing things. Come to the office after work. Let's talk about a raise. I just bought a treadmill. Come to my place for a workout this weekend. Senior, there's something I want to wait for you for. The worst was when they turned into girls, they lost interest in me. Yuan Jhenui observed, his gaze sharply judging. All true, no lies, he asked again. When did this happen? The young man, still kneeling, quickly replied, 9 days ago. He returned to normal 2 days later. The short-haired girl added, for me it was 6 days ago, and I returned to normal 3 days later. Yuan Jhenui nodded slightly, having gathered enough information. He stood up and coldly uttered 2 words, HMPH, so that's it. Both of them were stunned, not understanding what he meant. He waved his hand, his tone calm. You've worked hard, you can go now. They both spoke in unison, still shocked. Really? Is that true? The short-haired girl stammered, unable to believe it. Thank you, sir, we'll leave now. Suddenly the young man stopped, his gaze fixed on Yuan Jhenui, his 2 fingers touching, stuttering. The short-haired girl had already walked out, turning back curiously, seeing the young man's face flush. Clumsily took out his phone, his voice trembling. Before I go, could I exchange contact information with you? The short-haired girl was thunderstruck, staring blankly at him through her black glasses, her eyes filled with surprise. Yuan Jhenui exploded in anger, roaring, "Get out!" The girl, frightened for him, quickly grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him out, muttering, "You've got some nerve, haven't you?" The young man still tried to struggle, shouting, "To die beneath a peony is to be a romantic ghost." The space returned to calm, and Yuan Jhenui closed his eyes, summarizing his recent investigation. He took off his sunglasses, a cold smile appearing on his lips like a flower blooming in the darkness. "Now I've figured it out. All the unrevealed true forms before were because it quietly transferred to someone else." His voice was low. "This must be it. So are you parasitic in me now or in my eyes?" He bit the tip of his glove, pulling it off to reveal the back of his hand adorned with red lips. He pressed his hand to his face, his eyes glinting sharply. "Don't worry, you won't catch me so easily," he thought. A new plan had formed. "Let's put on a show with those people first." In Qingji's private office at the Special Task Force, she frowned, watching Yuan Jhenui, who was wearing a wide-brimmed black hat obscuring half his face, sitting opposite her. She pressed him, asking if he meant the eye in the crack could deal with the gender bender. Had he found a solution already? Yuan Jhenui nodded confidently. Its true form might be in my eyes. This causes anyone I look directly in the eyes to be enchanted and change gender," he continued emphatically. "Find a death row inmate and then bind my household registration to him." In the cell, Yuan Jhenui wielded a whip, lashing a bespectacled man, Tianzhangzi. He clutched his head, crying and screaming, "Wah, who exactly are you? Why are you hitting me?" Yuan Jhenui didn't stop, coldly replying, "I'm your grandpa." Tianzhangzi trembled, retorting, "But you're clearly a woman." Yuan Jhenui ignored him and continued to elaborate on his plan. "I'll give him a good beating, then show him the photo of the eye in the crack." The underworld girl had previously restricted the malicious neighbor anomaly like the eye in the crack. It should be no problem dealing with a gender bender. Qingji pondered, her eyes reflecting the consideration of Yuan Zhensui's bold strategy. Qingji remained worried, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. "But can you bear it? Once stared at by the eye in the crack, you'll fall into a hallucination and simultaneously die in extreme mental agony." Yuan Zhensui's lips curved slightly, and he joked, "Qingji, you've changed." He tilted his face up, gently pulled down his black glasses, revealing his blood-red eyes. "What, have you also succumbed to my post-gender change charm?" Qingji blushed, slightly annoyed, but quickly regained her composure, softly scolding, "Get lost. You don't need to go through the procedure, I'll just give you the photo directly. Just don't let anyone else see it." Yuan Jhenui propped his chin, revealing a faint, meaningful smile. "Thank me, if it weren't for these troubles you would have had a headache for quite some time." He pulled down his wide-brimmed black hat to cover half his face and turned to leave the room. Back home, Yuan Jhenui held the photo of the eye in the crack, his gaze sharp. Little Eye waved beside him as if wanting to see what he held. He glanced at it and said in a low voice, "Little Eye, this is your photo." Little Eye took the photo, looked at it, and displeased expression on its face, and suddenly angrily threw the photo on the table. At this moment, Yuan Jhenui was wiping the whip he had just used on the prisoner. He sneered, "You're still picky. I put a lot of effort into getting this." Suddenly, he took off his sunglasses and called Little Eye. He picked it up, looked directly into its eyes, and asked, "Do you see what's in my eyes?" Little Eye raised its hands, crying out, "Mama," as if confirming it had seen. Yuan Jhenui gently continued to ask, "Can you fix it?" Just with that, Little Eye immediately transformed into 1,000 tentacled eyes, crawling over and covering his head, each pupil flashing with blue male and female gender marks. Yuan Jhenui placed all his hopes on Little Eye, thinking, "Let's see whose rules clash more powerfully." He threatened softly, half joking, half serious, "If you die, I won't resurrect you." Hundreds of Little Eye's red eyes gradually covered his face, staring intently at the pair of eyes that contained the gender bender. In those eyes, red and blue intertwined violently, the blue mark flashing fiercely, but after only a second the gender bender clutched its head, screaming in pain. Yuan Jhenui remained still, his hands on his knees, his head covered by Little Eye, its tentacles sprawling throughout the room, winding like ghosts. Suddenly he tilted his face up, covering it with one hand. When hundreds of tentacles simultaneously rushed towards his eyes, his pupils no longer contained just one but dozens of Little Eye's red pupils. The gender bender scurried terrified through this space. Little Eye chased it while looking back, causing the gender bender to fall flat on its face. Little Eye stopped in front of it and cried, "Mama, Mama?" The gender bender froze, its mouth agape, stammering. It couldn't believe it. But just then the gender mark in Yuan Zhensui's eyes gradually blurred. A red light suddenly flashed, swirling the gender bender from his eyes and rushing out at high speed, crying and laughing. A chillingly eerie scene. Yuan Zhenui covered his face, a trace of pain crossing it. On the table, Little Eye loudly cried, "Mama, Mama, look!" It flaunted its victory, eyes sparkling, waiting for praise. He looked down at his hand, still in female form, and frowned in dissatisfaction. It didn't change back immediately, but he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, his voice low. The charm and contagion abilities might have disappeared. He turned to Little Eye, gently nodding, "Well done, eat." With permission, Little Eye happily opened its mouth and swallowed the gender bender. It swallowed with difficulty, as the two were originally similar in size. Finally, after it swallowed, Little Eye rubbed its round belly with satisfaction. Suddenly, the necklace around Yuan Zhensui's neck lit up. A cold notification from the system arrived. "Anomaly gender bender contained. Points will be settled in 3 days." Looking at the floating stone on the necklace, Yuan Zhenui gently frowned and muttered, "3 days. So will everyone who fell into the rules recover in 3 days? A bit slow, isn't it?" He sighed, thinking the Special Task Force will again push the blame to the research department, saying it was a virus leak. Such clumsy methods, yet so many people still believe it. In the square on the shopping mall's large screen, the news reported, Zhang City Research Department leaks virus. The virus is currently under control, but many issues still persist. Below the square, people discussed, can this gender-bending medicine be developed faster? Another voice echoed, half joking, half serious. I need a sex change. I drink it every day. The person next to them laughed and replied, husband, if I change gender, will you still be excited? That person immediately responded, his tone full of excitement. Of course I will be moved. Yuan Jhenui sat in a small room deep in thought, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic public order statistics sent by the Security Bureau. Although the gender benders were not life-threatening, their influence was growing daily. According to a secret report, Zhang City's crime rate was soaring daily, causing the Security Bureau to be almost overwhelmed. Complex cases emerged endlessly in the city's streets and alleys. On the street, suggestive solicitations echoed one after another. Handsome overnight discount. Another shouted, male or female, followed by an argument on the phone. Hello, Mom. The blind date you introduced last time was a genderbender, you jerk. She turned into a woman to trick me. Give me back my innocence. Another voice interjected mockingly. Aren't you a woman too? Big brother, spare me, I'm a man who changed. A girl replied, her tone teasing. Little sister, give me your contact info. That person retorted fiercely, I'm your great uncle. Yuan Jhenui, would you like to learn to swim? Get lost. Yuan Jhenui witnessed all these chaotic scenes firsthand. Although he knew the Security Bureau's problems were not directly related to him, he just wanted to return to normal as soon as possible. Only when these scoundrels returned to normal could he accumulate legend points. Suddenly there was an urgent knock on the door. He glanced at it, knowing who it was without opening his mouth. He silently got up and opened the door. Outside was Tianwu Bai, now having been gender-bent into a man, his head lowered. He stammered, President, did you call me? Seeing that he didn't dare to look up, Yuan Jhenui sighed helplessly, speaking, why are you hiding? It's not like you haven't seen me before. Tianwu Bai mumbled in reply. President, I didn't mean that, he commanded emphatically, not wasting words. He instructed that starting today she would train with the field inspection team, following them. Apart from Ling, he hadn't urged her these past few days, and she had slackened again. The inspector he referred to was Yuan Bo, a person whose name he rarely remembered, whether male or female. Tianwu Bai only knew to lower his head and accept the order. Seeing his not-so-serious attitude, Yuan Jhenui frowned, his aura pressing down like a mountain. Tianwu Bai, I'm forcing you. I want you to raise your spiritual power to Tier 3 within 3 days. Tianwu Bai clutched his head, screaming in terror. Tier 3, Yuan Jhenui sat contemplating in the Yama chair. The book of anomalies opened before him, the anomalous chess pieces faintly visible in the dim light. He thought to himself, these genderbenders have already wasted too much of his time. The chronicle does not attach much importance to them, and the records of legend points are negligible. Yuan Jhenui tightly gripped the little eye anomaly chess piece in his hand, his gaze sharply scanning the many blank spaces still in the book of anomalies. He thought, this time little eye will probably find it difficult to accumulate many legend points. It's time to find new anomalies to deal with. 3 days later, the morning sun streamed into the bedroom, and Yuan Jhenui, feeling refreshed, pushed open the window, took a deep breath of fresh air, finally back to normal. He had restored his true male form. Sitting by the window, he admired Zhang City radiating in the morning light, a slight smile playing on his lips. Recalling these past 3 days, he remembered the gender bender being subdued by Little Eye, and Little Eye also gaining new skills. Tianwu Bai now called himself Shadow, and had begun training in the field with Yuan Bo. Yuan Bo enthusiastically guided him, teaching Shadow how to distinguish between ghosts and vengeful spirits. Tianwu Bai was full of determination. Yes, Inspector Yuan. Yuan Jhenui had high hopes for the two of them, hoping Little Eye's new skill would work and Shadow would at least reach Tier 3. What a vicious boss, he thought. He propped his chin on the windowsill, smiling as he enjoyed this rare moment of peace. However, this calm did not last long, as a sudden phone call broke the silence. He answered the phone. Hello. On the other end, the class monitor's voice rang out in panic. Yuan Jhenui, his voice was low. This is the class monitor. What's wrong? The class monitor hurriedly replied. The principal told me to contact you. He said to come to the school. Many people have already gathered here. Police sirens and crowd noise intertwined. The petite class monitor stood in the middle of the chaotic boundary line, reporting. Something happened in the school auditorium. Our class and the next class did an escape room together. Yuan Jhenui frowned and asked, escape room, the class monitor hurriedly repeated. Yesterday noon, 10 students responsible for the escape room project went in to check the procedure and rehearse for the final preparations, but according to eyewitnesses, none of them came out. Facing the class monitor was an eerie deep blue-black door, like a curtain obscuring everything. On the playground, police sirens wailed and teachers who went in to search also disappeared, she added, her voice trembling. Standing by the window, Yuan Jhenui clenched his fists, his eyes sharp. He immediately went into investigation mode, quickly leaving home and heading straight to the school. Yuan Jhenui focused on every word the class monitor said, his gaze sharp, not missing any detail. The escape room project, as the highlight of the school anniversary, was hosted by 2 classes in 2 large classrooms on the 4th floor of the West Building. This building was originally for 3rd-year students, but was abandoned after the new teaching building was completed, only used as a storage room or backup classroom. From a distance, the entire building was shrouded in an eerie black purple emanating from the entrance. The police had cordoned off the area, strictly prohibiting unrelated personnel from entering, but students still gathered curiously, whispering. The police loudspeaker continuously blared, asking students not to loiter and to leave quickly. Inside the building, darkness swallowed the light, only a few police officers silently investigating, and Yuan Jhenui was led closer to them. The class monitor trembled as she added, "After the incident, the West building was immediately sealed off. The security bureau also intervened." Her voice choked, filled with fear. "It's terrifying. What exactly happened? Have they all disappeared?" Yuan Jhenui lifted the police tape and walked in, his face grim, not answering. The class monitor followed worriedly, mumbling, "I heard it's related to some kidnapping gang." He glanced at her, a slight smile playing on his lips, secretly commending the special task force's speed in blocking off information. "There's no kidnapping gang," he thought, and waved his hand. He said decisively, immediately pulling out his phone, "There are hardly any kidnapping cases nationwide now." He walked straight into the escape room building, then turned to reassure her. "Class monitor, don't worry, the security bureau has already intervened, you should go back first." The class monitor stopped, afraid to go further, and called out to him, Yuan Jhenui." From a distance she hesitated and said, "Actually, are you?" He turned around, his eyes filled with doubt. But the class monitor shook her head, quickly saying, "Never mind, please be careful." He nodded gently. On both sides of the escape room entrance, two statues stood, dressed in ancient costumes with red-painted cheeks. The male statue held a wooden plaque inscribed with "Born a Hero," and the female statue with "Died a Ghost Hero." The statues' capes flapped in the cold wind. Yuan Jhenui walked past, feeling as if the two statues were scrutinizing him with unseen eyes. He hadn't gone far when a police officer stopped him. Speaking in a serious tone, Yuan Jhenui replied coldly, "Codename Ghost." The officer immediately stepped back, respectfully making way. "Please enter." He walked up the cobweb-covered stairs, each step echoing in the silence. Before reaching the fourth floor, a clear voice rang out, "Hey brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time." A girl leaned against the wall, her school uniform loose, and teased, "Was that girl just now your sweetheart?" Yuan Jhenui ignored her, walking past, and questioned in a low voice, "Who are you?" The girl smiled, pointing to the badge on her chest, which read, "Anna, International Anomaly Response Bureau Special Agent." She raised an eyebrow and added, "I'm also a transfer student." Yuan Jhenui pointed to the room sealed off by caution tape and mocked, "The International Anomaly Response Bureau is too weak to even enter an escape room with vengeful spirit pressure? A bit weak, aren't you?" Anna fumed, retorting, "Hey, I'm only here because I received orders." Yuan Jhenui tore open the caution tape, strode past, and said coldly to her, "Whoever eliminates the vengeful spirit first gets the spoils, how about it?" Anna followed him, arms crossed, and nodded. I had the same idea." She then added firmly, "Also, I must emphasize I'm here to investigate the anomalous movements of the god." As soon as they stepped into the room, both suddenly felt the space warp as if they had entered a monochromatic film. Anna gasped, whispering, "It's sealed off." Her spiritual power was locked. Yuan Jhenui frowned, checked himself, and found his spiritual power had also vanished. Suddenly, the screen on the podium flickered to life. A teacher, feigning baldness and wearing glasses, slowly said, "Classmates, class is about to begin." He pointed to the desks and chairs, signaling them to return to their seats. Yuan Jhenui and Anna immediately complied, sitting down. He secretly calculated that this anomalous spiritual pressure wasn't from a vengeful spirit. It was at least at the level of a lesser evil spirit. This anomaly, disguised by its spiritual pressure, had fooled all inspectors. Since they had entered its rules, he would break them and subdue it. He secretly vowed, his eyes burning like hellfire. He straightened his back, staring intently at the teacher on the screen. The fake teacher raised his hand, smiling. Next, before he could finish, the screen crackled and the image distorted. The teacher, with closed eyes, spoke in a disjointed voice, saying, "The end." Yuan Jhenui's lips curved slightly. He immediately guessed the teacher wasn't dead. Anna glanced at him, asking eagerly. The teacher's image gradually disappeared, replaced by blood-red text on the screen. "Welcome to Fantasy Academy. The QA session begins now. Listen to the question." Yuan Jhenui and Anna frowned simultaneously, nervously awaiting the next development. The screen switched, showing a student lying in a pool of blood on the playground with the question, "Xiaoming died on the playground, his flesh and blood mangled." "Why?" Anna shrieked. "What do you mean, why? It's not like I killed him. What are you talking about?" A low voice echoed. "Answer only yes or no, and unrelated to the question." Hint: use 3 minutes remaining to answer. Yuan Jhenui remained calm, reasoning keenly. He continuously asked the evil spirit questions, each receiving a yes or no answer. Was Xiaoming killed by someone else? No. Was Xiaoming's death accidental? Yes. Did Xiaoming die from a fall? Yes. Did Xiaoming die from falling off a building? Yes. Anna glanced at him, her eyes filled with surprise. The low voice reminded, 2 minutes remaining to answer. Yuan Jhenui continued, his voice cold. Was something chasing Xiaoming? Yes. Was Xiaoming being chased by an anomaly? Yes. Anna anxiously raised her hand and shouted. Xiaoming fell off the building because he was being chased by an anomaly for breaking the rules. The playground was below. After a brief silence, bright red warning lights suddenly flashed, illuminating the entire room. The low voice roared, "Incomplete answer, accept punishment." The classroom cracked, and fissures spread rapidly like a spiderweb. Anna's eyes widened. She saw a girl plummeting straight down from a blood-red hole, her mouth wide open, her eyes wide and round. The girl hit the ground heavily with a dull thud. Yuan Jhenui and Anna quickly retreated to either side to take cover, but then the girl's body suddenly bounced up, twisting grotesquely. invisible threads yanked from the ceiling manipulating her like the evil spirit's puppet. It, with wide-open eyes and mouth, lunged at Anna as if to tear her to shreds. Anna froze for a moment, but she moved extremely fast, grabbing the edge of a chair and leaping up. Using the tabletop as a pivot, she violently swung the chair at the rushing doll. The doll looked up, its eyes vacant. Anna wielded the chair, slamming it fiercely to the ground. The impact was deafening. Her eyes burned like fire, and she scoffed disdainfully. She glanced at Yuan Jhenui, who stood not far away, his face devoid of expression, his eyes cold, observing everything from a safe distance. Anna's eyes widened, and she asked urgently, "What? Aren't you scared or angry? I just killed your classmate." Yuan Jhenui, calm, his eyes cold, said, "Look closer. You didn't kill a person at all." Anna looked down, sweat beading on her forehead. Only then did she realize that what her chair leg had stabbed was not a student but a paper effigy. Those round eyes and two feigned red cheeks were clearly just props used to scare people in the escape room. Yuan Jhenui stated with certainty in a flat tone, "It's just a paper effigy made by the students themselves." Anna was speechless. Suddenly the classroom door burst open, revealing an eerie blue-purple mist. Anna gritted her teeth, walking out indignantly, saying as she went, "Let's go take a look." Yuan Jhenui followed. But after she passed through the door, she didn't go outside. Instead, it was as if she passed through a thin film, entering another space. He followed without hesitation, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Before them was a medical room filled with medical research equipment, skeletons and nude mannequin dolls. He observed carefully, finding no reminders of dual rules nor sensing any danger. But the statue on the right suddenly moved. Its face remained still, only its eyes stared at him. Suddenly it opened its mouth, its hands twisting as it lunged at him. Yuan Jhenui subtly shifted his body, seemingly nonchalantly. But as the statue approached, he suddenly delivered a kick like an iron hammer to its chest. The statue's body split open, part of its face falling off, revealing the real person inside. With his kick, the shattered statue flew towards the table. He walked over, his eyes cold, and found that the person was still alive, but almost certainly had broken bones. He approached, grabbed his leg, and dragged him out of the pile of fragments. Observing closely, he judged that parts of the man's body had already begun to merge with the mannequin. Less than 24 hours had passed. He mercilessly slapped him. "Wake up." The man slowly opened his eyes as if recalling something terrifying and screamed, clutching his head, "Ah, stay away, don't kill me, no, stay away." Yuan Jhenui knelt down, patted his shoulder to reassure him. "What did you see?" His face pale, he trembled as he lowered his hands and stammered, "The bird-beaked man, it's the bird-beaked man." In another cobweb-covered corridor, footsteps echoed on an unknown floor. Anna raced down the corridor, no one behind her. Suddenly an anomalous figure appeared, its nose sharp like a bird's beak. It swept past the corridor corner she had just turned. Anna exerted all her strength, accelerating to create distance, looking disheveled. Her clothes covered in dirt, blood at the corner of her mouth. The source of her wounds unknown. She cursed as she gasped for breath. Behind her, the relentless anomaly emitted an ominous green light, brandishing a grim reaper's scythe that scraped against the floor, making a harsh grinding sound. Anna suddenly realized this wasn't an ordinary NPC in the building Anomaly. It was tall and thin, its bony hands gripping a sharp scythe, its face neither human nor ghost. Instead, it was a bird's head, with gleaming green eyes and a long bird's beak that glanced at her. Anna's heart sank. She propped her hands on the window frame, leapt, and narrowly dodged the scythe's deadly blow. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with determination. "I cannot die here." As she flipped through the air, Anna was surprised to see through the window a full moon as bright as on the 15th of the 8th lunar month, illuminating the giant bird's head, its green eyes sparkling with dazzling light. Beneath the bird's beak a bandaged face appeared, with green eyes and a wide-open mouth, roaring, "Born a hero. Born a hero among all people." Inside the building, every window glowed green, and vaguely visible within were figures in various eerie poses. They roared in unison, "Died a ghost hero, died 7 ghost heroes." Glass shattered, and the giant bird lunged towards the moon, which was now also tinged green. One of its feathers fell, drifting into a room full of microscopes and test tubes. In the corner of the room, behind a large cabinet, Anna was curled up, clutching her missing arm, which was bleeding profusely. She gasped for breath, having somewhat regained her strength, and tiredly looked around. This laboratory was covered in gruesome traces, dried bloodstains on the tables, cabinets, doors, and floor. Anna observed the room, finding it temporarily safe. She gritted her teeth, used her healing ability on her missing arm. Intense pain struck, but the bleeding gradually stopped, and her arm slowly regrew. Suddenly, she noticed an anomalous rule notification hanging on the wall. Laboratory instruments. Students are not permitted to use any instruments without the managing teacher's permission, but the words laboratory instruments were crudely crossed out. She whispered, "Do anomalous rules always hint like this? I have a feeling those crossed-out words aren't good ones." Her intuition told her to leave, but when she pushed the door it didn't budge. How could she leave here? And outside she'd encounter those mutated things. She was referring to the bird-beaked monster from whom she had barely escaped. Anna turned around and checked the room again. Her healing energy was still at work, but a drop of energy accidentally fell. She turned her head in alarm, her heart sinking, afraid she had violated a rule. She quickly looked around. Fortunately, the energy droplet hadn't touched any instruments. She breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, thank goodness. Her arm had fully regrown, but she noticed that energy droplets had fallen on the edge of the table and the surface of a chair. Sweat beaded on her, and she whispered, "Let me wipe this damn thing off." She quickly wiped it clean with her hand, worried that if anything was left, altering the status quo, she would be cruelly treated like a groundhog. She suddenly recalled the bird-beaked monster roaring in her mind. "Groundhog, you said I wasn't happy," it roared. "Nothing can trap me because of this small accident." While deep in thought, Anna accidentally brushed against a cylindrical test tube nearby with her sleeve. When her hand moved away, the test tube cracked. She gritted her teeth, panicked. "I didn't even touch it." She angrily gritted her teeth and cursed. "What stupid rule?" The bird-beaked monster's figure silently appeared behind Anna, making her face turn pale, her eyes widen, and she felt a bone-chilling, killing intent. It said in a low voice, "Student touched instrument without permission. Administrator's judgment, you are an onion." Anna froze, only daring to slowly turn her head. The bird's skull with its gleaming green eyes pressed close to her. The lab was preparing to observe onion epidermal cells under a microscope. Suddenly Anna's body shrunk, becoming only the size of an onion. A bony hand with long black claws gripped her tightly, squeezing her like a balloon. Her face, shoulders, and chest painfully swelled under the immense pressure. The bird-beaked monster stared intently, mumbling incantations. In its hand, the shape of an onion gradually formed, and it declared, "We must cut the onion to prepare observation samples." A sharp blade cut down, staining the tabletop blood red. It continued unhurriedly. "Then we must gently score the onion's surface to remove the epidermis." The blade tip drew 4 small squares, and the purple epidermis was peeled off, immersed in a diluted solution, and then placed in a petri dish. The bird-beaked monster placed the petri dish under the microscope and said, "After that, the slide can be prepared." It asked through the eyepiece, "Have all the students learned?" Through the microscope, the onion's purple color was visible with a curly brown hair on it. That hair. "Isn't it Anna's?" In the medical room, Yuan Jhenui sat next to the recently rescued boy, asking in a cold tone, "What else do you know? Explain clearly." The boy stammered, trembling. You don't want to die." Yuan Jhenui slapped him, grabbed his collar, and roared, "Calm down." The boy, covering his face, gradually sobered up. Seeing the person before him, he trembled. You're Yuan Jhenui. Did you save me?" The boy knelt down, grabbing Yuan Zhensui's clothes. "Please save Lele, he's my classmate." "Please?" Yuan Jhenui narrowed his eyes, quickly filtering the information and making a keen judgment. Although this anomaly was tyrannical and killed randomly, it didn't seem to truly threaten him. The malice in Kapu's room towards Anna was much heavier, while towards him it was merely like a frightening prop. He recalled the paper figures in the classroom and the statue that had contained the boy. The infirmary seemed safe, but if he hadn't come, this boy might already be dead. Was it because he had already subdued the anomaly's heart? He thought to himself, his gaze blood-red and somberly observing the pleading boy. He ordered the boy to explain everything from beginning to end. "Tell me everything about your coming here." The boy stood up, gesticulating wildly as he spoke. "I really don't know anything. We just wanted to make sure everything was foolproof before starting, so we entered the escape room to check." He paused, then continued. "There were 10 of us in total, but only Lele and I were together." Recalling the moment he and Lele entered the room, he said, "But I really don't know why I can't remember anything. I only remember him telling me to hide in the infirmary cabinet." He paused, his voice trembling. "He said he was going to solve the escape room. The cabinet was filled with mannequins," and he continued. "The infirmary had a rule similar to an anomalies rule stating that the infirmary was safe. A sign hung on the door of the cabinet he was hiding in, which read, Rule 4, Infirmary Safe. He said he didn't know how long he waited, secretly peeking out to look for Lele. Suddenly, the room door burst open and a green light shot in from outside. He panicked. The person who came wasn't the Lele I expected. A bird-beaked man appeared, its green eyes half open. It stared at the cabinet door, stammering. But before he could finish, Yuan Jhenui interrupted him. You only saw part of the rules." He picked up the rule card, flipped it over, his gaze flashing with coldness. Yuan Jhenui held up the rule card, pointing to the front, which read, Rule 4, Infirmary Safe, then flipped it to the back, his voice cold, where it read, Can only stay inside for a maximum of 1 hour. Remember, there is no managing teacher in the infirmary. He looked at the boy and explained, You stayed here for more than an hour, so you activated the rule. Without hesitation, he pulled the boy's hand. Since that's the case, let's go find this Lele you mentioned. The bird-beaked man was the managing teacher in the rules. The boy panicked, struggling and shouting, I'll die. Yuan Jhenui let go, causing the boy to lose his balance and fall heavily onto the ground, hitting the cabinet. He frowned, his voice cold. If you're afraid of dying, why are you still staying here? His gaze shot out with coldness, reminding him. Do you think it will believe you're dead and won't come back? The it he referred to was the bird-beaked man. The boy bit his lip, trembling as he pondered the truth of his words. Suddenly he jumped up, eagerly asking, Yuan Jhenui, we've all heard rumors about you and the Ghost Club. Do you have some kind of superpower, like an intruder or a transformation spell or something? He thought to himself, but didn't dare to say it all. Yuan Jhenui sneered. Guess. He turned around, the blood-red spiritual power glowing at his feet, transforming into a deep red flower, each petal a living eye. He stood in the center of the flower, a wisp of spiritual power extending out, coiling around the boy's ankle. The boy, terrified, quickly followed. Boss, I'm coming, he thought to himself. Only by clinging to the powerful can he survive. Opening the infirmary door, Yuan Jhenui suddenly stopped, turned back and asked, By the way, what does this Lele you mentioned look like? He only spoke after the boy ran over. The boy's eyes widened, contracting like pinpricks, standing rooted to the spot. He hadn't expected boss Yuan Jhenui to know nothing about Lele. The boy looked at Yuan Jhenui, his eyes filled with doubt, muttering to himself, Is he really reliable? Then he blurted out, Boss, how could you not remember Lele? Yuan Jhenui reached up and stroked his chin, trying to recall this female classmate. Aside from vaguely remembering Lele being responsible for clerical work or carrying a notebook, he truly couldn't think of more details. The boy sighed and had to describe. He loves urban legends and submitted his resume to your ghost club several times along with rule-based novels he wrote himself. Yuan Jhenui nodded thoughtfully. Oh, is that so? The stairwell was dim with dried bloodstains splattered on the steps and window frames. Space was silent, only footsteps echoed. Moonlight streamed through, casting a long-haired figure's shadow on the stairs. Under Yuan Zhenui's coat, the boy shivered, clutching his hand tightly. Where are we going to find Lele? It's too dark here, I'm scared. Yuan Jhenui frowned impatiently. You ask me, how would I know? He ordered him to continue down to the first floor to check. Suddenly his eyes shot open, feeling the killing intent behind him. He shouted, pulling the boy, and flew down the stairs. The boy looked back. Shouting, Bird-beaked man? Yuan Jhenui looked back, his gaze sharp, confirming. The bird-beaked man leaped over, the Grim Reaper's scythe raised high, slashing at the two. The boy's eyes widened in terror, screaming. Seeing this, Yuan Jhenui swiftly wrapped his arm around his waist, leaping down the stairs, narrowly dodging the deadly blow of the scythe as it grazed past them. He judged inwardly that he was indeed the target. Putting the boy down, he looked at the bird-beaked man's bare feet, his blood-red gaze flashing with curiosity. There's one thing I have to complain about. The bird-beaked man's setting is that of a managing teacher. Is that part of your escape room plan? The boy, panting and running, stammered. No, we don't have enough budget. Yuan Jhenui nodded, praising. At least you have some brains, he continued. Unlike some anomalies, the bird-beaked man is a plague doctor, from disease to the Black Death, only later considered a representative of death. But this unrelated patchwork is too obvious. It actually reduces the immersion. Darkness enveloped them. The sharp scraping sound of the scythe on the ground was bone-chilling. The boy panicked, his voice trembling. Who are you talking to? Yuan Jhenui stopped in the middle of the stairs, calmly replying, Of course, the managing teacher who's walking slowly. Doesn't speed up when attacking nor gives more clues. He turned completely around, his gaze sharply fixed on the bird-beaked man hovering at the top of the stairs, and continued, Timely feedback on biological opinions. And the boy hiding behind him stammered, What are you doing? Unable to endure the endless running, Yuan Jhenui decided, There's no point in guiding it, it's delaying us from finding someone. He raised his hand, smiling as he took off his jacket. Throwing it back to the boy, You try killing it. The boy quickly caught the jacket, shouting, No, don't misunderstand. But Yuan Jhenui had already given the order. He caught the jacket with both hands. The boy shouted, Are you asking what the boss wants to do? Suddenly, Yuan Jhenui leapt vigorously, his whole body erupting in blood-red light. He charged directly above the bird-beaked man's head, shouting, Don't let it catch you. He landed on the bird-beaked man's shoulder, his legs clamped tightly, one hand wrapped around its jaw, the other strangling its neck. The boy below the stairs, trembling while hugging the jacket, watched Yuan Jhenui ride on the bird-beaked man's shoulder, trying to twist its neck. Seeing that this move was ineffective, he changed tactics, one hand gripping the neck, the other reaching directly into its eyes. The bird-beaked man let out a piercing shriek, transforming into a mass of octopus tentacles tightly wrapping around his arms and legs. Yuan Jhenui was startled but did not retreat, even muttering the second way. Tentacles spread, almost covering his entire body. The boy, terrified, squatted down, watching him being consumed with only his hands and feet visible. But then the bird-beaked man's arm abnormally swelled. Red light faintly flickered inside, and suddenly countless red subcutaneous balloons appeared all over its body. With a loud bang, the bird-beaked man's body burst into pieces like firecrackers. Its bird-beak face and green eyes flew out, rolling on the ground. From a puddle of slime, a pair of cold and firm feet walked out. Yuan Jhenui was covered in green slime, raising a hand to touch his chest, his gaze thoughtful. In front of him, the puddle of green slime rose up, gradually condensing into the same bird-beaked man as before. He muttered, Can't be killed. A flash of light, he vanished from his spot. Grabbing the boy and pulling him to run behind them, the bird-beaked man turned its head, its green eyes searching around the corner. He pulled the boy into a room, slamming the door shut. Turning around, he saw a figure lying on the table opposite, with two long trails of blood flowing to the ground. The bird-beaked man stood beside it, holding a knife and glancing at the two. The boy whispered, It's dissecting something. He narrowed his eyes, asking in doubt, Is it a person? Yuan Jhenui sharply barked, Shut up, target, no sound. He recognized the person on the table as Anna. He thought, Is she really dead? Suddenly, the gem on his necklace glowed, announcing the unlock of Rule 3. When the managing teacher is in class, discipline must be supervised. When class is dismissed, student safety must be ensured. Standing in the center of the room, Yuan Jhenui was momentarily puzzled. In class or after class, perhaps in class, Anna activated some kind of in-class mechanism, so she was forced to kill. But when class is dismissed, these things must ensure our safety, he muttered to himself somewhat absurdly. After analyzing the rules, he assessed the room and decided, Must get out first and try the bell in the broadcast room. He pointed to the table, commanding, You lie on that. The boy recoiled in panic, watching the bird-beaked man selecting dissection tools. He advised, It has already started choosing tools to dissect you. Seeing the boy hesitate, he reached out and touched his head, leaning close to his ear and threatening, Anyway, it can't catch me. The boy trembled, extremely terrified. Suddenly, the black screen in the room lit up, a sound of machines starting, and a line of red text emerged, providing new clues to break the rules. A line of blood-red text appeared on the screen, Laboratory cannot be left. Clue obtained, Lele is in classroom 304. After leaving the laboratory, go to classroom 304 to find her. Good luck when the next class bell rings. Yuan Jhenui looked at the boy and explained, you won't be immediately chased after you lie down because the microscope experiment requires a procedure. He emphasized reassuringly, I can use the microscope to buy time and get you out. Sweat poured down. The boy bit his lip, still hesitating. Seeing him motionless, Yuan Jhenui was about to suggest something else, but before he could speak, the boy abruptly jumped onto the table, lying stiffly with his arms outstretched, just like Anna next to him, eagerly asking, then what do we do next? Yuan Jhenui moved, leaping to the corner of the table in front of the bird-beaked man, his hands propped on his knees, chin in hands, his tone calm. Oh, teacher seems a bit busy, do you need my help? That leap just now helped him verify his spiritual power, which had been somewhat depleted in the stairwell fight but had now recovered a bit. He secretly calculated, fortunately his spiritual power was sufficient. The bird-beaked man scrutinized him, then raised its long black claws. Pointing at the blood-stained knives, Yuan Jhenui feigned surprise. Oh, teacher means for me to observe the specimen. He picked up a blood-stained knife, deliberately dragging out the time, but blood on the knife will contaminate the specimen preparation. The boy lying on the table, lips tightly sealed, trembled, imagining himself being cut into pieces. The bird-beaked man pointed to the sink. He thanked it, slowly turned on the faucet, and black water flowed out. The boy glanced at him, his eyes panicked as if asking what he intended to do. Suddenly he looked up at the microscope and saw a blood-red eye staring back at him through the eyepiece. He shouted, Ah, Yuan Jhenui, there's one here. He was so scared he almost fainted. Yuan Jhenui had just finished washing the knife and placed it on the microscope table, gently reminding, spray it at the red eye. The brown tentacles extending from the microscope were about to touch the boy's face. Yuan Jhenui whispered, don't move. Despite extreme fear, the boy tried hard to suppress his cries, but his body still trembled. The red eye's tentacles from the microscope tightly wrapped around his head and body, tightening more and more. Yuan Jhenui gently raised his hand and touched the microscope, blood-red spiritual power covering the entire device. A moment later, the boy and Anna shrunk, while he, surrounded by blood-red light, still had his hand on the microscope. The red eye was little eye, now suspended on the table, tightly coiling around the struggling little boy. Suddenly, green light burst out in the room, then returned to its original state, leaving only Yuan Jhenui standing there, his gaze sharp. On the blackboard, a new notification appeared. Rule 7. Laboratory instruments are dangerous. Students are not permitted to use any instruments without the managing teacher's permission. The laboratory had returned to its original state. Yuan Jhenui nodded, confirming his speculation. That's right, Anna violated Rule 7. But the method to break the laboratory was contradictory to this rule. Looking at the green light covering the microscope, he thought he had already used Little Eye's ability on the microscope, but the anomaly did not target him, nor did it pull him into its rules. He glanced at Little Eye, where the boy was peeking out with his hands propped. He muttered, this is really troublesome. Is this guy crazy? The bird-beaked man still stood behind him, staring intently at him. Yuan Jhenui continued to act, his tone calm. Teacher, the microscope is a bit dirty. He moved aside, making space for the bird-beaked man to come forward and check. He held the microscope in his hand. He calculated inwardly that a frontal attack couldn't kill it was too much of a time waster. So he quickly picked up the microscope. Yuan Jhenui rushed out, shouting as he ran, I'm taking this with me. The bird-beaked man stood frozen, only having time to swing its hand and grab at empty air. After running a few steps, he leapt out of the laboratory. The corridor behind him twisted in green light. He judged space distortion. The school broadcast system blared, red light flickering, bells reverberating. In the former laboratory, a black hole sucked the microscope from his hand. He exclaimed, is this an illusion, or has this space been abandoned because I broke the rules? The laboratory door gradually returned to its original state. On the blackboard, a series of notifications emerged. Congratulations on escaping the laboratory. You have deciphered the following rules. Rule 1. Managing teachers and students must adhere to school regulations. Rule 2. Students must not skip school. Classrooms must remain quiet. Rule 3. Managing teachers must supervise discipline during class and ensure student safety after class. Rule 4. The infirmary is safe. A maximum stay of 1 hour is allowed. Please remember there is no managing teacher in the infirmary. Rule 5. No running or loud noises in the corridors. Rule 7. Laboratory instruments are dangerous. Students are not permitted to use any instruments without the managing teacher's permission. Yuan Jhenui frowned, secretly marveling. 6 rules already deciphered, how generous. At this moment, Little Eye gently placed the boy back on the ground. A while later, on the 3rd floor of the teaching building, the two walked along the corridor, peering into each classroom. The boy clung tightly to his hand, trembling. Yuan Jhenui analyzed, what's the difference between class time and after-class time here? The bell just now might have been for dismissal, allowing free movement, but we still haven't encountered anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Jhenui and the boy arrived at the door of classroom 304. The boy trembled slightly, stammering, I don't know either. I've been hiding in the cabinet, peeking through the crack in the door. Yuan Jhenui was startled, his gaze sweeping over the scene in the classroom. Students were scattered, each at a desk in various postures. Some sat upright like statues, some slept soundly slumped over desks, others lay motionless. Suddenly his gaze stopped on a girl who was looking down at a familiar notebook. The boy suddenly shouted excitedly, It's Lele, is everyone here? But just as the girl looked up, the face revealed was not Tao Lele's but a broken face with eerie green eyes and sharp even teeth. Yuan Jhenui immediately raised his hand to stop the boy, pulling him back. His voice low and cold, that's not Tao Lele. Before he finished, a blood-red evil spirit emerged from behind the girl, its form twisted and terrifying. The boy shrieked in horror. "Ah, an evil spirit!" Yuan Jhenui narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing it as a vengeful spirit. He was startled, secretly thinking, are there even vengeful spirits among anomalies? Before he could react, the evil spirit suddenly brandished its sharp claws, opened its mouth wide, and lunged at the two like lightning. Yuan Jhenui did not hesitate, kicking it in the head, his spiritual power erupting, and simultaneously, he activated his physical exorcism skill. The evil spirit's head flew straight towards the blackboard, dissipating in the air at the same time. Static crackled from the broadcast, emitting a distorted voice. "Oh dear, it seems Taolele isn't in classroom 304. Next is class time. Perhaps she went to the restroom. Need to check." As soon as the voice faded, cold new text appeared on the blackboard. Rule 8, there are no mirrors in the restroom. If you see a mirror, leave immediately. Rule 9, broadcast room. Other content will not be broadcast besides class and after class bells. If you hear it, go to the broadcast room to turn it off promptly. Yuan Jhenui glanced at the boy, his eyes firm, deciding to go to the restroom, but the boy, clutching his head, swayed and refused. His face was pale, his eyes wide and rolling as if hypnotized, snot and saliva streaming. He mumbled, his voice trembling, "I don't want to go, Lele." The room they were in suddenly grew cold. Paper figures lay scattered on the ground, crisscrossing on the crossbeam. A blurry figure swayed. On the ceiling fan, a person hung, bloodied. The boy spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse. "Lele told us to run." In the restroom, green liquid seeped from the mirror in the center of the room. Water flowed from the top of the mirror into the sink and then spread across the floor, forming a sticky puddle. Heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor, and the shadow on the wall grew closer. In front of the ladies' restroom sign, two blurry figures flickered, indistinguishable whether human or demon. A girl in a red dress and red shoes, hands hanging, walked heavily towards the innermost stall. A faint light emanated from the stall, illuminating a figure standing against the wall, breathing rapidly and intermittently. Outside, two twisted black shadows stretched long on the ground. Anna hid in a stall, panting, secretly peeking through the crack in the door where a pair of red shoes appeared beneath the gap, cold as blood. She looked up, her heart pounding, and at the top of the stall, two eerie heads grew on a long neck, attached to the same body, looking down at her, grinning hideously, their sharp teeth gleaming with an eerie light, emitting terrifying cries. "Eat, eat, eat." In the stall, Anna's injured arm was gradually recovering. A faint light enveloped the wound, which was already 80% healed. She clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with determination. The two-headed monster still grinned sinisterly, completely unaware of her intention. Suddenly, Anna darted out like an arrow, crashing directly into the stall door. The violent impact sent the monster flying, its two heads shaking. Hitting the wall and twisting, she roared, her voice filled with anger. "A vengeful spirit dares to ride on my head?" Anna's foot stomped heavily on the monster, her hands tightly gripping its two heads, forcefully slamming them repeatedly together. The sounds of punches and kicks echoed like an intense boxing match. On the brick wall, cracks appeared, imprinted with the monster's twisted, distorted face. Anna smashed and laughed wildly, as if venting all her rage. One of her eyes gradually turned red, her fingers transformed into octopus tentacles, reaching into the two heads' eyes, noses, and mouths. She grinned, pulling them closer, her voice cold. "You truly are a gift from heaven, my dear." The monster's spiritual power was sucked out, forming a golden vortex that swirled into Anna's palm. The monster's body dissipated, leaving only its tie scattered on the ground. She looked up, exhaling deeply, sweat beading on her forehead. Suddenly a knock echoed, and Yuan Jhenui entered, carrying the boy on his back, looking at Anna tying her tie, his lips curved slightly, his voice low and warm. "A long time no see," Yuan Jhenui observed silently, his gaze sharp. Anna's regeneration ability was almost like resurrection, and she could also absorb the spiritual power of vengeful spirits to strengthen herself. He secretly thought, this International Anomaly Response Bureau is quite interesting. If everyone reached this level, it would be worth observing. Anna broke into a brilliant smile, her eyes sparkling with pride. "It came right to me, it would be a waste not to eat it," she said, adjusting the black tie at her collar, her movements calm and confident. Then she nodded, her tone filled with satisfaction. Black really suits my temperament." Hearing her self-congratulatory words, Yuan Jhenui frowned slightly, secretly thinking, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, a typical Western stereotype. Seeing there was nothing more relevant to him, he spoke in a low voice. "Let's go, come with me." Anna quickly followed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She spoke proactively, her tone excited. "What rules have you obtained? Now we must exchange information." Without waiting for his reply, she continued confidently. "I obtained Rule 7. Oh, Rule 7. Laboratory instruments are dangerous. Students are not permitted to use any instruments without the managing teacher's permission." Behind her, the mirror in the restroom gradually dissipated into the air as if it had never existed. Yuan Jhenui glanced at it, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, secretly thinking, indeed, a mirror disappeared. He turned to Anna, his tone calm. "I obtained Rules 7, 8 which overlap with yours, and also 1 through 5. Anna interrupted him, her eyes puzzled. "What? You went to the restroom too, and so many rules?" He pointed to the boy on his back. Yuan Jhenui calmly replied, "No, I didn't. The broadcast reminded me to come to this place. This guy went insane after hearing the broadcast," he repeated in a low voice. "Rule 8, there are no mirrors in the restroom. If you see a mirror, leave immediately." Rule 9, broadcast room. Other content will not be broadcast besides class and after class bells. If you hear it, go to the broadcast room to turn it off promptly. Anna glanced at the boy, her eyes showing disdain, a sarcastic curl to her lips. An ordinary person is useless, just die then. Are you Mother Mary? Yuan Jhenui merely looked at her, his eyes slightly sad, not replying. Suddenly, static crackled from the broadcast again, ticking. Next is exercise break. A cheerful melody rang out. When the bamboo grows and sways, your smile is so beautiful like spring flowers. At the same time, all classroom doors opened and paper figure students swarmed out, swaying and crawling up the walls in the corridor. 3 figures stood in the middle of the path. On the playground, they surged out like a tide, accompanied by sharp screams. Sometimes like laughter, sometimes like chatter. Yuan Jhenui glanced at them, his eyes sharp. A paper figure class monitor beckoned to the boy on his shoulder, his voice hoarse. What's wrong, brother? Yuan Jhenui held the boy tightly, his other hand stopping Anna from acting. He calmly replied, Paper figure, he's fainted. I'll take him to the infirmary and be right back. Watching the paper figures run away, Anna rested her chin on her hand, her tone thoughtful. No, it's not that simple. I feel the spiritual pressure during this exercise break is even more dangerous than in the laboratory. Yuan Jhenui leaned the boy against the wall, his gaze still fixed on the playground. He replied coldly, only just realizing it now. Under the blood-red sunlight, the paper figures had all gathered. The song continued to reverberate, eerie and captivating. All worries, all sorrows vanish with the wind. Yuan Jhenui spoke softly, reminding Anna in a low voice, here it comes, watch carefully. From above the teaching building lobby, a group of people silently carried a motionless figure slowly descending the steps. Around them, eerie green mist permeated, winding like ghostly tendrils. Suddenly, a steady broadcast voice announced, flag-raising ceremony begins with music. It was then that Anna realized what the group was doing. She cried out in horror, it's a corpse! On the shoulders of 4 bird-beaked men, a girl was carried out, her body motionless. From above, Anna's heart sank. My God, good thing I escaped, otherwise would I also be publicly executed like this. Yuan Jhenui calmly replied, his eyes sharp. Execution, or perhaps a warning to others. He observed silently, his thoughts racing. Did someone die? No matter who, it was used to psychologically torment other living students. The anomaly's macabre taste wanted to torment. The 2 and another boy were locked up together, in a cold iron cage surrounded by green mist like ghosts. The boy behind Yuan Jhenui and Anna gradually woke up, shaking his head, looking bewildered. On the playground, at the flagpole, the flag rope had been replaced with a noose. The bird-beaked man put the noose around the neck of the girl who had just been carried out, and the broadcast voice sounded again. Cold as wind sweeping across a river. The river cold, a warrior gone, never to return. As soon as the voice faded, the girl was yanked high into the air. The bird-beaked man stood beneath the flagpole, looking up, its gaze empty. The boy behind Yuan Jhenui and Anna suddenly let out a piercing scream. Ah! The scream startled the 2. Yuan Jhenui quickly covered his frightened eyes while Anna gritted her teeth and complained in a low voice, why did this deadweight have to wake up at this moment? The girl had been hoisted to the same height as the sun. She turned her head, tears streaming down her face, yet still bloomed into a brilliant smile. The broadcast continued, its voice steady as a curse. Jing K slays, Jing K slays, Jing K slays, Jing K. As soon as the voice faded, her head was severed. The golden mask on her necklace fell to the ground, glittering in the sunlight. Suddenly, the boy violently pushed away Yuan Jhenui's arm, looking through the gap with blurred, tear-filled eyes, his face pale. He shouted, Lele! Then he rushed out, tears gushing, and instantly fell to the ground. The crowd below shouted in unison, Look, someone jumped from the building. Anna looked down, her voice trembling. Dead. Yuan Jhenui shook his head, his gaze thoughtful. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Anna exclaimed. What? Yuan Jhenui calmly raised his palm. In his palm a peculiar eye opened, flashing with a cold light. I can't sense any living presence. Actually, what I mean is there have never been any living beings here. Anna was stunned, unable to see that eye. She mumbled, her voice filled with confusion. Wait, do you mean everything is a corpse? That girl and the student who was with you? Yuan Jhenui used his power, his gaze sharply penetrating the entire eerily silent school. The space was so quiet it felt stifled. Anna shook her head, her tone filled with doubt. No way, I don't sense any anomalies from them. Yuan Jhenui's lips curved slightly, his smile tinged with mockery. It seems we've been played, he calmly announced, his voice low and firm. Illusion, no need to go down, let's go to the broadcast room. The broadcast room, the loudspeaker emitted a dry announcement, break time is over. Everyone please return to your classrooms in order. The melodious music played, clear as spring flowers blooming. Yuan Jhenui and Anna pushed the door open. The music continued to linger like an enchanting invitation. Yuan Jhenui walked to the control panel, and without hesitation slammed his palm down on the device, shattering its hard casing. He gripped the wires and violently pulled them out, muttering displeased, "Ly, this escape room only knows how to scare people, not solve puzzles. Puzzles are the essence of the climax." Suddenly, the nearby computer screen flickered, displaying a line of blood-red text. Death game. Yuan Jhenui squinted, silently thinking, death game. Inevitable death bomb. Oh, so stepping on a bomb means instant death. He let out a faint hum, his sharp eyes noticing the timer on the screen starting to count down from 199. If it couldn't be completed within the allotted time, death would be the inevitable outcome. Anna chuckled, a hint of playfulness in her tone. Oh, looks like this is your mission. I'll go look for other clues. Good luck, don't die, brother. Suddenly, the avatar on the screen changed from Yuan Jhenui to Anna. Her eyes wide, she exclaimed in surprise. No way, wait, why did this avatar change to me too? She immediately changed her tone, saying resolutely, I can't put my fate in your hands, I'll do it myself. Yuan Jhenui raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Weren't you going to wander around? Without giving her time to react, he used his power, his eyes flashing with a cold light, scanning the entire room and locating the bombs. With a few decisive clicks, the computer screen lit up with a brilliant line of text. Congratulations, you have broken the record with a time of 20 seconds. Anna was dumbfounded. The computer continued to announce, congratulations, you have received a reward. The storage room key at the bottom of the drawer popped open, revealing a glittering key. Yuan Jhenui picked up the key, his gaze thoughtful. I always feel like the storage room holds something important. Anna frowned, looking around the broadcast room in confusion. The top floor? Yuan Jhenui observed the room, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He said in a deep voice to Anna, let's go to the storage room no matter what method anomalies use. They always use rules to push people towards death, but there are indeed some contradictions between these anomalous behaviors and the rules. The two walked cautiously forward, but a mysterious figure already blocked their path, wearing a pitch-black raven mask and gripping a sharp scythe. Yuan Jhenui squinted, muttering in doubt, is that Taolele? What a timely appearance. He raised his hand, a strange eye in his palm flickering with light. Without hesitation, he fiercely swung his hand, splitting the enemy in front of him in two. The mask shattered, revealing the true face, which was Taolele. Anna exclaimed, what's going on? Is she the one? She used her power, her hands transforming into sharp mantis blades, her eyes flashing with determination. You've noticed, haven't you? This guy is the core of Fantasy Academy. Only by killing her can we weaken this anomaly's power and escape. Yuan Jhenui shook his head, his voice calm and firm. We can't kill her. Anna frowned in surprise. How? Why? He explained, his gaze sharp yet cautious. Her subconscious is fighting against the anomaly's core. If we kill her, it will only lead to a more serious situation. Anna frowned, her tone full of doubt. Are you sure? What do you plan to do then? Just then, Taolele roared, her scythe suddenly swung out, heading straight for them. Yuan Jhenui quickly ordered, you control her, I'll go to the storage room. Anna's eyes wide, she blurted out impatiently, why me again? Yuan Zhenui's lips curved slightly, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Because her primary target isn't me. Anna gritted her teeth, letting out a low growl. Without wasting time, Yuan Jhenui turned and left, leaving Anna to face Taolele alone. He even turned back and said calmly, I imagine your abilities have mostly recovered. Let me see the strength of the International Anomaly Response Bureau. Anna yelled, her voice both angry and challenging. Hey Yuan Jhenui, what are you mocking? See you in the storage room, don't die. She raised her hands in defense, softly cursing under her breath. You bastard, just you wait. Taolele suddenly opened her mouth, spraying out spiderweb-like white threads, attacking fiercely. On the top floor before the storage room door, a sinister and cold aura of terror permeated the air. Yuan Jhenui gripped the doorknob, his gaze sharp, and pushed the door open, walking inside. His eyes wide, he was surprised to find this door was identical to the one in the human body hospital. Before him was an endless corridor, dark and filled with a sense of unease. Just then Anna caught up, panting as she shouted, Hey, where are you? What's in the storage room? She suddenly stopped, exclaiming in terror, Oh my god, I'm still not going in. I'd rather kill the storage room 10 more times. Yuan Jhenui glanced at her, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, then continued forward. He walked to a larger door. When he opened the door, a gigantic skeleton appeared inside, similar in structure to human bones but enormous and twisted. He mumbled, his voice low, Fantasy Academy, it's an anomaly fragment, just like the human body hospital. He extended his arm, his eyes flashing with a cold light. What exactly is going on with that Taolele? Yuan Jhenui activated his power, his whole body erupting in dazzling white light, his clothes and hair turning platinum blonde, exuding a dangerous aura. The power erupted too violently, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, staining his collar red. The book before him trembled, displaying a line of blood-red text. Fantasy Academy, originally disaster level. Using the temporary space of Zhang City Second Middle School's escape room and student Taolele's notebook, it formed an architectural anomaly. Anomaly fragments were lost and the lung area attached and strengthened it to brutal level, expanding the anomaly's scope. Specifically using the student's notebook, it merged school rules to form Fantasy Academy's brutal level unique anomalous rules. The book flickered, continuing to list. Fantasy Academy rules, architectural anomaly, brutal level. Rule 1, managing teachers and students must adhere to school regulations. Rule 2, students must not skip school. Classrooms must remain quiet. Rule 3, when the managing teacher is in class, discipline must be supervised. When class is dismissed, student safety must be ensured. Rule 4. The infirmary is a safe place, but you can only stay for a maximum of 1 hour each time. Remember, there is no managing teacher in the infirmary. Rule 5, no running or loud noises in the corridors. Rule 6, after class, students are not permitted to remain in classrooms. Rule 7, laboratory instruments are dangerous. Students are not permitted to use any instruments without the managing teacher's permission. Rule 8, there are no mirrors in the restroom. If you see a mirror, leave immediately. Rule 9, broadcast room. Other content will not be broadcast besides class and after-class bells. No other content will be broadcast. Rule 10, in case of danger, you can hide in the office, but you must be polite to the teacher. Rule 11, find the school gate key to leave the school. Yuan Jhenui squinted, the book's light illuminating his blood-stained face. He mumbled, his voice low. So that's it. No wonder I felt such a strong sense of contradiction. The anomaly's rules rely on Taolele's thoughts. Her mental will has some influence on the anomaly and can even resist it. Just then the book trembled again, displaying new text. Your body is compatible with the lung anomaly fragment, but you already have lungs. Replace? Yuan Jhenui pondered, his sharp gaze sweeping over the book. Indeed, since I've already subdued the heart anomaly, my body is now compatible with this lung anomaly, but it doesn't threaten my life. His lips curved slightly, a hint of confidence in his smile. Even so, unless absolutely necessary, what's originally yours is still best, he decisively declared. No containment. Then, his voice low and calculating. I wish to use Little Eye's circulating space for containment. The book trembled, lighting up with a line of text. Containment successful. Fantasy Academy contained. Reward gender bender. Legend points 2,880 exceeding 2 million. Karma points 7,689 exceeding 700,000. Spiritual power 500. Tier 5. Lifespan 100 days, Yuan Jhenui murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming. 2 million legend points are enough to create the next anomaly, but first, I'll create a fantasy illusion. He held the construction site key from the storage room, clenching his fingers, creating a hazy anomalous aura. Uncontained escapee, he whispered, his tone full of calculation. Anna ran up panting and anxiously asked, What's the situation? Is it resolved? Yuan Jhenui glanced at her, his tone calm but with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, 2 rules weren't unlocked, so it couldn't be fully contained. He inserted the key, opened the large door, his movements decisive. Anna frowned, her tone urgent. What? It escaped? What are the casualties? Yuan Jhenui shook his head, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Detailed investigation. We'll talk outside. He pushed open the large door and walked out without looking back. Anna hesitated for a moment, doubt surfacing in her eyes. She quickly followed, her tone full of accusation. You're very strange. I'll report this anomaly to the International Anomaly Response Bureau. A day later, the escape room returned to normal. All students and 1 teacher were found and under the pretext of mass poisoning were sent to the hospital for treatment with the assistance of the Special Task Force. The relevant news was suppressed and treated as a normal incident. This was also the only brutal level anomaly incident without any fatalities. The greatest credit belonged to Tao Lele. Although she was still lying in a hospital bed, her head severely injured. She didn't wake up until 3 days later, but there were still some minor questions she needed to answer. In the hospital, Anna looked at Yuan Jhenui, her tone full of doubt. Thinking back, I feel very strange. Yuan Jhenui, are you hiding something? Yuan Jhenui suddenly cornered her by the door, slamming his hand onto it with a loud bang. He said sternly, his eyes cold, I'll say this one last time. Even if I'm hiding something, I have the right not to tell you. You can tell the International Anomaly Response Bureau whatever you want, regardless of your suspicions. I've seen the quality of the International Anomaly Response Bureau. He paused, his tone low and laced with mockery. If I hadn't arrived at the laboratory in time, would you have had a chance to escape and revive? Anna stammered in shock. You actually. Yuan Jhenui ignored her, striding towards Taolele's hospital room. He coldly tossed out, All right, you can move now. A nurse recognized him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Dean, he seems to be that man who tore the surgical gown last time. The dean stood nearby, muttering displeased ly but intentionally pretending not to see, turning a blind eye. The hospital doesn't have many surgical gowns left. Yuan Jhenui walked into the hospital room, closing the door and leaving Anna standing alone in the corridor. Taolele lay on the hospital bed, speaking softly, her voice weak. Hello? Yuan Jhenui observed her, his gaze thoughtful. He thought to himself she had suffered greatly from fighting the anomaly, resulting in brain damage and amnesia, knowing nothing of what happened at Fantasy Academy. Even so, for an ordinary student to achieve this was admirable. Taolele put on her glasses, looked at him for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Wait, you're Yuan Jhenui. He nodded, his tone calm. It's me, and also the head of the Security Bureau. He paused and asked, May I see your notebook? Taolele immediately nodded. No problem, please take a look. She hesitated for a moment, then said, Can I ask a question? Yuan Jhenui held the notebook, flipping through each page, his tone calm. You can ask directly. She frowned, confusion evident in her eyes. I feel very strange. What exactly happened in the escape room? Were we really poisoned? Yuan Jhenui continued to flip through the notebook, but all the pages were blank. Taolele looked at him, her tone even more confused. Why was my notebook clearly filled with my thoughts? Why is there nothing now? She silently looked at a photo, then shook her head. I don't know him. Our club certainly doesn't have this person. Neither does our class. Yuan Jhenui pondered, not answering immediately. He muttered in doubt, I wonder who he is, or if this person doesn't exist at all. Was he created out of thin air by Taolele's consciousness? Taolele suddenly clutched her head, gently groaning. My head hurts so much. I think I've seen him somewhere. Where was it? I need to think hard. Yuan Jhenui looked at her, his eyes gentle, his tone comforting. It's all right, no rush. I'm not here to interrogate you. Taolele raised her hand, her voice trembling. Can I see that picture? Yuan Jhenui silently handed her the photo. Taolele focused intently, her eyes fixed on every detail, her body trembling slightly, mumbling as if trying to dig through her memories. Where have I seen him? Where have I seen him? Suddenly her eyes lit up as if in a flash of realization. I remember now, it's an illustration from Mystery Monthly magazine. I used it as reference material for the escape room. It should be pasted in the notebook. Hearing this, a glint flashed in Yuan Zhensui's eyes, and he murmured, So that's it. It was an anomalous fake student, originally a tool to lure players into the game, all brainwashed into believing they were friends, but because it came from Taolele's hand, it became a guiding NPC. He looked at her, his gaze deep and inscrutable. No wonder this character always felt abnormal. He called out softly, "Tao Lele." She looked up blankly. Suddenly, Yuan Jhenui violently grabbed her neck, raising his other hand, the strange eye in his palm pointing directly at her face. His voice was cold, yet carried a suppressing power. "Tao Lele, forget everything that just happened. You and your classmates were sent to the hospital for treatment after inhaling poisonous gas during the escape room project. Before entering the escape room, you had just bought a notebook to record information. It's normal for the notebook to have no content. You just woke up and have never met Yuan Jhenui." Around Tao Lele, rows of eyes appeared, hovering, staring at her, emitting a cold light that penetrated her mind. She became dazed, her eyes vacant. After everything, Yuan Jhenui left, leaving Tao Lele sitting blankly on the hospital bed. Suddenly, she returned to normal, but with a clear look of bewilderment on her face. She murmured, Why am I here?" At the Special Task Force headquarters, Qing Ji was conversing with Director Kong Ping. She asked doubtfully, "You said international special agents and Ghost carried out a mission together, but then reported to the International Anomaly Response Bureau requesting an investigation into Yuan Jhenui?" Kong Ping nodded and said in a deep voice, But the higher-ups still came to me first to understand the situation." He paused, then continued, "Fortunately, after they understood Ghost's abilities, they put the investigation on hold. At this moment, some information about Yuan Jhenui appeared. Name Yuan Jhenui, height 1.83 meters, age 19, male, codename Ghost," Kong Ping said decisively with a confident tone. "As long as they have a bit of sense, they'll know the Special Task Force needs talent like him." He handed Qing Ji an access card. His gaze sharp, Qing Ji took the card, sighing softly, "This is your access card." Kong Ping nodded and said in a deep voice, "The Special Task Force hopes he can continue to track down Fantasy Academy. Although there were no casualties this time, there is a precedent, and we cannot let it escape and evolve." He paused, then smiled faintly. "It's just that people like him won't easily follow orders from above." Qing Ji sighed, saying helplessly, "Exactly, those two and I thought we had found useful talent, but it turns out he's a notoriously difficult one. He has a strange temper." She shook her head and continued, "A group of people appeared out of nowhere wanting to meet him but also afraid of offending him. Someone asked, 'Excuse me, are you Lord Ghost's girlfriend?' I replied, 'We're just friends.' Someone pleaded, 'Please, I want to see Lord Ghost.' Some even asked, 'Do you have Lord Ghost's contact information? Our organization sincerely invites Lord Ghost to join.' That's how they kept coming to me, time and again." Qing Ji sighed helplessly, her tone frustrated. "Forget it, I'll hand this over to Ghost." "But what about Anna?" Kong Peng interrupted her, his tone calm. "We still need to find some excuses, right?" He snorted softly, then handed Qing Ji a file. "By the way, there's a new recruit in the organization recently. Her spiritual power has reached Tier 3. It's said that her wish is not to join the Special Task Force nor to go to the front lines." Qing Ji glanced at the file, snorting softly. "Isn't this the girl who went with Ghost?" She continued to read. "Named Tianwu Bai, height 1.65 meters, age 19, sophomore high school student, female, spiritual power Tier 3, self-introduction. I hope to live well." She frowned, sighing. Wasn't her spiritual power almost zero? She's actually reached Tier 3 now. One day later somewhere, Yuan Jhenui strode up the stairs, Tianwu Bai beside him. The school anniversary was reinstated at the students' request, but all dangerous projects were cancelled. Everything was gradually returning to normal. Tianwu Bai, after Yuan Bo's training, had successfully raised her spiritual power to Tier 3. At this moment, Tianwu Bai stood in front of a doll stall, her eyes sparkling, exclaiming happily, "Wow, so cute." Yuan Jhenui glanced at her, thinking, her personality has also normalized a lot, and I heard she even became friends with Yuan Bo. Suddenly a stranger walked over excitedly saying, "Wow, Yuan Jhenui cleaned up the school. Great master, I've been looking for you for a long time. You never come to school. I want to get my fortune told." Yuan Jhenui quickly ran off, his steps like wind, but the crowd still chased after him, shouts echoing. "Great master, I want to join the Ghost Club. I'll go through fire and water for you. I want to see anomalous events. Do you really have magic? If I kneel down and become your apprentice now, can you teach me? I want to resurrect my wife. I don't believe experts. I only believe Yuan Jhenui." Senior Taolei, "Was there really no ghost in the escape room? Hey, don't leave. I just want an autograph." A group of people chased Yuan Jhenui, forcing him to rush behind the gymnasium. When the crowd lost sight of him, they looked at each other in confusion, asking, "Hey, where did the great master go?" At this moment, Yuan Jhenui had climbed onto the rooftop, standing there with a sigh, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He thought, "I should have known not to come back, but it's not a big deal. Even the International Anomaly Response Bureau can't do anything to me. Foreigners' tactics for mudslinging are truly outdated." He suddenly recalled Qing Ji's reminder, her voice echoing in his mind. "Anyway, just keep an eye on Anna." Yuan Zhensui's lips curved slightly, and he murmured, "Sure enough, I need to guard against that foreigner. She's been following me frequently these past few days." He closed his eyes, concentrating. When he opened them again, the surrounding space had been dyed a peculiar blood red. After a search, he frowned and said doubtfully, She's not in school. Is she at the hospital?" In the corridor, the air was cold and in disarray. A nurse lay unconscious on the ground. Suddenly a cold voice sounded, "You have a saying here, 3rd time's the charm, don't you?" It was Anna, exuding a green killing aura, her hands tightly clutching Taolele's neck. She threatened sharply, "This is the 3rd time I've come for you. If you want to live, tell me everything you wrote about Yuan Jhenui." Taolele, her neck clutched, struggled with difficulty. Cough, 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 I've already said I've never seen Yuan Jhenui and I don't know him." Just then a steady voice came from the doorway. What do you want to do to classmate Dao?" Anna whirled around, seeing the door pushed open and a group of people rushing in. She released her grip in a panic, her voice trembling. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Tianwu Bai took a deep breath, her eyes burning with anger. She pointed at Anna, shouting loudly, "It should be me asking you, who exactly are you? Why are you coming to our school to do these strange things?" The people behind Tianwu Bai uniformly raised their phones, taking pictures of Anna. One person shouted, "I'm going to expose her." Anna raised her phone, sharply accusing, "She took my picture and wants to post it online." Despite being caught red-handed, Anna still put on a brave front, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. "What evidence do you have?" Taolele caught her breath and said tremblingly, "She tried to kill me just now. It was because of classmate Yuan Jhenui." Exposed by Taolele, Anna clenched her jaw, her face twisted with indignation. Hearing this, Tianwu Bai immediately roared, "You still won't admit it. You tracked Yuan Jhenui and were discovered by multiple classmates at different times. You rudely inquired about him from students, disturbed the school environment, lurked around the Ghost Club activity room, even smashed the club's window, and intruded into the campus to harass classmate Taolele. Now many of us have expressed dissatisfaction and protest against you. What else do you want to do to us? Continue to use violence?" The people standing behind stepped forward in unison, shouting in one voice, get out, protect our Yuan Jhenui." Taolele also refused to be outdone, her eyes sharp as she threatened, "Classmate Anna, Zhong City is not a place for you to run wild. I'm going to contact the Public Security Bureau." Amidst the angry shouts of the crowd, Anna shrieked in exasperation, "Get out of my way, all of you, get out of my way, oh God, you all just wait." But as soon as she walked out, Anna bumped into a solid chest. Looking up, she saw Yuan Jhenui standing there, smiling at her, his eyes cold. "She really used violence on ordinary students. Don't worry, I've already sent an emergency request to the Special Task Force." He bent down, leaning close to her ear, and threatened in a low voice, "You've been handed over to the International Anomaly Response Bureau. Leave Zhong City immediately. Because of your poor performance this time, your resources will be cut." Anna's face turned pale and she stammered in panic, "Impossible." Just then her phone vibrated in her pocket. She quickly checked the notification, her face growing even more terrified, disbelieving. At the same time, Yuan Zhenui's contemptuous voice sounded like a sharp knife. "Received the notification. Can you scram now?" Anna had no other choice but to get on a plane and leave Zhong City, never to return. Subsequently, at a meeting between the International Anomaly Response Bureau and Kong Ping, the director of the Zhong City Special Task Force, Kong Ping said in a deep voice, "Ghost, real name Yuan Jhenui, the International Anomaly Response Bureau has entrusted me to negotiate with you, inviting you to join the organization." Yuan Jhenui closed his eyes, pondering silently, his gaze deep as if hiding countless secrets. The blond man continued, his tone low but persuasive, "The entire world needs inspectors like you with special abilities and outstanding strength. Of course, your authority will also extend globally." Yuan Jhenui rested his chin in his hand, his face expressionless, his eyes sharp. "I have only one question. Is this an invitation or a demand?" The blond man calmly raised his hand, his tone gentle. "It's just an initial invitation. We don't want to create any conflicts with those who contribute to the world, moreover." He glanced at Kong Ping, then continued, "Mr. Kong Ping has repeatedly warned that being an enemy of yours is being an enemy of the entire country. Of course you can propose any special requests." Yuan Jhenui narrowed his eyes, a hint of suspicion in his gaze as he swept over Kong Ping. He thought, Kong Ping saying such a thing actually surprises me with this trust. He spoke, his tone calm but firm. "I don't have any requests for now, but currently I don't want to join any organization. Our cooperation needs a better timing. Through all, your people threatened innocent students' lives not long ago, directly using special abilities in front of ordinary people." The blond man was silent upon hearing the refusal. Kong Ping stood up, his tone steady yet with a hint of a smile. "See, I didn't drive you away. Ghost has never been an official inspector of the Zhong City Special Task Force. We only have a cooperative relationship with his inspection team." Hearing this, Yuan Zhenui's lips curved into a sarcastic smile, thinking, "If I hadn't experienced it, I would truly believe it. This old fox's art of speaking is indeed cooperative. But how many rounds of tests have you gone through, my lord?" He stood up and left the conference room, muttering to himself, "The International Anomaly Response Bureau can't affect me for now, and the trouble has been driven away. The main goal is the Special Task Force's actions. What I need to do is to rewrite an urban legend. An anomaly that quietly collects legend points, doesn't cause panic, and doesn't attract social attention. At least this anomaly won't affect ordinary people. It only targets evil people, the most evil of the evil, and the Special Task Force's balance will also lean towards cooperation." Yuan Jhenui pressed the elevator button and said softly, with a hint of teasing in his voice, "You've made great progress recently, and your courage has grown quite a bit, which is commendable." Tianwu Bai, standing beside him, heard his praise, and her face broke into a radiant smile. "President, it's nothing." Yuan Jhenui glanced at her, his tone calm yet with a hint of inquiry. "You've reached Tier 3 spiritual power. I have a question I'd like your opinion on." Seeing Yuan Zhenui's serious expression, Tianwu Bai stammered, You tell me." He stood silently, his gaze sweeping over the brightly lit city outside the window, his voice low, full of implication. "If I want to establish a brand new order, what's the best method?" Tianwu Bai lowered her head, thought for a moment, then looked up and met his eyes, answering concisely, "The sun." Yuan Zhenui was startled and said softly, At this moment the elevator door slowly opened. Tianwu Bai smiled, her eyes gleaming with firm belief. End the battle without anyone knowing. The next day, a new sun rises. I believe in you, President. She clasped her hands together, looking at him with adoration as if he were a fated hero. Yuan Jhenui murmured to himself, his gaze deep. The power of the goddess of fate is guiding me. Everything will be fine, and he will be the one to change the world. In a small room, a person was buried in work, suddenly hearing a call. Dinner. He quickly got up and replied, Coming, Mommy. Suddenly, an eerie voice sounded in the room. Who's calling so affectionately today? The voice came from a doll on the table. At the 10th important family meeting, everyone sat upright at the table. Yuan Jhenui began. His steady and authoritative voice resonated. HMPH, so my final decision is to rewrite an urban legend. Xiao Shuan froze, her eyes filled with pain and tears. She burst into tears, staring intently at Yuan Jhenui, her eyes blazing with killing intent. Yu Ming'ai sat beside her, gently patting her shoulder, her voice soft yet firm. My lord's words are for good reason, no foolishness. If you were restored, humanity would still choose to pay the price and seal you again. Now you can only not speak, but what about next time? Yuan Jhenui sighed, pointed at Xiao Shuan's forehead, and thoughtfully wrote that anomalies must achieve a balance with society and be represented by special themes. Punishing evil alone is not enough. For an anomaly like you, I didn't think it through at the time. Xiao Shuan was speechless, only imagining herself pouncing on Yuan Jhenui and giving him a beating. He continued, his eyes sharp. Otherwise, the anomalies created could easily escalate into large-scale social incidents, he thought to himself, his voice low. This type of anomaly must not attract the attention of ordinary people, nor cause them panic. When the special task force intervenes, the anomaly can only sacrifice ordinary people in the form of an urban legend. Xiao Shuan's sphere of influence was small, constrained by rules. Little I, on the other hand, relied on the internet, making it difficult for people to believe in its actual existence. But Xiao Shuan's rules allowed people to witness powers beyond science with their own eyes. Xiao Shuan angrily jumped up and bit Yuan Zhensui's head fiercely to vent her anger. He was unconcerned, his eyes thoughtful, continuing to ponder. The Special Task Force's goal is to maintain stability. As long as an anomaly causes social instability, they will go all out to deal with it. He frowned and muttered to himself in a low voice. Unless there's no solution for this anomaly, he sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. Seeing Xiao Shuan still messing around, Yuan Zhenui frowned. Little brat, so annoying, he commanded, his tone firm. Little I, Yu Ming'ai understood immediately, quickly responding, I'm here. She clapped her hands and with a sly smile opened the door. A teleportation portal appeared, leading to a brightly lit amusement park. Yuan Zhenui glanced at Xiao Shuan, calmly saying, consider this your compensation. Go play around and take Little I with you. Xiao Shuan cheered joyfully, her eyes sparkling with delight. Little I beside her also shouted excitedly, Mama, Mama, Mama. The two rushed into the amusement park, full of laughter. Yuan Zhenui breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Finally got rid of them, he muttered to himself, a hint of doubt in his eyes. With so many urban legends, isn't there a suitable one? Suddenly his necklace lit up, emitting a peculiar stream of information. Yuan Zhenui frowned, his voice low. Kasaragi Station, I think I've heard of this legend. Kasaragi Station, an urban legend about an ominous entity, a non-existent ghost station. He recalled, his eyes sharp. Right, 20 years ago a girl took a train late at night, he murmured, his mind racing. Currently trains are the main mode of transportation for people. Tram and subway lines are well developed, meeting the travel needs of all social strata and covering the entire city's passenger flow. Before his eyes a city map appeared. Jiangdu North Station, Line 1. West Station, Line 8, West District. Jiangdu Central City Station, South Central Station, East High-Speed Station. He nodded, muttering to himself, so the Special Task Force can't stop all train lines, but perhaps they can make some adjustments. Yuan Zhenui picked up a pen, an unusual cold light flashing in his eyes. He began to write stroke by stroke, his handwriting filled with calculation. From now on, starting from Jiangdu, the Kasaragi train travels between reality and illusion. Anyone who boards this train will experience extremely terrifying events departing from Jiangdu. Within 24 hours, the journey will pass through the most densely populated and highest crime rate cities. Yuan Zhenui continued to write, his handwriting sharp as if carved into reality. The Kasaragi train circles the earth, eventually returning to its terminal in Jiangdu. If criminals use transportation, they will be pulled onto the train. Kasaragi disappears into another dimension. Meanwhile, in Jiangdu, the only teacher who had entered Fantasy Academy had been discharged from the hospital. He was dedicated and often worked late into the night, moving his colleagues and students alike, disregarding the advice of the school and his family. He immediately returned to his teaching post, even organizing extra remedial classes. A student sat wearily at his desk, sobbing hysterically, Teacher, I really can't finish this major test paper. Before him was a huge test paper with 450 multiple-choice questions, 260 equation-solving problems, and 120 trigonometry problems. After recovering, students gradually returned to school. Although no one clearly remembered what happened at Fantasy Academy, they inadvertently mentioned escape rooms and urban legends. Some were restricted by their parents, while others actively studied or explored new interests. On the playground, students enthusiastically showed off their toys. Look at this, you can take it apart. Wow, it's so lifelike. What's so great about that? Mine can even cut things. They were excited, but no one could explain why they were so fascinated by these things. Only Taolele sat silently in front of her sketchbook looking at Yuan Zhensui's portrait and sighing softly. She murmured, her eyes hazy. Yuan Zhensui, just like his name, is truly outstanding. Such a mysterious person. What exactly is his identity? He feels like a god from another world. What a pity. I probably won't have another chance to meet him. Meanwhile, at the International Special Task Force's secret base in Country M, snow covered the ground and a helicopter landed on the cold surface. Anna stepped out of the aircraft, her face grim. A man stood waiting, his tone stern. Your operation failed this time and you've been brought back here to face a warning or punishment. The blonde man beside him reminded. Control your temper. Anna flared up, flames of anger burning in her eyes. Enough, what did I do wrong? I'm the next director of the International Special Task Force. Those people have no vision and completely disrespect me, the blonde man said calmly but with a hint of sarcasm. If you don't reflect on yourself. Anna suddenly grabbed his clothes, roaring, her voice filled with menace and killing intent. Say one more word and I swear I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs. Anna angrily turned and left, her voice full of grievance and dissatisfaction. Just you wait, I'll remember this. I'd be unworthy of my family if I don't get my revenge. Note. The Paba tribe, generations old, 70 years of history. The blonde man looked at Anna's retreating back. His brows furrowed in doubt. He silently pulled out a green bottle, a rule item from Eastern witchcraft with calming, comatose and controlling effects. However, due to being diluted by spiritual power, it produced strong side effects, causing the user to shed tears monthly and even risking blindness if not treated promptly. He opened the cap and green smoke floated out, coiling around Anna like a strange ribbon. Anna turned around, her eyes panicked. She staggered, her consciousness gradually fading, muttering to herself, No, I still have many things I want to do, all the anomalies in the world. I will. The blonde man quickly rushed forward, supporting her collapsing body. His voice was low. Are you monitoring Anna Z? The pause state is being resolved. The current situation is unknown. Elsewhere, Yuan Zhensui sat in a chair, eyes closed, his expression calm. Xiao Shuan and Little Ai were playing nearby. A book on his desk suddenly lit up, displaying a notification. Bai Miao, Bai Shu Dugong, and 74 others have boarded the Kasaragi train. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa. A white-haired man in a cloak sighed impatiently. Women are still not having enough fun. He tossed a wad of money, then turned and left, heading for the station. A steady announcement came over the station's loudspeaker. The last train of the day is about to depart. All passengers please board quickly to avoid delays. The man boarded the train, muttering to himself, I still need to be inside. This was Bai Miao whom you monitored. He looked around, a cold light flashing in his eyes, thinking, I need greater thrills. Bai Miao locked onto a target, a young man standing in front. He used his spiritual vision, paralyzing the young man. Outside the train, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the train body shook violently. The train passed through an eerie space, then vanished from reality. Bai Miao was still immersed in excitement when he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face changing drastically. Something's wrong. The passengers on the train collectively fainted, falling like marionettes with cut strings. Bai Miao fell to the ground, roaring, Damn it, I've encountered an anomaly. My luck is really terrible. He covered his nose, staggering through the train corridor, a strong stench assailing him. Suddenly, a person shakily stood up, confusedly asking, Where is this? Bai Miao's lips curved, his tone full of sarcasm. Oh, congratulations, you've traveled to a movie world. Dugong, an office worker, clutched his head and muttered, Movie world. Others gradually woke up as well. A Tai, another man, clutched his head blankly. Did I fall asleep? Bai Miao said coldly, his eyes sharp. Think carefully about what skills you have. Don't die too quickly. Xiao Liang, a hotel employee, stood up, panicking. How will I die? What do you mean? Bai Shu, a graduate student, asked tremblingly. Uncle, is what you're saying true? Did we cross over? The crowd gathered around Bai Miao in a panic, his lips curling into a calculating smile. Actually it should be called a nightmare space. Everyone is trapped in a dream, but this dream is very dangerous. If you die in the dream, you'll also die in reality, Bai Miao thought, a cunning glint in his eyes. First, I'll use a strange nickname to scare these people from Country M, so these fools will believe and rely on me. Suddenly, the train braked sharply. Everyone collided and fell to the ground. Bai Miao frowned, his eyes sharp. The train door slowly opened and a long-haired vengeful spirit floated in, followed by another vengeful spirit, a terrifying boy with pale white eyes. People screamed in terror. Bai Miao scratched his head, his tone calm. The train stopped. Oh, so it's just vengeful spirits? The long-haired vengeful spirit looked coldly at the little boy vengeful spirit. Shall we make a move? Then she turned to the crowd. Why aren't you sitting down? Bai Miao was stunned, muttering to himself, What's going on? How can vengeful spirits have such clear thoughts? Bai Shu tightly grabbed Bai Miao's hand, his voice trembling. Big brother, what should we do now? Tell me, do you have a way to deal with them? Bai Miao squinted, thinking this kid seemed somewhat useful. He hummed softly, his tone calm. You just said we're in a movie world called Ghosttron. Bai Shu nodded excitedly, saying, Then I'll say, we're on a ghost train that caught fire before. Bai Miao frowned, muttering. I always feel like something's not right, but this guy really has no spiritual sense whatsoever. The little vengeful spirit suddenly made a sharp sound. Mommy, I'm hungry. The vengeful spirit mother replied, her voice eerie. What do you want to eat? Everyone was scared out of their wits upon hearing this. The little vengeful spirit pointed at a person, shouting, I want to eat him. The scene shifts to Yuan Jhenui, who quietly opens his book, flipping through each page, his eyes thoughtful. Bai Miao, Bai Shu, Dugong. Only these full names were listed. He asked the book, his tone full of doubt. What's wrong? Is there something special about them? Or is there an anomaly on the train? The book trembled, displaying a line of text. Due to the rules of the Kasaragi Rift, you cannot directly view the specific situation inside the train from the outside world. Do you want to view a short hint? Is there one? Yuan Jhenui immediately replied, his tone decisive. Yes, view. Yuan Jhenui looked at the hint, seeing a long line of people, each wearing a strange device around their neck. He muttered, his eyes sharp. What does this mean? The scene switched back to the train where an anomaly rushed over, its mouth wide open, shouting, I want to eat him. People screamed in panic. Bai Miao roared, What's in your bag? The pale-faced man, still screaming, threw his bag at the anomaly. Here, the anomaly took the bag, smiling happily like a child given candy, then wolfed down the bag, a hand wearing a ring reaching out of its mouth, glinting with metallic luster. Bai Miao looked sharply at the man, his voice cold. You're a murderer. The man collapsed to the ground, trembling and clutching his head, stammering. It was all that woman humiliating me and trampling on my self-respect from the moment we got married. I endured it for 10 years. I couldn't take it anymore. Bai Miao turned to the others, his eyes scrutinizing. Are you all the same? Atai quickly denied. No, Xiao Liang also shook her head. No, Bai Miao pondered, thinking, what kind of rule is this? The special task force once recorded an anomaly related to domestic violence. This train is similar. If it's really that simple. Suddenly, the train stopped abruptly. The carriage shook violently and everyone fell to the ground, one person screaming, Stop! It stopped. Other vengeful spirits began to pour in, attacking the passengers. A man was grabbed by the leg, screaming in terror. Help! No, don't grab me! Help! Bai Miao gritted his teeth, helplessly watching the man being dragged away. A vengeful spirit appeared before Atai and Xiao Liang, its voice eerie. You two come with us. Both were startled. Bai Miao's face turned pale, and he thought nervously, I can't wait any longer. Other vengeful spirits continued to surge onto the train, and he muttered, Is it not my turn yet? Bai Miao's fingers began to change, sharp claws gleaming. Rushing out of the door might mean death. If I'm already on this train, I have to at least resist until the terminal and then counterattack. He waved his claws, attacking the vengeful spirits. The people on the train screamed in terror. Super power. Bai Miao held 2 blue gems, muttering, What's the principle behind vengeful spirits taking people? I drag people off the train, human vengeful spirits, all passengers. What are the rules? He walked and thought, heading to the front car, hoping to find clues. Atai saw him and quickly followed, panting, Sir, where are you going? Wait for me. My legs are bad. I'll go with you too. In the next car, another vengeful spirit appeared. It was an old man with a cane, dressed decently, wearing a black hat. He grinned, his indifferent gaze fixed on a male passenger who trembled with fear. Bai Miao walked over and roared, Hey, quickly explain what's happening in this car. The man stammered, suppressing his fear. There are 7 of us. 1 person escaped to another car. 2 ran directly out of the train and 1 was dragged away. Bai Miao narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp. What happened after they went out? The man's face was pale and he shook his head. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything after they left. I also wanted to run, but this old man got on the train. I didn't dare. Suddenly, the train braked sharply again. Bai Miao cursed under his breath. Damn it, another stop. The old vengeful spirit spoke chillingly, pointing at Atai. You come with me. Atai was startled, frantically kneeling. Please, Bai Miao, sir, help me, save me. I don't want to die. Please save me. He glanced at Xiao Liang, who was standing beside him, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Suddenly Atai shrieked, No, I don't want to die. He abruptly pushed Xiao Liang towards the vengeful spirit, taking his place. Xiao Liang was grabbed by the leg and dragged away by the vengeful spirit, letting out horrified screams. Help, help! She turned around, eyes burning with hateful fury, cursing Atai. I hate you, you stinky old man, cold-blooded old trash. Bai Miao gritted his teeth, his gaze gloomy. The people taken away were random without any pattern. He looked around and found no notification on the train yet. Suddenly, Bai Shu grabbed his hand, saying urgently, Sir, I've made a discovery. There's a very small mark behind each of our necks. Bai Miao was startled, immediately checking Bai Shu's neck and roared. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? How did you find it? You'd better tell the truth. Bai Shu honestly replied, Just now I saw someone being dragged away, but I wasn't sure. Looking closely, I found that everyone has a mark behind their neck. Bai Miao carefully looked at the symbol, a glint flashing in his eyes. Understood. This is a special mark on the train ticket. We are all tickets and the vengeful spirits are collecting fares. Just then, a terrifying voice echoed from the train's broadcast, cold and eerie. Welcome aboard the Kasaragi train. Caracas has arrived. On the train, countless vengeful spirits surged in, roaring and grabbing at the humans. Passengers panicked, cries for help rising one after another. Go away, no, don't grab me, I won't go, I don't want to die. Help, help, no, I don't want to get off the train. Bai Miao grew increasingly panicked, muttering, What's going on? There's usually a broadcast notification when arriving at a station, but there was nothing before. Suddenly, more vengeful spirits appeared and a tall figure walked in, its neck empty, its head clutched in its hand. It spoke chillingly. Hello. Do you know where my head is? Dugang's face turned ashen. Terrified out of his wits, Bai Miao yelled, Run, everyone, run. He took the lead, rushing in the opposite direction. Bai Shu panted as he chased behind, shouting, Sir, is something wrong? Bai Miao was covered in sweat, thinking, What's going on? That wasn't a vengeful spirit just now, it was an anomaly. If this Kasaragi train is an anomaly, why are other anomalies appearing? Bai Shu yelled, Sir, sir. Meanwhile, a line of text appeared in Yuan Jhenui's notebook. Bai Miao has eliminated the vengeful spirit and encountered an anomaly. 287 people boarded the train, 192 died. Yuan Jhenui sat leisurely, opening his notebook and smiled faintly. I knew Bai Miao wasn't an ordinary person, he's indeed an inspector. He crossed his arms, his gaze pensive. I don't know what happened on the train, nor can it tell me the meaning of that symbol. Why is no one responding? Little Eye stood aside, engrossed in a mobile game battle. Completely ignoring him, Yuan Jhenui muttered to himself, when I wrote about the Kasaragi train, I didn't set any rules. People who board the train must be wearing a ticket. This Bai Miao probably won't live long, especially after encountering an anomaly. He stretched, his tone flat. As I expected, the special task force might not discover Kasaragi's existence quickly. He turned and grabbed Little Eye's head, commanding, "Rub my back." Little Eye reluctantly put down its phone, muttering unwillingly. The book suddenly trembled and spoke, "Do you want to bring me on the train? But if I board randomly, what if it arouses the suspicion of the special task force?" Yuan Jhenui pointed to the notebook, his tone mocking, "So many legend and karma points and I haven't gotten any benefits yet." Little Eye worked hard rubbing his back, though its eyes still filled with dissatisfaction. Yuan Jhenui continued to stroke a page in the notebook, his voice low. "Actually, I'm very curious. I never thought before." He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "If I tear you apart, will I really die, or will I disappear from this world?" The young man muttered, walking and talking, his tone full of worry. "This guy is much stronger than the vengeful spirits I've encountered before. Those people in the car are beyond saving. So in this nightmare space, that headless monster is our main enemy." Bai Miao walked ahead, nodding. "You're right, calling it an anomaly is more accurate. This is a nightmare space, you're all in a dream, but this dream is extremely dangerous. If you die in the dream, you'll also die in reality," Bai Miao thought, a hint of weariness in his eyes. "I'm too lazy to explain anymore. If I can escape this train, then we'll talk. That headless monster might have already started indiscriminate killing." The young man raised a finger, saying eagerly, "Sir, we'd better not stay in the car. We can hide in the passage between the two cars. Earlier when I passed through the car, I noticed that the vengeful spirits only moved within the car and wouldn't move to other places. If the monster you mentioned is also like that, then the passage is a safe zone." Bai Miao put an arm around his shoulder, a glint flashing in his eyes, and praised with a smile, "You're right, I think you have great potential. After we get out, follow me. I like smart young people like you." He extended 2 fingers, enticing him like coaxing a child. "I'll give you this much for salary." The young man was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. 20 yuan a month, really? That's great." Bai Miao's lips curved slightly, thinking, the fish is hooked, I just need to keep him. If any other monsters appear, suddenly the train broadcast sounded, a cold voice came. "The boss has arrived. The source of the plague." A bloated monster appeared, covered in festering sores, looking like a vagrant. Bai Miao was shocked, muttering, "The disaster-level anomalous plague in Dabas was restricted in the American rule maze. He knows its killing rule. Every 10 seconds the monster coughs, releasing deadly bacteria within a 20-meter radius. After inhalation, the body suffers from various diseases and dies." 3 days later, Bai Miao quickly covered his mask, enhancing his spiritual power, and yelled at the young man, "Idiot, I don't have a mask for you anymore. Cover your mouth and nose. Hold your breath for 5 seconds. The young man innocently pointed behind him. "Sir, that old monster is also an anomaly, isn't it?" Bai Miao turned around, dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Before him not just one but rows of anomalies appeared. The violent little girl, the 6-eared old woman, and other disaster-level monsters all walked out. Bai Miao trembled with fear, muttering 344 anomalies. Even stranger, the young man standing beside him showed no fear at all. He spoke Bai Miao's name. Bai Miao immediately jumped up, grabbed his neck, and yelled excitedly, "What's the method? Tell me quickly." After about 3 seconds of silence, the young man smiled, a cunning glint in his eyes. The young man replied calmly and meaningfully, "I want to borrow your body, is that okay?" Bai Miao was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears, and roared, "What did you say? Say that again." The young man raised a finger, calmly repeating, "I have a method, but I need to borrow your body. Only then can we escape safely." Bai Miao listened again and again, still not understanding his intention. He thought to himself, a hint of doubt in his eyes, "This guy isn't lying, it feels like I've grabbed the last straw." He yelled, "No problem, tell me. What do I need to do?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the young man's mouth opened wide. His face slowly began to crack, revealing a terrifying anomalous appearance. Bai Miao's soul separated from his body, twisted violently, and then directly entered the young man's body, standing among a group of pitch-black anomalies. Bai Miao's body slowly shattered, transforming into a completely different person. He shrieked in horror, "This is impossible, how could you be an anomaly?" Before him, the young man was now merely a puppet, letting out eerie giggles. The scene shifts to Yuan Jhenui lying in bed, picking up his phone and speaking languidly. "Hello?" On the other end, Ching Ji's voice sounded, "Ghost, it's me, long time no see. I was going to notify you after the meeting, but I thought I'd tell you earlier." Yuan Jhenui rubbed Little Eye's head. He mumbled dismissively. "Quickly tell me," Ching Ji solemnly informed him. "Last night an inspector boarded a monstrous train called Kasaragi-tron and successfully escaped. This monstrous train will travel worldwide, attracting monsters from all over the world." Yuan Jhenui listened, frowned slightly, and muttered, "Is it that serious? What do you plan to do?" He thought to himself, his tone full of sarcasm. 5 kills, huh? I thought Bai Miao wouldn't survive 24 hours, but he actually endured until the terminal and got off the train. Next time I must add rules to plug this loophole, Qingji continued. An international conference needs to be organized to discuss this. I'm hanging up. I'll notify you if there's new information. Yuan Jhenui hung up the phone, his gaze pensive as he muttered, an international conference, this means the anomaly committee. Although they knew about the Kasaragi train earlier than I expected, they still don't know how to contain the anomaly. Or more accurately, they don't dare to face death. From a practical perspective, not only Zhengdu City but public transportation systems worldwide have huge passenger flows. If this system were to be paralyzed for any reason, even for a single day, it would have serious consequences, let alone an indefinite paralysis. Anomaly agencies worldwide, just the procedural disputes would be enough to lead them into endless discussions. From another perspective, everyone understands that the danger of the Kasaragi train is immeasurable. No party is willing to take on this hot potato. Suddenly Yuan Jhenui was shocked. Hey, what the hell? He looked down at his phone. The news was displaying urban legend. Kasaragi ghost train travels through time and space. An insider revealed that some people saw it months ago. He was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes, muttering, how is that possible? His gaze sharp, he thought. It seems I have to get on the train myself to confirm if this anomaly is still under my control. I can't know the specific situation inside. I only received some vague hints, which is really troublesome. He remembered falling asleep strangely last night. Was it because he provoked the Book of Life and Death yesterday? But it should know I won't touch it. What exactly does it want to do? Thinking of this, Yuan Jhenui summoned the Book of Death and coldly questioned, did you make me fall asleep last night? Pure revenge or some other meaning? The system remained silent and he frowned. Still playing dead? I want to directly enter the Kasaragi train now, should that be okay? The book trembled and finally spoke, no, the host needs to go to the station to buy a ticket, then board the train. After that, you can directly enter the train. Yuan Jhenui pondered, calculating in his mind. Indeed, at least it's confirmed that the anomaly he created is out of control. According to Inspector Bai Miao's information, the first stop will be at the International Conference Room. In the International Conference Room, the elites of Huaxia eagerly discuss the newly appeared anomaly, the Kasaragi train. After some debate, the preliminary conclusion was that the source of the anomaly was from Zheng City. Some suggested that the Zheng City Anomaly Committee needed to urgently establish an investigation team to promptly contain this ghost train. An elderly man from the UN committee spoke, his tone stern. I have already received reports. The source of the plague in Dabas has infiltrated our territory. I demand that Dabas quickly retrieve and contain the source of the plague, he continued, his gaze sharp. Be clear, it escaped because of the Kasaragi train. Where did this train originate? That place must bear primary responsibility. Zheng City was rumored to be where the Kasaragi train first appeared several months ago. Other places only discovered anomalies last night. Kong Ping, director of the Huaxia Special Commission Bureau, responded calmly, since a global meeting has been convened, the minister must believe this concerns everyone. Why are you asking Zheng City to investigate independently? I'm sorry, I find this unreasonable and unfair to us, the bald director interrupted impatiently. All right, no more arguing. Based on the current situation, the anomalies on the Kasaragi train won't stay on it forever. They will randomly disembark at any location worldwide. The bald man interrupted him, his tone sharp. So we must contain them as quickly as possible. The blond man adjusted his glasses, speaking with a helpless tone. Sorry, we don't want to. Honestly, I can't think of any rule item that can do this. Another inspector responsible for a different region added, if Zheng City is responsible, please solve it quickly. We are still fighting with local anomalies. I don't want anomalies from other places appearing in my city. Kong Ping's tone was steady but firm. Trains are a mode of transportation, the most common worldwide. They can be suspended, but we cannot suspend them indefinitely. A model-like blonde woman interjected, her tone mocking. Since the Kasaragi train's originating station is Zheng City and solving this problem is Zheng City's responsibility, isn't that international regulation? This online meeting is completely unnecessary. People in the conference room nodded, agreeing with the biting remark. One person spoke. I agree too, Kong Ping said in a deep, sharp voice. The advisory group has come up with a method, since no one wants to put in the effort. We'll solve it ourselves. The crowd buzzed, asking what the method was. Kong Ping's face darkened, his tone so serious it seemed to oppress the entire space. We will put the god on the train. All the high-ranking officials in the conference room were stunned by Kong Ping's declaration. We will put the god on the train. The blonde woman abruptly stood up, sharply rebutting, don't make such jokes. How can a god move? How will you put a god on the train? Moreover, anyone within 100 meters of the god will die, anomalies included. Did the Zheng City Special Bureau think of this method with their butt? It's simply impossible to implement. Kong Ping revealed a mysterious smile, his tone steady. Why not? We have already contained the god. Through a rule item, the shrinking flashlight, we can miniaturize the god. By having a fake inspector wearing the flashlight, we will send the god onto the Kasaragi train. Qingji then spoke, her tone clear. Yes, according to the report from the fake inspector by Meow, the anomalies on the Kasaragi train do not conflict with each other and maintain a peaceful state. Clearly there are some rules on the train that suppress anomalies. If the god gets on the train, we won't have to worry. Blonde woman still shook her head disdainfully. Too absurd. Anyone within 100 meters of the god will die. Forget it. Doesn't Zhong City have a rising inspector recently? Why not send him? After some debate, Zhong City's proposal, represented by Director Kong Ping and Deputy Director Ching Ji, was approved by the United Nations. On the streets of Zhong City, the announcer's voice continued, steady in tone, aiming to quell public opinion. The recently circulated, unverified videos online are products of AI synthesis. Please do not panic at the subway station. The crowd discussed, AI is developing too fast, I can't even find a job. So it was AI, Mom's cooking. This director is cutting corners again. Yuan Jhenui calmly walked to the ticket window, swiped his card, his gaze cold. Station broadcast continuously reported news. Jiangdu Line 1, a film post-production studio, experienced a leak. Please remain calm, he said in a deep, powerful voice calling system. I want to board the ghost train. Outside, the sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder, black lightning bursting everywhere, foreshadowing an intense confrontation. Yuan Jhenui, his gaze as deep as if it contained the entire universe, slowly boarded the train. The carriage was filled with a deathly silence. Bodies lay strewn about, and the smell of blood was heavy. Yuan Zhensui's gaze was suddenly drawn to something, but it seemed to be nothing noteworthy. He quickly decided, saying in a deep voice, "To the driver's cabin first," he thought to himself. When I wrote this urban legend, I specifically set up a monitoring system for the entire train. He reached up and touched the back of his neck, swiftly and decisively wiping away the tracking mark. Pushing open the control room door, he muttered, "Accessing previous monitoring records is impossible. Rules don't allow bypassing, so I'll have to wait 24 hours. I'll also check if today's monitoring records have any issues." Before him, a rule sheet appeared, clear and stark. Kasaragi train people with a ticket mark on the back of their neck are stripped of human identity and become tickets. Vengeful spirits are passengers. When vengeful spirits disembark, they randomly choose one person to disembark with. The train randomly attracts anomalies at stops. They are service personnel. Killed by anomalies, their souls belong to that anomaly. Legend points and karma points belong to Yuan Zhenui. Method to avoid death. Peel off the mark on the back of the neck to change from ticket status to passenger status, then disembark. The system suddenly chimed, its tone steady. You are an entity outside the rules and can disembark at any time. Please trust the anomaly you created. Yuan Zhenui listened and couldn't help but acidly mutter, "Damn it, this kid actually dared to leave the mark on the back of his own neck." 3 hours later, Yuan Zhenui and Little Eye were huddled in a corner. Waiting outside, screams rose and fell. "Don't kill me, help, someone save me, I'll fight you." Little Eye's face flushed, bewildered, and it suddenly pounced, poking Yuan Zhensui's face and calling out, "Mama, mama." Yuan Zhenui seemed to jolt awake, his gaze sharply turning to the number 7 carriage that Little Eye was pointing at. There a female student appeared with a mark on her neck as well, he muttered, his tone filled with doubt. "Did she board the train normally through the door? Is she an ordinary person?" "No, still not quite normal, but at least for 2 hours she'll be safe. Anomalies related to vengeful spirits or monsters won't easily take her." He stood up, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. "Forget it, I'll go check myself." Yuan Zhenui frowned, worriedly thinking, if innocent people are truly involved, that would be troublesome. He suddenly pushed the doorknob, opened the door, and decisively ordered Little Eye, "Ghost train, immediately teleport to her carriage." Bang, a bone-chilling sound echoed. Wah wah, an anomaly appeared, a small angel holding a bow and arrow, its wings shimmering with an eerie glow. Yuan Zhenui muttered in surprise, "Oh, the god of greed, an antagonist from mythology?" The little angel let out a shrill laugh as soon as it saw him, its tone cheerful. "Ha ha, you're dressed so well." It drew its bow and arrow, pointing directly at him. The ghost train immediately sounded an alarm, its tone urgent. "You have attracted the attention of the fallen god. The fallen god has decided to play a trick on you. Every arrow flies." Yuan Zhenui waved his hand, conjuring a blood mist, and he shot out black lightning like a flash, forming a dark barrier that blocked the arrows. 2 black energies, one red and one green, violently collided and the space trembled, but the fallen god's arrows seemed to have a life of their own, piercing through the black lightning and heading straight for him. The ghost train coldly notified, "Every arrow of the fallen god possesses the ability to control the emotions of the target, including infatuation and aversion. No one can escape, neither gods nor mortals, regardless of status or ability. Lust this round. Let's play another." Yuan Zhenui gritted his teeth and activated Little Eye's ability. His hand demonized, transforming into a giant version of Little Eye, its mouth open to its ears, and he lunged forward, biting fiercely. Bang, the fallen god's arrows were swallowed by Little Eye, but Yuan Zhenui instantly stiffened, his face turning green, his entire body enveloped in an eerie green light as an arrow unexpectedly pierced through his body, leaving a cold energy. He was startled, muttering in horror, "What the hell is this thing?" Imp named Fallen God giggled, its tone full of mockery. Hit. Haha, oh no anomaly. Its face was ferocious, its smile grotesquely jarring, and its eyes flickered with malevolent light. Yuan Jhenui, completely unfazed, checked his body, muttering, "Didn't die, heart is normal too, wonder if it's because the heart is an anomaly." He sighed helplessly, decisively ordering, "Kasaragi train, track that anomaly for me. Notify me immediately at which station it disembarks." The train responded steadily. "Yes, understood." Yuan Jhenui pulled out a box of red elixir pills, thinking to himself, if the fallen god's arrows function as described, the person shot will fall in love with the first person they see. He swallowed a pill, muttering, "This is a special pain-free euthanasia pill from the special task force." He immediately fell backward, dying, and as he went he muttered distractedly, "Look, wasn't that the female student from just now? To be on the safe side, I'll die once first. As long as it's not the malicious neighbor anomaly, little tomb, or the human body hospital type of cyclical death, it's fine." The system suddenly chimed, its voice cold. "Host Yuan Jhenui, lifespan decreased by 1 day, 99 days remaining." A few seconds later, Yuan Jhenui abruptly opened his eyes, clutching his head, and said in pain, "All right. The fallen god was just an interlude temporarily put aside. Now the important thing is to investigate the reason for the Kasaragi train's exposure, and why rumors about it appeared before I created it." He glanced at the female student in car number 7, his gaze deep. "Let's start with her." In the car ahead, a female student shivered, her face pale, listening to the eerie old woman beside her somberly recount, "When I was seriously ill, my son came back to take care of me, and I felt so happy. Truly, I didn't expect that after only a few days he couldn't bear the pressure." The old woman squinted, a strange expression on her shriveled face, and said through gritted teeth, "He suffocated me with a pillow in bed, little sister." The female student almost wet her pants upon hearing this, silently praying to gods and Buddhas. "Why is this train taking so long? Hurry to the forest station." Just then, Yuan Jhenui walked over and she quickly waved, her voice trembling, "Big brother, who are you? Go quickly, don't come over, it's very dangerous." Yuan Jhenui, his gaze as deep as the sea, raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. He sat next to her, speaking in a deep voice, slightly puzzled. "Aren't you scared, beautiful? You're not even 18 yet, are you?" she asked naively. "Li Ni, are you asking me or the vengeful spirit next to me?" Yuan Jhenui's lips curled slightly. "How did you get on the train?" she answered innocently, her tone childish. "I just walked onto the train. In the glass park." Yuan Jhenui nodded, his gaze sharp. I just observed many people, including me, suddenly appeared on the train. Only you, like these vengeful spirits, appeared here naturally." She was startled, her voice trembling. "So I'm the only one who walked onto the train? Am I already dead?" Li Ni's eyes were panicked. "I used to read urban legends. There are stories about people who die but don't know it." Seeing her bewilderment, Yuan Jhenui chuckled. "Stop talking, you're still alive, but your experience is indeed very special," he said seriously. "Now recall carefully. Before getting on the train or throughout today, did you encounter anything strange?" She looked up, scratching her cheek. Let me think. First I woke up and ate, then went back to sleep. Ate again. School's out, blah blah blah." Yuan Jhenui interrupted her, his tone decisive. "All right, take out everything in your bag and see if there are any strange items." She fumbled in her bag, unexpectedly pulling out a train ticket, exclaiming, "Wow, this is just a one-way ticket." Yuan Jhenui looked at the ticket, his gaze sinking, muttering, "Anomaly, or a product of an anomaly?" She was bewildered, her voice trembling. "I clearly bought a ticket from Yun City to Ling City." The female student's voice trembled. "Throw away the ticket," but then she shrieked in panic. "Even if I throw it away, it still comes back to me," she screamed, her eyes terrified. "Oh no, what should I do?" Yuan Jhenui calmly answered, "There is indeed a way. Tear it up, but you must do it yourself. I can't help. I also warn you, directly destroying such an ominous item is a gamble, and something bad is very likely to happen. It's up to you whether to do it or not." After hearing this, the female student kept trembling and muttering, "No, don't take me, I beg you." In another part of the carriage, a man was dragged off the train by an anomaly, letting out agonizing screams. "Help, help, I don't want to get off the train." The female student bit her lip, trembling all over, her voice weak. I can't do it." Suddenly she turned to Yuan Jhenui, her gaze pleading. "I want to ask, am I not in danger because of this ticket? I guess as long as I ride to the terminal, I'll be able to get off safely, right?" Yuan Jhenui closed his eyes, pondering, thinking to himself, "This is how ordinary people think. Instead of taking risks, they prefer to naively expect a good ending, but this is also normal. After all, the strangers and killing rules weren't made up by me out of thin air." He opened his eyes, his tone calm. "What you said also makes sense. In any case, this ticket seems to be your protective charm for now. Good luck," he thought, his eyes sharp. This ticket must have come from an automatic ticket machine at the station, connected to the global ticketing system. Each one-way ticket and regular ticket were indistinguishable, only their destination becoming uncertain after boarding. This hidden method was too ingenious for even the special task force to investigate. He glanced at the girl, muttering, "She's certainly not the first innocent person to be caught in the rules. Whether she's still innocent now is also unclear." In his hand he held an online news report about the urban legend of a ghost train traveling through time and space, with insiders revealing that some people had seen it months ago. Yuan Jhenui nodded, his eyes darkening, confirming it. Two anomalies coexisted, mutually accommodating. The Kasaragi train provided convenience and concealment for these anomalies, making it impossible to deduce its killing rules or weaknesses. He pondered, but if it involved the ticketing system, then when she disembarked, left the Kasaragi train and scanned her ticket to exit the station, would there still be a chance to escape? Yuan Jhenui pondered. His gaze deep, not noticing the female student had fallen asleep on his shoulder. With his cold demeanor he was like an unyielding straight man. He gently pushed her head away, his voice low, and turned to the old woman, vengeful spirit beside him. "Granny, you seem very afraid to get off. If you want, I can help you catch another person," the old woman replied, her shriveled face bearing a sinister expression. No need. I hope to stay on this train forever. Is that possible?" Yuan Jhenui frowned, his voice cold. "I'm afraid not. Don't you want to avenge your son?" The old woman closed her eyes, a rare look of kindness on her face. "Actually, I don't blame him. Long illness makes a child unfilial. I understand my son was stimulated by reality and the deep malice of human nature erupted. Loan for a house, raising children, stock speculation, living expenses. Even if I harbor resentment, I am still his mother." Yuan Jhenui listened, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Is that so? Then even if you were killed, I'm afraid you wouldn't easily forgive, would you?" At this moment the ghost train announced, its voice steady. "Terminal station has arrived. The global journey has ended. All passengers please disembark in order." The beautiful female student, not yet 18, startled, blurted out, "Arrived." She quickly picked up her bag and turned to Yuan Jhenui, urgently saying, "Thank you for being with me. Let's get off." Yuan Jhenui nodded, following her, his voice calm. "I'll walk behind you." The female student walked out of the train, easily passing through the ghost train's barrier. Yuan Jhenui followed closely, his eyes filled with doubt. He stepped out, his expression normal. He muttered, his voice full of surprise, Could all my previous conjectures have been wrong?" At Zhong City Central Station, Yuan Jhenui had just disembarked and softly, muttering, "There are too many people. To prevent risks, it's best to add another layer of protection." He immediately activated his eye power. After the gender bender's ability was devoured by the eye in the crack, it could transform into an object that obscured the eyes, effectively blocking this anomalous rule. He frowned, noticing an anomaly, and muttered, "The problem is with the ticket. Let's go to the ticket office now." But as soon as the thought flashed, he immediately dismissed it, pondering in his mind, "No, Ching Ji once said to pay attention to this train recently. All eyes in the special task force are on this. Buying a ticket at the ticket office means exposing myself to the special task force, and forcibly boarding the ghost train would clearly be illogical in their eyes, which would definitely arouse suspicion." He muttered to himself, his voice low, "The special task force is still useful now. There's no need to fall out with them." Walking out of the station, he sighed, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. How interesting. Since the station was replaced by the heart of anomaly, this was the first time he had to rely solely on fighting spirit to deal with an anomaly. He suddenly had an idea, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I just remembered I can change gender again." Disguising himself with Tianwu Bai's or Ching Ji's hairstyle and appearance seemed feasible. "Haha, how interesting." He took out his phone, tapping it while nodding in approval. "Good idea," decided to give it a try. On the other side, a yellow taxi sped up. An old man stood by the roadside shouting, "Driver, how do I get to Urxian Temple?" The old man's voice was hoarse and the driver replied, "Take Chenghua Avenue." It turned out Yuan Jhenui had booked a ride through a ride-hailing app. The app notification rang, "Welcome to mobile travel booking. To protect your loved ones, you must know this feature." 2 minutes later, the yellow taxi stopped. A sweet-voiced girl spoke, "It's all right, driver, I'm almost there too." The driver, chewing on a cigarette, laughed through a puff of smoke. "Thanks, no big deal." The girl got out. It was Tianwu Bai. Her eyes sparkled, and as she looked ahead she suddenly gasped, blurting out, "Mommy's cooking." "Ah, is that President?" Tianwu Bai's cheeks flushed and she grinned. "Ah, what a coincidence." Yuan Jhenui, his tone surprised. Tianwu Bai tilted her head curiously, asking, "What's wrong, President? Aren't you taking the car?" Yuan Jhenui turned, walking casually, his voice calm. "No," but he suddenly clutched his chest, groaning in pain. "What's going on? I'm wearing sunglasses." "How can I feel this way?" Tianwu Bai beside him asked sweetly, her voice full of worry. "President, what's wrong?" Yuan Zhensui's heart ached in throbs, his brow furrowed, muttering in confusion. Could it be? He immediately slammed the taxi door shut and turned to the driver. "I'm not going." The driver's order was cancelled, and he frowned in annoyance, poking his head out and shouting, "Hey, are you messing with me? Did I hallucinate?" The president offered to walk with me and even held my hand. What does it mean? In Tianwu Bai's mind, two thoughts clashed fiercely. The white angel pointed directly at her face, sternly saying, "For someone of the president's stature, that concern was just a casual remark. Think about it carefully. Are you panicking? If he were truly interested in you, that would be something to worry about." The black angel immediately retorted, scoffing, "How could that be? Yuan Jhenui is also a man. It's normal for him to be interested in you. And isn't this what you've always wished for, to fulfill your original wish?" Tianwu Bai bit her lip, lost in thought. She adjusted her glasses, stammering, "I'm just going for an interview." "Then President, please come with me," she said. But inwardly her heart was pounding, intoxicated by the sweetness of love. She thought, her eyes hazy. "Forget it. I still want to prolong this happy dream a little longer." Yuan Jhenui, his tone surprised. "Interview, Xiao Bai, I remember you're a member of our club." Tianwu Bai quickly explained, her voice clear. "Or no. It's a regular ghost exorcism commission, but the boss of this commission insisted on a personal interview." "President," Didn't you say you wanted me to get more training? Yuan Jhenui listened, released her hand, but suddenly put his arm around her shoulder, giving her a light hug, his voice low and warm. I understand. Tian Wu Bai was overjoyed by the hug, her cheeks flushed, and she thought, ah, so close, I'm so happy. The sweet couple walked hand in hand towards a cluster of abandoned buildings. They stopped in front of a dilapidated small temple. Tian Wu Bai gasped. Her voice trembling, she blurted out, Is this the way? Although this alley was strange, it didn't seem dangerous. Yuan Jhenui looked sharply into the temple, and after observing for a moment he nodded in approval. Xiao Bai, well done, it's just a bit secluded and narrow, no strange things or vengeful spirits. The two strode to the small temple, stopping at the doorway. Tian Wu Bai stepped forward, knocked on the door, and her voice carried inside. Please, is Granny Zhu at home? As soon as she finished speaking, a withered hand, with long fingernails, stretched out from the crack in the door. The door was violently pushed open and an equally withered foot stepped out. A ghost of unknown third or fourth gender with a hoarse voice spoke. Divination of 7 numbers, resolving love. Minimum 8 numbers, which do you want to choose? Tian Wu Bai respectfully presented a letter of introduction, her voice gentle. Granny, I'm Xiao Tian, introduced by Grandpa Chong. Grandpa Chong said that before confirming the commission you need to check if our 8 characters match. The ghost of unknown origin, wearing a kasaya, OD, and said, oh then please come in. It walked and spoke, its voice hoarse. Mr. Chang's guests don't get charged. It pointed to the chair in front of the old woman, saying, you sit here. Old woman, me will tell your fortune today. No need to ask for 8 characters. You don't even know your own 8 characters, do you? Tian Wu Bai was a little nervous and replied softly, I don't quite remember. Yuan Jhenui's sharp gaze swept over the corner of the room, thinking the magical artifacts in this room do have some spiritual power, but the witch herself has none at all. Witch began drawing talismans on her arm, mumbling perfunctorily, oh, is that so? Then, as if possessed, she danced and chanted. Yuan Jhenui muttered impatiently, Mommy's cooking, not even qualified as a special task force minion, yet daring to dance and scream in front of me, truly conceited. After a dance, the witch lowered her stance, mumbling, Wula Wula, god of wealth southwest, god of prosperity west, god of fortune east. The hour of Chen wins the hour of you, a calm life belongs to the wood rooster. Matching 8 characters. Suddenly the witch violently grabbed Tian Wu Bai's hand, smiling sinisterly. It seems you are cursed and will have a difficult life. Do you want to change your fate? As long as you and your little lover pay a tiny price. Yuan Jhenui's eyes flashed with blood-red light, and he lifted her from behind the witch, his voice low and cold. Fortune-telling and changing fate? Stop playing tricks here. The witch, exposed, shrieked. You all. Yuan Jhenui completely ignored her, letting her words fall on deaf ears, and turned to Tian Wu Bai. Xiao Bai, can you tell which one is a rule item? Tian Wu Bai pointed to the corner of the room and said with certainty, I see this vase and that one both have spiritual power, but the most important one is the carpet under our feet, right? Yuan Jhenui listened, directly crushed the magical artifact in the witch's hand, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Using rule items to deal with inspectors taking a commission. Next time, remember to eat more iodized salt, you fake granny. Under the dim moonlight, the witch knelt on the cold ground, tears streaming down her face, crying tremblingly, I was wrong. Please spare this old woman's life. This old woman only wants to support her family. That unfilial son of mine isn't even willing to support his old mother. Yuan Jhenui stood there, his gaze sharp as a knife, slowly released her, his voice low and full of authority. You know what you've done, I'll spare you this once, as you haven't committed murder or arson. But if I see it again, don't blame me for being impolite. I have no pity for old people or children, understand? With that, Yuan Jhenui took Xiao Bai's hand and turned to leave. His posture resolute, without hesitation behind him, the witch kept kowtowing, the sound of her head hitting the ground like splitting wood, repeating, this old woman knows her mistake, this old woman knows her mistake, will never dare again. Yuan Jhenui's steps remained steady, and he gently turned his head to Xiao Bai. Let's go, don't take her words to heart. Before leaving, he cast a cold glance behind him as if to pierce her heart. If you dare to tamper with Xiao Bai's 8 characters. The witch still knelt on the ground, trembling all over, and quickly stammered, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare, please believe me. Yuan Jhenui's lips curved, his smile as cold as a blood moon. Remember what you said. With that, he put on his glasses, put his arm around Xiao Bai's shoulder, and walked out calmly. But just as Yuan Jhenui's figure faded, the witch suddenly looked up, letting out an eerie laugh. Hoo, I was just faking it. Before she finished speaking, the magical artifact on the table suddenly exploded, blood-red flames blazing as if to consume her. The witch's eyes widened and she shrieked in terror. How could this be? How could this be? In Tian Wu Bai's quiet room under the soft yellow lamp, she lay lazily on the bed, her cheeks flushed, muttering shyly, I finally managed to refuse the president's request to walk me upstairs. Recalling that moment when Yuan Jhenui offered to walk her home, his gaze was so deep it seemed to suck away her soul. Although Tian Wu Bai was excited inside, she tried hard to control herself, her voice gentle and firm. Thank you, President, but it's really too late. Yuan Jhenui at the time just chuckled softly, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. Tian Wu Bai, you've improved. This sentence was like a gust of wind, making her heart flutter. Tian Wu Bai covered her face, her hair standing on end, her face flushed, and she stammered, No, I can't fall any deeper. Xiao Bai, Tian Wu Bai, you must wake up. With that, she quickly sat up, opened the bookshelf, took out a notebook, and her hands trembling began to write as if to pour out the surging emotions in her heart. Tian Wu Bai muttered, her tone full of doubt, The president once said that if I encounter strange things or if people around me unknowingly fall into the rules, I shouldn't stir up trouble. All this time his topics have only revolved around anomalies and training vengeful spirits. He's not interested in me, but when did this change begin? She clutched her notebook, her heart racing. Tian Wu-bai sighed and dialed a number on her phone, muttering to herself, "Should I ask someone else?" The screen showed a number ending in 926, and immediately, a sweet-voiced girl, Yuan Ba, appeared. She grinned. "Enough, oh Xiao Bai, it's rare for you to call me proactively," Tian Wu-bai stammered, her voice hesitant. "I wanted to ask, I suspect the president might be caught in some strange rules." Hearing this startling news, Yuan Ba oat and excitedly said, "Ha him, have you noticed anything unusual about him?" Tian Wu-bai blushed. "Lier, it was him, he confessed to me." Yuan Ba's eyes lit up and she shrieked excitedly, What was the process like? Did you agree? How far did you two go? Didn't kiss with tongues, right? How's his technique?" Tian Wu-bai was flustered by the questions, not knowing how to answer. Suddenly, above her head, a series of protruding eyes gleamed with an eerie light reflecting nearby. Below, Yuan Ba's voice was still lively. "Ghost, I'm too curious." Tian Wu-bai's face was grim, not saying a word. Yuan Jhenui, holding little eye, smiled morbidly, his voice low. "Xiao Bai, why are you wasting time on such trash?" In the dim room, Tian Wu-bai clasped her hands, her eyes flashing with determination, and turned to Yuan Ba, her voice filled with earnestness. "That's why I wanted to ask you, do you have the Special Task Force's contact information?" Yuan Ba grinned and laughed, her tone mocking. "Haha, I don't have their contact info, how could I be worthy? And if you're not sure, it's best not to contact them. But I have to say, you're overthinking it." Tian Wu-bai blushed, shyly stammering, "No, I'm not." Seeing this, Yuan Ba became even more energetic, her cunning eyes continuing to tease. "I think that guy suddenly changed, like an old house catching fire." As she spoke, she secretly dialed her phone, found Ghost's private number, which was Yuan Zhenui's. Then she spoke, "If you don't believe me, I'll ask him." At home, Yuan Zhenui was sitting, deep in thought, when his phone suddenly rang. He answered, his voice steady. "Hello." On the other end, Yuan Ba's voice rang out, full of teasing. "Ghost Shadow says you've been acting strangely lately, caught up in something weird. Is your way of chasing girls scaring them?" Yuan Zhenui raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone casual, but a deep glint flashed in his eyes. "It seems her recent stress is similar to mine. She's overthinking things. When one's abilities are insufficient, it can truly be exhausting, and Shadow understands me best, so it seems I've put pressure on her." On this side, Tian Wu-bai listened to Yuan Ba's retelling, her face as red as a tomato, covering her mouth, her heart pounding. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenui on the other end of the phone, his face turning pale green like a banana leaf, chuckled abruptly. "Actually, I wanted to say, if I could live a little longer, I'd propose to her." Yuan Ba on the other end of the phone was stunned, her tone filled with surprise. "Huh? Does Shadow know you think that? Actually, I still advise you to give up. Girls easily doubt your intentions." Listening to Yuan Ba's retelling, Tian Wu-bai hugged her knees, her face red as a ripe tomato, stammering, "Married, I understand." Yuan Ba continued to relay Yuan Zhenui's words. "At that time he asked me, 'Is there anything else?' This incompetent fool." Yuan Ba smiled cunningly and quickly slipped away. No, but you heard right, he's interested in you. Don't overthink it, men, they can't help these things." Although Tian Wu-bai was already ecstatic, her mouth watering as if a river, she still tried hard to maintain her composure, her voice trembling. "Forget it, you only dare to mock the president now. Why don't you say it directly to him?" Yuan Ba raised an eyebrow, putting on an unprovoked teasing act, her tone as sweet as honey. Bye, why are you so cute? I've been helping you so diligently, and you still say that? It hurts so much. How are you going to compensate me?" Tian Wu-bai, after hearing this, blushed furiously, her heart pounding, completely flustered. Stammering, I need to prepare for my mission. I won't talk to you anymore." After hanging up this innocent call, the girl Bai collapsed onto her bed, letting out a long sigh, muttering, "I still need to prepare quickly. Although I'm used to these ordinary exorcism tasks, there shouldn't be any problems, right?" Then she suddenly stopped, her eyes glazed over. President, do you really like me?" In the dead of night, as the clock struck 11:45, Tian Wu-bai held a flashlight, its faint beam illuminating the blurry void. Before her stood an ancient villa, hidden deep within the silent forest, exuding an indescribably eerie aura. She stopped at the ivy-covered gate, her expression cold, and softly said, "Here we are." Tian Wu-bai stepped forward without hesitation and rang the doorbell. The sound echoed in the silent empty space, making her shiver. The blurry image on the doorbell's camera screen flickered. She took a deep breath and calmly said, "Boss, I'm Tian Wu-bai, here for the exorcism. Please open the door, it's time." Suddenly a chill swept past, startling her and tightening her heart. She turned around, her vigilant gaze sweeping the darkness behind her. In the night, her body emitted a dazzling golden light, like a flame illuminating the darkness. Just then, the villa door quietly opened, and an old man wearing four-eyed glasses peered out, asking in a low voice, "Are you Miss Tian Wu-bai?" The middle-aged man held a flashlight, smiling amiably. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. I just put my youngest daughter to sleep. I apologize, please come in." Walking into the silent courtyard, Tian Wu-bai frowned slightly, thinking, "Damn it, I should have flipped a coin first." The boss closed the door and quickly ran over, his face wreathed in smiles, his tone full of apologies. "Miss Tian, I apologize for the poor hospitality. The butler went back to his hometown, so it's just me at home now. I'm late." Tian Wu-bai smiled politely and softly said, "Oh, it's fine." The boss respectfully raised his hand and said in a low voice, "Please come in." Tian Wu-bai walked in, her gaze sharply scanning her surroundings. He closed the door, but the moment the door shut, his face suddenly turned ashen like a banana leaf, eerily chilling. Inside the villa, a luxurious space unfolded before Tian Wu-bai. The furniture was opulent and expensive, catching the eye. In the center stood a money-toad statue, holding a coin in its mouth, shimmering with golden light. The old master smiled, speaking courteously. "Little Tian, do you understand feng shui?" Tian Wubai raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking, "Trying to test if I have real skill. Good thing the president and everyone taught me how to deal with people like this." The girl, not yet 18, spoke with a steady yet sharp voice. "I'm not a professional feng shui master, so I can't tell if your home's feng shui is good or bad. My only duty is exorcism." The old man listened, a bit embarrassed, and quickly waved his hand. "Oh, I didn't mean that. Because your 8 characters are a good match, we can begin the exorcism when the time comes. It's almost time." With that, he let out a long sigh, acting dramatically like an actor, his tone sorrowful. "Finally, I've managed to invite you. Our family has been tormented by this ghost, and it only appears when—" Before he could finish, the old man suddenly said, Where'd she go?" At the same time, the money-toad statue in front of Tian Wubai began to show anomalies. The copper coins in their mouths floated, emitting golden light, as if foreshadowing something ominous. From the second floor of the villa, a red figure suddenly appeared, hovering in midair. Tian Wubai did not hesitate, immediately condensing her spiritual power and shooting out a golden lotus sphere aimed directly at the red figure. But in that instant, the four-eyed boss suddenly vanished, then abruptly reappeared behind her, holding a wooden chair, his eyes gleaming with malicious light. As if sensing a chill, Tian Wubai turned around. Her sharp gaze cried out, "No good!" In just an instant, the boss revealed his true form, a terrifying monster. Its mouth was split to its ears, its morbid smile chilling to the bone. Tian Wubai's eyes widened, her heart pounded, and she cursed inwardly. "My God, you scared me to death, scared me to death." Blood splattered even onto the clock, as if a tragedy had already befallen Tian Wubai. But no, at this moment she looked terrified, her gaze fixed on what was behind her. The boss who had tried to ambush her was now covered in blood. His body motionless, lying on the ground. Behind the old man, Yuan Jhenui sat leisurely, his eyes blood-red, twin swords gleaming with a cold light in his hand. Tian Wubai's eyes widened, her mouth agape, and she uttered 2 words with difficulty, "President." Yuan Jhenui raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice steady and unhurried. "Look behind you quickly." The girl quickly turned her head and was immediately startled. 3 ghosts, a woman and 2 children, floated in the air, their gazes filled with resentment. Tian Wubai was startled, her voice trembling. How is there even a little girl?" Yuan Jhenui stood up, his gaze sharp, and slowly explained, "This boss Zhang killed his eldest daughter a long time ago, claiming it was an accident. He divided the body in half, placing one half in a special spot and mixing the other into the money toads to absorb wealth. After that, he continued to kill his wife and son. His wife was already dead, but his son still had a breath left. So he covered the child's mouth and nose, ensuring the child completely died, then hid the body in the attic. He set up a magic array, redrawing talismans on the bodies every day to maintain his wealth. This array was taught to him by his mother. So it was this boss Zhang and his mother who killed his wife and children." Tian Wubai listened, her blood running cold, and she asked incredulously, "But didn't he already go bankrupt?" Yuan Jhenui nodded, his eyes deep. "That's why he needed to find an exorcist with a suitable fate, like us independent inspectors. A suitable fate means a person born with spiritual power. Unlike his wife, his purpose wasn't exorcism, but to use your fate to weaken the vengeful spirits and help him continue using them to absorb wealth. The mastermind behind all this was his mother." Tian Wubai was so scared that cold sweat streamed down her back, and she blurted out, "Is it Granny Zhu the witch?" Yuan Jhenui smiled faintly. "Precisely." He suddenly leaned closer, lifting her chin, his voice was low, full of insinuation. "So these mother and son, should they die?" Tian Wubai froze, stammering without answering. Yuan Jhenui said nothing more, walking straight towards the 3 vengeful spirits, and coldly said, "All right, now it's your turn. I'll let you go kill boss Zhang and the witch to fulfill your wish. You'd better be obedient, and you might even have a chance to reincarnate." He had thought the matter was over, but unexpectedly, the soul of the little boy rushed towards Tian Wubai, muttering as if saying obscure squeaks. When its hand was about to touch her, Yuan Jhenui suddenly erupted with a tyrannical black aura, stopping the vengeful spirit in its tracks. Before Tian Wubai could react, he swept his hand past, instantly dispersing the vengeful spirit's soul. His single palm blast blew half the villa away, filling the air with dust. Yuan Jhenui turned around, his gaze softening, and asked her, "Are you all right? Don't worry, I won't let anyone touch a single hair on your head." Tian Wubai, protected by the handsome man, felt her heart pound, but still stammered timidly, "I am fine." Tian Wubai's eyes gleamed with innocence, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Then are they already delivered?" Yuan Jhenui glanced at boss Zhang's motionless body on the ground, a slight smile playing on his lips, and hinted in a low voice, "What do you want to ask? Don't you trust me? Want to ask if I killed them, but weren't they already dead?" A strange greenish hue flashed across his face, and his sinister smile made the air turn cold. He murmured to himself, his voice so low it seemed to whisper to the darkness, "Those ordinary vengeful spirits, however, this love, this feeling filling my entire body, it's truly wonderful." Watching Yuan Jhenui slowly walk out, Tian Wubai couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, her heart bounding faster. She thought, with his previous level of coldness, the president shouldn't be such an extreme and morbid person. A small vengeful spirit posing no threat shouldn't incite his killing intent. Nor can I let him develop such strong obsession and possessiveness. Thinking this, she quickly chased after him, her voice soft. "President, it's late. Could you walk me home?" Yuan Jhenui turned around, his gaze softened, and a forceful smile played on his lips. "Yes, but I still have one more thing to do." Tian Wubai immediately nodded vigorously. I'll wait for you." In her heart, a clear thought emerged. Yuan Jhenui hasn't fallen in love with her at all, but she absolutely cannot provoke him now. She can only gradually look for an opportunity to contact the anomaly committee. Just after the two left, the villa behind them was instantly engulfed in raging flames, the terrifying heat consuming everything, turning it to ash. Yuan Jhenui put his coat over her, walked down the steps, and his voice suddenly dropped. "All right, Xiao Bai. You've been very close with Yuan Ba recently." Tian Wu Bai broke into a cold sweat and quickly stammered, "Actually, it's nothing, mostly I take some tasks through her." Yuan Zhensui's lips curled slightly, his gaze seeming to penetrate her heart. "But I see you two chat often. Xiao Bai, you're defending Yuan Ba again," he murmured to himself, his voice full of possessiveness. "The person closest to her can only be me." Then suddenly his face darkened, his voice cold. "As a friend, how could she let you take on such dangerous tasks? Yuan Ba is not a good person. And cut ties with her. If you want to continue taking exorcism missions, just contact me, right?" Faced with such insane possessiveness, Tian Wu Bai could only nod, her voice small. Okay, she secretly thought. Endure it, don't expose anything now, everything must go his way, otherwise Yuan Ba would likely be sent by the current president to eat bananas and look at wedding dowries. Seeing her so docile, Yuan Zhenui smiled. "Then I'm relieved, I'll walk you home, okay?" Tian Wu Bai nodded. As she walked, she silently pondered, her heart racing. Did the president really want to kill Yuan Ba with that look in his eyes just now? And how did he know she and Yuan Ba chatted often and became friends? Tian Wu Bai returned home, her unease surging like a tide. She sighed silently. What should I do now? Tell Yuan Ba to contact the Anomaly Bureau? Probably not. The president already knows I'm in close contact with Yuan Ba, which makes me think he has a way to monitor me. Is my room also? She pulled up her blanket, her hands trembling as she felt around. Her worried gaze swept the entire room. Suddenly, on the ceiling, rows of small eyes flickered, scrutinizing her every move silently like eerie ghosts. Tian Wu Bai shivered, thinking, buying clothes, is the president constantly monitoring my room? I hope not. Even if I'm caught in the president's rules, I still have things to do. Just then, her phone lit up, displaying an unfamiliar number. Recalling her previous impression, Tian Wu Bai's eyes lit up, her heart racing. "Hello, I'm in the next room. Come find me if you need anything," she thought to herself. What is this? Is this guy waiting for me? The door opened slightly and Yuan Jhenui appeared, his voice low and warm. "Xiao Bai, you're here?" Tian Wu Bai immediately put on a bright smile. "President, I brought you a homemade bento." Yuan Jhenui seemed relieved, smiling. "Oh, is it for me? And homemade cookies too." But as she happily continued, "One bag for the director and a small bag because I made too much." Yuan Zhensui's face immediately darkened, his eyes as sharp as knives. "What? Another bag? Who are you planning to give it to?" His gaze seemed to devour anyone who dared accept her cookies. Tian Wu Bai froze, then quickly mustered her courage and said with an awkward smile, "Teacher Shirley next door. She helped us a lot before. I thought since we're neighbors it's only reasonable to show some appreciation." Yuan Zhenui sighed, his tone softened but still filled with implication. "All right, but next time only give it to me." Tian Wu Bai breathed a sigh of relief, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes." She quickly walked to the next door and under Yuan Zhensui's watchful eye knocked. "Sister Shirley, are you home? It's Tian Wu Bai." Yuan Zhensui stood aside and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, thinking, how could I forget? There's someone else related to the Anomaly Bureau living next door. He immediately used his little eye ability and commanded, "Go follow them." A small eye immediately flew down from the ceiling following Tian Wu Bai. Shirley opened the door, a bright smile on her face. "Oh, it's you? Long time no see." Xiao Bai returned the smile. "I made cookies for the director and I made extra, so I wanted to give you some. Thank you for always helping us before." Shirley happily invited her in. "I should be thanking you. Come in and have some tea." Xiao Bai waved her hand, smiling awkwardly. "No need, the president and I still have things to do." With that, she waved goodbye and turned to leave. Shirley closed the door, opened the bag, and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, how exquisite!" The cloth bag contained tempting cookies. Shirley praised them repeatedly, taking a big bite. Suddenly, Tian Wu Bai's time-stopping ability activated, startling her, and she thought, did something happen to Yuan Zhensui? At the same time, the small eye continued to observe silently, whispering, "Everything is normal." In the Zhang City University campus, the students' clamor began. "Good morning, Teacher Shirley." Teacher Shirley, as kind as the morning sun, raised her hand in response. "Good morning, students." Two young men, greeted by the beautiful teacher, whispered happily as if their parents had just had a baby. "Did you see? Teacher Shirley was so happy to see me." But Shirley's smile suddenly froze and her face turned pale. She thought to herself, her heart heavy, "Oh no, Lord Ghost might be in serious trouble. Otherwise, Shadow wouldn't use this method to convey information to me. We're even being monitored by the ghost anomaly. I must report the situation." She quickly entered a secret room in the Anomaly Bureau headquarters. Inside, Director Kong Ping said in a low voice, "Everyone should have seen the news. Inspector Ghost is suspected to be caught in anomalous rules. This change is too sudden, too abnormal, without any warning. A mental breakdown does not fit the process of an inspector's corruption." He paused, his sharp gaze fixed on the surveillance footage from across the city collected by the Security Bureau. "Ghost has committed multiple acts of violence. By collecting clues, we found that these cases are all related to one person, and that is Shadow." Shadow stood in the corner and said, "Ghost's attitude towards me changed very strangely. He suddenly developed a pathological possessiveness, controlling desire, and surveillance desire if he felt it necessary. He even had an impulse to kill everyone related to me." The old man with a square face, his voice full of surprise. "How could this be?" Ghost has always been a person you paid special attention to. Has he really fallen into strange rules? Kongping replied expressionlessly. Perhaps. He turned to Qingji and Qingmu. Please add to that. Qingji nodded, her tone calm. Ghost's specific abnormal behavior is a sudden onset of controlling and destructive desires, but he himself still retains a weak sense of control. A person sitting opposite, his tone puzzled. Do you mean Ghost still has his own consciousness and is fighting the anomaly? Qingji confirmed. That's right, this is the conclusion we reached after careful analysis. If he had been consumed by the anomaly, Shadow's reckless actions wouldn't have kept her alive. Those violent cases would have become murder cases long ago. She paused, her gaze serious. We are still investigating what kind of anomaly it is. I believe this anomaly is at least disaster level. Brutal level anomalies kill indiscriminately, regardless of good or evil. Disaster level anomalies spread extremely fast, affect a wide range, cause huge and immeasurable losses. Calamity level anomalies are more localized, but whoever is touched by them will suffer continuous bad luck. She continued to estimate that Shadow's spiritual power had reached Tier 3. Level 2 practitioners cannot detect her spiritual power. It is currently unclear whether she possesses her own rule items. If so, we must raise the investigation level for this anomaly. An anomaly that can trap 2 Tier 3 inspectors must be controlled as soon as possible. Kongping, his gaze profound, offered a different perspective. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, Ghost actively intervened in the ghost train and thus fell into the rules. Everyone heard this. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, exclaiming in unison, What? That's unreasonable. An anomaly. Why would he? Kongping said in a deep, sharp voice, continuing to explain. According to Dr. Snyder's report from the psychological team, Ghost previously fought the demon neighbor Xiao Shuang and was trapped in an infinite loop. Although the treatment was successful, a death wish still lingered in his subconscious. Old Mr. Zhang stroked his beard, pondering. You're right, when senior inspectors learned that the hospital was an anomalous location, they all proactively gave up, at most reporting to the higher-level anomaly bureau. With Ghost's physique, he couldn't have fallen into the hospital's rules if he hadn't deliberately intervened. Kongping nodded, his tone firm. Ghost's current conflicting psychology is very complex. He both hates anomalies and harbors a death wish, but at the same time his will to survive is very strong, and he has never given up struggling. I believe the Anomaly Bureau should not punish or abandon him because of his actions. What do you all think? Old Mr. Zhang was the first to speak, his tone full of persuasion. He chose to become an inspector. He obviously wants to keep a low profile and avoid too much attention, but Ghost's abilities and contributions are evident to all and truly admirable. In this desperate world, such a powerful inspector is a valuable asset. Even if he did something excessive, we should turn a blind eye, Kongping agreed. Exactly, he investigated many anomalous events in a short time, even borrowing the power of other anomalies to restrict them. Such ability is irreplaceable. Enough to take on the position of Anomaly Bureau Director. Most importantly, he possesses the world's rare ability to replace death. For this alone, Ghost must be saved at all costs. Suddenly, a young man sitting opposite retorted, his tone full of suspicion. But don't you think it's a coincidence? I mean, before Ghost became an inspector, you had already investigated his contact with you. But the Anomaly Bureau found no anomalies. Don't you think his luck is sometimes too bad and sometimes too good? Kongping's face was stern, his tone firm. Your suspicions are not unfounded. But do not maliciously speculate about an inspector who has contributed to humanity, Qingji added, her tone sharp and analytical. Ghost has fallen into a state of cognitive thought and emotional confusion. Our decision is to wait until Ghost is alone at home tonight, and have a death row inmate use the rule item, the death file. Kongping nodded in agreement. Death file. We will send someone to talk to Ghost and have the psychological team monitor. If Ghost recovers, we will organize a video conference to understand the situation. If he doesn't respond, I will reconvene the meeting. During this period, everyone must not slack off and should consider solutions for the worst-case scenario. He finished giving orders, stood up with a serious face and left. Back in Yuan Jhenui's eerie house, the protagonist stood in front of the bathroom mirror. Coughed twice and green blood spurted out, staining his hands. He frantically touched his ear, muttering, "Damn chicken, what the hell is going on?" With that, he slammed his fist into the mirror, shattering it. But instantly, something eerie happened. From the fragments, countless green eyes flickered, reflecting his own grotesque face. Cold and terrifying, the shattered mirror splattered Yuan Jhenui's blood, but even more eerily, the originally crimson blood turned into a sinister green ink, eerie and terrifying. The protagonist's eyes were frantic. Holding a sharp piece of mirror, he slashed his own face, his twisted features reflecting a morbid pleasure. He muttered, his voice low and enchanting, "Haha, I feel like Xiao Bai is really afraid to see my face." In his mind, Tianwu Bai's sweet face and alluring figure constantly appeared, immersing him in a mental self-gratification. He secretly thought, his voice seemingly whispering to the darkness, "If this is the case, then let it be destroyed." Suddenly, a sharp pain struck as if tearing his brain, dragging Yuan Jhenui into endless darkness. He fell to the floor, his body trembling, as if he had lost a part of his soul. A minute later, Yuan Jhenui slowly woke up, clutching his head, and painfully murmured, "What happened?" The system coldly notified, "Lifespan reduced by 1 day, 99 days remaining." He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with terror. I can feel that I didn't die from that angel god's rules. Clearly there are other people or anomalies manipulating all of this behind the scenes. Just then, the phone rang. Yuan Jhenui immediately answered, his voice low. Hello. On the other end, Qing Ji's voice calmly sounded. Ghost. This is Qing Ji from the Anomaly Bureau. According to reports from Zhang City surveillance footage, you have fallen into anomalous rules. Yuan Jhenui sneered, his eyes sharp. Did the Anomaly Bureau use a rule item to kill me? Qing Ji confirmed. This was also to help you regain clarity so we could talk to you. We used the latest rule item. Perhaps I should apologize. Yuan Jhenui laughed hoarsely. Haha, it's alright. I should thank you, otherwise I would have really killed someone, Qing Ji continued. The section chief and the advisory committee want to have a meeting with you. Yuan Jhenui immediately nodded. Okay. The blue screen lit up and the video call began. The Anomaly Bureau personnel stood up in unison, bowing respectfully. Lord Ghost. Yuan Jhenui merely not responding. Kong Ping adjusted his gloves, his tone serious. According to our judgment, Ghost, you are currently trapped in one of three rules: cognition, thought, or emotion. You are now conscious. Please tell us which specific situation it is. Yuan Jhenui pondered for a moment before replying. It's emotion. My love for Shadow in my mind has been infinitely amplified. It's quite distorted and pathological. It dispels all other thoughts. All my actions and thoughts revolve around Shadow. Oh, Shadow is Tianwu Bai's nickname, everyone. I don't care about other things. I'm fully aware that I'm caught in strange rules, but I only feel happiness and excitement. In short, I'm dominated by love, swept away by it. He paused, his gaze sharp. You must have investigated some other situations, right? Why do the rules only take effect when I see Shadow? Is there a pattern? Kong Peng nodded, his voice low. Your guess is correct, old Mr. Zhang interjected. Perhaps you didn't notice, but both you and Shadow share the same birthday, September 29th, precise to the date, unrelated to birth time or specific 8 characters. Yuan Jhenui fell into thought upon hearing this, a glint flashing in his eyes. So that's it. So after I saw her on the train, I didn't fall into the rules. The fallen angel's rules aren't that heaven-defying? He frowned, his voice low. Then as long as I see Tianwu Bai again, will I fall back into the rules? Old Zhang pushed up his glasses and continued in a low voice. Mr. Ghost, there's one more thing we haven't confirmed. Besides the opposite sex born on the same day as you, is it possible for the same sex to activate this rule? Yuan Zhenui's face turned pale at this and he was speechless. He was suddenly startled, thinking, wait, if they've already investigated my movements through surveillance, do they know I boarded the Kasaragi train? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask sharply, his tone full of probing, by the way, you all? He hadn't finished speaking when old Zhang interrupted him, his gaze sharp. Mr. Ghost, a special task force has determined that you accidentally fell into the rules of the Kasaragi train, therefore we hope you can tell us what kind of anomaly you encountered on the train. We can consult anomaly files, exclude emotion-related anomalies, and quickly find more rules. If it's an anomaly never before recorded globally, inferring based on its form and behavior is also a method we commonly use. Yuan Jhenui secretly calculated upon hearing this. With this attitude, is the special task force pretending not to know that I actively boarded the Kasaragi train? I didn't expect their goodwill towards me to reach this level. They haven't even mentioned any warnings about the trouble I've caused these past few days. He took a deep breath and confessed truthfully. The anomaly that attacked me, well, it was a fallen angel. The square-faced inspector immediately asked eagerly, can you describe it? He quickly picked up a pen and said, I used to learn drawing. Based on Yuan Zhenui's description, he sketched the anomaly's shape. Very much like the fallen angel in mythology. The differences are in the pupils and color. The bow and arrows are all black and it has many cracks on its body. Yuan Jhenui continued. After being shot by the arrows, I fell into the rules. Love was distorted and infinitely amplified, but it wasn't fatal. However, I started coughing up black turbid blood. If I don't find a way to avoid death, I'll likely die again in a few days. Everyone in the Special Task Force Committee was stunned upon hearing this. An anomaly user of Yuan Zhenui's caliber was too important to humanity, worth saving at all costs, he continued, his voice low. And even if I'm normal now, free from the Kasaragi train's rules, I still haven't escaped the fallen angel's rules. The people in the conference room, all with sharp minds, fell silent again, having found no solution. Yuan Jhenui continued, his eyes filled with worry. The effects of the fallen angel's arrows have not disappeared. I am only temporarily lucid. Please come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible, otherwise I will continue to cough blood and die. This is detrimental to me and to everyone. Kong Peng remained silent throughout. He showed a rare, uncharacteristic look of worry. He said in a deep voice, choosing his words carefully, is it because your heart has a problem? Yuan Jhenui nodded, his tone firm. Precisely. Yuan Jhenui pointed to his chest, his gaze cold, and whispered, although this is a top secret of the Special Task Force, I believe everyone here knows that my heart comes from the Human Body Hospital, or the third private hospital anomaly. After subduing this anomaly, I clearly reported it to the Special Task Force. I did not hide the fact that I replaced my original heart with it to avoid death. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room picked up Yuan Zhenui's report on the Human Body Hospital anomaly and read it, the atmosphere tense. He continued, at the time I certainly didn't report that the Human Body Hospital might be a fragment of another anomaly. Things are very clear now. The Human Body Hospital is the third anomaly, and its heart has been consumed by me, he muttered to himself. a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. According to the notebook and Little Eye's hints, this heart likely belongs to the person everyone knows, the one feared by the Global Special Task Force Committee. Therefore, no one can know this secret. Kong Ping was dumbfounded by Yuan Zhensui's power for the first time. He had been killed by anomalies many times. But to be able to find the anomaly's core, its heart, in the shortest possible time, and then boldly replace his original organ to sustain life, such an abnormal act could only be carried out by someone with Yuan Zhensui's special regenerative abilities. When Yuan Zhensui reported this previously, Qing Ji had taken him for an in-depth examination. She held the report, her tone serious, including a full body check in the examination room, but he needed to pass the Special Task Force's screening to leave. After all, using an anomaly as a heart placed inside the body was unprecedented. Afterwards, Yuan Zhensui underwent a psychological test with the Special Task Force's mythical microphone. The result was his calm declaration, "I will never betray humanity." The mythical microphone confirmed that the subject was completely normal. The human body hospital incident concluded. Hong Yin, another member, waved when he left. "Ghost, visit often when you have time." Yuan Zhensui thought to himself. The Special Task Force's emphasis on him had indeed taken a qualitative leap. Kong Ping spoke at this moment. "That's right, your heart is very unique, it's immortal. Since that's the case, the fallen angel's arrows won't fail. Because you were on the Kasaragi train, there was no rule conflict between the human body hospital and the fallen angel." Old Zhang continued, his tone analytical. "There's also another possibility. The fallen angel's arrows primarily affect emotions. Even if they hit the heart, they act on the brain, not directly harming the heart, so there's no rule conflict." Yuan Zhensui was slightly disappointed, his voice low. "In that case, wouldn't it fail to explain why I can't break free from the rules?" As if guessing his question, Old Zhang pointed to his head, about to say something, but suddenly lowered his head, his tone apologetic. "I am very sorry, Lord Ghost. Yuan Zhensui is powerless." He looked pleadingly at everyone. "Do you all have any suggestions?" Old Zhang opened the file, his tone firm. "We can cooperate with the technical department to find a suitable inspector and swap their normal heart with your anomalous heart. The plan involves heart removal and heart transplant surgery. If you die once more, you might return to normal." Yuan Zhensui owned, thinking to himself that it would depend on whether the Special Task Force enforced it. He shook his head, his tone resolute. "It's impossible for me to change my heart." Yuan Zhensui frowned, his voice low, pointing to his chest. "After I collect the lungs, I feel they all belong to the entity Little Eye mentioned. If I take it away, it's like handing over great power to someone else." He turned and tentatively asked, "Have you found suitable candidates?" Kong Peng replied, his gaze sharp. "If you agree, our first choice would be Qing Ji, with an estimated success rate of 80, but she's not the best option because she doesn't have a substitute death skill. If it were Hong Yin, his ability could only withstand 60 of the anomaly's power." Yuan Zhensui breathed a sigh of relief, his tone relaxed. "In that case, you don't have 100 certainty either. Also, if the heart is separated within a certain range, even a few seconds of heart resonance could lead to others dying. In other words, if it's even a fraction of a second too slow, everyone involved in the surgery would be finished. So I don't recommend you do that. It's best to brainstorm and avoid the fallen angel's killing rules." He thought to himself, wondering if this reason would convince them. If not, but unexpectedly, Kong Peng immediately nodded, his tone decisive. "All right, since Ghost means this, everything will be done your way. Old Zhang, bring out other plans." Yuan Zhensui was stunned. He thought they agreed so quickly. Without any doubt, they seemed to hope I wouldn't choose the heart replacement option. The Special Task Force Committee pondered for a moment, then stood up in unison and bowed. "Lord Ghost, please allow our advisory group to express our gratitude to you. Not all inspectors have the courage to use their bodies as a cage and coexist with anomalies." Yuan Zhensui almost choked on his drink, thinking, "This is the father of anomalies. It's only natural to devour them. Why make such a fuss? You people really complicate obvious things." Old Zhang held the report, his tone serious. "Based on your abnormal behavior these past few days, we believe the method to avoid death is divided into 3 stages: confession, falling in love, and marriage. Whether this is correct or not requires your cooperation in an experiment." Yuan Zhensui was confused, rubbing his ear. He cursed inwardly. Was he supposed to marry Tianwu Bai and then do beastly things to her? Old Zhang explained, "First, we need to rule out a possibility. If you don't encounter any suitable targets, will there be signs of death, and when will they appear? Second, during the experimental phase, we will search nationwide for young women who share your birthday. They have all signed contracts with the Special Task Force, or are inspectors themselves. You will make your choice." Yuan Zhensui's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. "Oh, I see, it doesn't have to be Tianwu Bai then, so I can flirt with many girls, haha. This is like selecting concubines. Tell the eunuch to switch people." He chuckled inwardly, then said seriously, "Since they're all people who've signed contracts with you, I have no objections, let's do it." He closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then spoke. "Starting today, which is the first day of the rule, who will contact me?" Qing Ji pushed up her glasses and immediately replied, "Just contact me." Yuan Zhensui snapped his fingers and said smugly, "Good, meeting adjourned." He thought to himself, he's indeed the CEO manipulating the world's most powerful organization, and they don't even know they're being manipulated. He cast his gaze behind him, the clock's hands announcing the official start of the first round of testing. Yuan Zhensui looked at himself in the dimly lit bedroom, his gaze vacant like an autistic person, muttering, The first day was just irritability and physical discomfort, and by night I only coughed up a small amount of black turbid blood. He frowned and clutched his chest. By the second day, the situation was worse. He coughed blood every hour, his chest was agonizingly painful, and his energy and vitality seemed to be drained. By the third day he was almost exhausted, coughing blood every 10 minutes, his voice hoarse. Cough, 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 it's unbearable. The special task force members didn't listen to his advice. Yuan Jhenui gritted his teeth, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. It was time. He tremblingly pressed the number, dialing Qingji, still coughing black-green blood. Hello? Qingji was already prepared. She said urgently, Ghost, you finally contacted me. Yuan Zhensui's face was haggard, like someone who had long abused drugs, and he quickly summarized the past 72 hours. As time goes on, as long as I don't encounter a suitable girl within 24 hours, I start coughing blood. On the second day I cough once every hour. On the third day once every 10 minutes, with excruciating pain. Now I'm about to die. Qingji nodded, her tone calm. I understand. So, do you want to proceed with the second phase of the experiment now? Yuan Zhenui seemed unable to wait another second. He nodded, his voice intermittent due to coughing. Cough, cough. The first phase of the experiment is almost over, alright. Once I'm alive again, we'll proceed directly to the second phase. Qingji expressed understanding and immediately replied, Okay, I'll send you the personnel list and photo album, you can choose yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Zhenui collapsed onto the sofa dead. Qingji, looking through the screen, shivered despite knowing he was immortal. She quickly pressed the timer. Yuan Zhenui lay there, stretching, waiting for death, his eyes closed. The book of life and death on his neck glowed coldly, notifying, Rules of the Fallen Angel unlocked. 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns, 3 days apart heartbreak, soul returns to the land of sorrow. Remaining lifespan 99 days, the shriveled corpse on the sofa suddenly moved. Yuan Zhensui's body rapidly recovered, consciousness returned and his eyes opened wide. Qingji turned off the timer, announcing 1 minute, he's alive. Yuan Zhensui hemmed, stood up straight, stretched his limbs, his tone clear. Let's begin the next phase. Qingji sent the image file. She said this was the list of personnel selected by the advisory group. Currently these 4 people are more suitable. Photos of 4 beautiful girls were displayed on the projection screen. Qingji smiled and said, Don't worry, the advisory group wants to please you, so they all chose candidates with good conditions, not criminals. If you're interested in anyone, click on their avatar and you'll find their personal information. Yuan Zhensui experienced this wife selection mode for the first time, his gaze somewhat blank, muttering, Strange, why do I feel like these 4 people all look alike? No, to be precise, they all resemble one person. He frowned, his voice low. I don't want to casually decide anyone's life or death. You choose, but these people should ideally have self-preservation abilities. Once the love in my heart is twisted and magnified, the violence will become uncontrollable. Last time, if it wasn't for my subconscious resistance, Shadow and even her friends and family would have been killed by me. Qingji broke out in a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly. Understood, I respect your opinion. Then I'll just pick one randomly. She should arrive in about half an hour. Yuan Zhensui raised his hand, his tone serious. Wait, tell her to bring a personal surveillance camera when she comes. You can clearly see my situation with her. If I try to kill her, she'll have a slim chance of survival. Half an hour later, a gentle voice sounded outside the door. Excuse me, is anyone home? Yuan Zhensui was busy giving the little paper boys sex education. He paused at the sound, quickly put them away, thinking, how efficient. I almost thought Tian Wu Bai was back for something. He frowned, realizing the voice outside sounded somewhat like Xiao Bai's. The doorbell rang incessantly. Is anyone home? Yuan Zhensui quickly opened the door, looked up, and in an instant his face turned green, his eyes flashing with an eerie light, and he immediately fell into the rules. The excitement washed over him, making him clench his fists and fiercely smash the wall. As excited as a hungry beast craving prey, he stared greedily at the girl before him, his gaze deep as if wanting to devour her. The girl was a bit shy, her cheeks flushed, and she stammered, Hello Mr. Yuan, I'm Lin Yu. You can call me Lin Yu or Xiao Yu. Seeing the handsome man lean in close, the girl's soul trembled, and she dropped all the eggs, thinking that Yuan Zhensui was indeed more charming than he appeared in the contract photos. This contract was absolutely worth it. Yuan Zhensui, with the rebellious and cool swagger of a rogue, lightly bit his fingertip, striking a captivating pose. Hello Xiao Yu. In the Anomaly Committee's monitoring room, Kong Ping asked in a deep voice. How is it? Qingji replied, her gaze fixed on the screen. According to the surveillance, Ghost fell into the rules as soon as he saw Lin Yu. Lin Yu's behavior also deviates significantly from her usual self. Additionally, Yuan Zhensui discovered and destroyed the hidden camera he had requested. But he did not touch the public surveillance equipment on the street. It's unclear if this indicates a state of confused logical thinking. Kong Ping nodded, indicating understanding. Good, I'll leave this to you. Also, after this monitoring cycle ends, you will monitor the Kasaragi train with me. The M country's intelligence agency has discovered a rule item that can restrict the Kasaragi train. After the international conference, they decided to transport this item to Zhang City in a few days. This is a collaboration between Zhang City and the International Anomaly Response Bureau. Therefore, besides resolving the Fallen Angel anomaly, we must also speed up our progress and then fully commit to dealing with the Kasaragi train. Hearing this, Qingji's eyes showed doubt. Has the origin of the Kasaragi train already been confirmed to be in Zhang City? Kong Ping shook his head, his voice low. I just hope everything goes smoothly and no accidents occur. Qingji sighed internally, thinking for such an anomalous event the probability of successful containment is only 2 out of 10. For the next 2 days I will continue to observe ghost condition, and then hand it over to the advisory group or Hong Yin. However, they cannot guarantee speeding up the process to free Ghost from the Fallen Angel's rules. A disaster-level anomaly, with an unknown grade, and the Kasaragi train situation is even more elusive and unpredictable, Kong Ping consoled her. As the experiment progresses, Ghost will gain a clearer understanding of the Fallen Angel, maintain close contact. Meanwhile, Yuan Jhenui was taking the newly acquainted Lin Yu out for dinner rather than to a hotel as some might have assumed. At the restaurant, the concierge bowed in welcome. "Welcome, please head to the second floor." Observing through the camera screen, Qingji sighed, thinking he might find a way to deal with it himself. Kong Ping, however, said worriedly in a deep voice, "I just have a feeling that the test subject you've chosen might lack experience." Qingji frowned, somewhat puzzled. "Oh really? But she has Tier 3 spiritual power, just like Tianwu Bai." The next day, during the second round of testing at Yuan Zhensui's home, the sweet Lin Yu hummed happily while sweeping the floor, little birds chirping. Just then, the little paperboys Little Eye and Little Eye peered in, saying in unison, "Time is almost up, new mommy, new daddy." Lin Yu was startled, made dizzy by the crowding, and ran away crying, screaming, "You said you ruined my face." Wah, Xiao Xuan, the little girl in the group, after running around wildly, fell to the ground crying incessantly. In the monitoring room, Director Kong Ping walked over to Qingji, who was focused on checking the camera. He asked, "How is it?" Qingji stared intently at the screen, continuing to observe, and said, "According to the surveillance footage, Ghost fell into the rules trap the first time he saw Lin Yu. Lin Yu's behavior and attitude showed a significant difference from her usual self," she continued to analyze. Additionally, Yuan Zhenui discovered and destroyed the hidden surveillance system he initially requested. In fact, Yuan Zhenui pretended to hug Lin Yu, then reached out and destroyed the device on her neck. Qingji switched the surveillance footage and said doubtfully, "Mr. Yuan is in District 06 of Warong Road, but he didn't destroy the street surveillance system or other public surveillance equipment. I don't know if this indicates a phenomenon of confused logical thinking." Director Kong Ping slowly turned his face and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I'll leave this to you. Also, after this monitoring cycle ends, you will monitor the Kasaragi train with me," he further explained. "The M country's intelligence agency has discovered a rule item that may restrict the Kasaragi train, and an international conference was just held, deciding to transport it to Zhang City within a few days. Therefore, regarding Ghost, the International Anomaly Response Bureau must speed up its progress and after that, still focus its energy on the Kasaragi train." Hearing these words, Qingji immediately turned around and asked Director Kong Ping, "Has the origin of the Kasaragi train already been determined to be in Zhang City?" Director Kong Ping calmly replied, "Yes, I just hope everything goes smoothly and no accidents occur." A hint of worry flashed in Qingji's eyes, and she looked directly at the screen, continuing, "It's just that for this kind of anomalous event, the possibility of successful containment is only 8 or 9 out of 10. She continued to make her judgment. "For the next few days I will continue to observe Ghost's situation and then hand it over to the advisory group or Hong Yin. However, they cannot guarantee speeding up the process to free Ghost from the International Anomaly Response Bureau's rules." Director Kong Ping remained calm. As the investigation progresses, Ghost will gain a deeper understanding of the International Anomaly Response Bureau. Maintain contact at all times." At this moment, Yuan Zhenui and Lin Yu had arrived at the commercial street in District 04. The doorbell rang, accompanied by a greeting, "Welcome, please head to the second floor." As the two dined together, Director Kong Ping, observing through the surveillance screen, still maintained a skeptical attitude. He mumbled, "Perhaps he'll solve it himself. I just feel that the test subject you've chosen might lack experience." Qingji gently adjusted her glasses, asking in puzzlement, "Is that so?" Director Kong Ping replied, "But among spiritualists she is the closest to Tier 3. On the second day of the second test, Lin Yu was happily cleaning the room, humming a song. Not far away, Little Eye quietly observed, muttering, "Time is almost up." Suddenly, Little Ghost gently called out, "Mama, new daddy." Little Eye immediately pinched its cheek and Little Ghost shrieked, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, my face is ruined." Little Ghost quickly ran off crying. Little Eye watched calmly, then held up a sign with wobbly handwriting. "He and that ugly girl are about to die. When do we make our move?" Little Eye raised a hand, calmly replying, "1 more minute." She observed Yuan Zhenui for a long time, finally saying, "If you want to try, do it tomorrow." At this moment, Yuan Zhenui was sitting on the sofa looking exhausted. He clutched his head, cold sweat streaming down. "Xiao Yu is clearly fine and I'm very satisfied, but why do I feel so uneasy?" he gently called out. "Xiao Yu." Seeing this, she quickly ran over. "What's wrong, Zhenui?" He walked up to her, gently lifted her chin and asked, "Tomorrow I'll accompany you to buy what you like, okay?" Lin Yu was surprised, her cheeks flushed. "Really? You're so good to me." He chuckled lightly, leaning closer. "That makes you happy? You're easily satisfied," he continued to whisper. "For you I can do anything." Hearing these words, Lin Yu's eyes became gentle, filled with happiness. She gradually drew closer, pressing her face against his chest, thinking, "Lord Ghost is not scary at all. He's gentle, considerate, cares for me meticulously, and has the aura of an overbearing CEO. His face and figure are also so perfect I can't believe such a good thing would happen to me." As long as I can help Lord Ghost survive, I can stay by his side forever. She was completely unaware that Yuan Jhenui was embracing her with an eerie smile and peculiar green eyes. Entering the third day of the second test, when they arrived at the clothing store, Lin Yu happily emerged wearing a cute slit dress, her face beaming with a radiant smile. She excitedly showed it off. "Jhenui, I like this one." However, Yuan Jhenui responded coldly. "No." Then he handed her another dress, saying, "Xiao Yu, I think this one suits you better. Let's buy this black and white one." Seeing the store clerk take out the black and white striped dress, Lin Yu frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. This one I don't want it. This color is too old-fashioned, I don't like it." The two clerks exchanged glances while Yuan Jhenui's expression suddenly contorted. He repeated Lin Yu's words one by one, his voice twisted and cold. "I don't like it. What did you say? You refused me. You don't like me." He slowly stood up and a terrifying red energy began to surge, filling the entire space. Lin Yu sensed the anomaly and her body began to tremble with worry. She quickly explained, "No, I do like you. Jhenui, please listen to me." As soon as she finished speaking, the two clerks immediately smiled, took off their uniforms, hugged Lin Yu and ran. One of them shouted, "Run if you don't want to die." At this moment, Yuan Jhenui's body began to emit a strange green light, his face was grim, and killing intent permeated the air. He gritted his teeth and said, "You betrayed me. Since you don't like me, then let everything be destroyed." His gaze seemed to burn with flames, scorching the three people. The three only had time to let out a painful scream. Just then a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Yuan Jhenui immediately sensed the anomaly. A fist shot through the rift heading straight for him. He calmly met the attack and Qingji shouted from the rift, "Ghost Hong Yin, quickly." Hong Yin emerged from the rift using a large cloth to protect Lin Yu and the others from the flames. Meanwhile, Yuan Jhenui had already moved behind Qingji. She quickly bent down, flipped over and delivered a roundhouse kick. Their eyes met, sharp and intense. Yuan Jhenui caught the kick and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Qingji quickly retreated, stood upright and replied, "I'm here to stop you." Yuan Jhenui scoffed, three pairs of terrifying demonic eyes appearing around his body. He said, "Daydreaming." Yuan Jhenui charged straight at Qingji. She opened her eyes wide, observed, then blocked the attack with her fist. She raised her microphone and said decisively, "Second A-class test concluded. Ghost cannot awaken, initiating forced death protocol." But before she could press the button, Yuan Jhenui's eyes widened sharply, as if he wanted to devour her alive, making her body stiffen. The device in her hand dropped to the ground, but she reached out and clutched her own neck. Qingji looked at Yuan Jhenui's devilish figure in horror, thinking, "Has his power already surpassed mine?" She began to painfully cough blood. HMPH, she mumbled, trying to calm herself. "Calm down, there are other ways." At this moment, Yuan Jhenui had walked up to her, reached out his hand and coldly lifted her high into the air. "Since that's the case, you'll die in their place." But suddenly he opened his eyes wide, his face full of surprise. He fell to the ground and Qingji was thus released. She collapsed to the ground involuntarily, letting out a sigh of relief. Qingji picked up the microphone and spoke to Director Kong Ping. "Director, I'm very sorry. I underestimated Ghost's power when he was out of control and almost caused a catastrophe." Director Kong Ping's voice came from the other end of the phone. "You had to use a rule item again." Qingji calmly replied, "I'm fine. Ghost's experimental plan requires a lot of preparation. This time it was the test subject Lin Yu's negligence that caused the accident. Fortunately, a batch of death row inmates was promptly brought in from the prison." Director Kong Ping in the monitoring room responded, "If it had been anyone else today, I'm afraid the outcome would have been grim." Qingji worriedly speculated, "I understand Ghost power has increased again, so I'm worried that if we hand over the International Anomaly Response Bureau to Hong Yin and the advisory group later after Ghost awakens, we will continue to adjust the plan. This was also an unexpected situation." Director Kong Ping reminded her, "According to the original plan, you should quickly take the people away and let Ghost naturally enter the International Anomaly Response Bureau's death cycle and restart. But Ghost's state still exceeded our predictions. After Ghost revives, we will inform him of the data from these past few days." But just then Yuan Jhenui's arm moved and then he sat up. He walked up to the two and said decisively, "No need to wait, I'm awake. I also heard some of what you said." Qingji adjusted her glasses, looked directly at Yuan Jhenui and said, "Alright then, let's begin the summary." Director Kong Ping's voice came through the device. "We have contacted foreign anomaly agencies and combined with your recent behavior, found some clues and relevant information." He continued, "When you interacted with the test subject, although your behavior was somewhat proactive, you did not actively initiate a contract phrase. That is to say, the three stages we previously hypothesized, including confession, dating, and marriage." Director Kong Ping concluded, "Although you maintained an attitude of pursuing and interacting with the test subject throughout the experiment, you never confessed, so we infer that it only takes effect if the other party proposes a contract phrase." Yuan Jhenui rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He's right. It seems I didn't consider everything thoroughly enough," he continued. "No wonder I felt uneasy throughout the entire experiment, and as time went on I felt increasingly worried and anxious." The bracelet on his hand lit up, displaying a line of text. "The International Anomaly Response Bureau represents love, and love is not a one-sided sacrifice. If it is not reciprocated, then it is only futile and sorrowful." Seeing this line of text, Yuan Jhenui understood everything. "So that's it." Ji turned around, confirming his thought. Exactly, that's also why you still had coughing blood symptoms while pursuing the test subject. Compared to when you first unintentionally fell into the rules, your current physical and emotional state has become even more unstable. Yuan Jhenui quickly changed the subject and asked, "Is there anything else? If there are no more questions, we can proceed to the next stage of the experiment." He seemed a bit impatient. This experiment subject was too unprofessional. She actually rejected my request, Director Kong reminded. Yes, but you might have to wait a little longer. Yuan Jhenui wondered why. Director Kong explained, the U.S. Special Task Force will soon transport a rule item to test the limits of the Kasaragi train. Ji and I will be going to the site, so the next phase of the experiment will be taken over by Hong Yin and the advisory group who will work with you. We need some extra time to prepare for new situations that might arise during the experiment. Yuan Jhenui was silent for a moment, then chuckled, "Is that so? That's great, you go ahead. The Kasaragi train is of paramount importance, of course it takes priority. I've also gained some insight into Cupid's rules and should soon be able to avoid the death rule." Director Kang's voice was full of gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding." The next morning at 6:50, Ji and Director Kong arrived at the agreed location. Ji explained, according to the global monitoring system, this fog only appears in Zhang City between 7 and 8 a.m. After this period it disappears. But then it appears on tracks in random cities in other countries. The higher the crime rate in the global cities the Kasaragi train passes through, the greater the likelihood of its appearance. Zhang City, being the city with the lowest crime rate, stands out notably. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. "Hello, Director." Director Kong immediately recognized him. "Hello, Simon." It was Simon, the Deputy Director of the U.S. Special Task Force. Simon spoke, signaling his staff to begin moving items. He continued, "Director Kong, this rule item can hinder all movable objects including humans, animals, cars, high-speed trains," he said confidently. "I think it can perfectly restrict the operation of the Kasaragi train," Director Kong simply replied. "Let's hope so." He couldn't help but feel a little worried. To get it from the Special Task Force, the Anomaly Bureau exchanged 2 rule items. This was the result of multiple rounds of wits and courage. If it failed, the 2 staff members opened the box and a dazzling light appeared. It was the rule item Biological Barrier. They placed it directly on the tracks. At precisely 7 a.m. the 3 stood there observing. Suddenly a red train sped by. Its power radiated unusually clearly. Director Kong squinted, mumbling, "It's here, will it succeed?" At the same time, Zhang Jhenui and Yuan Jhenui were on a date at the zoo, and an elephant trumpeted excitedly, making everyone laugh. "Wow!" Zhang Jhenui was startled and stumbled backward. Yuan Jhenui quickly embraced her. "Are you all right?" She struggled uncomfortably to push him away. "I am fine." Yuan Jhenui also sensed something amiss and leaned in closer to her. "But what's wrong with your expression? Are you scared?" He leaned close to her ear, whispering like a curse. "Scared of what?" Zhang Jhenui trembled violently and recoiled, explaining, "No, it's not that. Just now the elephant suddenly trumpeted and it was very loud. It just startled me." Hearing this, he calmed down and looked elsewhere. "Is that so? Then let's not look at it. What should we see next?" She quickly caught up, taking his hand. Wait. Around them countless people were observing, because this was the confession phase between experimenter Zhang Jhenui and Ghost. Before the confession, Ghost's condition had deteriorated daily, with symptoms such as coughing, spitting blood and early anxiety. The experimenter could still control this situation. A person disguised as a large bear removed their disguise and said, "Bear report, monitoring handover complete, please all respond." The girl hiding by the tree also received the message. Shadow understood. Everyone continued to monitor the situation, but it was not optimistic. Ghost's death curve was still rising. Suddenly, Zhang Jhenui took his hand and said, "I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Hearing this, Yuan Jhenui was silent for a moment, then hugged her tightly. "Of course, I'm very happy." She forced a smile, thinking about the reward she was about to receive. "Hang in there, it's already come this far. The contract has been signed and it must be fulfilled." Suddenly Yuan Jhenui's voice was filled with doubt. "But why are your hands so cold? Your body is also very cold." She shyly rubbed her hands and explained, "Just a little, it's nothing." He leaned close to her face. "You're lying. We're already lovers, why would you lie to me?" Sensing the terrifying aura pervading the air, she immediately recoiled, explaining, "I'm sorry, I know things are moving too fast, but I don't want you to misunderstand. I was just thinking, when can we get married?" Hearing this, his voice calmed down. Marriage." Yuan Jhenui's face flushed crimson and he awkwardly turned away. "Isn't that a bit too fast?" Zhang Jhenui smiled, took Yuan Jhenui's arm and said as they walked, "How could it be? Although I just confessed to you, we've known each other for several days." He continued, "I like you very much, and I really want to be with you, so how could I not consider marriage?" The advisory group observed this scene and immediately deduced, "Excellent. This is also counted as a new development. It seems marriage could also be a way to avoid death. The effect is very significant at the moment. Lord Ghost has undergone a major transformation," but Hong Yin felt confused, muttering, "Really? How do I feel that for a guy as troublesome as him this might be a bit too simple?" He shook his head. "Alas, I just hope it's my imagination." The next day at the marriage registry, the people around couldn't help but praise Yuan Jhenui and Zhang Jhenui as a couple. One person exclaimed, "Wow, that man is so handsome." Another added, "That girl is also very beautiful, they look so well matched." A young man even boasted to his wife, "That young fellow looks like me when I was young." In another corner, 2 boys walked out hand in hand. "We finally don't have to hide anymore, darling." Just then, a staff member came out to greet them. Next, please go take your photos first, Zhang Jimei observed Yuan Jhenui from behind. Her smile still a bit stiff. This person is very beautiful, but if things don't go his way, he becomes very ugly. Now he almost killed someone. Then the two stood in the wedding photo area. The photographer counted down from 3. As soon as the photos were taken, Yuan Jhenui spat out a large mouthful of blood. The entire photography team screamed in panic, "Dead, dead man." Suddenly Hong Yin appeared from nowhere holding a megaphone and shouting, "Everyone please calm down first, don't panic, I'm very sorry, we are filming a variety show. That person just now was our special actor." Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their ears. "While what? Wasn't he dead?" Hong Yin continued to explain, pretending to act. "Not just now. Team 1, clear the props and restore the scene. Team 2, touch up the actor's makeup." Suddenly he walked forward and grabbed the hand of a young lady from the crew. "Would this beautiful lady like to be in front of the camera? Our footage looks great. You can also be on TV and get paid." Meanwhile, others were taking Zhang Jimei away. The girl stammered shyly, "I." Hong Yin was still trying to explain. "Oh, don't you believe me?" He was still counting down 59, 60 in his head. As soon as he reached 60, he pointed behind him. "If you don't believe me, turn around and look." Everyone turned around again and were once more surprised. "How what?" Yuan Jhenui had already stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, calmly put his coat back on and exchanged a glance with Hong Yin back in the room. Yuan Jhenui continued to communicate with the advisory group. It failed again. "Do you know why?" the professor replied, giving his judgment. "Marriage is a good way to avoid death, but we may still be missing some preconditions." Hong Yin couldn't help but complain. It's really annoying." Yuan Jhenui touched his lips with his hand, expressing his doubt. "Not enough emotion." Hearing this, Hong Yin immediately turned around and scoffed. "For all this time, these two don't even like you," he continued to tease. "No good. Little brother ghost." Yuan Jhenui awkwardly turned away and the professor continued. "That's right, Cupid himself is related to love. This means that if you want to get married without any emotional foundation between the two, Ghost will be devoured by the anomaly and die as soon as they marry." Yuan Jhenui then said, "But in such a short time, truly falling in love with someone is simply impossible." He pondered, unless some trickery was used. Hearing this, Hong Yin suddenly remembered Yuan Zhenui's gender-bending identity and blurted out, "Oh, that." Yuan Jhenui sensed it, but immediately denied. "Are you talking about gender-bending? While that can make someone fall in love with me, once I revert to my original form, that possibility disappears," he continued to analyze. "Unless I live my entire life as a gender bender, but I think using gender bending will make my personality more unstable." Suddenly his eyes darkened. Then he put his arm around Hong Yin's shoulder, revealing a sunny smile. "If you want to experiment." Hong Yin immediately got goosebumps and turned away. "Haha, your birthday isn't on the same day as mine." Yuan Jhenui turned to the professor and said, "But I don't think it has to be love. Even a pure liking, even a vague liking could work." As Yuan Jhenui withdrew his hand, Hong Yin quickly retreated 8 meters. "In fact, looking back now, I can feel that in these 2 experiments my physical condition briefly improved," Hong Yin continued to analyze. "And emotions could also be controlled to some extent, I guess at the time. Experiment subjects did develop a liking or love for me, but because it was an experiment, their emotions changed." Yuan Jhenui continued to make his judgment. "Lin Yu got carried away for a moment, forgot the rules and rejected me. And her liking was mostly superficial, based on looks and strength not recognized by Cupid. Zhang Jimei, on the other hand, tried hard to overcome her instinctive fear to complete the mission." Hong Yin suddenly remembered something. "Oh, so you're saying we still need to call that shadow?" Yuan Jhenui turned around in confusion. "Shadow, why?" Hong Yin continued. "Your first rule trigger, the target was her, right?" He thought for a moment. "That's right," Hong Yin continued. "Don't you think your emotions were more stable during your first rule adherence than in the subsequent 2 experiments?" Yuan Jhenui still didn't understand. "Was it?" "I don't feel anything special," Hong Yin explained. "If the section chief hadn't used a special item, you could have actually survived for a week, so we feel that Shadow's vague feelings for you. At least they were sincere. She tried to convey information to us before. She should care about you, right?" But Yuan Jhenui immediately denied coldly. "Wasn't that for her own life? Besides, Shadow is my subordinate. Although we have a good relationship, it's a mutually beneficial one." Then he threw out a bunch of philosophical theories, overwhelming Hong Yin. "Conversely, do you like Qing Ji? If you had Qing Ji, would you still like Kong Ping?" Hearing this, Hong Yin couldn't help but suspect that Yuan Jhenui had gone mad. "Is this guy crazy?" Suddenly he remembered something and exclaimed, "This? Oh right, do you know if the restriction on the Kasaragi train was successful?" Hearing this, he let out a soft "oh," then adjusted his collar and reached out to pat Hong Yin's shoulder. "That's really good news." Seeing him like this, Hong Yin quickly flinched, wanting to run. "That's right, we also paid a heavy price to block the road." Although Yuan Jhenui was smiling, his heart was full of worry. "I've been in a state of confusion all this time, and I didn't even notice such a big event as the Kasaragi train being restricted. And there are still 3 anomalies in the house, and Cupid needs to be dealt with quickly." Yuan Jhenui stood up, picked up his phone and walked away, turning back to remind, Alas, but I still have to endure the troubles Cupid brings. How about this? I'll contact Shadow and see if she agrees. If she's unwilling to cooperate, then please help me find a smart lover. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Tianwu Bai was taking a shower and received a call from Yuan Jhenui. She quickly got up, answered the phone, and anxiously asked, "Hello. President, are you okay?" This was Tianwu Bai, female, 19 years old, 165 centimeters tall, currently a member of the Ghost Club, codenamed Shadow. She possesses the rule item Coin of Fate. She is naturally timid, afraid of trouble, lacks confidence, and is afraid of bothering others. The only thing that makes her brave is the will to survive, but after joining the Ghost Club, her personality flaws gradually changed. Shadow anxiously asked again, "President, are you okay?" Yuan Zhensui's voice remained cold. He leaned gently against the wall. I'm okay. I called because I need your help," he continued. "It's about the anomaly we encountered last time. I'm caught in Cupid's rules. My birthday coincided with yours before, so I was dragged into those strange rules. After experiments by the Anomaly Bureau, I still need your help." Hearing this, Shadow immediately replied firmly, "No problem. I'll do whatever you say," he quickly explained. "The Anomaly Bureau has already conducted 2 experiments. As long as you do as I say, your life won't be in danger." Although his tone was calm, his heart was filled with worry. He was certain he couldn't reveal Cupid's death-avoiding method to Tianwu Bai. It required genuine emotion, otherwise if it caused her pressure and led to a mental breakdown, something bad could easily happen. On the other end of the phone, Shadow's voice asked doubtfully, "Okay, what do you need me to do?" But you just answered perfunctorily, just like last time. "When I meet you, I'll be like you saw last time. Then you need to proactively confess to me, start a relationship, and finally propose to me." Hearing this, her cheeks flushed and she blankly gasped, "Ha," his voice continued with a hint of indifference. "Of course this isn't mandatory, you can refuse." Her face darkened and she bit her red lip thinking, propose to the president." Her voice panicked as she loudly replied, "President, I'll be responsible. No, I'll do my best." Yuan Zhenui quickly moved the receiver away, then calmly said, The Anomaly Bureau will contact you." He then hung up thinking, it seems Tianwu Bai does have a vague affection for me. If so, the experiment can be expedited, and some energy can be diverted to restore the Kasaragi train to its normal state, although I don't know if this marriage step counts as an end or if immediately divorcing would have other consequences. But as long as all its rules can be unlocked, the fallen Cupid can be imprisoned, and its level surpassed, the marriage issue can definitely be resolved smoothly. It's just that if Tianwu Bai doesn't work out, that would be troublesome. The next day, at Yuan Zhensui's Minghu apartment headquarters, Shadow had already arrived at Yuan Zhensui's doorstep feeling a little anxious. "Come on, Tianwu Bai, the precautions are clear, I can do this." As soon as she knocked, he opened the door and walked out, smiling softly. "Xiao Bai." Her cheeks flushed, and she nervously looked away. "President, I came to see you." She didn't notice the green glint in Yuan Zhensui's eyes. The next evening, he took her to an amusement park. Hong Yin observed from a distance, satisfied and excited. "Oh, your advisory team is really impressive. Does this girl really care about the Ghost Club?" "As expected, it's very effective. The situation is completely different." The professor beside him also confirmed with satisfaction. "That's right, in this experiment, Lord Ghost's condition and coughing blood have significantly improved compared to the previous 2 times. Hong Yin impatiently reminded, "Don't mess up again, you two. Hurry up and get married, okay?" The professor nodded and confirmed, "We've already reminded Shadow to propose as soon as possible to speed things up. We've booked them for marriage registration tomorrow morning." Hong Yin just kept nodding, his gaze glancing at the gift Shadow was tightly clutching. Soon." He waved and turned, saying, "Then you continue to watch? I'm really not interested in these modern idol dramas. I'm going to prepare the registration place." The professor quickly nodded. "Okay, I'll take care of it here." But Hong Yin suddenly stopped, giving him a threatening glance and reminding him, "Don't tell Qing Ji I was slacking off, understand?" After a while, Shadow timidly spoke, President, there's something I want to tell you." Yuan Zhenui reached out and put his arm around her shoulder, curiously asking, "What is it?" Suddenly, Shadow bit her lip, knelt down and opened the gift box in her hands, revealing a ring, and loudly exclaimed, "Marry me." Zoro and Sanji also rushed in to join the fun. Yuan Zhenui smiled, his voice gentle. "Say that again." Shadow sincerely shouted, "I said let's get married, we'll register tomorrow morning." At the same time, fireworks began to go off. The surrounding people cheered, took pictures, and recorded videos praising the brave girl who pursued love. Yuan Zhenui gently bent down to help her up. "Didn't we tell her, Dad?" She was still too shy to meet his eyes. No need, they all know and they agree to us getting married." "So President, will you agree?" The surrounding people kept cheering. Say yes, Yuan Zhenui nodded slightly. "Okay." He took the heart-shaped ruby ring and put it on his hand, then he turned and left, a green light flashing again. Death avoidance progress 80, subjugation progress 10. Hong Yin observed this and couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. Very good. The process was smooth. "How are the people over there preparing? Will there be any problems?" The assistant quickly reported, "Yes, we've completed all procedures, and the temporary special registration office has been set up. The temporary contract special item is also ready." The assistant continued to explain the rules of the temporary contract item. As the name suggests, it can establish a contract in any relationship, but it's only valid for a specific period. The marriage certificate and seal generated by the temporary contract will automatically have the effect of a marriage contract. The assistant continued to record but still couldn't help but ask curiously, "The marriage duration is 1 week. just as Lord Ghost enters the death cycle under the rules of Cupid. But why did Lord Ghost go to such lengths? Clearly Shadow is a very good assistant and she loves you very much. For Lord Ghost, marriage has 100 benefits and no harm. And Shadow is also very cute. Hong Yin turned around and complained. These are all Lord Ghost's opinions when he's sober. Why do you care so much? It's done. Why ask for reasons? Do you know why Xiao Ming's family lived so long? Shadow looked away, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hong Yin still remembered the goosebumps he got when Yuan Jhenui had flirted with him. Haha. However, this ghost, either he's extremely narcissistic or an old virgin. He doesn't look like he's gay. It's better to keep some distance from him. The next morning, Shadow and Yuan Jhenui arrived at the temporary special marriage registration office. As soon as they entered, the staff's voice rang out, "Oh, welcome newlyweds, welcome, please come this way." Shadow immediately recognized these two as Hong Yin and Qing Ji. Yuan Zhensui's gaze also gradually turned red as he found these two somewhat familiar. Hong Yin walked to the counter, took out the documents. "Please wait, you two sign your names here. Then I will give you the registration certificate. Sign here." After signing, he led the two to a camera. "Please stand in front of the machine to scan and take photos." But Yuan Zhensui's gaze was still full of doubt. "What's the use of this machine? Is this required for marriage registration?" Qing Ji stepped forward to explain. "That's right. This is our newly developed fast registration machine. After taking photos, you can quickly complete the marriage registration without any harm." The machine quickly identified their faces and performed a series of processes. Subsequently, a marriage registration certificate fell out of the machine. Death avoidance progress 99, subjugation progress 40. As soon as the registration certificate appeared, Yuan Zhensui's eyes immediately turned pure red. He said, "I truly thank everyone, it saved me a detour." The three immediately understood. Shadow immediately exclaimed excitedly, "President, you've recovered." He walked over coldly, picked up the marriage certificate and looked at it. "Not fully recovered yet." "How long is this thing valid for?" Qing Ji replied. 7 days, he continued to explain. "If I tear up the contract now, I'll die immediately. Moreover, the purpose of this thing is to help me extend my life by 7 days. Shadow eagerly tried to help. "Understood. I still have coins available if the president needs them." But he immediately interrupted her. "No need. If there's no immediate danger to life, there's no need to use them." She stopped quickly, filled with confusion. "Ah yes, Shadow lowered her head, her heart inevitably filled with disappointment. "The president didn't even need 7 days to resolve this. Tianwu Bai, you're so useless. Why were you still looking forward to this fake marriage?" Yuan Zhensui noticed her gaze, then sighed softly and walked out with her. But he immediately saw Hong Yin hiding behind the wall, eavesdropping. He turned around mockingly, taking a step ahead. "If you want to keep listening, you can follow." But then he shyly chuckled, turned and left. No need. "Haha." Outside, his voice turned cold. "I'm sorry. I'm only now completely sure that you have romantic feelings for me." She lowered her head, shyly nodding. Then she bit her lip and loudly said, "Then if I truly confess to the president, would you agree?" He looked at her coldly, then gently closed his eyes. "No, this is my first and last warning. If you still want to live a normal life, immediately abandon this idea. Don't indulge in such superfluous emotions." And he abruptly turned and left while she still stood there, hand on her chest. Suddenly, Yuan Zhensui glanced at her and continued, "If you don't understand or care about this, you can choose to leave the club." "I have no objections," she replied softly. "I understand." Suddenly, a notification appeared before Yuan Zhensui. "Dear sir, there's something related to the Kasaragi train announcement. Would you like to investigate?" He immediately recognized the Kasaragi train. "Haven't you already been restricted by the Anomaly Bureau's rule item?" Yuan Zhensui ordered. "View." A letter emerged, slowly unfolding with red text on a page. Due to the Kasaragi train's abilities being restricted by an unknown object, the train's contract and all passengers will become invalid, and service personnel are about to disappear. Due to the Kasaragi train being restricted by an unknown temperature, the contract is about to expire, and the crew is about to lose control. Yuan Zhensui asked curiously, "When will you completely lose control?" But he received no answer, only seeing the letter gradually dissipate, and he himself felt as if he was in an infinite loop, in the area where the Kasaragi train was restricted. The surrounding people were discussing. Suddenly, in the temporary observation room, someone noticed an anomaly and shouted, "Something's wrong with the Kasaragi train. Quickly switch to emergency combat mode." But outside it was still quiet. Without any response, he worriedly picked up a baseball bat and walked out step by step. He widened his eyes, surprised to find that everyone outside had already perished. Suddenly a trail of blood dripped from above, and a giant figure blocked his small body. He slowly turned around, trembling, and as blood began to splatter he widened his eyes. Meanwhile at the anime convention, Conan was being carried by Kogoro Mori humming, "The cunning frog always touches its belly." Ran was filming, laughing, "Yay baby." The surrounding people kept joking, "Wow, someone's cosplaying Conan. Looks like someone's going to have bad luck recently." Suddenly, Asi and Gaochang were surprised to see a headless cosplayer whose head was tied to his waist. "So cool, I was almost scared. So realistic. This special effects makeup. But which work is this from?" Uchiha's young man and others immediately gathered around. "It must be Jujutsu Kaisen. It's a bit like Satoru Gojo's style. I want to meet the master and get his autograph, but I'm a bit shy. He looks so cold. I'm getting chills down my spine too. Let's go. Aren't you antisocial?" Suddenly, the person walked up to Uchiha's young man and asked with a terrifying expression, "Did you see where my head is?" Despite being scared, he tried to stay calm. "Ahaha, I guessed it. Your head is right there on your waist," the person smiled eerily. "Oh, so my head is here? Thank you." The person still thought it was normal, smiling indifferently. "No problem, I'm just playing along." But suddenly, the person grabbed his head, pulled it off forcefully as a thank you. "I'm giving you this head." The surrounding Naruto, Vegeta, and Zoro couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, that's cool." The beautiful woman walking by couldn't help but gasp in shock. "LAA, did you rehearse this beforehand? A prank? Why didn't you tell me? This is too strange for a comic convention." The person reattached his head to the young man's head, then inflated the young man's head like a balloon and sent it flying into the sky. The glowing moon was suddenly obscured by the giant balloon. The surrounding people immediately noticed the abnormality. This isn't right, run, it's murder." But two fearless young men still stood there. "Why are you so flustered? This is a busy area. I've seen this kind of scare tactic too many times. What a bunch of inexperienced people. But that balloon is real." Meanwhile, Hong Yin had just come out of a beautiful girl figurine store, looking forward to seeing it again next time. Suddenly he heard a little girl next to him exclaim, "Wow, what a big balloon, it's flying so high." Hong Yin immediately followed the sound, filled with doubt. A balloon?" He immediately realized it was a human head floating in the air. "Holy crap, what the hell is this? So it's an anomaly." Suddenly he felt the monster's gaze, which scared him so much that he dropped his figurine and ran. The little girl next to him couldn't help but comment, "Mommy, that uncle is so weird." But the little girl's mother quickly hugged her daughter tightly. "Children shouldn't talk nonsense." Just then a girl with a 90s anime style without color spoke, "This is mine." The little girl quickly denied it and even actively pointed the way. "No, and uncle dropped it, he went that way." After the girl walked away without a word, the little girl spoke again, "Mommy, big sister's skirt is so pretty." Her mother, upon hearing this, felt a chill down her spine and asked, "Sweetie, who were you talking to just now? Where's the big sister?" At this moment, Director Kong was listening to Ching Ji's report, according to the system display. The anomalous girl with distinct black and white features once appeared in the Far Eastern Island region. Initially, she only killed inspectors, or in other words, people with spiritual power in their bodies. He went on to say that according to the autopsy report, some inspectors who died at the Kasaragi Train Temporary Observation Post died due to chaotic spiritual energy within their bodies. Ching Ji also confirmed, recalling the cameras in Monitoring Area 04, that the black and white girl on the Kasaragi train killed the people around her. Indeed, all the deceased had been looking at the anomalous girl. He suddenly remembered and worriedly asked about Hong Yin, but she quickly reported that the person was quite clever, had escaped in time, and if not, could still use a substitute to take his place in death. Director Kong took off his jacket. "Ching Ji, you and I will split up to organize teams for real-time monitoring. While avoiding the black and white anomalous girl, we will try to restrict the monster's movement." He added, "Despite the difficulties, we still need to isolate the crowd and prioritize restricting certain monsters." Ching Ji nodded quickly, but suddenly remembered whether they needed to dispatch Ghost. That's right, Ghost has always been well informed, and his primary target must also be Cupid. At this moment, Yuan Jhenui was moving, and after leaping over several buildings, he stood up and looked directly at the sky. This direction was Zhang City University. As expected, this is one of the ideal places for it to exert its maximum ability. He decided that if so, he would combine the abilities of Little Eye and Little Eye. He extended his eye-covered hand, and suddenly a huge force formed a circle around him, testing the effect of a Tier 5 spiritual power monitor. A huge beam of light shot into the sky and a gigantic girl's image appeared with eyes in the center observing everything. He picked up the book beside him and the necklace on his neck also vibrated. Yuan Jhenui raised his hand, touched his eye, and chuckled softly. "Focus, Zhang City University." Found it. His vision gradually zoomed in, and he slowly saw a young man in the corridor getting shot by an anomaly and falling down. The young man murmured, "Hey, what just happened? Did I have low blood sugar? Never mind. I'm going to be late for evening self-study." As soon as he walked out, a freshman happened to pass by. Mommy, look, that's my dorm." He bumped into the girl and said in a panic, "Oh, I'm sorry." But when he looked up and saw the girl's mother's face, he immediately fell in love, then pounced on them, scaring them into a panic. What are you doing, Mommy? Security, where's security?" Yuan Jhenui observed this scene from above and couldn't help but sigh. Continue to observe Cupid's other targets. "Also, I want to contact Kong Ping." He turned to call Director Kong, but suddenly, a worried voice came from the other end of the line. It seemed they were also discussing. "Director, the headless monster has been restricted by Inspector Priest, but only for 3 days. After 3 days, his necklace suddenly glowed, displaying information. On the Kasaragi train, 19 monsters had left the train. They caused 212 deaths, among which the headless monster had been restricted by Inspector Priest for 3 days, and Shadow had been restricted by Inspector Blind." Yuan Jhenui was slightly surprised, didn't pay too much attention. "So fast, beyond my expectation." On Kong Ping's side, Director Kang's voice rang out, "Ghost, are you currently tracking Cupid? If you encounter a strange-looking girl all in black and white, remember to stay away from her." He nodded. I must restrict Cupid and uncover all its rules. What's your current plan?" Director Kang's voice was calm but still carried a hint of worry. "Currently, we can only prioritize restricting some monsters. We have already begun collecting all information about scattered monsters." Yuan Jhenui suddenly said seriously, "I've thought of another question." "What?" If they are monsters brought by the Kasaragi train, is it possible to send them all back to the Kasaragi train? Director Kong suddenly fell unusually silent, then he continued, alright, let's not talk about that anymore. I now need access to all student information at Zhang City University. Cupid is inside. He quickly turned to the assistant controller beside him. No problem, I'll give you an internal access address. You can use this directly. Yuan Jhenui replied casually again, thank you. Only then did Director Kong begin to talk about what he had just said. But Yuan Jhenui had already hung up. Yuan Jhenui held his phone looking at the top secret access information he had just received. Zhang City Public Security Bureau, Zhang City Armed Forces Department, Zhang City Education Bureau, Zhang City Chemical Industry. He called out softly, little eye. He stuffed his phone and the information into the eye on his hand, when monitoring in real time, linked the data to the individuals. Then he closed his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, his pupils filled with red as he was surrounded by the information of Zhang City University students. Everything became clear. Currently there are 10 people hit by Cupid's arrows, 5 men and 5 women. 4 are effective, 2 men and 2 women, regardless of age. The effective targets for these 4 are all of the opposite sex. The fallen god Cupid also has personal preferences. It only brings together heterosexual couples. It seems Cupid God's rules are indeed only effective for the opposite sex. He clicked on any file. To view the details, Fan Jianchang from Tahe County, Zhang City. Male, 22 years old, second-year graphic design student, works in the animation department, parents divorced. Yuan Jhenui sighed. This ability is truly convenient. Fan Jianchang's memories appeared before his eyes. Fear, I messed up in front of a crowd again, I'm so useless. Why does no one like me? No one cares about me. Why is it like this? No, I don't want to be alone. He walked forward and began to deduce weak social connections and lack of love. Those on the fringes of society receive little attention. No or lost relatives, friends, lovers. He walked to the person kneeling on the ground thinking to himself, woo, my life is like a joke, no one reads it, no one laughs. Even if I die, no one will notice me. What's the difference between me and a grain of sand? He was silent for a moment, then continued to think, yes, what a lonely and desolate cry. However, in this world any trace a person leaves can be found. In your personality, your thoughts, all your secrets will be known by someone or some anomaly. He looked at the moon in the sky as if it were an eye observing all things in the world. Knowing doesn't mean caring. And once cared for, it might not be a good thing. What's the point of thinking so much? He turned back to look at the people coming and going. But are these really the conditions chosen by Cupid God? No way. Does the anomaly think it also has this kind of temperament? He continued to deduce. And Cupid God has been found to be related to love. Suddenly a person collapsed, screaming, I'll never believe in love again. A flash of understanding appeared in his eyes. Is it the lack of desire for love? Suddenly his body changed. Yuan Jhenui chuckled softly, understanding. I guessed it. I completely agree with this point. In this world, rather than desiring love, it's better to hope to live. A notification appeared again. Fallen god Cupid's love rule unlocked 90 still feels quite difficult at this moment. As he was casually strolling around the school, Yuan Zhenui's voice suddenly rang out. Cupid quickly looked around and found him sitting by the wall, chuckling softly. Yo, long time no see. Don't you recognize me anymore? At least I'm one of the victims. Cupid's face immediately showed anger upon seeing him, picking up an arrow and pointing it at Yuan Zhenui. But he triumphantly took out a marriage registration book. Don't rush, look at this. Now your arrows have no effect on me. Seeing this, Cupid's face seemed to crack, then it pounced on him. Yuan Jhenui quickly jumped to dodge, threw away the marriage registration book, then landed, picked up the registration book and tucked it into his embrace. I've escaped death, you can't kill me. Destroying this marriage registration is useless, its legal validity still stands, that's your rule. I find it very strange, at that time I was on the Kasaragi train, the monitoring in the driver's cabin showed no anomalies in that area. Why did you suddenly appear at the door of the nearest driver's cabin? Suddenly, from the smoke, Cupid materialized, no longer with angel wings but with devilish barbed tails ready to shoot at him at any moment. What is this? Suddenly a green mark appeared on his heart. Wait, is he trying to withdraw his relationship with Tianwu Bai like this? You have this ability too, Cupid smiled triumphantly. When Cupid God deems you and your marriage partner unsuitable, it can exercise a veto once. Cupid God's Rule 100 unlocked. Your rules and Cupid Gods are being removed. He coughed blood but still hid a hint of a smile. Cough, cough. Isn't this exactly what I want? Yuan Jhenui immediately cried out in pain, began coughing blood and fell to the ground. Just then, Cupid triumphantly shot an arrow of love at him. Just as the arrow was about to strike him, it suddenly stopped. Cupid God seemed to sense something because Yuan Jhenui activated his gender-bending ability. The arrow gradually dissipated, judged invalid, judgment error. Men, women, women, men, women, women, men, men. Then the arrow exploded and Yuan Jhenui stood up triumphantly, in the guise of a girl. As the surrounding smoke gradually cleared, Cupid still stood with its mouth agape, incredulous. What, haven't you seen a transgender person before? But Cupid remained relentless, pointing its arrow at Yuan Jhenui again and fiercely shooting it at his face. He turned around and looked back again, astonishing Cupid because he held the arrow in his mouth, his tone sarcastic. Ha, look at you, this is the consequence of not keeping up with the times, nowhere left to run, right? Notification sounds rang out continuously. Judgment invalid, gender cannot be identified. Facing this situation, Cupid God cried and flew away. Yuan Jhenui turned around helplessly, but a cold glint still flashed in his eyes. He instantly rushed in front of Cupid God and shouted, "Don't run, shoot another arrow." With that, he pierced the arrow into Cupid God's body, while his other hand accumulated power behind him. A small eye appeared, embracing Cupid God's face and pressing it to the ground. It screamed in pain, covered in black slime and rows of blood-red eyes. As the agonizing scream rang out, Yuan Jhenui also noticed that the green marks on his body were becoming denser. The notification rang again, subjugating fallen god Cupid's love fragments not yet perceived. Legend points total reward exceeded 3 million. Karma points 1,419.681 exceeded 1.4 million. Spiritual power 999 tier 5 remaining lifespan 100 days. He gasped for breath then laughed heartily. Red light surged within him, and the green marks immediately vanished. Such surging power, I feel like I'm about to upgrade. Suddenly, spiritual power 999 tier 5 became 1000 tier 6 and a new notification appeared again. You have upgraded to tier 6. Spiritual observation and perception abilities enhanced. You perceive the third private hospital. He closed his eyes then sharply opened them. His pupils were crimson like snake eyes and his body changed accordingly. Medusa's eye. The eye in the crack combines the power of the gender bender and Cupid God, influencing others' emotions and feelings. His long hair gradually shortened and he reverted to his original male appearance. He called Ching-ji and a deep voice rang out. "Hello, it's finally over. Cupid is finished. Does that paper of yours still have legal effect? I want to file for divorce with Shadow." On the other end of the phone she quickly replied, "Oh, that paper, you can just tear it up, but both of you need to destroy it." "Have you told Shadow?" He replied coldly, "Not yet." Ching-ji couldn't help but scoff. "Haha, Shadow will be sad when she finds out. Aren't men romantic anymore?" But Yuan Jhenui also scoffed back. "What is someone who disregards their colleagues' lives talking about? You should worry about Hong Yin and the others before you worry about me." Hearing this, she could only remain silent. Suddenly, a medical staff member walked in and said, "Lord Ching-ji, please don't move." Yuan Jhenui, hearing this, didn't forget to mock. "Oh, how impressive. It seems Lord Ching-ji was almost killed by an anomaly." She chuckled softly, denying, "Ah, it wasn't that bad, just had a leg eaten off luckily. The research institute is making me a new leg, it won't affect my movement. The Kasaragi train incident caused heavy losses." Suddenly, Yuan Jhenui brought the phone closer, lowering his voice. "I once boarded the Kasaragi train. I have an idea, but I'm only telling you. You can consider it carefully before deciding whether to report it upwards." Ching-ji waited in silence. "I feel this method is a bit risky. Is it possible that because we restricted the Kasaragi train it lost some functions, which caused the anomalies to escape?" The image of monsters breaking out of the train doors flashed in her mind. Cold sweat began to stream down her back and she narrowed her eyes asking, "You mean?" Yuan Jhenui continued to walk forward. He explained as he walked, "Initially I thought the Kasaragi train had to be restricted, but everyone can see the current situation. Zhang City is far more dangerous than when the Kasaragi train was operating. So don't you think we should try to unrestrict the Kasaragi train?" After ending the call, Yuan Jhenui continued to walk and ponder. "Although I've told Ching-ji my hypothesis, guiding the special task force to lift the restrictions on the Kasaragi train, it's hard to say whether the special task force will accept this plan. Moreover, the anomalous situation on the Kasaragi train is still unresolved. But I've done what I can. As long as they agree to this temporary plan, they will then have to find a rule item that can form a delicate balance with the Kasaragi train, allowing it to both suppress anomalies and remain under the special task force's control. This would in turn help me solve my immediate problem and deal with her first. While the special task force hasn't acted yet, I must quickly subdue the anomalies still scattered outside." He held the marriage certificate, watching it slowly turn to ash. And this, he turned coldly and decisively threw it into the water. In another place, Shadow had not eaten for several days. She sat on the sofa clutching a teddy bear. Her parents were a bit worried, but she quickly reassured them. "Don't worry about me, I'm just a bit tired lately, and there's a lot of trouble." Suddenly, she felt something strange and quickly stood up. I'm going back to my room." She quickly ran into her room and pulled out the marriage certificate from a drawer. The words on the paper were slowly disappearing. She hugged it tightly. Memories flooded back. Did the president really deal with Cupid so quickly? Then I don't need to help. It's good to rest since I've used up so much spiritual power these past few days. Just then her phone rang. It was a call from Yuan Jhenui. "Napping? I'm downstairs," she exclaimed in surprise. "The president is looking for me." She immediately ran downstairs. Yuan Jhenui stood under a street lamp waiting for her. "President, you're here." He waved gently, signaling her to come closer. "Come here, I need to talk to you. It will only take a moment of your time." As she approached, he pulled out little eye, Medusa's eye, to erase this person's love for me. Immediately after, her eyes changed and 2 thorny flowers emerged from them, wrapping around her body. Having completed all this, Yuan Jhenui turned coldly and walked away. Shadow's parents watched from a distance, her father angrily saying, "Our daughter was rejected, wasn't she? I knew he was absent-minded all the time, did you see?" Her mother still gently replied, "This is good too, a short pain is better than a long one." Although he is Xiao Bai's savior, I always felt they weren't a good match. People with special abilities like them are inherently different from ordinary people, especially him. Even compared to Xiao Bai's new friends, he doesn't seem to live in the same world as us. At this moment, Shadow woke up, still unaware of anything. What did the president do with me just now? She happily turned to go back. It should be nothing big. I'll probably remember once I think about it. She didn't know that in her room those notebooks had clearly recorded. November 11th, she had used the coin of fate to predict that the president would erase her memory. Please remember, she liked the president very much. Meanwhile, in the hallway outside Yuan Jhenui's house, a thin figure stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. The door opened gently, but he didn't know that Little Eye from the club was waiting inside with blood-red eyes. In the Special Task Force conference room, Director Kong angrily slammed the table, trying to speak again. Director Kong, I'm good friends with the president of Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston. If you have a problem with your head, I can introduce you to the president. Mention my name for a 50 discount. Hong Yin was furious and wanted to rush forward, but Ching Ji quickly reached out and stopped him. Who here can you touch? For a head of an anomaly department, everyone bears more pressure than you, and naturally their mouths will be fouler, she thought disdainfully. Hey, to deal with these savage beasts in human skin, courtesy is absolutely unnecessary. Do they even understand it? Just discuss them. Hearing this, Hong Yin saw her expression and gave an embarrassed laugh. I think I heard your thoughts, Kong Ping still replied coldly. Everyone has seen the Kasaragi train document. In short, as long as the US doesn't agree to provide the Mobius loop rule item, we will immediately lift the restrictions on the Kasaragi train. This is a notification, not a proposal. Hearing this, Simon roared angrily. We've already loaned you the biological barrier. Currently, the Mobius loop is still restricting 2 anomalies in Country E. Kong Ping immediately interrupted, his tone flat. If there are more than 2 anomalies on the Kasaragi train, they can continuously operate in one location, never stopping, and can also bring these anomalies to other countries again. Simon was too angry to retort, only able to shout, Director Kong, that's absurd and unreasonable. Kong Ping's tone remained calm. I have a button in my hand. As soon as I press it, the Special Task Force will deactivate the biological barrier, and the train will resume operation. As all the council members fell into silence and worry, the director of the H-Country Anomaly Bureau spoke. Wait, doesn't Director Kong know? One of the anomalies restricted by the Mobius loop is the aristocrat killer, which appeared in the United States 8 years ago. It earned its nickname because it only kills the rich and powerful. Therefore, this is a shared problem for all of us. As the vanguard of world security protection, the United States has restricted it to its capital with the Mobius loop. Just then, Minister Corden of the Special Task Force spoke. All right, countries need to cooperate wholeheartedly in dealing with anomalies. I don't think Kong Ping meant to blame anyone. What about the Special Task Force? But H remained firm. If the aristocrat killer cannot be fully restricted, the Special Task Force will refuse Director Kang's threat. Go ahead and unleash the Kasaragi train and destroy the whole world. H's eyes were golden, sharp, and cold. Does Director Kong really want to be the one to stick his neck out? Suddenly, Ji Chin sighed and interjected. I have a method. The International Anomaly Department has a consumable rule item called Replication Stamp. It replicates other rule items and possesses 100 replication ability. It's a consumable. Once used, it's gone. More importantly, if the rule item replicated by the replication stamp requires 100 human lives, the cost is enormous. So the method with the least loss is to use the replication stamp to create 2 biological barriers. This kind of passive rule item, like the biological barrier, comes with a very small cost. The user only gets injured. Even if affected by the replication stamp, it can be cured with current medical capabilities. Using the Mobius loop requires sacrificing 5 Inspector's lives. This is unchangeable. Kong Ping remained silent for a long time, then stood up and said calmly, I have no objections. As they prepared to turn and leave, the ground suddenly shook. Hey, what's happening? Kong Ping took out his phone and a new notification popped up. The epicenter has changed location to Mount Shen. Meanwhile, Yuan Jhenui, walking down the road, also felt the tremor. Was that an earthquake? No, those guys are moving up. He suddenly stopped and saw a girl standing in front of his house. Who is she? The girl happily turned to look at him. Jhenui, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? He stared at her as memories slowly resurfaced. A year ago, the original owner's father remarried. However, both he and his stepmother died in a plane crash during their honeymoon. The new family dissolved in less than a week and the original owner became self-destructive. Soon after, he took over this body. The girl before him was likely the stepmother's daughter with no blood relation to the original owner. After the family broke up, the original owner naturally stopped contacting her, at most calling her stepsister. Yuan Zhenui's stepsister, Lu Yaqi, sensing his suspicious gaze, the girl asked curiously, What is she doing here? I remember stepsister. He walked forward and coldly opened the door. Is something wrong? She walked in, closed the door, and lightly teased, It's a holiday, so I came to see you first. What? Am I not welcome? He glanced at her and noticed a bruise on Lu Yaqi's forehead. What is this, an injury? Aren't you hurt? But she quickly denied it. No, I just accidentally fell on the way. She shyly covered her flushed face with her hand and chuckled softly. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Mom and Dad said they were coming to see you. Oh, I've already promised them. It's a surprise, so I had to keep it from you. His gaze sharpened again, his voice low. Who did you say, Mom and Dad? He turned to face Lu Yaqi, asking again, Who did you say, Mom and Dad? She still looked bewildered and confused. Yes, what's wrong? Yuan Zhenui seemed to realize something. I remember among the anomalies that escaped from the Kasaragi train there was an eater called, what was it? Tisk. Now with ordinary people present, it's inconvenient to investigate directly. Suddenly she leaned in and whispered in his ear, actually there's something I'm also concerned about. Do you know about the recent ghost sightings? Actually I was worried something might happen to you, so I suggested coming to see you. Ghost sightings. He glanced at the haunting anomaly sitting on his sofa pretending nothing was wrong, then sat down. Things have been restless lately. But don't worry, I'm fine. Sit down, sis. By saying that, did something happen to you? She also sat down and began to explain. Well, the place where Ajia and I had dinner that day wasn't far from where it happened. Yuan Jhenui looked up curiously and asked, Ajia, she quickly explained. Ajia Wu Jiasheng is my boyfriend. I don't think I've told you. I wasn't feeling well that day, so I went home early. Ajia also came back with me. Sitting in the car I saw messages flooding the group chat, and when I turned around I saw a human head flying out of the car window. Perhaps I was too scared. I always felt something was wrong. Ajia asked me what was wrong, but I felt there was something wrong with him and the driver too, so I didn't dare say anything. Looking at Lu Yaqi, who was holding her head in front of him, Yuan Jhenui dared not act rashly. Lu Yaqi's mental state was problematic. It seemed her brain had been affected by the anomaly. Yuan Jhenui and Lu Yaqi were practically strangers at first, but she managed to find Yuan Zhenui's address, came uninvited, and even brought luggage if she continued to stay here. Verifying some things would be very troublesome. He suddenly stood up. Sis, you've come all this way and must be tired. You look very unwell. Go rest in your room for a while. Your old room hasn't been emptied yet. She was a bit confused and was about to stand up. That's good. Yuan Jhenui snapped his fingers and she fainted. In his gaze red light flashed. He walked forward, reached out and touched her necklace. Let's check the anomaly first. I won't wake her until she's lucid. He opened his notebook and observed that in the list of anomalies controlled by the Kasaragi train, the anomaly she encountered named Wronged Ghost was having its file unlocked. Anomaly name, Wronged Ghost, type, cognitive anomaly, rule 2. After a human falls into the rule, those with an intimate relationship with them will also be affected by the wronged ghost, acknowledging its existence. 1, 3, 4, and 5 are unknown. Yuan Jhenui began to think, I wonder if I can tell Lu Yaqi the truth. If I tell her, will it trigger a death rule? Also, one thing is very strange. Can the wronged ghost transform into 2 deceased people simultaneously? Just then Qingji called and he quickly answered, What's the matter? What's so urgent that even the special task force can't answer the phone? Suddenly the call was disconnected and he was a bit surprised as he called back. Hello, Qingji. Before he could say anything, a voice came from outside the door. Hey son, your sister isn't answering the phone. Mom and Dad didn't bring keys. Quickly open the door for us. Dad bought a lot of groceries today. I can't carry them all. Hurry up. He paused, a playful smile on his lips. Interesting, they've delivered themselves so quickly. He walked to the door and replied, Coming, Dad. The show's beginning. As soon as he opened the door, his parents happily walked in with a pile of things. We're having a party tonight. Oh, why is Kiki lying on the sofa? He walked over to Lu Yaqi. I'll wake her up. Wake up, Mom and Dad are back. As soon as he finished speaking, the words on her eyes disappeared. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. Where did Mom and Dad go? Why are they only coming home now? Yuan Jhenui looked at her, realizing that the wronged ghost's cognitive influence on Lu Yaqi was very deep. The settings have been refreshed again. But it doesn't matter, this is my territory. Around them, countless small eyes of Little Eye were observing. After a while, his parents walked into the kitchen to cook. Behind them, Little Eye continued to observe. His mother was chopping vegetables and suddenly stopped. Jhenui, did you put this here? When did we install a camera? She looked directly into Little Eye's eyes and chuckled softly. Did you put this here? She naturally reached out to take Little Eye back. Yuan Jhenui watched them calmly. Oh, when everyone wasn't around before. Thief broke into the house. I want to catch him as soon as possible, so I installed surveillance cameras everywhere. She still pretended to smile, returning the crying Little Eye in her hand to Yuan Jhenui. This is too dangerous. Do you still want to pretend? I took this one down, you can put it back. He calmly took it and went back to his room. I'll just put it back in the room. As soon as he returned to the room, he found Little Eye and the blonde little girl hiding and crying there. The level of unease of these two anomalies was also somewhat abnormal, especially Little Eye, after subduing many anomalies and being promoted multiple times. It was still so afraid of death. The eye in the crack was now observing the mother as a brutal level upgraded anomaly, and the father as a disaster level vengeful spirit. He quickly and irritably returned Little Eye, who was still crying. Mama, Mama. Yuan Jhenui looked around, complaining that he didn't even dare to watch TV. Then he glanced at the blonde little girl. And you, what were you trying to do when I was affected by the god of Cupid? Forget it, let's just be direct. He opened his notebook to observe the little girl's information. She was the ghost call that kidnapped and robbed people. After answering the phone, the receiver would play the sound of one's own screams before death. A new initial ringtone would also sound in the body, which could not be stopped or turned off. After the ringtone ended, the caller would be killed by the ghost call. If the target didn't answer, he didn't care and quickly wanted to tear the little girl from the notebook. Anyway, keeping her was useless. Seeing the little girl with tears in her eyes run towards him in fear, Little Eye appeared at the same time and reminded him, Sir, spare her life. She hasn't really done anything. Yuan Jhenui turned around and quickly put away his notebook. Little Eye, I think this vengeful spirit is not quite right. She also seemed unsure, just shaking her head slightly. Perhaps you can ask the god of Cupid. I suspect its origin or function might give it some information that could help you. Hearing this, he understood what she meant. She meant it might be related to it. She confirmed and continued, I think that even though your parents don't have autonomous thinking abilities, they do have initiative. He also stated his judgment. That's right, I initially thought I was implicated by Lu Yaqi and fell into the rules of the vengeful spirit. But now that I think about it, both it and the god of Cupid actively sought me out. She glanced at the sulking little eye. So this guy has to spit out the god of Cupid. However, Yuan Jhenui didn't have time to deal with them. It's fine, no rush. Suddenly the voices of the two outside the door rang out again. Jhenui, dinner's ready. Hurry up, come over. Little Eye didn't forget to remind him. Please be careful, my rules currently cannot directly conflict with them. Yuan Jhenui paused, then realized what she meant. Them, she explained, perhaps them. I just felt two presences. I don't know if I misjudged. After going out, the surrounding scene was as warm as an ordinary family. But Yuan Jhenui remained extremely vigilant. The color of the food was flawless, but he didn't know what they had cooked. He remained silent while Lu Yaqi kept exclaiming, wow, it smells so good. He glanced at her, a bit puzzled, wondering if he ate food made by an anomaly. Could this cousin Lu Yaqi still be saved? His mother actively served him a dish. Jhenui, auntie remembers you like beans very much, try some. Seeing this, Lu Yaqi also started serving herself. I'll have some too. Yuan Jhenui suddenly cleared his throat, cough, and everyone's eyes turned to him. What's wrong? He still calmly acted. Nothing, I already ate at school, I can't eat anymore now. The two were silent for a moment. Then his father spoke. Jhenui, do you have a problem with your aunt? Dad already told you before. His mother also pretended to be gentle. That's right, if you're full, don't force yourself. Yuan Jhenui didn't seem satisfied with this scene as they played good cop bad cop. Was this schizophrenia or were there two anomalies? He needed to try another way to test them. The most important thing now, he turned to Lu Yaqi and asked, sis, I bought some things, can you come downstairs with me to get them? She complained. Now I haven't even had a bite, but after he nodded slightly, she reluctantly agreed. Well, that's fine too, I'm so hungry. After they went out, the two silently continued their act. Go quickly and come back quickly. He didn't answer, just walked out, not activating the anomaly's death rules. Since that was the case, after reaching the stairwell, Lu Yaqi rushed ahead. Hurry, the food will get cold. But he suddenly shouted loudly, Lu Yaqi. She was startled, looked back. What's wrong? Why are you calling me by my full name? His body, like a demon, commanded her to wake up. A series of memories flooded Lu Yaqi's mind. A plane crash. I'm very sorry, Miss Lu. Please accept our condolences as we bid them farewell with heavy hearts. She immediately collapsed to the ground and he remained cold. Lu Yaqi, from now on, if you want to live, you must follow my instructions and learn to deal with those two things in the house. She softly cried out, tears still streaming down her face, but he coldly walked away. Something has happened to you, if you want to try to live. And I'll give you a task, treat them as ordinary parents, send them a message and make up a reasonable excuse to extend your time outside. I'll take you somewhere. At this moment at home the two received her message, but their faces remained cold as if soulless. Then he took her to the security bureau. Lu Yaqi stopped. The security bureau? Just then a girl ran out and called him. Sir, you're here. He still calmly walked in. Where are they? Did you bring them over? She quickly pointed the way. They're already waiting for you. Thank you. Lu Yaqi followed him in and was surprised to see Ajia. She immediately ran over to talk to him. Why are you here too? He was observing from afar, while the female staff member next to him couldn't help but be captivated by his good looks. Sir truly lives up to his reputation. Yuan Jhenui judged that even though he had checked Lu Yaqi's spiritual power and confirmed she was an ordinary person, he still had an intuition that she was unusual. He suddenly turned to her and called out, Special Department personnel, come with me. The girl quickly obeyed, showing him a video about Lu Yaqi. What is this? Our intelligence department found Lu Yaqi's police report from last month. She reported that her boyfriend physically abused her. Domestic abuse. He quickly recalled the bruise on Lu Yaqi's forehead, which she had denied was from a fall. It seemed that in addition to Lu Yaqi's cognition being affected by the vengeful spirit, her non-family related memories were also extremely chaotic. Her normally stiff and rigid demeanor would suddenly become somewhat exaggerated, and she might even no longer be alive afterwards. They entered the interrogation room. Lu Yaqi curiously asked, Did you bring my boyfriend and me here because of my parents? He sensed her nervousness and quickly reassured her. Something like that. Don't be nervous, just follow the normal procedures. Ajia immediately yelled excitedly, What happened? Why did you have to call me to the security bureau, making it all mysterious? You're Yaqi's younger brother, right? I remember you're still a student, right? What's going on? Are you going to interrogate me? But he quickly exposed him. Something happened to Lu Yaqi and you don't seem to care about her safety at all. Hearing this he was stunned. Seeing that she seemed a little sad, he stammered an explanation. Not really, Yuan Jhenui calmly explained. Lu Yaqi's mother has resurrected. Hearing this, Ajia was stunned, incredulous. What? I was just with her mother. Then he suddenly sat down, clutching his head and muttering, No, she's dead. She's alive, she's dead. Yuan Jhenui continued to judge, observing the vengeful spirit's sphere of influence. It affects the human intimacy network. If even unmarried couples can be affected, then direct and collateral relatives go without saying. He had also unlocked the vengeful spirit's family rule. The vengeful spirit alters the cognition of humans within the relationship network. The stronger the family tie, the deeper the influence. The deeper the influence. Yuan Jhenui only read half of it before frowning. What the hell, only half unlocked? As for why it couldn't affect his own cognition, just like how Lu Yiqi and Wu Jieshang were affected, perhaps his spiritual power level was too high, but then there was another problem. If the vengeful spirit's level wasn't high, why would Little Eye be so afraid? Did the rules consider Little Eye family, or was there really a more powerful anomaly closely related to it? Perhaps both. Suddenly Lu Yiqi's voice rang out calling him. Jensui, I'll cooperate with you. Can you make Ajia sober? The young man was still muttering like a rapper. Dead, still alive, he calmly replied. Yes, had she still lost a memory? Still maintaining a close, caring attitude towards Wu Jieshang as soon as he snapped his fingers. Ajia immediately froze, then said fearfully, I remember. So there really are ghosts in this world? Lu Yiqi next to him explained. Jensui said it's like the balloon monster we almost encountered last time. Yuan Jhenui saw that the two had calmed down, then reached into his arms and took out an information card. If both of you have recovered your memories, then let's begin now. I am one of the people in charge of handling anomalous events in Zhong City. Yuan Jhenui, you can call me Inspector. He placed the information card on the table and continued. I originally called you here to ask for your cooperation in investigating the vengeful spirit anomaly. But from your reactions, I already have a general understanding. Now there's one more thing. Lu Yiqi's police report showed that Wu Jieshang once hit her, but you two seem to have reconciled. Hearing this, Lu Yiqi and Ajia both denied it in shock. What? How is that possible? Something must be wrong. Were we also affected by some anomaly? We really didn't fight, let alone hit each other. Yiqi can save us. Everything was too strange. Yuan Jhenui sighed in annoyance. Understood. In that case, I will arrange your accommodation. It just so happens that Lu Yiqi can be isolated from the vengeful spirit anomaly. What a bother. But for the sake of both your lives and to solve the case promptly, your accommodation will be monitored by the Security Bureau. But Lu Yiqi and Ajia quickly shook their heads. It's fine, me too. Yuan Jhenui couldn't help but scoff. I see, privacy is less important than life, right? Then sign the consent form. So easy to trick. He quickly took out the special case investigation consent form. 2 minutes later, as the two were filling out the consent form, Lu Yiqi looked up and glanced at him, then suddenly stiffened, her mouth wide open. Inspector, how did you suddenly shrink? Yuan Jhenui looked down at his miniature hands. Strange, when did this start? I didn't even notice such a big change in my body. I've shrunk. He looked at his body again. Now he had become a baby Yuan Jhenui. He quickly jumped off the chair and scurried out the door. He loudly shouted, the anomalous influence is too great, please get me a set of clothes. The young man, upon seeing Conan referring to baby Yuan Jhenui, opened his mouth wide. Woo Lord Ghost, and Xu Jing upon seeing him, her eyes lit up. Wow, so cute. Seeing this, baby Jhenui immediately glared at her with sharp eyes, warning her, what are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. The two quickly ran off. Despite being threatened, she was still very happy. Yes, Officer Xu Jing, are you alright? Baby Jhenui turned his head, looking at Lu Yiqi and Ajia with sharp eyes. And you two, his voice was bone-chillingly cold. Go to where you belong. After returning home, Jhenui immediately called Qingji. It's me, how's your progress? In his hand was a lollipop given by Officer Xu Jing. Next to him were 2 cute plush toys given by the public security team. In addition, there were some books, some fruits, and an Ultraman figure given by Officer Bai Shaohui. Qingji immediately noticed the strangeness in his voice. Ghost, your voice. However, Jhenui had already seen through her intention. Stop pretending. I still know the efficiency of the public security district. Qingji couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Oh, it was my oversight. I won't laugh at you anymore. Let's talk business. She became serious. Those bastards from the mysterious bureau have already agreed to exchange for the Mobius loop. Jhenui chuckled softly after hearing this, finding it interesting. Oh, then they must have put in a lot of effort, right? When will they be able to make up for this deficit? Qingji continued as she walked. Haha, what's the point of asking me, a wage earner? My philosophy is, as long as I have enough money to spend, that's enough. In short, they've already been forced to give it up, as expected. Jhenui continued. The Mobius loop involves too many things, and it's still going through a complicated process, so I can only continue to deal with the vengeful spirits and wait for you to reactivate the Kasaragi train, right? Qingji confirmed. That's right, after multiple tests, operations, and calculations by us and the US, we only agreed to this plan when your proposal's success rate reached 99. As long as it's theoretically activated, it won't fail. Qingji peeled open the lollipop wrapper, licking it as he spoke. I can continue to deal with them. If I can uncover all their rules, it would be a good deed. However, you'll have to help me with one more thing. Qingji gently closed her eyes, listening intently. He continued, through contact I can basically confirm that the vengeful spirit isn't a single anomaly. Qingji, hearing this, asked in confusion, are you sure? But Qingji still seemed very confident. There are other anomalies following it, so I need to deal with the rules of 2 anomalies. She sighed tiredly. Hong Yin, Old Kong and I have been too busy to attend to other matters recently. How about this? I'll have Shirley and the special task force personnel be responsible for monitoring the anomalies. It's easier for our own people to cooperate. Meanwhile, Shirley was teaching in class when she suddenly let out a big sneeze. She smiled softly and said to her students, sorry class, I might be a bit sensitive lately. Lord Ghost in trouble. Hearing this, Qingji hung up the phone with satisfaction. Good, and I'll handle the vengeful spirit side as I see fit. He took a bite of his lollipop, then suddenly stopped and threw it away. The chemical taste was awful. Then he walked home, pushed open the door, and saw the room was pitch black with only his father sitting there, and thought, "Dad, I'm home." He looked at his father, who was sitting on the sofa, chin in hand, and still coldly said, "Turn on the light. It's so dark in the room. The light is bad." Suddenly his father stood up abruptly, yelling loudly, gradually approaching him like a demon. "What time is it? Why are you home so late? Your teacher told me you didn't go to school all day today, skipping classes again." He recoiled in fright, feeling an invisible pressure weighing on him. After his body became smaller, the vengeful spirit's influence on him grew stronger. "At the security bureau I didn't feel my spiritual power weaken, perhaps because of the suppressive rules brought by the vengeful spirit itself. Is that cheating? Even though I already possess 2 anomaly fragments, it can still do this." His father walked over, his face still fierce, as if he wanted to devour him alive. "Getting into trouble at such a young age," little Shinji complained inwardly. "Do I really have to act?" He covered his chest, tears in his eyes, and reproached his father. "Dad, why don't you care about me? Why don't you ask me why I didn't go to school?" Hearing this, his father suddenly stopped, his steps coming to an abrupt halt. He turned on the light, walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder, his tone becoming gentle. "What happened? Tell Dad. Dad will fix it." He tilted his head again, his face resuming a sinister and threatening expression. "On the condition that little children don't lie, okay?" The room suddenly fell silent. Shinji gently opened his mouth. "I was threatened by my sister's boyfriend." His father was silent for a moment, then stroked his head. "Dad understands, although Dad doesn't know when Yuki got a boyfriend. Next time she comes home, Dad will ask her clearly." Then he turned and walked away, but this action made him even more suspicious. Strange, why didn't he ask why Lu Yuki didn't come home? Because I mentioned Wu Jieshang, so I got away with it, and wasn't threatened to death again. After I became smaller, the vengeful spirit's death restriction on me should be greater, even if I know they are different fragments of it. I wonder if they have their own thoughts. Do they also have independent ideas for executing rules? Little Shinji rubbed his chin, smiling softly, finding it very interesting. "Where does the path to seeking death begin?" he grinned. "Deciding. From now on, no more beating around the bush, no more agreeing to their demands but direct resistance." But he recalled the last dining experience. No, before, he didn't want to eat the anomaly's food, and directly refusing didn't trigger the death rule. Just then his mother came out, a sinister and eerie smile on her face. "Shinji, could you please help Auntie buy a bottle of soy sauce?" He gently adjusted his glasses, a playful smile reappearing on his lips. "Got it. Agree to the anomaly's request but don't carry it out." He took the money and obediently replied, "Okay, Auntie." 15 minutes later he gently pushed open the door and walked in. "I'm back." His mother looked at him, her eyes wide and terrifying, and asked, "Where is it?" He feigned innocence, backing away with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Auntie, I forgot." He smiled softly, placed the money back on the table and returned it to his aunt. His mother was silent for a moment, then turned and walked away. "Then Auntie will go buy it herself tomorrow. This money is your pocket money." He pretended to be obedient and replied, "Thank you, Auntie." Then Shinji returned to his room and immediately coughed up blood violently. Cough, cough. The vengeful spirit anomaly represents family affection. If you agree to the anomaly's request but don't fulfill it, it will make them sad. He collapsed to the ground, laughing heartily. It really triggered the rule, but after triggering the killing rule I didn't die. Is it because I collected more anomaly fragments, or because it wavered again? Just then Shirley called, and he quickly answered. "Hello." On the other end she was checking the surveillance camera. Her voice was full of surprise. "Lord Ghost, this is Shirley. Look at the camera, the vengeful spirit anomaly is chatting normally with someone else," little Shinji asked in confusion. "Chatting?" Both quickly looked at the computer screen, which showed his father browsing social media. "From what I've observed, he's not imitating humans, but actually chatting." "Do you think it has really evolved its own consciousness?" Shirley asked doubtfully. "Previously, anomalies disguised as humans were clumsy, requiring humans to enter their rules, to deceive others. But according to the vengeful spirit anomaly's chat records, they have mastered all human chat abilities. Lord Ghost, I have already reported this to the advisory group. We hope you can communicate more with the vengeful spirit anomaly." Shinji gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, reminding impatiently, "No problem, but you all calm down too. Don't make a fuss every time you discover something." His words were like salt in a wound, making Shirley feel guilty as she couldn't offer any solutions other than borrowing tools. I'm sorry." Then he opened the door and walked out. "All right, I was just complaining." Shirley's team continued to observe. Shinji had just walked out of the living room and also began to think and judge. On second thought, it's normal for them to evolve independent thinking. After all, family affection is an emotion, and with emotion, thought naturally arises. On second thought, the anomalies encountered after entering the hospital were all related to it. They are similar to the vengeful spirit, proving that anomalies with consciousness are not scary. As long as they are collected, its secret can be uncovered. Thinking of this, he opened the door and walked directly into his father's room. "Dad, I want to talk to you about something." He was silent for a moment, then slowly turned around and looked coldly at Shinji. "What is it?" He gently pushed up his glasses, his eyes sharp and firm, and replied, "I want to move out." Hearing this, he stood up abruptly. He continued, "There are strangers in the house, I'm not used to it." He seemed a bit confused and walked forward. What happened? Why are you suddenly saying this? Shinji began to show melancholy, explaining, because I can't take it anymore. I've thought about it carefully. You remarried without asking my opinion, so I'm just notifying you. As soon as he walked away, he quickly chased after him. You're not an adult yet. How will you live outside without money? But he still replied coldly, you don't need to worry about that. Suddenly, a low voice rang out, wait, I can divorce her. He looked up in surprise. He began to explain in confusion, but not now. Actually, I had my reasons for marrying Auntie. Shinji, do you believe me? He placed his hand on his chest, his face sorrowful as he walked towards him, but he just narrowed his eyes, turning away in disbelief. My reasons. His smile began to turn sinister, trying to persuade Shinji, but Shinji himself was well aware that this anomaly could adapt. If he didn't already know it was an anomaly, he would have almost believed it. But what does this mean? Is it preparing to go ask another anomaly separately? No, it's guiding itself to say the death command it wants to hear. His smile became even more sinister and he continued. Do you believe me? He gently placed his hand on his chest, smiling, wanting to give it a try. Meanwhile, Shirley's team was also surprised by their observation. Oh my god, you can't even tell it's an anomaly, it's exactly like a human. Lord Ghost, is he really okay? Shirley turned and reminded, anomalies are unfathomable, but that's Lord Ghost using infinite deaths as bait. All we can do now is trust him. At this moment, little Shinji on the other side of the screen boldly said, I believe you. This stunned everyone looking at him. Suddenly, a tremor came from within Shinji. He looked up and saw his father gradually growing larger. Did I shrink again? No, I can't move. And the anomaly's heart has left my body. Shirley quickly reminded excitedly, quickly contact the highest authority of the special task force, activate the emergency plan. Ah, it's already done. At this moment, Shinji was just a doll lying on the ground, recalling past memories. He realized that the second anomaly was the doll. After escaping his pursuit, that guy evolved more complex rules, making it difficult for inspectors to detect. And it seems to have harmed many ordinary people. As for them mutually complementing rules, it's likely one of the rules that guy created. So the anomaly that triggered the rule here is playing the doll, and the rest is the vengeful spirit. The anomaly's face was filled with desire as it walked forward and grabbed his heart. It swallowed Shinji, but its body was rapidly and strongly stimulated. Shaking, however, it's not that easy to restrict me. The notification at this time displayed lifespan reduced by 1 day, 99 days remaining. The doll containing Shinji's body also gradually shattered and exploded. According to this surveillance record, what caused your timely death was the Special Task Force's item, the death file. He smiled with satisfaction. Then his body was reborn again, standing up, which left the anomaly somewhat dumbfounded. He coldly said, all right, the show's over. He stretched out his hand and pointed directly at the anomaly. Give me back my things. Little Eyes stared directly at it, causing it to begin to distort, and the anomaly's heart also tried to break free. But the anomaly's stubbornness caused its body to tear apart, and the heart fell directly into Shinji's hand. Anomalies subdued by me will completely belong to me. He picked up the heart and put it back into his chest. Then he walked coldly towards it, coughing blood. Now answer my question. My father has been dead for a long time. He is actually the anomaly playing the doll. But before he could finish speaking, he noticed something. Wait, then he collapsed, beginning to cough blood. Isn't this trying to stop me from continuing to speak? As he fell, the man ran over worriedly. Shinji, what's wrong? Shinji looked up full of doubt. What's going on? He used his heavenly eye to point at him again. But before he could do anything, he collapsed again, coughing blood non-stop. Cough, cough, cough. The people in the monitoring room couldn't help but be surprised. Lord Ghost, why is he coughing blood? Kong Ping, observing at this moment, made his own judgment. The vengeful spirit's rules are too complex. They're constantly being perfected. Now it is even more able to deal with Ghost revealing its identity. The people from the Special Task Force also became vigilant upon hearing this. How terrifying. Kong Ping quickly offered a solution. Ghost is not dead yet. The vengeful spirit will continue to play the role of the father. Immediately contact emergency services to intervene. Understood. Everyone must ensure his safety before the Kasaragi train restarts. Shinji remained sober at this moment, not letting down his guard. Is this a new rule it evolved after merging with the vengeful spirit? Perhaps. I only know the doll's rules but not the vengeful spirit's rules completely. Plus, dodging the doll's inevitable death rule. Excessive bleeding is a sequela of dodging death. Also reminding me that revealing its identity now is useless. Earlier I tried to use my ability to kill it, but I coughed blood again. I really didn't expect that. After I changed back to my original appearance earlier, that anomalous father quickly stood up, picked up his phone. I'll call an ambulance right away, and he at this moment was still calmly observing. Now, there's no other way but to separate these two anomalies. He dialed 1191, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Doctors also quickly arrived to check him and send him to the hospital. Patient's family ambulance seating is limited. Please proceed to the hospital on your own. He watched him being taken away. At this moment, the Special Task Force personnel also began to shed their disguises. Lord Ghost, if you are all right, a video conference will be held at the hospital later. Shinji also noticed and quickly sat up. Special Task Force, I'm fine. It was just a lot of blood loss. Can you all handle the anomalies? A girl softly took off her mask and continued, no problem. Oh, and one more thing Lord Qingji said to inform you. He turned around curiously. She quickly recounted that in a neighboring city police department case, an unidentified body was found behind the art university in Dongcheng City, at the time behind a university when the special task force and police dogs began excavating. Suddenly someone with a hideous face recognized. This is, the people around also started to gather. It's a damaged corpse, or rather human flesh. The dogs with them also started to get excited. They sniffed it and then ran back to report. A young man who understood dog language quickly recorded the information. The police dog confirms the scent of anomalous remnants. Prepare to hand over the body to the anomaly department. We've already conducted DNA data checks. Suddenly, a hint of unease flashed in his heart. Dongcheng City Art University was Liu Yiqi's school. Could it be? He turned around and asked. Is Liu Yiqi who is being held my sister and her boyfriend? Have there been any sudden developments, or did they try to escape? But she immediately denied. No, they are all normal. However, the others also looked at each other. She said shyly, that Wu Jieshang seems too calm. He knows we are monitoring, but Shinji still asked curiously. What's wrong? She repeated angrily. But when Liu Yiqi went to eat, he was with another girl. She clenched her fists. He pushed her against the wall and asked provocatively, want it tonight? HMPH scumbag, she said even more angrily. The police only monitored, they didn't stop it. But apart from the infidelity, there were no other anomalous changes in the two of them. Shinji thought for a moment. I understand. As for the unidentified body you mentioned, go investigate Liu Yiqi. Everyone immediately asked in surprise. Liu Yiqi? Yes. Suddenly he remembered something and turned around saying, oh, one more thing. Later in the private lounge of Zhang City Central Hospital, Shinji called Kong Ping while resting. Hearing that he was in trouble, he still calmly replied, yes, now the rules of the vengeful spirit and the playing doll anomalies have merged. I want to find the key that can separate them. When he was silent, he continued, so I want to know, was there a doll on my father and aunt's plane when it crashed? Kong Ping also began to voice his doubts at this point. Playing doll. I remember its original spiritual power was very weak, the lowest level of anomaly. You still asked in confusion. Is it recorded in the anomaly department? Kong Ping quickly recalled and sighed. At that time, Hong Yin killed the student possessed by the playing doll. But that student had already died. The playing doll is skilled at transformation and concealment. Later, the anomaly department never found traces of its soul. The student's family still resents Hong Yin to this day, he suddenly remembered. That's right, Tian Wu Bai was almost harmed by this anomaly too. It gains human trust, and after a verbal agreement, the body and mind are replaced by the playing doll. It kills people silently and takes their place. This makes it difficult for inspectors to deduce. Now it's even more dangerous. I've asked support personnel to investigate thoroughly. After the vengeful spirit arrived at the hospital, there was no doll present. If that's the case, it will be difficult to resolve. Kong Ping finally began to voice his thoughts. Actually, the advisory group has a plan, but they dare not propose it to you. I'll tell you, this plan is very direct, but I think you might not be able to accept it. We're also worried. He still calmly turned around. Please tell me? Kong Ping gently lowered his eyes and began to explain. Whether it's the vengeful spirit or the playing doll, they are both after your heart formed by the human body hospital. He continued to listen in silence. Then the anomaly department can help you restrict your heart to another place. He directly refused without hesitation. I refuse. Kong Ping didn't seem surprised. If we are in a cooperative relationship, it's best to maintain mutual trust. But Shinji quickly retorted, I can tell you that I can indeed use the anomalous heart, that is the rules of the human body hospital, to fight anomalies. This also means I don't just possess one ability, but I hope as few people as possible know this information. Kong Ping still calmly replied, this is normal. Only core members can know your abilities. But under the table, he had already clenched his hands, full of speculation. As expected, Ghost is able to utilize anomalous rules, a result that humanity has been unable to verify for years, yet he has achieved it. In the near future, this section chief position, no, even the overall inspector position worldwide, will be controlled by those with power. He is indeed the right person. Just then, there was a knock outside. Tianye walked in. Section chief. He gently turned around. Tianye walked up to him and began to report. Hello, Lord Ghost. There was no doll on your father and aunt's plane. Nothing was found before or after the plane. Speaking of which, I recalled a similar incident related to the death of a certain relative. Before Kong Ping could finish, Shinji interrupted him directly. But that's not important. I remember Mr. Tianye didn't used to stammer so much when he spoke. Hearing this, Tianye scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Haha, Lord Ghost flatters me. It's like this. White Cat was the first inspector to successfully escape the Kasaragi train after it appeared. At that time he said he encountered his deceased mother on the train. I believe that was a phenomenon of the vengeful spirit anomaly. Hearing this, Shinji seemed to understand. You mean the vengeful spirit at that time might still have just been the vengeful spirit without evolution and without the rule effect of merging with the playing doll. Hearing this, Tianye also realized. Right. Why didn't I think of that? His expression suddenly became dejected. But we can't ask this White Cat. It said that before the Kasaragi train was restricted, White Cat boarded the train again and then completely disappeared. Shinji suddenly felt this name sounded familiar. White Cat. That's right. The notebook once mentioned such a person. So with the goal of eliminating vengeful spirits, who did White Cat encounter? There were 287 people on the train, 192 vengeful spirits. The train continued to the next station, but he had already been on the train for 24 hours. I can't see his full face myself, and right under the noses of the Special Task Force and me, he boarded the train and disappeared again. Strange, truly strange. I have a bold idea. He suddenly smiled, turned around and said, I have a small request. I want to obtain permission to board the Isekai'd train for investigation. The two suddenly fell silent, then calmly replied, no problem, please be careful. He was then immediately transferred to the Isekai'd train. The train's notification quickly popped up. Dear passenger, welcome back to this train. He felt satisfied. Good, the Anomaly Bureau didn't install any surveillance cameras inside, he then asked. Among the contract-registered service personnel, is there a strange person named Playing Doll? The notification quickly displayed. No, dear passenger. He walked forward in confusion. None. If I don't have permission to view the cameras from the day White Cat boarded the train, then I will tear up the Isekai'd train's file. Hearing this, the train's notification was silent for a moment before displaying, apologies passenger, my rules indeed do not include this. However, perhaps I can take you back to that point in time. A large door quickly appeared behind him. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, oh, when did you get this ability? The Isekai'd train merely oot, and a series of notifications kept popping up. The Isekai'd train has been mutually rule-bound. At this moment he held his notebook looking at this confessing train. Dear passenger, I know nothing about these two anomalies. They themselves don't even know when they actively appeared here. He also began to realize. So that's how it is. One of the anomalies is a one-way ticket, and there's a door, right? The anomaly department will temporarily release you for a period soon, and you must seize that opportunity. He then walked through the door and left, either breaking the rules or upgrading, turning them into supplementary rules for anomalies. He utilized it clearly, dear passenger. He walked over, his gaze seeing White Cat rushing over, grabbing the playing doll. What's the method? Tell me quickly. He squinted, continuing to observe the playing doll beginning to shatter. Can I borrow your body? Then its body gradually dissipated, shrunk, twisted, and then screamed loudly. Shinji couldn't help but be surprised. The playing doll was hidden so deeply. On the train, the Isekai'd train directly replaced an inspector, silently eliminating the other party. At this moment, the young man quickly recovered from the playing doll's fragments. Meanwhile, Shinji recognized a familiar figure. It was Ajia. Wait, Wu Jia is here too. He was curled up in a corner and the monster was slowly approaching, killing someone. Just then, Shinji's collar around his neck lit up. Found the playing doll's target. Suddenly, he lowered his head and saw his phone vibrating, displaying Security Bureau. He quickly answered the phone, speaking, hello. On the other end, a voice immediately rang out, Lord Ghost, the identity of the unidentified body has been confirmed. The match result is precisely Lu Yaqi, name Lu Yaqi, gender female, according to the identity file, match rate 99.99. He still calmly replied, I understand, call them to the interrogation room. I'll be right there. At this moment, Ajia was being held by the head by a hand. Just as he was about to struggle free, the playing doll reached out and stopped him. In the interrogation room, Ajia still innocently asked, excuse me, is there any new information? Yaqi's parents, Shinji at this moment replied coldly and decisively, not Yaqi's parents, it's you. He began to stand up and slowly walk towards Ajia. Last month on the night of the 4th, then he reached out and placed his hand on Ajia's shoulder. What were you doing at that time? His whisper seemed to come from hell. Ajia began to tremble, stammering, I was at home. His voice became even sharper. Oh, at home, be specific. When he saw Ajia continue to stammer, Little Eye's eyes began to envelop him, emitting a voice emotionlessly, tell the truth, you can't lie now. Ajia's true nature became clearer and clearer. He's really good at acting. This playing doll was indeed him. According to the identity rules of ordinary people, Ajia's body began to shatter and tremble as he confessed, that night I was at home, but when Yaqi wasn't there I found a woman. A wisp of purple smoke floated from his brain, and he continued to confess. But I didn't expect her to find out. As soon as the mistress ran, the two of us had a conflict, and I accidentally killed Lu Yaqi with a wine bottle, but I only dealt with her by mistake. I still have a lot of things to do, I can't be affected by her. Suddenly, Lu Yaqi's voice rang out. She stared at him with wide eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. He was currently holding his head and weeping. Looking at Wu Jieshang's current appearance, Shinji also retreated after the rules merged. As expected, the vengeful spirit had already collapsed. Since that was the case, he began to raise his hand and asked, and then you boarded the Isekai'd train, right? Playing doll. The attraction of this human skin is even stronger than that of Inspector White Cat, he said, extending Little Eye towards Ajia's head. You really aren't picky. Little Eye's eyes began to fill the entire room. A large eye stared directly at Ajia as if it were the final judgment. It was silent for a moment, then reverted to its shattered body and said mockingly, I've been found out. Then it began to shatter and its tiny legs ran off, but Shinji quickly spotted it. He turned to it. Little Eye immediately blocked the door, scaring it back. Shinji reached out to subdue it and a red halo appeared around the playing doll. But before he could touch it, something suddenly blocked it, surprising him. Was it useless? It revealed a sinister grin again. You, he softly smacked his lips, a little displeased. Playing the same old trick again. The playing doll quickly broke through the door. The people around him looked at him in surprise as he calmly walked out. The previous aura was disaster level, but now there's no aura at all. Even if obstacles were set, suddenly someone spoke out. Lord Ghost, the playing doll has escaped. We'll send people to chase immediately. He could feel that the playing doll had broken the glass and jumped down, but still calmly replied, no need. Its hiding ability is no different from an ordinary doll. No power or rule item is effective. You don't need to send people to chase it, and if you find it, don't touch it casually. Although its fusion with the vengeful spirit has been undone, the playing doll has evolved. Now it will be even easier for it to replace anyone's identity. Hearing this, she asked even more worriedly, then what should we do next? He merely turned to look at Lu Yiqi's figure and reminded, if there are any traces of it, go tell Qingji and Hong Yin and have them inform me. Next, I'll deal with the isolated vengeful spirits first. That person also spoke, sir, as soon as the Kasaragi train restarts, you'll quickly interrupt him. What if your plan fails and the vengeful spirits aren't attracted to the train? Hearing this, she began to get confused. You continue to talk about this. The anomaly is coming for us. I still want to personally subdue the rules. The playing doll has separated from the vengeful spirit, and without the fusion rules I can feel that the vengeful spirit's suppression of me has been halved. He quickly raised his hand and Little Eye also began to retract. Lu Yiqi then turned to Shinji, who smiled slightly, looking a bit smug. Sis, let's go home. Just then on the road, a cool blue sports car sped past the girls, startling them. Wow, hooligan, they couldn't help but exclaim. But in fact only Hong Yin was in the car and he didn't even notice them because Hong Yin had specifically driven his newly bought car. Surprise, wow, have I gotten a few years younger? So tender, I want to change too. He walked up, observing intently, his face slightly flushed. Is this the power of the vengeful spirit? Her skin is even more beautiful than Qingji's. So soft, Shinji calmly explained. However, after the playing doll's rules separated from it, its power significantly weakened. The second time I started shrinking was clearly much longer than the first time I fell into the vengeful spirit's rules. My age also changed from a primary school student to a middle school student. The two then sat on the steps and began to chat. So what are you here for? I'm here to tell you that the plan to use the Kasaragi train to attract vengeful spirits will have to be paused, he replied without surprise. Guessed it, Hong Yin explained. Furthermore, using the Mobius loop requires the lives of 5 Tier 3 inspectors, Tier 3 inspectors are the pinnacle of inspector abilities. The most Tier 3 inspectors on the registration list, only us and the US, are about 100 people. Neither the country nor the inspectors themselves will easily agree. Our proposal is that we and the US each contribute to, and other countries decide by drawing lots. Who the unlucky person is will also be decided by drawing lots. The US disagreed. They demanded that everything be scrambled and randomly drawn. Apart from their lackeys, no other representative agreed. Shinji replied indifferently. Then you should agree to their proposal. If they play tricks, then just take advantage of it. But Hong Yin helplessly denied. If the results don't meet their expectations, they won't agree. Everyone continued to be deadlocked. Shinji began to complain. Everyone is being dragged to their deaths by the Kasaragi train anyway. We can't die? Hong Yin laughed upon hearing this because both of them had the ability to resurrect. Substitute death. Haha, you're right. He lay on the ground, couldn't help but complain. Alas, who knows, maybe they won't ascend me. What if the substitute can't be used? He suddenly woke up and sat up, remembering. I almost forgot the main business. Didn't you say you wanted to continue the trial and error method? Shinji had remembered but hadn't said anything. So he sarcastically said, Oh, I thought you had amnesia. Hurry up and tell me. Hong Yin explained awkwardly. Well, didn't we use the marriage certificate to deal with the fallen Cupid before? With the same idea, we cut off your blood ties with the vengeful spirits in a legal and social sense. Shinji was silent for a moment, then immediately denied it. But their plane crash didn't happen during this time. Their household registration was cancelled long ago and their identities were erased long ago, leaving only Lu Yiqi. Hong Yin took out his phone to show him. No, look at this. He was slightly surprised to find that the file had been restored. Hong Yin continued, That's right, your parents and your sister are all on it. By the way, your birth mother is also on it. It's temporarily unclear if she's still alive, so cut off ties with her too. He hesitated, beginning to recall that the original owner's birth mother had no relevant memories. Then let's remove them altogether. Vengeful spirits can play multiple relatives, just in case, Hong Yin replied with satisfaction. Then I'll leave it to you. Shinji then returned home and could clearly feel a distinct dark aura pervading the apartment and his room. The aura of the vengeful spirit became very volatile. It seems I've tried the right thing. If I die this time, there will definitely be new progress. He walked forward, opened the door with a satisfied smile and said, I'm back. But there was more than one person waiting for him inside. 3 people were there, surprising him. When did Lu Yiqi secretly come back? But this time they no longer acted, but directly turned into mad monsters and pounced on him. It immediately bit his neck, then continued to tear his body, ripping him to pieces, and his head also drooped. His eyes slightly open, he said, Why haven't I died yet? His head rolled to the distance, watching them tear his body, and a notification popped up. Rule unlocked. Must treat the vengeful spirit as family, he lightly scoffed. You only unlock the rule after eating my flesh. Is this a punishment for unfilial children? How absurd. After they left, he gently closed his eyes. In the room, the blonde little girl couldn't help but cry in a panic. Translator, come up with a solution. That guy is trying again. I want to crawl back into the notebook, but the notebook is on him. Are you really going to watch us die and resurrect over and over again? Woo woo woo, Little Eye calmly replied. I can take him to safety. You can stay and try. When the master revives, he can use his ability to revive you. Perhaps then your muting effect will disappear. Little Eye still added, if it's you two, he will definitely revive. But will he revive me? I don't want to gamble. Just then the door opened, startling them into a panic. 3 ghosts walked in, staring greedily at the little ghost, but the little ghost had already run away in time. They searched everywhere, then suddenly transformed from ghost form back to human form. Outside, Shinji's phone rang. It was Hong Yin. His fragmented body slowly began to appear, but only like a soul. His lifespan was reduced by 1 day, with 99 days remaining. After fully recovering, he sighed, ran his hand through his hair, and almost fainted in his own blood. I still overestimated my limits, although I now possess a tier 6 spiritual power body and won't truly die and have even shed unnecessary pain. Witnessing myself being eaten alive is indeed not a pleasant experience. He put the phone to his ear and answered, hello. On the other end, Hong Yin's team was still observing him. To prevent you from falling into a death loop, we have restored all your blood ties. Shinji simply replied, thank you. But Hong Yin still couldn't help but frown, feeling apologetic. I'm sorry, Lord Ghost, I didn't expect such a cruel death. However, the voice on his end still calmly replied, I didn't expect the anomaly either. Hong Yin quickly reminded, they're already in your room. He put down the phone and said, then I'll hang up. We'll talk when there's new progress. Seeing his calm attitude, Hong Yin couldn't help but suspect, hey, have you thought of a new solution? But before he could finish, the call was hung up. He smiled again. Sure enough, he had a new idea, and he still had to thank them. He cast his gaze into the room, continuing to play the role of a filial son. I'm back. What's everyone doing in my room? This moment, the 3 ghosts also continued to act. The mother was cleaning the room, the father was sitting at the computer, and Lu Yaqi was sitting on the bed. The mother said, Auntie is cleaning up for you. Lu Yaqi said, I thought this was my room. He walked up to his father. Dad's working, but this is my computer. His father was silent for a moment, then softly said, oh, I made a mistake. Shinji looked at the messy chat history on the computer with disdain. Without the playing doll, the vengeful spirit's act suddenly became clumsy, but he still went along with it, walking out of the room. Everyone, you've worked hard. Today I'll cook. He immediately turned on the stove, tied on an apron, and rolled up his sleeves. Once upon a time in myths, legends like Journey to the West, Investiture of the Gods, Neza dismembered his bones to return to his father and cut his flesh to return to his mother. He swung his knife and blood dripped from his hand into the stove. From then on he became a lonely god, seeing through life. After a while he quickly prepared the meal and served it. Come try it. The little eyes on his arm were still constantly wriggling. The 3 ghosts observed for a while, then gasped. He squinted, seeing them begin to pounce like zombies, tearing at the chunks of meat. They even gnawed on the plates. After swallowing, all 3 returned to their normal state and then suddenly disappeared. A notification also appeared. Unlock the vengeful spirit's death rule. Cutting flesh and shedding blood can sever ties with the vengeful spirit. Friendly reminder. The required amount of flesh and blood varies depending on the level of spiritual power. He looked at the bracelet on his hand, pondering slightly. So that's how it is. The stronger the spiritual power, the more spiritual energy the body contains. For tier 1 or 2 inspectors without substitute death abilities, this method won't work. After all, if you feed all your flesh to the vengeful spirit, you would suffocate and die yourself in the monitoring room. Cheers erupted. Success, Lord Ghost is amazing. He really found a way to avoid death. We can only update the latest data on the vengeful spirit. But he looked at the doorway, sensing something abnormal. No, it's not over yet. As long as it's not completely subdued, the anomaly's heart is still in my body. The door outside suddenly started knocking incessantly. Hong Yin asked confusedly, what's happening? He also became vigilant, and the door gently opened. A girl's figure appeared. Shinji, I'm back. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, Lord Ghost's mother. Has she passed away? He merely glanced at her coldly, then turned away. Do you want to eat? She quickly refused, then returned to her room. No need, I just got back from traveling, I'm a bit tired. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. He had just recovered but was immediately attracted by the anomalous heart which actively sought him out. Want a rest? I can't give her this chance. Then he returned to his room and called Hong Yin's team. Do you have any new methods? Tell me, I don't want to delay any longer. Hong Yin's side also felt confused. Wait a moment, I think I do. There's something I suddenly can't remember. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exclaimed excitedly, that's right, it's the psychologist. At this moment, Shinji was changing clothes and curiously asked, oh, Hong Yin quickly added and explained, Shirley has already moved out because your previous rumored girlfriend predicted that it would be beneficial for you. Shinji couldn't help but wonder when this happened. Hong Yin couldn't help but gossip, excitedly adding, I'm not sure about the details, but she speaks mysteriously. You can contact them yourself and talk about it. Shinji had already changed his clothes at this moment, was silent for a while, thinking, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? In fact, it's not hard to predict. Tian Wubai predicted that Shirley moving out would be more beneficial to him because it was an empty room where a man could move in. He raised his bracelet and called out, Dear student. Little Eye also flew out from the bracelet. I'm here. Shinji walked forward and asked Little Eye, how is Xiao Song doing with you now? She quickly reported the situation, still the same. After giving gifts, he wants to absorb vengeful spirits. He walked forward very kindly. Hello, I'm your new neighbor. but in the underworld it couldn't achieve its goal and was scolded by those demons. Sir, do you want to use it to deal with vengeful spirits? Shinji thought for a moment, then softly said, I think it's perfectly feasible. Do you feel any pressure? But her attitude was as arrogant as her master's. None at all. Based on my in-depth analysis, the vengeful spirit has been greatly weakened after its battle with Xiao Song. The probability of you consuming legend points is almost zero. But he quickly saw through her. Are you making things up? Seeing this, she became a bit shy. I was just joking with you. A new software was recently released. It's very interesting. Shinji then took out his phone and called Hong Yin's team. Hello, I've removed all surveillance cameras. The vengeful spirit has a solution. Everyone else's task is to gradually evacuate some residents from this building. Everyone is responsible for the evacuation. I need to evacuate this residential area. Complete it within an hour. Thank you, everyone. Hong Yin understood after hearing this. No way, wait, are you going to? But he hadn't finished speaking when the call was hung up. All camera equipment immediately failed. The doctor walked in from behind. The Special Task Force's orders are to keep it confidential both externally and internally. As long as conditions permit, Ghost can control the anomaly without adhering to any principles, Hong Yin simply said softly. Then his face filled with excitement and he turned around and said, Let the ghost girl restrict the demon neighbor Xiao Song, and now he can let that demon neighbor return without any problems. Those people still firmly replied, That's right, Lord Hong Yin. Lord Ghost possesses the heart of the anomaly, so it's natural for him to master certain rule energies. Lord Ghost is our hope and will not betray our interests, so he can do anything without waiting for our consent. Seeing the attitude of Lord Ghost's loyal followers, Hong Yin could only sigh helplessly. At this moment Shinji sighed. As you walked, you ordered Little Eye to prepare to release the person. Understood. As the clock's hands ticked to precisely 12 o'clock, a familiar tall, slender figure suddenly emerged from the corridor. Xiao Song walked towards the Minghu Apartments rental office, then stopped, a gentle yet eerie smile on his face. Shinji happily handed him a contract. This is your housing contract. From today you are a resident here. We'll be neighbors from now on, so let's get along well. Xiao Song happily accepted it, of course. I'll visit you tomorrow and bring you a gift. At this moment, Shinji was playing the role of the apartment's landlord, and Little Eye was the real estate employee. He smiled slightly. That would be perfect. Sure enough, the next day, Xiao Song arrived at Shinji's sister's house with a bag of gifts. I'm Xiao Song, your new neighbor next door. I specially brought a small token of my regard today. Please accept it. Xiao Song quickly knocked on the door just like last time. On the first day, the vengeful spirit accepted the gift, but still seemed somewhat wary, then returned to warn Shinji that Xiao Song was not a good person. On the second day, Xiao Song borrowed things. Although the vengeful spirit lent them to him, its anger was clearly growing. Until one day Xiao Song kept knocking on the door as if he wanted to break it down. Ma'am, I'm Xiao Song. I'd like to borrow your bathroom. Little Eye was playing a game and Shinji, observing beside her, saw the vengeful spirit directly refuse Xiao Song this time. I refuse, please leave. But as soon as the words left its mouth, he naturally walked in. Sensing the vengeful spirit's anger, Shinji couldn't help but feel satisfied. It's starting. Xiao Song went into the bathroom, showered, and then casually walked out. Thanks, I'm heading back now. But this time the vengeful spirit also came out, ate with him, and even returned to the apartment. The two anomalies were silent for a moment, then suddenly revealed their true natures. Rules clashed and they immediately charged at each other, transforming into two massive sources of power, but then they suddenly stopped and gradually dissipated. Before Xiao Song could completely dissipate, Little Eye suddenly emerged from above. She reached out, wrapped him with dazzling red threads, then threw him completely into the river, while simultaneously rushing towards the approaching vengeful spirits. Shinji also received information at this moment. Vengeful spirit, kinship, cognitive anomaly. When a loved one dies, countless thoughts intertwine and one can personally see the vengeful spirit, but this glimpse must be exchanged for one's life. He quickly realized, is this the liver? He grabbed. Subdued anomaly. Vengeful spirit, kinship, acquired anomaly fragment, liver. Received 2.5 million legend points, 5.5 million breakthrough points, 500,000 karma points, and 1 million defense breakthrough points. Do you want to replace your liver? Looking at the options before him, he slightly narrowed his eyes. Here we go again. His numbers kept changing. You have gained legend points, missing points type, and immense spiritual power. You can directly advance to tier 7. Do you want to replace? He looked at the open notebook. You have gained the ability to kill anomalies without investigating their rules, as well as all legend points and karma points. Do you want to replace? These words echoed in his eyes. At this moment he looked precisely like a demon. Little Eye's gaze seemed to envelop the entire space as he firmly replied, No, you're too excited, like a pyramid scheme salesperson. The notebook simply continued to display information in silence. Legend points 567967, Karma points 177302, Power 1000 Tier 6, Lifespan 100 days. Shinji continued to ponder. If he didn't absorb the fragments to advance to Tier 7, spiritual power points needed to exceed 10,000 and 200 million karma points were required. In reality, replacing organ fragments wasn't impossible, but he still needed to be wary of the notebook and anomaly fragments to ensure they developed in a direction he could control. This was the first time the notebook had presented such a frantic situation, but perhaps he was overthinking it. Acquiring anomalous abilities to enhance his strength was a way to eliminate all forces that were focusing on him. He walked to the window, opened it, and whispered, "Anyway, this heart has integrated very well with me, just like little I and little I. So do these fragments also belong to the anomalous rules I created?" He picked up the jade pendant around his neck and smiled slightly. "I've wronged you. If you've chosen me, then I suppose you are the rule item I least want to see me die. No matter what, we've shared life and death, haven't we?" The camera cut to Detroit, USA, where a group of people surrounded a desk, queuing to sign. After signing the agreement, Kong Ping, Mr. H, and another person simultaneously pressed a button. The bound Tier 3 inspectors repeatedly fell to the ground in agony, bleeding profusely. After the ceremony, the door opened and others came in to clean up, moving quickly and carefully. After the people were removed, a blue-haired young man walked up to Qingji. "After all that work, the Mobius loop is finally activated." She also turned to him, her tone heavy. "The cost of 5 Tier 3 inspectors. I hope the Mobius loop works." He followed behind, joking softly, "Don't you feel it's a pity this person isn't one of ours after all?" The framework for this lottery was fair, reasonable, and transparent. To be a lackey of this mysterious bureau, even if inspectors are scarce, one can only accept it. She calmly replied, "That's right, our bodies as inspectors are resources in themselves. Whether killed by an anomaly or dying from using a rule item, it's all the same. One day we will face this meaningless death." Hearing this, the young man laughed. "Long time no see, you've changed." Qingji immediately turned around. "Really? Perhaps, but that's not important. Still, I have to thank your Jing City's connections and methods which allowed us to gain the upper hand in negotiations with the mysterious bureau. Lin Yao, you are Inspector Lin Yao of Jing City." Lin Yao smiled slightly, raising his hand. "Haha. All right, after all, this concerns the future of the special task force." Suddenly, a panicked voice came from behind them. "Damn, something's happened." The two quickly turned around. "What's wrong? Is it the Mobius loop? Let's go see." At this moment, the Kasaragi train's wheels glowed green and a slender figure walked by. It was the black and white girl, carrying a corpse in her hand, passing through a door. This scene was clearly recorded by a camera in Detroit, Wilderness Line 0635 degrees. He immediately looked directly at the surveillance camera. In Detroit, USA, at this moment, the surveillance camera switched to Zone A empty. A corpse lay casually in front of the door, and the black and white girl emerged with an eerie smile. She immediately kicked the head flying onto the roof, then it fell down again. But the head hit the surveillance camera directly, falling at her feet. She slowly bent down to pick it up, then held it before her eyes. In the monitoring room, the situation was being investigated. "How's the footage? It's pitch black. Oh my god. We'll be okay, right?" But as soon as he spoke, his neck suddenly elongated and his blood vessels constantly contracted and expanded. Seeing this, that person quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and reported, "Anomaly detected. Is anyone there? Lori Death. Didn't the Mobius loop work? Hello?" But before he could finish, a caressing hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. It pounced and bit his shoulder, its body trembling uncontrollably. "Help, the Mobius loop absolutely cannot." Team H was checking the situation at this moment. "Perhaps it wasn't the Mobius loop that failed." Simon, hearing this, said angrily, "Minister, what does that mean? Are you saying Lori Death has completed its journey on the Kasaragi train and can now freely control the Kasaragi train?" Just then, someone suddenly reported, "Report. Lori Death has appeared in the Eastern District, 5 inspectors dead. Lori Death has appeared in Thailand, 3 inspectors dead. Lori Death has appeared." A series of notifications rang out, making it impossible for them to deny it further. Kong Ping whispered, "It's the Kasaragi train. Something's happened to the Kasaragi train." Hearing this, everyone fell silent, understanding immediately. "Section Chief, are you saying the Kasaragi train has consciousness?" The reply confirmed that the Kasaragi train had indeed stopped moving. H suddenly spoke. "This anomaly is an inspector's bane, so I think the most important issue now is to fully restrain Lori Death." Ji Chin also agreed. "Exactly, if Lori Death appears in a major city and slaughters humans, it means it has already integrated rules. If it's not restrained, inspectors worldwide will suffer. Any inspector who sees it will die. Furthermore, there are no definite rules or exceptions. This threat is spreading globally." This thought struck everyone. Kong Peng glanced at Qingji. "It's time for Ghost to appear." At this moment, Lin Yao observed from a distance, watching them closely, but a green glint flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Shinji had already moved onto the Kasaragi train. "My lord, why are you here? Have you found a way for me to leave?" But he quickly reminded it. "Don't rush, there's still some time. First tell me, why did you stop operating? Didn't the mysterious bureau's item prevent you from stopping?" But the train confusedly retorted, "No, you said I was trapped in the Mobius loop, didn't you? Since I couldn't get out, of course I had to stop." Hearing this, Shinji was speechless while the train chuckled proudly. Shinji immediately recalled Hong Yin's anxious phone call, so the reason was this simple. The special task force, being overly worried, had asked him to intervene. Besides Lori Death, what other anomalies got off the train? If you resume operation first, can they get back on? A notification immediately appeared. According to surveillance camera records, besides Lori Death, 3 other staff members got off. As for getting back on, Lori Death is not within my jurisdiction. I no longer have a contract with it. Shinji was a little surprised, but still calm. That fast? So what rules has it integrated? His figure then gradually dissipated and he possessed the train control room. Looking at the notification information above, he added, "Have you collected any information about Lori Death?" The train hesitated, then replied, "Very little. Although recruiting train service personnel requires anomalies, I cannot trace its origins." Hearing this, Shinji was somewhat displeased. Whose mannerisms are you adopting? According to the internal search tool urgently provided by the research team, it could be learned that while there were records of Lori death, it was born half a month earlier than the Kasaragi train. The current rule is, any person with spiritual power, if discovered and met with the gaze of Lori death, will die. According to the records of the ancients in this world, inspectors are different from ordinary people. Besides life energy, collectively known as vital energy and death energy, maintaining balance within the body, there is also an extremely powerful substance called spiritual energy. Lori death's face was covered with symbols representing vital energy, death energy, yin and yang. The spiritual energy within an inspector's body disrupts the balance of life and death. This strongly attracts Lori death. But what he didn't understand was why Hong Yin had once escaped a powerful ability, being very close to Lori death. Why was that? Suddenly he sharply realized, could I have figured it out? Suddenly the train's notification appeared. What do you need? Can I help you? But he smiled slightly and turned away. No need, I think I need to deal with this inspector killer myself. He gently snapped his fingers and a rule clash occurred. Days later, Shinji's flight was quickly arranged. He sat on the plane thinking, as expected, the special task force soon contacted me and arranged this experiment with Lori death. In fact, I'm not unprepared for this experiment. The International Special Task Force is interesting. They didn't dare to inquire too much. Their attitude was very humble, even saying that if I couldn't solve it, they would find a way themselves, not daring to disturb me. As the authoritative organization among international anti-anomaly departments worldwide, the International Special Task Force's mission is to maintain and protect the balance, security and cooperation among nations. When humanity faces the greatest threat from anomalies, resolving inter-country issues or disputes, mitigating or preventing conflicts among spiritualists, the International Special Task Force values my abilities so highly, displaying such an attitude. They were also very dissatisfied with the mysterious bureau, and he didn't know how Kong Ping and Ching Ji had negotiated. Just as well, it's time to change this cycle of constantly collecting legend points and writing urban legends. These people behind me hold even greater secrets. Secrets grander than those of gods. As soon as he got off the plane, a foreign girl greeted him. Lord Ghost has arrived. He stepped off the plane, looking around. Where is this? She continued to explain. Oh, let me introduce you. This is the International Special Task Force's large-scale experimental base, where all new rule items will be tested. According to our assessment, your spiritual power sensitivity, my lord, can preferentially attract Lori death. She reached into her clothes and took out a head just in case. When your spiritual power erupts, please inject it into this stone to ensure Lori death will be attracted here. Looking at the stone, he hesitated slightly, but agreed. You go ahead first. She pointed to the sky, reminding him. The Special Task Force will directly supervise this experiment, including top leaders and important personnel from the International Special Task Force as well as anti-anomaly departments from other countries. He remained silent while she began to bow politely, then turned and left. Well then, Lord Ghost, I won't bother you any longer. As soon as she walked away, he chuckled thoughtfully, tossed the stone into the sky and then began to move. The people above were observing. He clenched the stone tightly, and a tremendous force seemed to tear it apart. Everyone was startled, but he remained cold. Death Lori had already appeared before him. The strange heart within him suddenly underwent an abnormality, and countless tiny rays of light seemed to tear his body apart. He collapsed, realizing his body was changing and Little Eye's eyes no longer seemed to integrate as before. He looked directly into Death Lori's eyes, and his body was severed by thousands of fine threads. Suddenly Little Eye began to cry, calling out, "Mama, mama, mama." Little Eye also felt the tremor, looking at the cracks appearing on him. My lord, so you have already made your choice. In the monitoring room, the camera suddenly began to shake. Everyone started to worry. What's happening? Why is the camera broken? Is it Ghost or Death Lori? Kong Ping quickly denied. It's not Ghost. Since he agreed to us, he wouldn't intentionally destroy it. As for Death Lori, everyone suddenly fell silent, and Corden spoke. It's all right. Switch directly to the military satellite for observation. From afar, Lin Yao also said softly at this moment, it seems Lord Ghost can't defeat Death Lori. After he revives, he probably won't agree to cooperate with us anymore, will he? Outside, a long trace was created, and as the smoke gradually cleared, Death Lori's delicate feet slowly walked toward Shinji, grasping his neck with a strange smile. She gently sniffed him like a delicious bait, then laughed loudly, reaching out to touch his eyes. The vision rules of the eye and the crack and the rules of the anomalous heart complemented each other and were automatically absorbed. Suddenly, Death Lori's arm was sucked into his eyes. He remained calm, one eye gradually turning golden, while the other was gradually being corroded by Little Eye. He retreated, mumbling strange sounds. A golden light appeared, enveloping Death Lori's arm, which had been separated by Little Eye. Immediately after, Death Lori also dissipated, triggering an explosion, and he gradually regained consciousness. He stood upright in the smoke, examining himself. What happened to me? The notebook's notification sounded again. You have subdued Death Lori. He slowly walked towards the explosion zone. I have subdued Death Lori. But the current situation is that his golden eyes gradually returned to their usual red, and Little Eye's black marks also gradually shrank. He held his face. The conflict with Deathlorry caused the rules of little I and little I to automatically complement each other with two anomalous fragments. As a result, I can now use rule abilities. Everything my eyes see will be destroyed, but anomalous rules should not affect buildings, the environment, and all non-human existences, yet this area has turned into this. It seems I cannot control the rules now. He placed his hand on his chest and his bracelet seemed to have some connection with him. Now there is only one way left. Lifespan reduced by 1 day, 99 days remaining. At this moment the military satellite observed everything from high altitude. Everyone in the room was silent, filled with surprise. Kong Peng, having long been acquainted with Shinji and experienced many incidents, still calmly spoke. We initially weren't sure if Ghost could still use anomalous rules without the aid of rule items. Now according to the military satellite playback, there is no doubt. He is the first person who can freely use anomalous rules. Corden was silent for a moment, then hesitated to speak. This is a big deal, Kong Peng. You must know that if he cannot control this power, but Qing Ji directly interrupted them. He can control it. This experiment allowed us to observe that he likely chose to commit suicide to restore his sanity when he found he couldn't control the anomalous rules freely. Ghost subdued the anomalous heart with his body, which the Special Task Force has on record. It was never concealed. All data belongs to the Special Task Force's high-level clearance. Moreover, although Ghost possesses the anomalous heart, he has never used the heart's true power in the city. I can provide evidence that the Special Task Force, the advisory group, and even Ghost himself did not know the heart's true abilities. Shortly after Ghost obtained the heart's power, he himself was also researching it, when subduing anomalies before he even proposed testing the heart's power in a room. The Special Task Force and the advisory group discussed and agreed, and the meeting content is all preserved. Kong Peng added, to supplement the evidence, the heart's true power may have only been activated after Ghost confronted Deathlorry. When the anomalous heart merged with Deathlorry's rules, of course it's also possible that he has already mastered wandering rule items. There are even many other possibilities we cannot rule out, that he may possess other rules. Seeing Kong Peng calmly take off his glasses, H angrily slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Then you two cannot escape responsibility. This is a monster, an anomaly. But Kong Peng still calmly wiped his glasses. Anomaly? Are you joking, Mr. Xing? With all due respect, Ghost is the only human who can use rules, kill Deathlorry, and simultaneously change the environment to make everything disappear, all while maintaining good control over this power. He is the sole heir to our Special Task Force's power. He then stood up, put on his glasses, and smiled calmly amidst H's anger. We will not accept any unreasonable accusations from your side. If you wish to ignite a human civil war, we are ready to participate to the end. What do you think, Mr. Corden? Corden was silent for a long time, then said softly, Mr. Kong is right. Ghost's appearance is a tremendous opportunity and a warning in the struggle between inspectors and anomalies. Kong Peng smiled with satisfaction. Exactly. I believe that in the future, Ghost will become the leader of all anti-anomaly departments worldwide, leading humanity to victory over anomalies. Alright, call Ghost. At this moment, Shinji was in the car and also answered the phone. Hello, on the other end. Kong Peng's voice was still calm. Ghost, you're in the car now, aren't you? After you get back, come to the Special Task Force. Shinji didn't forget to mock. What's wrong? Are you going to compensate me? My apologies. It seems the Special Task Force's experimental base needs to be rebuilt, but the other end just chuckled softly. No, we will upgrade your Special Task Force clearance to the highest level, allowing you to claim rule items. No, not claim, but be gifted them. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he still calmly thought, unconditionally gifted to me. This seems unprecedented. The Special Task Force does not have an abundance of rule items. Each item possesses miraculous efficacy at certain times and cannot be gifted to individuals, especially since he is not an inspector trained by the Special Task Force, nor has he actively joined it. He quickly replied perfunctorily, just send me back to my original location. Once I choose the rule items, you can have someone deliver them. Corden turned to look at Kang Peng's silence, and Qing Ji's gaze fixed on the screen, feeling somewhat confused. It seemed not as he had thought. They didn't know that Lin Yao was observing from behind, his face full of displeasure. Given this status, it should clearly belong to me. He no longer walked normally, but slowly. This ghost must be eliminated. Yes, go find that person. Go find that person. The veins on his body began to bulge, filled with hatred and malice. In Lin Yao's temporary residence, the briefcase in the room slowly opened, and the playing doll crawled out with an evil smile. Click, click, click. Found it. Meanwhile, Shinji was still sitting in the car, deep in thought. The power that could make everything dissipate with a single glance, was it Deathlorry's power or a god's power? Moreover, if this power wasn't invincible among all anomalies, then everything was futile. What good was it to be invincible among humans and inspectors? Although he didn't need to overthink things, it still happened. He never detected the anomalous rule fluctuations, or rather he was immersed in the power of the rule items. I must continue to upgrade and break free from the shackles of the rules. Along with these thoughts, the car sped through the wind, and the flying stones also gradually dissipated due to some strange force.